A catastrophic plane crash has left Su Hao stranded on a deserted island, where he unexpectedly becomes the sole reliance of numerous goddesses. From formidable women to delicate Lolis, the survival of all rests in his hands. Fortunately, Su Hao's survival skills are unparalleled, having mastered the arts of hunting, building, and farming. Witness how he guides these enchanting women through the wilderness and transforms this desolate isle into an exclusive harem resort. Chapter 1. Off to work abroad? Stranded on a deserted island. Stop. What are you doing? Remove your hand, or I will call the police. Su Hao quickly withdrew his hand from the pocket of the seat beside him, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he scratched his head and apologized. I'm sorry, beautiful. I'm just a child of the mountains, and this is my first time on a plane. I'm a bit nervous. My vomit bag is already full, and with this turbulence, the flight attendant isn't coming over. Could I possibly borrow yours? You could at least ask before reaching out like that, the beautiful woman beside him remarked disdainfully, her finely arched eyebrows furrowing slightly. With her long, delicate fingers, she retrieved the vomit bag from the seat in front and handed it to Su Hao with evident contempt. As Su Hao felt the plane shaking violently, waves of nausea surged within him. He closed his eyes in pain and lamented, "What is happening? Is this what venturing outside feels like? I wish I had stayed in the mountains." A child of the mountains, Su Hao had grown up amidst nature. He would never have ventured out if not for his grandmother's illness, which required urgent financial assistance. Having never set foot in a big city, he was now off to work abroad, having heard online that the wages were high. He hoped to earn enough to treat his grandmother, but he never anticipated this ordeal. While he was tossed about, the woman beside him remained calm and composed. Judging by her exquisite makeup and legs that seemed to go on for miles, she was undoubtedly wealthy. If she happened to take a liking to him, perhaps he could skip 40 years of hardship and reach the pinnacle of his life. This thought brought a smile to his face, and he suppressed the urge to vomit as he turned to the beautiful woman. "Excuse me, beautiful. This turbulence is quite severe, yet you seem unaffected." The woman glanced at Su Hao with contempt, reluctant to engage further, but responding coldly. "I frequently travel abroad for meetings. I'm used to it." "Oh, I see. So, are you a high-ranking executive? Is your company hiring?" "I am quite capable. Perhaps you might consider me." The woman let out a disdainful huff and fell silent. Noticing his initial approach had failed, Su Hao awkwardly turned his gaze to the window. The view outside was breathtaking, a clear blue sky. They had ascended above the clouds, and observing the white clouds below, along with the smoke trailing from the wings, brought a sense of tranquility to Su Hao's heart. "Wait, smoke?" Su Hao urgently tapped the woman's arm. "Excuse me. Outside. Window. What are you doing? If you keep this up, it'll really call the police." "No. I mean, you said you've flown many times, right? Is it normal for the wings to be on fire while in the air?" "What?" Her voice rose an octave as she gasped, glancing out the window in terror, instinctively clutching Su Hao's arm, her ample bosom pressing against him. So that's what you meant by calling the police. She should have embraced him sooner. Su Hao wanted to linger in that moment, but the plane began to shake violently, the wings separating from the fuselage, and unbuckled passengers were hurtled throughout the cabin. Some struck their heads against the armrests, blood splattering onto Su Hao's legs, while even the flight attendants wore expressions of despair. It was then that Su Hao realized the true nature of the disaster. Who would have thought his first flight would end in such calamity? "No, I'm still young. I don't want to die." He glanced at the woman clinging to his arm, realizing his life was about to take off, but was now on the brink of collapse. A deafening explosion drowned out Su Hao's cries, and he succumbed to unconsciousness, burying his face in what felt like a soft cushion. It smells delightful. He savored the soft, sweet scent, but when he awoke again, all that lingered in his mouth was a salty, briny taste. Indeed, even the sweetest of girls have their salty aspects. As Su Hao sat up, he began to retch, expelling seawater and fine sand, the bitter taste causing him to grimace. However, the sight of the woman lying nearby eased his furrowed brow. "Goodness, how did this stunning beauty end up here with me? And where exactly am I?" Forcing himself to endure the pain coursing through his body, he surveyed his surroundings. The lush vegetation and the seemingly endless sea revealed that he had indeed washed ashore on a deserted island. Heavens, my first flight, and you bring me to a deserted island? Su Hao felt as though the sky had fallen. He looked down despondently, only to catch sight of the woman who had sat beside him. Her eyes were closed, her pallid cheeks exhibiting a haunting beauty. As he observed her damp hair, he swallowed hard, yet his instinct to save her took precedence. Su Hao began to blow air into her mouth, causing her cheeks to puff out until, just as he felt he might faint, she suddenly expelled seawater into his mouth. Her beautiful eyes were filled with fear as she pushed him away, her legs kicking frantically. When she noticed her clothing was still intact, her expression calmed slightly, though she remained wary and curled up, cautiously watching Su Hao. What? What did you just do? Where are we? If you keep this up, I will truly call the police. Embrace tightly? Haven't you had enough of that on the plane? You've cut off the circulation in my arm. Look around, we are stranded on an island in the ocean. The plane crashed, and we drifted here with the tide. If you can summon the police, I will bow 3 times and reluctantly offer myself to you. A deserted island? The woman quickly glanced around, her expression visibly shifting to one of despair as she beheld Su Hao once more. Are there any other survivors besides you? I haven't seen anyone else. Her heart sank. The thought of what he had done to her both on the plane and on the island made her want to flee. You must think of a way to contact the outside world. Don't bother, my phone is waterlogged and won't turn on, and even if it did, there's no signal. For now, we can only await rescue on this deserted island. Are you thirsty? Shall I fetch you some water? Chapter 2. A man cannot say no. The woman, feeling the dryness in her mouth, incredulously asked, Do you know where to find water? Not exactly, but I've seen on social media that there are plenty of coconut trees on this island. Let's just pick one and get some coconut water. Climb up there? She glanced at the towering coconut tree, standing at least 10 meters high, and felt intimidated just by its presence. Do you think you can manage? What kind of question is that? Su Hao retorted, his lips twisting in indignation. You may doubt my wealth, but never my capabilities. The beautiful woman gazed at Su Hao's earnest expression, seemingly convinced that this young man might actually succeed in retrieving the coconuts. I am Cheng Lanxin. If you genuinely manage to do this, contact me when you reach the United States, and I will assist you in securing a job. What? Is there such a benefit from picking a coconut? Has she taken a liking to me? With unwavering confidence, Su Hao approached the coconut tree, and Cheng Lanxin, hesitant yet hopeful, followed closely behind, her heart ignited with the prospect of survival. Standing beneath the tree, they beheld the plump fruits above, their mouths watering from the sight after having gone so long without water. Cheng Lanxin regarded Su Hao with fervent eyes. From this angle, he did appear somewhat handsome. Hurry up and climb up to get a couple. I can't. Am completely dehydrated and lack the strength to climb. What the hell? Cheng Lanxin's expression froze in disbelief. Was all that bravado merely an act? The glimmer of hope in her eyes dimmed, and the image of Su Hao's earlier charm faded away. Reflecting on his previous actions, she found little admiration for such a person. In the future, refrain from boasting about things you cannot accomplish. You seem quite earnest in appearance, yet you resort to deception? Where did I lie? There's no need for deceit over such a trivial matter. Just watch. Su Hao swiftly picked up a moderately sized stone, tilted his head to aim, and with a sudden burst of energy, hurled it. The stone whistled through the air, striking precisely at the stem connecting the young coconut. The damaged stem could no longer bear the weight, causing 3 coconuts to plummet to the ground. Wow, impressive. Cheng Lanxin remained in shock, but Su Hao had already smashed open 2 coconuts, eagerly drinking the refreshing coconut water. Rich in potassium, the liquid swiftly replenished his hydration and energy. After discarding the empty shells, he stood beside Cheng Lanxin, who had been scolding a moment ago, now wearing a completely different expression. There's still one left. Do you think you could? Cheng Lanxin's words trailed off as a figure stumbled out of the nearby thicket. Hey there, could you spare one for me? I haven't had water in a day and feel like I'm dying of thirst. The stranger's voice immediately alerted both of them, and they turned towards the rustling bushes. A woman in a flight attendant uniform, alluring yet disheveled, approached Su Hao. Her torn stockings revealed glimpses of her fair thighs adorned with scratches, evoking a sense of intrigue. The flight attendant appeared weary, as if one more step would cause her to faint. Su Hao stared, quickly offering her the untouched coconut and even opening it for her. Are you okay, miss? Drink quickly and let me examine your wounds. In the wilderness, even minor injuries carry the risk of infection. As he gently peeled away the stockings, it was his first time touching a woman's leg, causing his cheeks to flush. The delicate skin bore faint scratches, inviting sympathy. What are you two doing? Cheng Lanxin felt a surge of indignation. This coconut was rightfully hers. How could this stranger just take it? And where had she even come from? Cheng Lanxin shot a glare at the flight attendant and turned angrily to Su Hao. You gave her the coconut? What am I supposed to drink? Ah, you wanted some too? If I didn't want any, why would I bother having you pick coconuts? The flight attendant, sensing the tension, clung to Su Hao's arm with a feigned expression of fear. This lady seems quite fierce. Is she your girlfriend? She doesn't seem to have the best temper. How dare she? Cheng Lanqin was on the verge of exploding. What was with that pretentious demeanor? Feeling her position challenged, she locked eyes with the flight attendant, their silent confrontation hanging in the air, oblivious to Su Hao. You should have mentioned you wanted some. I thought you merely wanted to see if I could retrieve the coconuts. I would have gotten you one. Su Hao set the flight attendant's leg down. Your scratches aren't too serious, but avoid seawater for now to prevent infection. They'll go get more coconuts. Rising to leave, the flight attendant called out to him, Wait, you haven't told me your relationship with her. Well, Su Hao glanced at Cheng Lanqin. We don't have any relationship. I only just learned her name. By the way, I'm Su Hao. You can call me Su Ge. Although I'm not that old, the kids in the mountains call me that. Restored with energy, Su Hao swiftly climbed the coconut tree, astonishing the two women below with his agility. With a gentle tug, he brought down a bundle of coconuts, and before they could react, he tossed a pile of coconuts at their feet. This should keep us hydrated for 2 days. You two rest here, it's getting late, and I need to start a fire. As a child of the mountains, Su Hao had honed his survival skills. He often ventured into the deep woods with friends, spending days exploring before returning home, gathering herbs and mushrooms to sell in town. Finding a sharp stone, he scraped some wood shavings from a dead log and rubbed a straight stick against a piece of wood, soon producing wisps of smoke. With a puff of air, he blew gently, and before darkness fell, flames flickered into view, providing warmth and light, granting them a sense of security. Satisfied, Su Hao stood, only to find Cheng Lanqin sitting among the coconuts, tears welling in her eyes. Hey, I gave you the coconuts. Why aren't you drinking? Is it because you're not thirsty? It's because I can't open them. Chapter 3. The moon will guide my way indeed. The urban-dwelling white-collar workers have lost the primal survival skills that are ingrained in our genes. Su Hao expertly cracked open a coconut and handed it to Cheng Lanqin. He glanced around for the flight attendant, but found no trace of her nearby. Where did that girl go? I distinctly saw her drawing in the sand half an hour ago, and now she seems to have vanished. A sense of unease crept into Su Hao's heart. Twilight had descended, and the deserted island lacked the city's illumination. Once darkness enveloped the land, visibility would be utterly compromised. Getting lost at this juncture was far from ideal. Who could predict the wild creatures lurking in the depths of the jungle? Even in the absence of animal threats, one could easily fall into a pit or a small pond, which could prove fatal. Su Hao, having often assisted lost travelers in the mountains, was acutely aware of the potential dangers of the wilderness. Noticing the sky was still not completely dark, Su Hao picked up a torch from the fire, intending to search for the flight attendant in the direction Cheng Lanqin had indicated. Seeing Su Hao rise once more, Cheng Lanqin panicked and quickly seized his arm. What are you planning to do? Look for her. If it gets completely dark, it will be very difficult to find her. But if you leave now, what if you can't find your way back? Don't worry, I won't get lost. Su Hao confidently pointed to the sky. The moon will guide my way. If I connect the 2 crescent shapes to the ground, that indicates south. And isn't there a small hill in the distance? It will serve as my landmark. I often walk the night paths when foraging for mushrooms. As Su Hao prepared to leave with the torch, Cheng Lanqin quickly stepped in front of him. Even if you can find the direction, you still can't go. What will I do if you leave? Me? Why not just stay by the fire? It will keep wild animals at bay. I'll be back shortly after a quick search. That is not acceptable. Cheng Lanqin bit her lip in anxiety, her eyes filled with fear. The flickering light of the fire illuminated her delicate features, making her appear enchanting. It's so dark on the island. I'll be scared if you leave me alone. Su Hao was somewhat speechless. Were all girls from the city this timid? He recalled how children, regardless of gender, would often sneak out to play in the dead of night back when he was in the mountains. What should we do? You can't just let a perfectly healthy person wander off. Cheng Lanqin insisted. Having another person on this deserted island means we can look out for each other. I'll go with you. Cheng Lanqin seemed to have made an important decision in her mind, yet her expression still betrayed her fear. Su Hao sighed and reassured Cheng Lanqin, then let us go together, but you must stay close to me. Otherwise, if you get lost, I will have to find you too. I'll stick to you like glue. Fear compelled Cheng Lanqin to naturally cling to Su Hao's arm. The sensation of her soft grip caused a flush to rise on Su Hao's cheeks. He had never experienced such intimacy with a girl before, and this single action rendered him momentarily speechless. If you do that, perhaps we don't really need to go. Cheng Lanqin's attention was fixed on the darkness ahead. She tugged at Su Hao, urging, Come on, aren't we looking for someone? Her words jolted Su Hao back to reality. He nodded. All right, follow me. The sun gradually descended toward the horizon, as if being swallowed by the ocean, and darkness began to envelop the two, thickening around them. Su Hao followed the direction Cheng Lanxin had last seen the flight attendant, arriving at a beach where an SOS signal had yet to be washed away by the tide. It seemed the flight attendant was not far from their position. However, this proximity only heightened Cheng Lanxin's anxiety. The lack of any sound suggested an increased possibility of danger. She looked at Su Hao in terror, and even he, usually composed, bore a serious expression now. He withdrew a sharp stone from his pocket, found a straight, suitably thick branch on the ground, and tore a strip of cloth from his clothing to bind them together, crafting a makeshift spear. Seeing Su Hao prepare for confrontation, Cheng Lanxin loosened her grip on his arm, only to find herself wrapping her arms around his waist, as if wishing to climb up him entirely. Are we about to face danger? Perhaps we should head back. Our fire is quite bright, and she might return on her own. Cheng Lanxin's voice trembled, and Su Hao felt the pressure of her embrace, making it hard to breathe. We've come this far. We must find her before returning. And if we do encounter any danger, remember to let go of me, or you'll hinder my movements. Cheng Lanxin pouted, feeling a mixture of frustration and resentment. How many men would wish to hold her? Yet here he was, being picky, with the spear in his left hand and the torch in his right. Su Hao continued forward, the only sounds accompanying them being Cheng Lanxin's rapid breaths and the waves lapping against the shore. The unknown darkness was terrifying, and as they walked along the coastline, Su Hao's attention was suddenly drawn to a distinct dragging mark in the sand after they passed a large rock. The fine sand on the beach readily retained impressions, and such signs could indicate a heavy object, or perhaps a person. Cheng Lanxin's heart raced, and she felt an urge to turn back, fearing getting lost and perishing on the deserted island. She dared not speak, worried it might disrupt Su Hao's focus. Let go of my arm and follow me closely with the torch. Despite her reluctance, Cheng Lanxin knew that obeying Su Hao, who was experienced in the wild, was essential for her survival. Her hand trembled as she held the torch, its flickering light casting shadows on Su Hao's face. She realized that the once naive-looking boy had transformed into someone entirely different. Su Hao's eyes were fixed intently on the direction of the marks, his legs slightly bent, as if he were a hunter stalking his prey in the dark. Cautiously, he approached the trail, and as they drew closer to the bushes, danger loomed nearer. Su Hao felt the slight breeze against his arm, and he hoisted the spear onto his shoulder. Come out. Chapter 4. Ning Tian Tian with a shout. Su Hao plunged headfirst into the dense forest, startling Cheng Lanxin, who was left trembling with fear, despite her legs shaking like propellers. She hurriedly followed behind to prevent them from getting separated. As they pushed aside the lush branches and waist-high bushes, a dark and profound cave came into view, causing Su Hao's heart to sink, while Cheng Lanxin's legs went weak, and she collapsed onto the ground. Even if you kill me, I will not go in there. That cave is home to either wolves or bears. Entering would be a death sentence. It's far too dangerous here. Take me back to the beach, and we can search for her in the daylight. Cheng Lanxin was already contemplating retreat when a figure slowly emerged from within the cave. It was the flight attendant, whom Su Hao and Cheng Lanxin had been searching for tirelessly. Judging by her hazy, sleepy eyes, she seemed to have just been roused. Oh, what are you doing here? I was planning to wait until dawn to look for you. Seeing the flight attendant in such a state, Cheng Lanxin was furious and questioned her. Why didn't you say anything when you left? Do you have any idea how long we've been searching for you on this island? It's so dangerous at night. What would have happened if something had happened to us? The flight attendant lowered her head silently, feeling somewhat wronged as she replied. I got lost too. It was pitch black, and I couldn't find my way back. Eventually, I stumbled upon this cave and thought I'd rest here before looking for you. Cheng Lanxin was about to continue scolding her, but Su Hao intervened, saying, All right. It's good that we found you. However, I'm curious, what are you dragging into the cave? Oh right, I almost forgot to mention it. Look what I found. The flight attendant exclaimed, bouncing into the cave and dragging out a large suitcase. Su Hao and Cheng Lanxin were taken aback upon seeing the suitcase. Cheng Lanxin, who had just been reprimanding the flight attendant, rushed over to the suitcase and began rummaging through it. Where did you find this? What's inside? Is there food? Well, about that, there isn't any. No food. Cheng Lanxin opened the suitcase, revealing it to be filled with clothing and daily necessities. Although the items appeared to be of considerable value, they were utterly useless on a deserted island. Cheng Lanxin's expression quickly soured as she sat down in despair. The lack of food had already begun to affect her mental state, and the flight attendant approached her to offer comfort. It's okay. Just because this suitcase is empty doesn't mean others will be too. The beach where I dragged this suitcase from has several more floating in the sea. I just picked the closest one. In the daylight, we can drag a few more over to check. Cheng Lanxin suddenly stood up excitedly, exclaiming, Really? But I'm not a great swimmer. What should we do? Both women turned their gaze towards Su Hao, who was on alert with his spear in hand. Under their scrutiny, his face flushed with embarrassment. Did you? Did you smell something? Smell what? We were wondering if you could swim. We'll need to retrieve the suitcases from the sea. Oh, that I can do. The mountains are filled with wild water pools. And if it's not too far from the coast, I can bring them back. That is wonderful. Cheng Lanqing began to envision the possibilities for the next day. But Su Hao urged them, now that there is nothing pressing, let us hurry back. I'm worried the fire I painstakingly built might extinguish, and we'll have to endure a cold night. He took the torch from Cheng Lanqing and led the way. As they journeyed back, they engaged in conversation, during which Su Hao and Cheng Lanqing learned that the flight attendant's name was Ning Tian. The return journey proved somewhat more challenging than the initial trek. But thanks to Su Hao's frequent stops to ensure they were headed in the right direction, they eventually found their way. The darkness kept Cheng Lanqing and Ning Tian on edge, both desperately in need of rest. Meanwhile, Su Hao, who was scouting ahead, moved with a lightness and ease that reassured the two women, and when they finally spotted a faint light in the distance, a sense of safety washed over them. Oh my goodness, we finally arrived. Ning Tian, look how far you've wandered at night. If we hadn't come to find you, I doubt you would have located us by day. While she was unaware of her distance when she left, upon returning, Ning Tian grasped the concept of distance and, feeling a twinge of fear, quickened her pace. Su Hao ignored their banter and continued toward the fire pit. However, as they drew closer, he sensed something ominous in the flickering light. Crouching low, he gripped his spear tightly and extinguished the torch by plunging it into the sand, plunging them into darkness. Instinctively, Cheng Lanqing and Ning Tian wanted to scream, but a pair of hands swiftly covered their mouths. Don't make a sound. Something is amiss. Hearing Su Hao's voice calmed them somewhat, but Cheng Lanqing, being a former corporate executive with a more assertive personality than the flight attendant, broke free from Su Hao's grasp, her anger bubbling to the surface as she whispered, "What is going on? Why are you so jumpy? You nearly scared us to death. Be quiet. I think I see someone by the fire." Upon hearing this, both women clung tightly to Su Hao's arms, their fear palpable. Is that person a man or a woman? What if there are bad people on this deserted island? You must protect us. Cheng Lanqing shot a disdainful glance at Ning Tian, whose overly delicate tone rubbed her the wrong way, but she clung to Su Hao's arm even tighter. This isn't going to work if you both hold on to me like this. With some difficulty, Su Hao extricated his arms from their grasp and gave them a reassuring thumbs up. I can't tell if it's a man or a woman from this distance. But there is only one person, so there is no need to panic. We'll approach quietly, and you two hide in the shadows. If there is any danger, run towards where the moon rises, and you'll reach the cave we were in earlier. I'll meet up with you there. In this desolate wilderness, Su Hao had to remain vigilant. His past experiences living in the mountains taught him never to test the moral standards of others in areas devoid of human presence. He cautiously made his way toward the fire pit, while the two women lay low on the beach, their eyes fixed on Su Hao's silhouette, silently praying for his safety. Chapter 5. I am a good person. Su Hao crouched low, gradually approaching the campfire. The crackling sound of the burning wood grew louder, and as the outline of a figure became clearer, Su Hao tightened his grip on the spear he held. When the distance between them shrank to about 10 meters, his nerves began to tense. Through the flickering firelight, he could clearly see a person sitting by the campfire, seemingly poking at the flames with a stick, occasionally letting out a sigh. Who are you? What are you doing by the fire I built? Su Hao emerged from the shadows, brandishing his spear with the stealth and poise reminiscent of a hunter from a primitive tribe depicted on television. The person by the fire was startled, upon turning in fear. The spear's tip was merely 5 centimeters from her neck. Oh my, are there wild people on this island? The terrified girl's face was streaked with tears, her large, glistening eyes appearing innocent and pure. Her mouth, agape in shock, emitted a whimpering voice filled with despair. Overcome by fear, she struggled to stand, her small legs flailing behind her. Su Hao, initially fierce, was momentarily taken aback. The sight of the girl's innocent face dispelled his wariness in an instant. However, her sudden fright caused her to back away frantically, seemingly oblivious to the roaring campfire behind her. Realizing she was about to fall into the flames, Su Hao quickly seized her ankle and yanked her back to safety. The girl lay on the ground, while Su Hao stood over her, spear in hand, wearing a smile he believed was friendly, yet appeared rather unsettling to her. Little sister, don't be afraid. What are you doing out here? It's dangerous. Come closer to your brother. You're a pervert. The girl scrambled to her feet, ready to flee. Yet, in the darkness of the night, losing her way could lead to dire consequences. A surge of protectiveness and a sense of justice compelled Su Hao to ensure she did not escape. Although his thoughts seemed peculiar, perhaps even slightly twisted, he was resolute in his duty to safeguard her. Before she could make much progress, Su Hao caught up with her. Gripping her wrist tightly, he pointed toward the campfire, preparing to speak when the girl burst into tears. Wild uncle, please spare me. I'm not tall, and I have little meat on my bones. If you want to eat, find someone else. Besides, I haven't tea-bathed in a day. My flesh is foul. If you roast me, you'll get food poisoning. What a bizarre reasoning. Su Hao stared blankly at the girl, who was now paralyzed with fear. And he pointed to his own face with a hint of resentment. Do you truly think this handsome visage belongs to a wild man? And did you not notice I'm speaking the language of the Dragon Kingdom? I'm worried you might get lost wandering about at night. I just want to keep you safe. The girl's expression became perplexed. Had it not been for Su Hao's reminder, she would not have realized he was speaking the same language. However, despite sharing a common tongue and nationality, his furtive movements and lewd expression, coupled with his firm grip on her arm, raised her suspicions. You may not be a wild man, but that doesn't mean you're a good person. A frightening thought took root in her mind. If he truly intended to harm her, she would prefer death. Clutching her collar tightly, her face reflected despair and determination. Her large, earnest eyes locked on Su Hao's face, and despite her lingering fear, she summoned the courage to speak. I advise you to abandon any ill intentions. Although we are stranded on this island, it does not mean we cannot be rescued. If you dare to harm me, my father will not let you go. And I will not allow you to have me alive. Su Hao blinked in bewilderment. Wait, why is everyone speaking the language of the Dragon Kingdom? Yet I cannot comprehend what you're saying? I've had my education. Though I may not have attended university, my literacy is hardly so poor. You city dwellers are truly peculiar. I wish to protect you, yet you resist and threaten me with your father. If he is so formidable, why isn't he here to rescue you? And why play the suicide card? After narrowly escaping the disaster, did your parents raise you just to squander your life? Feeling unappreciated for his goodwill, even though the girl was exceptionally charming, with her sparkling eyes reminiscent of a clear spring, and her soft hands. Wait a moment. Su Hao shook his head, regaining focus. If you wish to leave, I will not stop you. We are adults capable of making our own choices. But let me be clear, should you encounter any danger at night, I shall not risk my safety to assist you. If you choose to go, then go. With that, Su Hao nonchalantly released her wrist, rubbing his nose with a casual air. It smells good. The girl observed Su Hao's genuine expression, her mind racing with the possibility that she might have misunderstood him. However, recalling her earlier declarations, it seemed too late to apologize, especially since he appeared quite upset. As the two stood awkwardly, Cheng Lanqin and Ning Tian, who had been lurking in the shadows, approached the campfire, startled by the sudden appearance of two beautiful women. The girl felt dazed. She glanced at Su Hao, and though they were not acquainted, they had exchanged a few words, prompting her to inquire, who are they? Su Hao turned to Cheng Lanqin and Ning Tian, responding with a hint of exasperation, they are my friends, but from a practical standpoint, they are temporarily my burdens. I was just contemplating how to provide for 3 people, but fortunately, you volunteered to leave. Wait a moment. The girl was bewildered. Judging by the relaxed demeanor of the two women, it seemed Su Hao's words rang true. This meant he already had these 2 lovely companions and had not acted inappropriately. He truly is a good person. I misjudged him earlier. Chapter 6. One more team member. The moment the young girl recalled her earlier misunderstanding with Su Hao, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Cheng Lanqin approached Su Hao and scrutinized the girl's features, a surge of jealousy bubbling within her as she teasingly remarked, "You seem to have an enviable fortune, encountering 3 beautiful women upon arriving on this island." Su Hao scratched his head awkwardly, realizing the truth in her words. Perhaps my challenging past has led the heavens to bestow upon me a reversal of fate. However, your statement is not entirely accurate. He turned to the girl, who wore an expression of guilt and was contemplating how to apologize to him. Before she could articulate her thoughts, Su Hao interrupted with a pressing concern. By the way, weren't you about to leave? It's quite dangerous out there in the dark. You shouldn't be alone. Goodness. The girl nodded fervently. Yes, since that's the case. I should. Take a torch with you. It will illuminate your surroundings. The girl stared at him, bewildered. Are you even human? Su Hao walked over to the campfire and selected a longer torch, handing it to her. All right, you may go now, but remember to avoid the southeast direction. There's a cave over there, but it might also be a den for wild animals. If you go there, you might end up as wolf bait. The girl's eyes widened in terror. Are there wolves on this island? Of course, Su Hao shrugged. This island is neither too large nor too small. It's reasonable to assume it harbors large mammals. Wolves are nothing. There are even bears in the mountains. So be cautious while traveling at night. If you encounter wolves. She interrupted him, urgency in her voice. Will you come to rescue me? Su Hao was taken aback. Where would I find you at this hour? I meant to say, if you encounter them, do not lead them back to us. And didn't you mention your father has great power? Just call him for help if you see wolves. The girl felt tears welling up. Yet, the sorrows of individuals are often disparate. Meanwhile, Cheng Lanqin and Ning Tian, standing by the campfire, struggled to suppress their laughter. their faces turning pale from holding it in. The world outside was fraught with peril, and it was uncertain when rescue would arrive. If they did not receive help soon, they might become mere fodder for the island's wolves. No matter how formidable her father was, he couldn't revive her if that were to happen. Gazing at the torch in her hand, and then at Su Hao's perplexed expression, she suddenly burst into tears. "Big brother, please don't send me away. My appetite is small, and I can help you with tasks. Will you just watch me, a little girl, stranded outside?" Su Hao panicked, stepping back to distance himself from her, fearing misunderstandings from Cheng Lanxin and Ning Tian. "Wait, what do you mean I'm sending you away? You were the one who wanted to leave. I initially intended for you to join our team, but you insisted that if I did so, you would have your father teach me a lesson. Now why do you look like this?" The girl felt as if she were engaging in a conversation across realms. Yet those words had indeed been her own. She found herself without any rebuttal against Su Hao. The two were momentarily at a standstill when Ning Tian glanced at the teasing Cheng Lanxin and then at the girl, inquiring, "How many survivors have you encountered so far?" "Just you three." "Then, without teammates, it is indeed perilous to be out here at night." Ning Tian moved closer to Su Hao. "She really is alone. Why don't we let her stay? After all, having an extra person on this deserted island offers us additional security." Looking at the pitiful girl, Su Hao sighed. "Very well, it is indeed dangerous to let you wander out alone at night. You may stay with us for now." At Su Hao's affirmative response, the girl's demeanor brightened, and she joyfully bounded towards the campfire, her two ponytails swaying with her movement. One moment she was sorrowful, the next, she was beaming with happiness, a truly whimsical character. Su Hao shook his head, inwardly lamenting the addition of yet another burden. However, saving another person, especially one of such beauty, was not without its merits. He approached the campfire, where the flickering flames cast a somber glow on their faces, highlighting their solitude. Aside from Su Hao, the three young women had previously enjoyed respectable careers or affluent lifestyles before the plane crash had sealed their pasts beyond the island. Now, their survival relied solely on Su Hao. As this thought crossed their minds, their spirits sank further. Yet, Su Hao remained unfazed, having spent much time in the mountains. He found the transition to a deserted island rather inconsequential. He patted the girl's shoulder. "By the way, my name is Su Hao. You can call me Sugo." "I still don't know your name." "I am Annie." Indeed, her name aligned with her youthful visage, as it seemed perfectly fitting for one with a face like hers. Su Hao nodded. "Today, you, Annie, will be responsible for keeping watch. You will take the first shift for 3 hours, then it will be Cheng Lanxin's turn, followed by Ning Tian. By the end of 9 hours, dawn will be upon us." Annie had no objections to this arrangement. Being accepted into Su Hao's group felt like a stroke of luck. However, Cheng Lanxin and Ning Tian were less than pleased. They felt the situation was somewhat reversed. Especially Cheng Lanxin, who was more forthright and assertive, directly challenged Su Hao. "Are you out of your mind? We three girls will keep watch until dawn. And what will you be doing? Are you just going to sleep soundly through the night?" "And what of it?" Su Hao replied. "What do you expect me to do? As the men, shouldn't we bear a heavier burden for the sake of the women? And if you encounter danger while we're on watch, who do you think will handle it? Who will gather food for you during the day?" Su Hao remained calm, believing that Cheng Lanxin's inquiries stemmed from her lack of survival knowledge. "If I don't rest properly, how will I have the strength to sustain us during the day? If you can bring me food during the day, I would gladly keep watch all night." After hearing Su Hao's reasoning, Ning Tian soothed Cheng Lanxin. "Sister Cheng, Sugo is right. He will undoubtedly be busier than us during the day. Let's allow him to rest well tonight." "Exactly. Only if Su Hao gets enough rest can we hope to eat tomorrow, and each of us can enjoy 6 hours of sleep." Chapter 7. The blind box. As Cheng Lanxin perceived the absence of support, she relinquished her insistence, and the four of them commenced their rest and vigil as per Su Hao's plan. It was the first time for the three beauties to spend a night in the desolate wilderness. Even after their watch had concluded, sleep eluded them in the precarious surroundings. In contrast, Su Hao slumbered soundly, occasionally murmuring in his dreams. The ocean, akin to a vast mirror, reflected the rising sun, while the tide erased the traces from the shore as it ebbed and flowed. When sunlight filtered through Su Hao's eyelids, he rubbed his sleepy eyes. Ning Tian sat beside Su Hao, hugging her legs and gazing at him, resembling a sweet tableau of love. Waking up to such a beautiful face made Su Hao forget the fatigue of the previous night. "Brother Su, are you awake?" "Awake." Shaking off his strange thoughts, Su Hao took a piece of bamboo charcoal from the fire, dipped a stick into it, and began to grind it in his mouth. Ning Tian watched in bewilderment. And before she could inquire, Su Hao preemptively explained, "I'm brushing my teeth. Charcoal has excellent adsorption properties. Besides cleaning teeth, a small amount can be ingested if one suffers from an upset stomach, as it is beneficial for diarrhea. This simple act highlighted Su Hao's wealth of survival experience. Ning Tian quickly followed suit, noticeably feeling her teeth being cleaned, rivaling the effectiveness of toothpaste. After their rudimentary hygiene routine, Su Hao regained his energetic demeanor. Observing Cheng Lanxin and Annie still fast asleep by the campfire, he gently tapped their shoulders. Rise and shine. The sun is about to warm your backs. The two stirred slowly, their faces still etched with fatigue and drowsiness. They wished fervently that everything they had endured was merely a dream, and upon waking, they would find themselves in the comfort of their own beds. However, the refreshing sea breeze dispelled their illusions. Seeing Su Hao brimming with vitality, Annie touched her belly. I'm so hungry, Brother Su. Is there breakfast today? Not at the moment, but we can prepare something now. Didn't we discover some suitcases by the shore yesterday? Let us open them. Annie immediately seized upon the phrase open the blind box, her excitement palpable. Cheng Lanxin, who had been famished all day, also perked up a bit. And together, they made their way towards the beach they had visited the previous evening, though they had been there before. The transformation from night to day left Cheng Lanxin and Ning Tian disoriented. Fortunately, Su Hao remembered the way, and they soon arrived at the beach from last night. Scattered across the sand lay several suitcases, while others might have been lost to the sea or scattered across the island. Nevertheless, the presence of these suitcases invigorated them, and they eagerly gathered them to open together. Yet, with each suitcase they unsealed, their expressions grew increasingly somber. Most contained clothing and daily necessities, alongside some seemingly valuable trinkets. This was to be expected, as one typically wouldn't pack food for such a journey. While these items might have piqued their interest elsewhere, on a deserted island, even a gold brick would be worthless, as it could not sustain them. After opening all the suitcases, the four friends found only 7 or 8 bags of biscuits, a dozen packets of instant noodles, and a few assorted snacks, enough for perhaps 3 days at most. Meanwhile, the anticipated rescue seemed ever more distant. Despair cloaked the 3 women. Cheng Lanxin repeatedly questioned Ning Tian, an air stewardess, about when help would arrive. However, the desolate island lacked any flight paths, and with their luck, they might never be found. Annie wept while the others argued. Witnessing the chaos, Su Hao felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Women are truly troublesome. Gazing out at the sea, he spotted what appeared to be a burlap sack floating in the distance. Upon closer inspection, excitement surged within him. He quickly shed his shirt and plunged into the water, vanishing beneath the waves. The 3, still embroiled in their quarrel, were instantly bewildered by Su Hao's sudden disappearance. If he drowned, their fate would be sealed. Among them, Su Hao was the only one with survival skills and experience. The uncertainty of rescue loomed larger. If he perished, their demise would follow swiftly. Could it be that our bickering drove him to jump into the sea? The 3 women rushed to the shore, scanning the tumultuous waters for any sign of Su Hao. It's over. Brother Su has committed suicide. It's all your fault for arguing, pushing him to jump into the sea. I was just eager to return home. I never thought it would end like this. Ning Tian, you're a flight attendant. You must know how to swim. Jump in and rescue Su Hao, or we won't survive on this island. I haven't swum in ages, and I don't even know where Su Hao is. If I jump in recklessly, what if I'm swept away too? Cheng Lanxin felt as though the sky was collapsing. Being stranded on a deserted island was one thing, but now their only hope for survival seemed to vanish. She was on the brink of despair. What should we do? Su Hao, please come back. I promise I won't argue anymore. I'll do whatever you say. Only the sound of waves crashing against the shore replied to Cheng Lanxin's pleas, and the 3 women, with tears in their eyes, stared at the furious sea. Hey, are you all not arguing anymore? A familiar voice called from behind them. The 3 turned in unison to see Su Hao, drenched and clutching a burlap sack, standing before them. Sunlight glinted off his taut muscles, a testament to his practicality and strength. The 3 women rushed towards Su Hao, enveloping him in a tight embrace. The sensation of safety enveloping them instantly. Su Hao's face flushed. He anticipated such warmth from them after diving to retrieve a bag. Was there some enchantment in the seawater that stirred such affection? He felt an urge to plunge back into the water for another swim. The relief of having him back ignited a mix of anger and joy in Cheng Lanxin. She pressed her face against Su Hao's arm, her tone a blend of reproach and concern. Where did you disappear to? Do you have any idea how worried we were? Chapter 8. The imminent storm of flush crept across Su Hao's face as he realized the significant role he occupied in the hearts of these 3 women. Rubbing the back of his head, he remarked, I merely ventured into the sea to retrieve some treasures. Allow me to share with you the local specialties from my hometown. As he opened the burlap sack, it revealed an array of mushrooms, dried bamboo shoots, and vacuum-packed cured meats, all treasures from the mountains. Since most of the items were air-dried, they had remained buoyant upon the ocean's surface. This bounty could be deemed a timely relief for the 4 on the island, alleviating their immediate concerns about sustenance for the next few days. However, Despite the seemingly abundant supply, it would likely not last long. Noticing the excitement on the faces of the three women gradually fade into disappointment, Su Hao quickly exclaimed, "Don't wear such long faces. I am fully aware of your pressing need for food. However, let us not forget our current location. We are by the seaside. This signifies that we have an inexhaustible source of sustenance at our disposal." Initially, while scavenging, he had hoped to catch a few fish, but sadly, the seawater differed greatly from the freshwater streams in the mountains. Visibility was poor underwater, and the waves made it challenging to keep his eyes open, necessitating the use of swimming goggles. Upon expressing this need, the three women immediately began rummaging through their luggage. To their dismay, amidst their purposeful search, they discovered there were no swimming goggles to be found in any of the numerous suitcases. Their flickering hope was swiftly extinguished. But Su Hao had already begun crafting a solution. Abundant along the shore were plastic bottles, a byproduct of marine debris. Yet they had transformed into survival tools for the resourceful. Su Hao fashioned 2 bottle bottoms, utilizing elastic bands from their clothing to create a rudimentary pair of goggles. He drilled holes in the edges of the bottle bottoms, fashioned a nose bridge from the shorter piece, and secured the longer piece around his head, completing his makeshift swimming goggles. Observing Su Hao's deft handiwork, the three women were left in awe. In this moment of despair, he reignited the flickering flame of hope within them. Unbeknownst to them, a subtle admiration and reliance on Su Hao had begun to blossom in their hearts, though still faint. This transformation was gradually taking root. He crafted a simple spear launcher by connecting an elastic band to his wrist and the spear, enhancing its potential for propulsion. Fully equipped, Su Hao leapt back into the ocean while Cheng Lanxin and the others sat silently on the shore, fervently praying for his success. Minutes later, he emerged from the water, his spear adorned with 8 fish, and with a wave of his hand, he declared, "We're all set. The food situation is resolved. It's time to satisfy our hunger." Gathered around a fire on the beach, the 4 sat together as the aroma of grilled fish wafted through the air. While an empty can collected water for instant noodles, Su Hao checked the cooking progress, then announced, "It's ready. We can eat." The 3 women eagerly reached for the fish, this being their first meal since arriving on the island. Their stomachs had long been growling with hunger, and despite the absence of seasoning, they deemed this meal the most delectable of their lives. No one paid heed to manners, nor did they engage in idle chatter as they devoured the 8 fish and 4 packets of noodles. Once satiated, they reclined contentedly on the sand. The clouds painted across the sky, and low-flying seagulls scavenged for scraps. Cheng Lanxin gently patted her slightly protruding belly, relishing the gentle sea breeze, and said with a cheerful disposition, "Looking at it this way, being on this island isn't so bad after all. At least we can fill our bellies without the daily grind of work." Ning Tian chimed in, "Indeed. With Brother Su around, he can address our safety concerns and food supply. As long as we stick with him, we should be fine." While Cheng Lanxin and Ning Tian savored the moment, Annie appeared somewhat disheartened as she murmured, "I miss my father. I wonder if he worries about me since the plane crash." Annie's words jolted the other 2, who were about to succumb to nostalgia when Su Hao, having gathered enough wood, glanced at the sky and exclaimed, "Everyone, get up. We're in serious trouble." The 3 sprang to their feet, eager to cling to Su Hao, but he quickly halted them. "Look at the sky, and then at those seagulls." They turned their gazes skyward, but found nothing unusual. Annie scratched her head and said, "Isn't it just a blue sky with white clouds? The wind is a bit strong today, but that's all. The sky is covered in fish-scale clouds, and the seabirds are flying low. This is a clear sign that a storm is approaching. We must prepare ourselves." Su Hao's words instantly heightened their alertness. Although they had no personal experience, they understood from television that coastal storms could be perilous. Flimsy structures might be ripped apart by ferocious winds and torrential rain. Panic set in among the 3 women, but Su Hao remained composed. "We must construct a makeshift shelter before the storm arrives, at the very least to shield us from the wind and rain. Most importantly, it needs to protect our fire source. You no longer have time to rest. I need your assistance." The 3 women nodded resolutely. Cheng Lanxin stepped forward and asked, "What do you need me to do?" Su Hao surveyed their collected materials and assigned tasks. "You will disassemble all the suitcases and separate their outer shells into pieces. The material is perfect for our roof. Ning Tian, search for straight, suitably sized wooden sticks. These will form the framework of our shelter, so choose wisely. Avoid any decayed wood. Annie, cut your clothes into strips. If they seem too flimsy, tie several strips together. Your fabric will connect the framework, so ensure its quality is reliable." Having assigned their tasks, Su Hao continued, "I discovered an excellent location for our shelter while gathering wood, near a large rock that will shield us from one direction of the wind. Follow me quickly." The 3 women hurriedly gathered their items and raced towards the site Su Hao indicated. This location was not far from the beach. featuring a spacious area of over 20 meters, positioned at the island's edge, allowing for better visibility of potential dangers and facilitating the expansion of their refuge in the future. Chapter 9. Shelter from the Storm. Constructing a refuge. Time was of the essence, and they had no opportunity to reassess the site for their makeshift shelter. However, the location chosen by Su Hao is indeed commendable, prompting them to swiftly commence preparations. The sea breeze rustled the leaves, and compared to when they were on the beach, the wind had intensified significantly, further validating Su Hao's astute judgment. Looking up at the sky, Su Hao's brow furrowed with increasing concern. He turned to the three women, each diligently attending to their tasks, and proclaimed, "We must hasten our efforts. I suspect rain will arrive within 2 hours." Cheng Lanxin struggled to break open a suitcase with a stone, responding to Su Hao's words, "I am trying my best, but this thing is incredibly difficult to manage. I have no knife to cut this plastic suitcase." Noticing Cheng Lanxin's strained expression, Su Hao bent down to retrieve a steel wire that had been dislodged from the suitcase. He wrapped both ends of the wire around 2 short wooden pieces, using a slightly sharp stone to create a notch in the suitcase's plastic section. He then secured the wire and gripped the ends of the wooden handles. With a few firm pulls, the plastic was neatly severed into 2 halves. Cheng Lanxin watched in astonishment, but Su Hao did not allow her the luxury of time to be amazed. He handed her the makeshift tool and instructed, "Follow my method, and you will complete it swiftly. Annie, you may find a piece of metal to make a small incision in the clothing, making it easier to tear." After addressing their immediate concerns, Su Hao promptly led Ning Tian to search for suitable branches. The destructive force of the typhoon on the island was formidable, and without a robust framework, their shelter could easily be uprooted. Su Hao guided Ning Tian to select trees that had grown for a year or two, their trunks measuring approximately 6 to 10 centimeters in diameter. After choosing a few, Ning Tian, observing Su Hao's confidence, felt a twinge of headache. She picked up a stone to attempt scraping the trunk, but her hands grew sore, and the tree remained steadfast, only suffering a minor abrasion. "Su Gu, the trees you selected are impossible to break. I've been at it for over 10 minutes with no results. I'll handle it," Su Hao said, seizing the opportunity while Ning Tian struggled against the tree. He crafted a rudimentary stone axe. Though not razor-sharp, the pointed end was capable of severing the trunk. With a powerful swing, Su Hao struck the trunk, delivering a blow far more effective than Ning Tian's efforts. After 2 additional strikes at the newly created notch, a third of the tree had been chopped away. Ning Tian expected Su Hao to continue chopping, but instead, he tossed aside the stone axe, leaped up, and grasped the upper trunk. Using his weight and momentum, he pulled the entire tree down. "Su Gu, you are incredible!" Ning Tian exclaimed, genuinely impressed. She had never imagined that felling trees could be so straightforward. Su Hao completed in mere minutes what she had struggled to achieve for over 10. There is indeed a technique to this, and fortunately, we selected smaller trees. A larger tree would require a different approach. "Do you think you can manage this stick?" Ning Tian proudly adjusted her posture. "Of course. Don't underestimate me, Su Gu. Before becoming a flight attendant, I often helped out at home. While my family's circumstances were better than yours, we were certainly not wealthy." This revelation astonished Su Hao, who had assumed these 3 women were merely decorative. Watching Ning Tian drag away the branches with determination filled him with a sense of admiration. After felling 2 more small trees, Su Hao returned to their chosen campsite, each hand grasping a trunk. The wind had grown stronger, and the once clear sky was now cloaked in ominous clouds. Fortunately, through their collaborative efforts, they had prepared all the necessary materials for constructing the shelter in under an hour, leaving only the assembly to be completed. Su Hao dug small pits at each corner of the site, perfectly sized for the wooden poles they had selected, with 2 long and 2 short poles. He bound them together, completing the overall framework of the shelter. To reinforce the structure, he cross-tied the diagonals, transforming the quadrilateral frame into 4 triangles, thereby enhancing the overall stability of the refuge. Next, Su Hao took the cut plastic sheets, punched holes in each corner, and securely fastened them to the frame. The other 3 women joined the effort, and together they covered the shelter with the plastic sheets in just over 20 minutes. With a roof to shield them from the rain, it was time to protect against the wind. Su Hao neatly inserted wooden poles around the frame and wrapped them with clothing, leaving only a makeshift door formed by a wooden pole and a few tied suitcases. Their temporary refuge was officially complete. Though humble and somewhat small, the sight of the shelter filled the 3 women with immense pride. Light rain began to fall, prompting them to quickly take shelter inside their newly constructed haven. Listening to the raindrops patter against the plastic rooftop brought them a profound sense of satisfaction and security. As Su Hao sat by the fire, warming his hands, he had thoughtfully left a vent for smoke. He remarked with a sense of relief, "We were fortunate to finish the shelter before the downpour. Otherwise, I fear my body could not withstand it, let alone yours." The three women relaxed and warmed themselves. While outside, a torrential rain began to pour. Yet, they were safe and dry within their shelter, sheltered from the storm. Chen Lanqin gazed at Su Hao, unable to fathom the hardships she would have faced on this deserted island without him. Ning Tian nestled closer to Su Hao's arm, her voice soft and playful. We owe it all to you, Su Ge. I initially thought arriving on this island would be akin to a death sentence, but since meeting you, it feels as though no obstacle can thwart us. Ning Tian looked at Su Hao with deep affection, and he responded in kind. Their eyes locking in a moment charged with palpable tension. Su Hao felt a warmth spreading across his cheeks. You haven't blinked for so long. Isn't it tiring? No. As long as my gaze rests upon you, I shall never tire. I wish to express my gratitude for everything you have done for us. Though these words may seem trivial, I genuinely thank you. As they drew closer together, Su Hao's heart raced faster with each passing moment. Chapter 10. Brother Su Hao. Why do you sleep with a spear? What on earth does she intend to do? Am I destined to lose my chastity after more than 20 years today? Su Hao gazed at Ning Tian's increasingly close figure. Though his heart raced with trepidation, he steeled himself for what was to come. He closed his eyes and puckered his lips, anticipating the moment their lips would meet. However, after several seconds passed without any sensation on his lips, he cautiously opened his eyes just a crack, only to find Ning Tian earnestly removing the leaves tangled in his hair. Earlier, while tending to a small tree, Su Hao had gotten quite a few leaves stuck in his hair. He had no time to address it at that moment. And with a light rain before entering the shelter, the leaves had stuck to his scalp. If not removed, they would surely cling on once dried. Observing Ning Tian's serious expression as she meticulously picked the leaves, Su Hao felt a complex wave of emotions. Both gratitude and disappointment washed over him. As the leaves were nearly cleared, the four of them found themselves with little to do. The rain continued to fall, and dusk was approaching. It was already the second day of survival on the deserted island. Compared to yesterday, they had begun to accept their reality. Humanity's adaptability to its environment is indeed formidable. Su Hao looked at the darkening sky and then at the three women gathered together, chattering animatedly. It felt as if he had a nest of sparrows in his house. In an effort to protect his sanity and eardrums, he seized a moment of silence in their conversation to interject. Enough chatter, it will soon be dark. You all didn't get much sleep last night, so with the rain, it's an opportune time to catch up on rest. Only with ample energy can we continue to survive. Chen Lanqin, who had been lost in conversation, glanced at the sky after his suggestion. You're right, I am feeling quite tired. We should get some sleep. Annie yawned. Indeed, we've been talking for so long. I wonder if the other survivors on the island have found shelter or if they are also sitting around a fire chatting like us. Annie's words amused Ning Tian. Among the four, she was the youngest and had just come of age, preparing to study abroad. Unfamiliar with the harshness of the world, she exuded a naive innocence. Looking at the sentimental Annie, Ning Tian felt a pang of sympathy but still said, at this stage, we can hardly take care of ourselves, let alone worry about others. Besides, Annie, have you forgotten where we are? We are on a deserted island. There are no laws or constraints here. If you remain so sentimental, you might encounter unsavory characters. Luckily, you have us and a good man like Brother Su. I shudder to think about the consequences if we were to meet any bad people. Annie was left speechless, intimidated by Ning Tian's words. Chen Lanqin patted Ning Tian's arm. All right, she is just a child. She will understand these matters in time. Now we need to think about how the four of us will sleep. Upon hearing Chen Lanqin's statement, 3 pairs of eyes turned simultaneously toward the bewildered Su Hao. What are you all staring at me for? Do I have snacks on my face? No. We are contemplating who will sleep next to you. Wait, this is a great opportunity. Su Hao's face flushed, and he scratched his head, as if making a momentous decision. Resolutely, he declared to the 3 beauties, I don't mind. Anyone can sleep next to me. After guarding my virtue for so many years, I never expected to give in today. His words left the 3 women speechless. Chen Lanqin rolled her eyes. Who wants your virtue? We were considering how we could avoid sleeping next to you, which is why we are pondering this issue. How about you, Ning Tian? Ning Tian quickly shook her head. No, this is a privilege better suited for Annie. She needs to grow up a bit. It's the price of maturity. No, I've never even been in a relationship. Annie protested. You two have experience. Why not let you decide? Chen Lanqin's expression changed upon hearing Annie's response. Hey, how can you say that? You look so adorable, yet you can say such things. Let us be fair and flip a coin. If it lands heads, Su Hao sleeps between me and Ning Tian. If tails, you'll sleep next to him. Wait, have any of you considered my feelings in this debate? Perhaps I should choose, Su Hao interjected, but was promptly silenced by the 3 voices in unison. Shut up. Fine, I'll be quiet. But it better land heads. While all 3 were undeniably beautiful, each possessing a unique charm, The prospect of sleeping next to 2 versus 1 was an obvious choice. Ning Tian cast a worried glance at Cheng Lanqin, who secretly gave her an okay sign, then revealed her coin to Ning Tian. It turned out that Cheng Lanqin's coin was a rare misprinted version, having only a head side and no tails. Such coins are exceedingly rare worldwide. Each worth a fortune. No wonder a female CEO like Cheng Lanqin wore it around her neck. Unaware of their silent exchange, Annie nodded. All right then. Cheng Lanqin removed the pendant from her neck, revealing the coin. Skillfully tossing it into the air, she clasped her hands together. Everyone held their breath, fixated on her palms. Now came the moment of fate. Behold, Cheng Lanqin exclaimed, revealing the coin resting perfectly in her palm, displaying the embossed head side. Ning Tian cheered joyously. While Su Hao and Annie's expressions soured, Cheng Lanqin placed the coin back around her neck, smiling at Annie. A bed is a bed. It seems we can now sleep. Sweet dreams tonight, dear sister. Cheng Lanqin and Ning Tian quickly laid down, while Annie turned to Su Hao, playfully admonishing, you better not move around tonight, or else. I understand, otherwise you'll call your father to fix me. Now let us sleep. We've had a long day, and I don't know where you get all this energy. Su Hao laid down at the edge, and Annie obediently settled beside him. A faint, sweet fragrance wafted into Su Hao's nostrils, igniting a fire within him. Exhausted from the day, Annie quickly drifted into a daze. Yet, she felt something digging into her waist. Instinctively reaching back, she exclaimed, Brother Su Hao, could you please put your spear somewhere else? It's rather uncomfortable to sleep like this. Chapter 11. Seeking fresh water, diverging paths? Su Hao was utterly mistaken, and his misconceptions were profoundly misguided. He had anticipated that this slumber would be a splendid experience in his life. Yet the reality unfolded as a test of his endurance. Throughout the night, he scarcely managed to find rest, as Annie fidgeted beside him like a flea-ridden creature, stirring his temper to the point where he contemplated the absurdity of knocking her unconscious. As dawn broke, the horizon shimmered with a pale light, reminiscent of Pangu's mighty axe cleaving the night in twain. With dark circles under his eyes, Su Hao pushed open the door and inhaled the fresh air. The entire island, rejuvenated by the rain, glistened with vibrant green leaves, their hues illuminated by the azure sky. Insects emerged from the soil, stretching their bodies in the aftermath of the downpour. The torrential rain had breathed life into the desolate island, yet it simultaneously heralded danger. In the mountains, rainy seasons often dictate the behavior of predators, who retreat to their lairs during storms. Once the rain subsides, these famished hunters emerge to forage, rendering the wilderness most perilous after the storm. Upon awakening, the 3 enchanting women in the shelter stirred one by one, their spirits lifted by the island's post-rain transformation. Su Hao, holding several plastic bottles filled with rainwater, offered them to the trio. Fear not, it's all clean water. Replenish your strength. We have tasks to attend to today. Cheng Lanqin raised an eyebrow. Tasks? I thought we could settle here for the long term. Not so easily. Su Hao shook his head. The 3 essentials for survival are fresh water, food, and shelter. While we have secured the latter 2, we remain devoid of the most crucial element, fresh water. This is of utmost importance, and we cannot afford to be negligent. Ning Tian immediately inquired. Then, Su Ge, where can we find fresh water? Su Hao pointed to the ground, confidently stating, observe the footprints. The group collectively lowered their gaze. But aside from a damp expanse, no discernible clues emerged. Noticing the expressions of the 3 beauties, Su Hao recognized that it was his moment to impress. He pressed his foot into the soft, wet earth, gesturing toward the footprints left behind. After rain, the ground becomes soft, making footprints starkly apparent. Our previous encounter with a wolf's den proves that large mammals inhabit this island, which indicates a plentiful supply of fresh water. Should we find the tracks of these animals and follow them, we are bound to locate fresh water. With a reliable source of water, we can prolong our survival on this island. As Su Hao concluded his statement, the expressions of the 3 women shifted dramatically. Annie, frightened, covered her mouth and stammered. So, are we to compete with wolves for water? If that's the case, can I opt out? The other 2 beauties nodded in agreement, leaving Su Hao, armed with a spear and ready for action, momentarily stunned. So, none of you wish to join? The trio simultaneously nodded, yet shook their heads. Su Hao, amused by their demeanor, chuckled in disbelief. You all benefit from my provisions, yet when it comes to a slightly perilous endeavor, you intend to leave me to face it alone? To be frank, thus far, these 3 women had merely been recipients of his care. Their assistance had been minimal. Without them, Su Hao might have fared better on this island. While the creatures of the mountains may be docile, it does not imply he would become a scapegoat. Expecting him to toil without recompense? Absolutely not. Su Hao's expression shifted as he inquired once more. So, does no one wish to accompany me? Perceiving the change in his tone, the 3 women sensed his growing frustration. The typically assertive Cheng Lanqin fell silent, while Annie, startled by Su Hao's demeanor, instinctively clutched Cheng Lanqin's arm. Though both women recognized Su Hao's irritation, they made no outward show of it. Only the gentle Ning Tian stepped forward, saying, "How about I accompany you, Su Gu?" The other two turned to her, and Ning Tian continued, "Su Gu has faced many challenges these days. Finding a water source is not solely his responsibility. Having more people provides additional support." Ning Tian walked beside Su Hao, who then turned to Cheng Lanqin and Annie, asking, "What about you two?" The pair remained silent, yet their unspoken answer was clear. Su Hao said nothing further. Naturally, he grasped Ning Tian's hand and, spear in tow, vanished from Cheng Lanqin and Annie's sight. For reasons unknown, Cheng Lanqin felt an emptiness as she watched Su Hao depart. Although they had known each other for merely 3 days, he had undeniably carved a place within her heart. 2 colossal waves of emotion surged within her as she gazed at the spot where Su Hao had disappeared. Annie tugged at Cheng Lanqin's arm. "Sister Lanqin, what shall we do now?" What to do? The usually assertive Cheng Lanqin was at a loss, yet her character compelled her not to yield easily. "We shall continue to survive. If they wish to leave, let them. I refuse to believe that the earth shall cease to turn without Su Hao." Meanwhile, Su Hao and Ning Tian navigated through the island's dense foliage, embarking on their first genuine exploration of the interior. In this realm of uncertainty, the two had undeniably become pioneers. Ning Tian trailed behind Su Hao, observing his taciturn demeanor. Hesitantly, she asked, "Su Gu, are we going back?" "Back. That's good. Why go back?" "Oh no." Su Hao shook his head. "Who am I seeking water for? Is it not for the 3 of you? I could solely survive on coconuts if I were alone on this island, but there are 4 of us. Eventually, the coconuts will run out, and it would be too late to seek fresh water then. Moreover, finding fresh water signifies that other food sources may be available, besides large mammals. Small game such as rabbits and wild chickens could also enhance our diet. While risks exist, opportunities and dangers coexist." Su Hao understood their fears but could not condone their betrayal of a companion. "If you believe this journey is unsafe, I can ensure additional protection for you. However, if you choose not to join at all, then I regret to inform you that even if we discover water, it shall not concern you." Chapter 12, The Remaining Survivors. As the two ventured deeper into the dense jungle, Ning Tian found herself utterly lost, unable to discern the path back. She could only choose to follow closely behind Su Hao. The island's vegetation was untouched by pollution or deforestation, with both shrubs and trees thriving in a wild, untamed manner. Walking through this lush wilderness was perilous. Ning Tian frequently encountered insects and various serpents she had never seen before. Fortunately, Su Hao persistently struck at the nearby undergrowth with a stick, for a careless moment could lead to a venomous bite, sealing one as fate. As they pressed on, Su Hao discovered traces of animals on the ground. He crouched down to examine them closely, exclaiming in delight, "These are the bite marks of a wild rabbit. We must be close to a water source." Ning Tian, who had begun to regret accompanying him, felt her spirits lift at his words. They advanced along the trail for just over 100 meters when the sound of rushing water reached their ears. Standing beside the brook, Ning Tian was overwhelmed with emotion, nearly moved to tears. The water was crystal clear, and she could see fish swimming beneath the surface. Numerous small paths along the bank hinted at frequent animal visits. After 2 days of drinking only coconut water, she longed for the taste of fresh water. Just as she crouched to drink, Su Hao cautioned, "Though this water appears clean, it's best to boil it first. Otherwise, you might end up with an upset stomach." "Oh, fine." Ning Tian pouted, the sight of the water being tantalizing yet frustrating. At least they had located a source of fresh water, alleviating their reliance solely on coconuts and rain, while she contemplated when she could finally drink. Su Hao busied himself nearby, manipulating some items in his hands. Curiously, she approached to find him fashioning a contraption with wire and sticks. He carefully inserted a stick into the ground, binding the wire to a nearby branch and securing it with the stick. Once everything was set, he touched the ground with a finger, causing the wire to tighten and ensnare his fingertip, the branch snapping back and pulling his arm upward. "Su Hao, you're incredible. How do you know how to do everything?" Su Hao chuckled with pride. He had mastered such traps during his time in the mountains and on this deserted island. They could prove invaluable. He looked up, preparing to set more traps, but as he raised his gaze, he spotted a deep ravine nestled between 2 peaks. The abyss was shrouded in darkness, yet it sparked the imagination. Curiosity is often the ladder to human progress, particularly for someone like Su Hao, who had yet to experience such mysteries, rendering him defenseless against their allure. However, as the saying goes, when you gaze long into an abyss, the abyss also gazes back at you. Ning Tian immediately sensed something was amiss in Su Hao's expression. She hurriedly placed a hand on her chest, interrupting his desire to explore the unknown, her voice tinged with irritation. "Hey, what are you doing?" Her tone, a blend of reproach and playful admonition, sent shivers down Su Hao's spine. He was about to explain that he had merely glanced by accident when a sudden splash echoed from the creek. The unexpected noise instantly heightened Su Hao's alertness, and Ning Tian, startled, leaped onto him, giving the boy from the mountains a first-hand experience of what genuine panic felt like. Clutching his spear tightly, Su Hao crouched low and dashed towards the brook, only to find 5 men drinking from its edge. Are there others on this island? He thought, his heart racing. Though the men appeared disheveled and in poor spirits, the presence of strangers signified additional danger. The dense underbrush served as a natural cover, and Su Hao and Ning Tian concealed themselves, watching the 5 intently. Finally, water. I felt like I was dying of thirst, one of the young men exclaimed, reclining by the brook with satisfaction after quenching his thirst. The remaining middle-aged men, dressed in suits, stood beside him, indicating that this young man held a position of privilege. Zhang Xiao, you've worked hard. We've found water for you. Surely that counts as a significant contribution. The young man huffed. Indeed. You've done well and deserve commendation. Once I'm rescued, I'll have my father reward each of you with 1 million. Oh my, thank you, Zhang Xiao. That's enough for a down payment on a house. One of the men exclaimed, while another chimed in, Zhang Xiao is so generous. I'd follow you into the fire without hesitation. Though Zhang Jiawei wore a smile as he savored their flattery, he had no intention of rewarding them. I mention these things to ensure you serve me well. Once I'm safe, I won't be giving out a single penny. In Zhang Jiawei's eyes, these 4 bodyguards were merely tools. After being stranded on the deserted island, he had descended into despair. Fortunately, the bodyguards his father provided had rescued him from the ocean, saving his life. However, surviving did not guarantee a comfortable existence. For days, they had endured the elements, subsisting primarily on sand and seawater, often huddling together for warmth at night. Given their lack of survival skills, they had little hope of thriving. The thought of expecting Zhang Jiawei to reward them was sheer folly. He had already resolved that once they were rescued and landed in the United States, their usefulness would come to an end. Watching their cheerful demeanor only deepened Zhang Jiawei's internal gloom, but he still needed them, so he refrained from revealing his true sentiments. Now that we've found water, we must address the issue of food. I've eaten too many clams these days, and the sight of shells makes me nauseous. I noticed fish in the brook. Who among you will venture to catch one? 10,000 for a fish. Upon hearing this sum, the bodyguards eagerly rolled up their sleeves, ready to dive in. 10,000 for a fish. Even if they had no experience, they had to give it a try. Meanwhile, hidden among the foliage, Su Hao felt a surge of temptation to emerge and assist in the fish-catching endeavor, yet reason prevailed over his greed. After all, he remained uncertain of Zhang Jiawei's true character. Exposing himself was undoubtedly a perilous decision. Chapter 13. Pursuit. The 4 bodyguards suddenly leaped into the stream, instantly muddying the water, causing the fish to scatter in alarm. The expressions of the 4 men twisted with pain. They weren't fleeing fish, they were losing their fortune. Upon realizing their meal had vanished, Zhang Jiawei's face betrayed his displeasure, just as he was about to reprimand the men. A cacophony of frantic screams erupted from the shaded path across the stream. The 5 men were startled by the sound, and the bodyguards scrambled out of the water, instinctively shielding Zhang Jiawei behind them. He anxiously peered towards the source of the noise, unable to discern what creature was making such a racket. Who will go and take a look? He inquired. None of the 4 bodyguards dared to step forward in the face of unknown danger. They were unwilling to sacrifice their lives. Their earlier actions had merely been conditioned reflexes from their training, but when it came to investigating the situation, fear overpowered their reason. Seeing no one willing to act, Zhang Jiawei kicked one man out of the group and commanded, "Go see what is going on." The man, flustered and terrified, pointed to himself in disbelief. The primary reason for their cowardice at this critical moment was their accustomed life of luxury. Once exemplary in the security company, they had gradually forgotten their skills over time, leading to their current state. Though he felt the weight of their judgment, he could not refuse. Slowly, he returned to the murky stream, inching cautiously towards the source of the sound. Zhang Jiawei, standing on the bank, grew increasingly anxious. He urged the bodyguard, "Hurry up and check. Regardless of the danger, I will reward you with 1 million when we return." Upon hearing this sum, the bodyguard's expression shifted dramatically. His previously timid demeanor transformed into one of resolve. With a handsome reward, courage emerged. The bodyguard scrambled to the opposite bank, and upon hearing the screams, he steeled himself. Pushing through the underbrush, grasping a sharp stone, he charged in, leaving the others breathless. Moments later, he returned triumphantly, holding a still-twitching rabbit, a broad grin on his face. "Zhang Xiao, this rabbit was caught in a wire. It's not dangerous." "Wonderful. Finally, something to eat. We need strength to continue." As the 5 men rejoiced, Ning Tian, hidden in the bushes, clenched her teeth in frustration. That rabbit was rightfully theirs, yet it had been snatched away. Watching the rabbit being taken, she muttered indignantly. We haven't tea eaten since morning, and just when we had a chance to fill our stomachs, they beat us to it. Driven by hunger? Ning Tian felt an urge to confront them, but rational Su Hao held her arm tightly. We need to observe them further. We don't know who they are. An inexplicable sensation warned Su Hao that these individuals were not benign. He could not pinpoint the reason, yet he trusted his instincts. During his life in the mountains, he had encountered individuals who, having committed crimes, sought refuge in the wilderness. The mountain dwellers often recognized them by the malevolence radiating from their presence. Su Hao perceived a similar aura emanating from Zhang Jiahui, which deterred him from revealing their hiding place. Instead, he continued to observe the 5 men and their next actions. Elated at their discovery of the rabbit, the group departed from the stream, leaving Ning Tian feeling disheartened. She turned to Su Hao, her eyes filled with reproach. Look at you. You act so tough in front of us, yet when they take our belongings, you hide away. What else could I do? Should I expose myself? You should have gone to reclaim our rabbit. Where is your sense of responsibility? Su Hao was bewildered yet profoundly affected by her words. How could these city girls speak so boldly without consideration? He had no clear understanding of the earlier situation, and if a conflict arose, what would happen? If a fight broke out, he would bear the brunt of it. If they were truly ruthless individuals, both he and Ning Tian could lose their lives. Thus, in such circumstances, one must exercise caution and not act impulsively. Seeing Ning Tian's complaints, Su Hao chose not to explain, for his actions would speak louder than words. He pushed her out from the bushes, exposing her. The fear on her face replaced her earlier bravado, and she immediately attempted to retreat, but Su Hao emerged alongside her. Enough. They've already left. If you're so frightened, don't expect others to act on your behalf. Stunned by his words, Ning Tian quickly became subdued. Thankfully, the 5 men had departed. If they hadn't, a girl like her exposed before 5 men could lead to dire consequences. Ning Tian hesitated to contemplate what might happen next and realized Su Hao was not merely a pushover. He had his own temperament. Calming herself, she abandoned thoughts of reclaiming the rabbit and wished only to return to the previous camp for a sense of security. Sugu, I was indeed impulsive earlier. Now that we've found fresh water, can we go back? Return? Weren't you just saying we should get our rabbit back? Ning Tian waved her hands dismissively. Forget it, Sugu. If there's a confrontation, we'll be at a disadvantage. Let them have the rabbit. You can set traps again later. Su Hao, grasping his spear, gazed in the direction the 5 men had departed. The more he thought about them, the more he felt something was amiss. A voice in his mind urged him to follow them, and he chose to heed that instinct. We shall not return just yet. Let the rabbit be for now. I have an unsettling feeling about those 5 individuals. We must follow their path and ascertain their intentions, if they are not of good character. Discovering this early allows us to prepare adequately. After all, we are all on this island together. Allowing such instability near us is intolerable. Ning Tian had previously deemed Su Hao timid, but upon hearing his intent to track the 5 men, she suddenly considered him audacious. Chapter 14. The Kidnapped Chung Lanxin. Save her. Are you insane? What if they discover us? This is far too perilous. I cannot accompany you. Ning Tian grasped Su Hao's arm, attempting to pull him back. But her strength was no match for his. After several futile attempts, Su Hao remained resolute, raising his hands in exasperation. If you wish to return, then by all means. Go ahead. I am not hindering you. How infuriating. Ning Tian's eyes brimmed with tears. She was uncertain whether Su Hao genuinely intended to proceed or if he was merely sulking. Regardless of the reason, she could not bear the thought of him going for. If you don't take me back, I want to find my way. Though they had spent ample time together without realizing it, the moment departure loomed. Ning Tian acutely felt Su Hao's significance. Undeterred, Su Hao pressed on with his plan. Since you cannot find your way back, the only solution is to accompany me and assess the situation. I feel a vague unease regarding those 5 individuals. Only by following them can I find peace of mind. Ning Tian wished to continue persuading him, yet the sight of his unwavering expression caused her words to falter. Very well, but we must keep our distance and ensure we are not discovered. And if we encounter any danger, Su Hao patted his chest confidently. Do not worry. I will protect you. Ning Tian felt a flush of warmth on her cheeks as she gazed at his determined visage. Although their acquaintance was brief, this man instilled within her a profound sense of security. She took his hand, and together they followed the trail of the 5 individuals, stealthily trailing them through the dense foliage that served as their natural cover. They maintained a distance of approximately 50 meters behind the group. Guided by the direction the 5 were headed, it seemed they were bound for the opposite end of the island. After a 20-minute trek, they stumbled upon a hastily erected tent, and beside it stood Cheng Lanxin, who had been at the camp that morning. Ning Tiantian's complexion shifted dramatically, and Su Hao's vigilance heightened. They could clearly see that Cheng Lanxin's movements were restrained, and the muffled cries corroborated that she had been kidnapped. "Look what your brother has brought you," Zhang Jiehui taunted, waving a rabbit before Cheng Lanxin. At that moment, she cared little for his offering. Her only thoughts were on how to escape his clutches. "Please, Zhang Jiehui, release me. If you let me go, I promise not to mention today's events when help arrives. I will give you whatever you desire." Cheng Lanxin pleaded desperately, but Zhang Jiehui remained unfazed. "Money? Do I look like someone in need of funds?" He scoffed. "And as for rescue, spare me your delusions. Do not presume everyone is a fool on this isolated island. Do you truly believe that even if help were to come, they would locate us in a timely manner? Cheng Lanxin, we have known each other for quite some time. I have gifted you many things, yet you have always treated me with indifference, especially since your father's passing and your inheritance of his company. You scarcely spoke to me. But now, what a twist of fate to find ourselves on the same island. I had intended to forget you, but it seems destiny has conspired to bring us together. If you obey me, I assure you will want for nothing on this island. But should you disobey?" He turned to his bodyguards, who loomed menacingly beside Cheng Lanxin, their expression suggesting they would devour her whole. "After I am done with you, I would not hesitate to dispose of you. No one will come to this wretched island. Your body will be cast into the sea, and the fish will consume you. Your name will only appear on the list of the missing." Zhang Jiehui's threats rendered Cheng Lanxin speechless with terror. She had never anticipated encountering such a person on this desolate island. Reflecting on Su Hao's earlier kindness, she yearned to be by his side again. Such is the nature of humanity. Only in loss do we learn to cherish. Cheng Lanxin regretted forcing Su Hao away earlier that morning. He had cared for her so deeply, so why had she demanded more of him? Why was she so ungrateful? With such a good man by her side, how could she fail to appreciate him? Overwhelmed by regret and fear, Cheng Lanxin wept uncontrollably. Yet, the more she despaired, the more exhilarated Zhang Jiehui became. The once indifferent Ice Queen now bore a visage of such vulnerability, igniting a fervor within him. Had he not been too famished and weakened, he might have acted upon his desires then and there. As his bodyguards prepared the captured rabbit, Zhang Jiehui's hunger subdued his base instincts. He began to fantasize about how he would manipulate Cheng Lanxin once he had sated his appetite. Not far away, hidden in the bushes, Su Hao and Ning Tiantian witnessed the entire scene unfold. Ning Tiantian trembled in fear, burying herself in Su Hao's embrace. Despite holding such beauty, his thoughts remained solely on Zhang Jiehui. "Su Ge, so this is who they are. Thank goodness you stopped me. Had they discovered me, I might be bound alongside Qingjie now." Su Hao gently stroked Ning Tiantian's back, reassuring her. Observing Zhang Jiehui and his men struggling to start a fire, his eyes narrowed with determination. He leaned down and whispered to Ning Tiantian, "We must save her. Save her." Ning Tiantian nearly shouted in excitement, only to have Su Hao cover her mouth to stifle her voice. Gazing at the leering Zhang Jiehui, she felt paralyzed with fear. How could they possibly rescue someone in the presence of such a man? Caught between the nascent friendship she shared with Cheng Lanxin and the instinct to evade danger, Ning Tiantian initially leaned towards the latter. However, Su Hao's next words extinguished that inclination. "If we allow these men to remain on the island, it is only a matter of time before you encounter them. What happened to Cheng Lanxin today could very well become your fate tomorrow. The choice is yours." Ning Tiantian turned her face slightly, glancing at Cheng Lanxin, whose tear-streaked face radiated despair. In that moment, she saw a reflection of her potential future. Confronted with the pressing reality of survival, she summoned her courage, biting her trembling lip and murmuring to Su Hao, "You're right, Su Ge. We must save her." Chapter 15. A feast of wine and desire. Observing Ning Tiantian's fearful yet resolute demeanor, Su Hao chose to place his trust in her. He crouched down to meticulously assess the situation, and an idea suddenly sparked in his mind. He said to Ning Tiantian, "I have a plan. Do you see that thicket next to Cheng Lanxin?" Ning Tiantian nodded, affirming she had seen it. "In a moment, you must hide there alone. I will leave for a while, and when the time is right, you must grab Cheng Lanxin and run. But there is one thing you must remember. Do you see that small hill in the distance?" Following Su Hao's pointing finger, Ning Tiantian nodded once more. "After rescuing Cheng Lanxin, you must run along the coast until the hill is directly to your left. At that point, head straight towards the hill. That direction leads to our camp. Do you understand?" Ning Tiantian's heart raced as she considered the task Su Hao had assigned her. Although it sounded straightforward, she would be undertaking it alone. The immense pressure caused her to cast a pleading glance at Su Hao, but he could only shake his head regretfully. "I cannot assist you with this. My responsibility is to lure all 5 of them away. In terms of danger, I am far more at risk than you. So if I do not return within 2 hours after you reach the camp, you 3 must fend for yourselves." If luck is on your side and you survive this island, please tell my family that I am well abroad, and they need not worry. Hearing Su Hao's tone reminiscent of a farewell, Ning Tian hurriedly covered his mouth, though the weight on her heart lightened considerably. Do not speak such ominous words. Seeing her mood improve, Su Hao felt relieved. All right, you can now hide in the bushes beside Cheng Lanxin. I need to prepare. I cannot handle all 5 of them alone. As Su Hao turned to return to the jungle, he had not taken a step before Ning Tian called out to him. Her eyes were filled with a resolute detachment, her voice tinged with deep concern and sorrow. Su Ge, you must come back alive. Your words are even more ominous. Su Hao replied brusquely, swiftly vanishing into the underbrush, and their paths diverged. Deep within the thicket, Su Hao gathered materials, collecting a multitude of vines and small branches. Observing the pile he had amassed, a slight smile crept across his face. It appeared that the traps he had learned to set for wild boars in the mountains could finally be put to use. Regrettably, time was of the essence. Otherwise, I could ensure that none of them would escape this dense forest. Su Hao crouched down and began to set his traps, while Ning Tian, following his instructions, nestled herself among the bushes a mere 10 meters from Cheng Lanxin. The tangled branches scratched her delicate skin, yet she endured the pain, keenly observing the 5 men before her. Having caught wild rabbits, they were wholly engrossed in starting a fire. After half an hour of relentless efforts by the 4 bodyguards, wisps of smoke finally began to rise from the tinder. They had managed to rekindle the fire. This time, they must ensure it does not extinguish again due to rain. Zhang Jiehui kicked aside a bodyguard encircling the fire and skewered a rabbit on a stick to roast it. The sizzling sound of the meat wafted through the air, and the hungry bodyguards could only watch enviously as Zhang Jiehui savored the roasted rabbit. Bound and gagged, Cheng Lanxin continued to sob, and as the rabbit neared readiness, Zhang Jiehui broke off a leg and approached her. Stop crying. Look, you're eating and drinking well with me. Isn't this just a game for me? Surviving on this deserted island is no easy feat. This is for you. Open your mouth. He thrust the rabbit leg toward Cheng Lanxin, but she tightly clenched her lips, provoking Zhang Jiehui's wrath. He gripped her jaw and forcefully shoved the rabbit leg into her mouth, but the moment he released her, she spat it out. Well, you were quite something. Zhang Jiehui fumed, glaring at Cheng Lanxin. Let us see if you can maintain that defiance once I'm full. I'll be watching. You shameless harlot. He handed the rabbit leg to one of the bodyguards, who eagerly accepted it and began to gnaw on it. As Zhang Jiehui watched Cheng Lanxin, he munched on the meat, and once he had eaten his fill, he let out a satisfied belch. If only there were wine. A full belly leads to lascivious thoughts. Cheng Lanxin, I'm full above, but I've been hungry below for days. After the rabbit, it's your turn. The bodyguards instinctively turned away or moved to a nearby spot. Having regained some strength, Zhang Jiehui seized Cheng Lanxin's collar, pulling forcefully and exposing her fair skin. Her cries mingled with screams, but the more she struggled, the more exhilarated he became. He pressed her down, his fingers slithering like lost serpents, searching for hidden passages. Hidden in the thicket, Ning Tian felt the urge to rush out. She anxiously glanced in the direction where Su Hao had concealed himself. Su Ge, hurry. Suddenly, from the grass about 20 meters away, a stone flew forth, striking Zhang Jiehui squarely on his sensitive area. Zhang Jiehui yelped in pain, while nearby bodyguards rushed out to investigate. Zhang Xiao, are you all right? Zhang Jiehui curled on the ground, clutching himself. Resembling a boiled shrimp as waves of agony assaulted his mind. A mixture of humiliation and fear swept over him as a figure emerged from the very thicket that had just hurled the stone. The man wore an apologetic expression, addressing Zhang Jiehui and the others. I'm sorry, I was aiming for the birds in the sky and didn't expect to hit someone down here. My sincerest apologies. Cheng Lanxin, who had nearly faced violation, saw the figure and her eyes sparkled with hope. It was none other than Su Hao, the very person she had longed to see. Remembering her previous attitude towards him, she felt a wave of shame wash over her, unable to meet his gaze. She reflected that her current predicament was largely her own fault. Had she not forced Su Hao away, she would not have stubbornly sought fresh water and been captured by Zhang Jiehui. Realizing that her mistakes had repeatedly put Su Hao in peril, her emotions surged, and she instinctively called out, Su Hao, don't worry about me. Run. Chapter 16, The Pursuit. As Cheng Lanxin finished her exclamation, she immediately regretted it. Zhang Jiehui, who could crouch beside her, felt a surge of fiery anger ignite within him. You wretched woman, is this the man you claim to have met on the island? Cheng Lanxin retorted defiantly. So what if he is? Very well, you are indeed something. Zhang Jiehui, consumed by rage and momentarily forgetting his own pain, locked eyes with Su Hao and declared to Cheng Lanxin, then you shall wait here. I will bring your little boyfriend here and deal with you in front of him. With a wave of his hand, he commanded his 4 bodyguards, go after him. The four men charged towards Su Hao with fervor. While they may have hesitated in the presence of unknown wild creatures, they unleashed their wrath upon their own kind. After all, for against one presented a clear advantage. Su Hao turned and fled, the bodyguards plunging into the underbrush behind him. Zhang Jihui, clutching his injured groin, followed closely behind, determined to deliver Su Hao to Chang Lanxin. For both his pride and his woman, he could not swallow this humiliation. Once the five figures disappeared from view, Chang Lanxin hastily prepared to save herself. She cautiously moved to a sharp stone, hoping to cut the ropes binding her, when suddenly the bushes nearby rustled. Startled, she was about to scream when Ning Tian quickly covered her mouth. "Sister Chang, it's me. Don't make a sound, or you'll draw them back." Upon recognizing Ning Tian, Chang Lanxin felt a wave of relief wash over her and began to cry. Ning Tian loosened the ropes, and as Chang Lanxin sobbed, she followed her closely. "I was wrong. I truly was. If I had gone with you to find water, none of this would have happened." Ning Tian sighed. "You should apologize to Su Ge. The reason I was able to rescue you is that Su Ge drew everyone away. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had this opportunity." Chang Lanxin nodded, feeling a sense of guilt, and then asked, "Do you know how to get back?" "Don't worry, Su Ge has already informed me of the way back. We can only pray that he returns safely, just as we hope to. Otherwise, even if we escape, staying on this island would mean death." Chang Lanxin realized the truth in Ning Tian's words, but all they could do now was hurry back to the camp to alleviate some pressure from Su Hao. In her haste, Ning Tian even discarded her fitted skirt onto the ground, diligently leading Chang Lanxin towards the camp in the direction Su Hao had indicated. Meanwhile, Su Hao was engaged in his own mission, striving to stay just out of reach of the five pursuers. As he plunged into the dense forest, visibility was obstructed by various branches, yet it remained challenging to evade their line of sight. However, Su Hao's intention was not to escape himself, but rather to divert the five to another location. Thus, he ran while creating noise, his legs never ceasing their movement, and his mouth never resting. "No, I've already apologized. Why are you still chasing me? Stop. If you keep this up, you won't catch me. Keep going. It seems you lack exercise. Run with me for another 2 kilometers, and you'll be panting harder than I am." "You, bodyguards? This money must be too easy to earn. Do you have openings over there? I'd like to apply. As long as I can earn 2/3 of what you do, I'll out you all." As the 5 men endured Su Hao's physical torment, they were also subjected to his verbal assaults. Each was consumed by rage, each wishing to tear out Su Hao's tongue to see if he could continue his taunts. Once deep in the forest, Su Hao maintained control of the distance between them. When the time felt right, and the 5 were sufficiently enraged, he enacted the next phase of his plan. Suddenly, Su Hao's speed increased, and after 2 turns, he vanished from their sight. Zhang Jihui leaned against his knee, panting heavily as he surveyed the surroundings. Having been humiliated repeatedly by Su Hao, he secretly vowed to leave Su Hao's life on this island. In a fit of anger, he slapped the face of the bodyguard trailing behind. "Why are you running so slowly? Did you eat shit? I can run faster than you." The bodyguard, feeling wronged, covered his face. "Zhang Xiao, I can't help it. That rabbit you devoured left me without food these past days. I'm lacking the strength to run fast." Zhang Jihui shoved the bodyguard to the ground and kicked him in frustration. Once his anger subsided, he said, "You run the slowest, now that we've lost him. You must find him. If you don't, you can forget about your job when we return." The bodyguard, feeling unjustly treated, stood up, driven by the pressure of survival. He desperately needed this job. Even though he was dizzy from hunger, he began to search the nearby bushes. The 5 searched for 2 to 3 minutes, but found no sign of Su Hao. Just as they were about to give up, the grass in the distance rustled. "There." Zhang Jihui pointed at the grass, and someone immediately ran towards it. As they pushed aside the branches obstructing their view, one bodyguard suddenly felt himself sinking down. "Ah!" A cry of terror escaped one bodyguard's lips as his foot plunged into a small pit, filled with sharpened wooden stakes. The stakes easily pierced his skin, blood gushing from the wounds, leaving everyone stunned by the horrifying scene before them. What a vile creature! Using such treacherous tactics. Zhang Jihui cursed, though inwardly relieved that it was not he who had stepped into the pit. Hiding in the nearby foliage, Su Hao sighed regretfully and then stood up, waving at them. "What are you doing? This is my boar trap. How did you trigger it? You people can't hunt birds or catch boars. What good are you?" Su Hao's reappearance instantly captured the attention of the remaining 4. Zhang Jihui, eager for revenge, could hardly afford to concern himself with the injured bodyguard. He turned to the bodyguard. "You stay here. Once we catch him, we'll help you back to camp. Don't worry about your injured leg. Once we are safe, I'll arrange for the best doctor." With that, the 4 men charged after Su Hao once more, ignoring the injured bodyguard as pleased to cease the pursuit. The chase resumed, and Su Hao, keeping a mental note of his surroundings, led them toward a large rock. As they attempted to encircle him, Su Hao suddenly sprang forth. hurling a spear at Zhang Jiahui. Chapter 17. The play for the first time. The specter of death loomed ominously in Zhang Jiahui's heart. As he beheld the spear hurtling towards him, an overwhelming instinct for survival compelled him to seize the sleeve of a nearby bodyguard, thrusting him forward as a shield. The spear pierced the bodyguard's abdomen, eliciting a piercing scream that sent shockwaves of terror through the onlookers, all of whom turned their frightened gazes towards Zhang Jiahui. With trembling legs, Zhang Jiahui collapsed onto the ground, anxiously feeling over his body in search of injuries. The bodyguard, impaled by the spear, lay nearby, groaning in agony. As Zhang Jiahui shakily raised his head to look at the boulder, he realized that Su Hao had vanished, leaving them utterly disoriented. 2 men had fallen, and yet Su Hao had escaped unscathed, while he himself had nearly paid the ultimate price. A boundless fury ignited within Zhang Jiahui. Throughout his life, he had been the center of attention, capable of acquiring anything he desired, with everyone bowing and scraping to him. Yet Su Hao had trampled upon his dignity. Damn that beast! I shall kill you. Assisted by the remaining 2 bodyguards, Zhang Jiahui rose to his feet. He glanced at the severely injured bodyguard, who had just shielded him, and said, "You should head back." The other 2 bodyguards exhaled in relief. They were terrified that Zhang Jiahui might order them to pursue Su Hao further. If Su Hao had any more tricks up his sleeve, would the next to fall be them? One bodyguard supported his injured companion, while the other aided Zhang Jiahui as they retraced their steps back to the camp. As they walked ahead, they reached the vicinity of the first injured individual. The bodyguard assisting Zhang Jiahui shouted into the surroundings, "Xiangzi, we're back. Where are you? Make some noise so we can find you." The only response was the startled flight of birds. Zhang Jiahui, irritated by the commotion, chastised the bodyguard. "What are you shouting for? He might have returned on his own. If you continue, you can stay here and search for him yourself." The bodyguard shrank back, preparing to apologize, when suddenly, a simultaneous gasp erupted from the 2 trailing behind them. This is Xiangzi." The sight before them left the 2 frozen in shock. Zhang Jiahui hurried over, only to find a leg, starkly exposed and skeletal, protruding from a trap set by Su Hao. The rest of the body had vanished, leaving behind a gruesome scene marked by a pool of blood and tattered clothing. It was their first encounter with a corpse, and one so horrifically mangled. Zhang Jiahui retched violently. He had never fathomed that pursuing Su Hao would exact such a deadly toll. The bodyguard beside him ceased to assist, rushing to the severed limb in tears, desperate to confirm that this nightmare was not real, and that the deceased was not the Xiangzi he knew. The clothing on the ground confirmed the identity of the dead, plunging all the bodyguards into a collective sorrow, despite their varying degrees of relationship with Xiangzi. Only Zhang Jiahui was consumed by an overwhelming dread. That man had to die, or else it would be us. The 4, burdened by their injuries and fatigue, trudged back to the camp. The humiliation and terror inflicted by Su Hao weighing heavily on Zhang Jiahui. He resolved to channel this indignation into punishing Qing Lanqing. Navigating through the underbrush, they would soon reach the camp, and impatient Zhang Jiahui began to jog towards it. "Qing Lanqing, look what your accomplice has done to me. I must punish you today, or else." As he pushed through the foliage, the absence of Qing Lanqing and the sight of a bundle of ropes silenced his threats. "Where is she?" Zhang Jiahui rushed to the ropes, glancing around frantically, but Qing Lanqing had vanished. The realization struck him as he recalled Su Hao's expression while being pursued. He had fallen into a cunning diversion. "Damn it, Su Hao, I will make you pay, from start to finish." He had been played for a fool by Su Hao, suffering losses and allowing Qing Lanqing to escape, having never faced setbacks or failures. Zhang Jiahui felt an immense humiliation wash over him. He picked up a stick and began to lash out at the underbrush in a fit of fury, only to discover a purple bodycon dress nestled within the thicket. Instantly, his anger dissipated as he picked up the dress, mumbling to himself, "So there was a woman here earlier." Meanwhile, the fleeing Ning Tian remained oblivious to the fact that her abandoned dress would reveal her presence. As she hurried towards the makeshift shelter established the previous day, following Su Hao's instructions, Annie, nearby gathering branches, was startled by the rustling sounds from the bushes. When she looked up, she saw the disheveled forms of Ning Tian and Qing Lanqing tumble beside the shelter. "Sister Qing, Sister Tian, what happened to you?" Annie wanted to help them up, but hesitated, fearing that she might be drawn into whatever danger they had encountered. Upon seeing the shabby shelter and Annie's concerned face, Qing Lanqing finally broke down in tears. Ning Tian comforted Qing Lanqing, stroking her back. "It's all right, we're back now. Don't dwell on the past. But if you had, I would enough. It's all in the past now. Think instead about the delicious meals we can have once we're safe." Ning Tian beckoned to Annie. "Annie, please take care of Sister Chung for a moment. I have something I need to attend to." Annie, ensuring no one was pursuing them, shyly approached Qing Lanqing, observing her tear-streaked face and trembling form. "Sister Tian, what do you need to do? And what happened? Where's Brother Su Hao? Why didn't he come back with you?" Enough with the questions. Ning Tian gently patted Annie's head. We went to find fresh water and encountered a snake, which scared us, so we ran back. Now I need to find Brother Su. Stay here and keep Sister Chung company. She was terrified by the snake. Ning Tian concealed Cheng Lanqing's ordeal, who nodded in gratitude and suggested, how about I accompany you to find Su Hao? What if you encounter danger alone? You should rest here. I'll stay nearby and won't wander too far. Ning Tian tucked a sharp stone into her stockings and was about to leave the camp when a voice called out to her. Where do you think you're going? Didn't I tell you to wait for me in the camp? Su Hao approached, adorned with twigs and leaves. Upon seeing him, the three women rushed towards him in tears. Chapter 18. The Art of Bow-Making. What is this all about? I am not dead. So why does it feel like you are mourning? Su Hao felt the intense pressure from the three women surrounding him, and the desire to break free vanished in an instant, replaced by a wish for this moment to last a little longer. Cheng Lanqing held Su Hao tightly around the waist, exclaiming, Su Hao, I truly regret my actions. From now on, I will follow your lead in everything you do and say. I will heed your every command. Su Hao gently patted Cheng Lanqing's back, and, despite her innocence, could sense that Cheng Lanqing had undoubtedly faced peril outside. It was only during moments of danger that the three women realized how crucial Su Hao was to them. He had transformed from a mere good-natured companion into a steadfast pillar of support. Once their tears had subsided, Su Hao's clothing was thoroughly soaked. He had been leading the five of them through the forest and feeling somewhat fatigued. He sat down on the ground while the three women helped him brush off leaves from his clothes. This scene was truly serene and beautiful. However, beauty is fragile. As danger still lurked nearby, Su Hao dusted off his pants and stood up, addressing the three women. You must have seen the situation for yourselves. There is no possibility for peaceful coexistence. The only way for us to survive is to eliminate those 5 individuals. Otherwise, if we fall into their hands, there will be no good outcome for us. Cheng Lanqing was taken aback by Su Hao's direct expression of murderous intent, taking a step back in fright. Ning Tiantian's eyes flickered, while Cheng Lanqing, who had nearly been sullied by Zhang Jiahui, nodded resolutely. Su Hao was right. This time was merely luck for me. But what might happen if they encounter you two again without my presence? I need not elaborate on that. Cheng Lanqing was trembling, her voice tinged with tears. But do we really have to kill them? Can't we just tie them up and wait for rescue to hand them over to the police? Ning Tiantian shook her head helplessly. Annie, you are too naive. Who can guarantee that they won't escape if we bind them? Even if they don't run away, who will attend to their needs for food and water? You? This would only increase Su Hao's burden. Annie lowered her head in distress. Su Hao affectionately ruffled her hair, noting her innocence. Annie, you are still too naive. Having just graduated, you have yet to experience the harsh realities of life. Leave this to us 3. Su Hao picked up a stick and began to sketch in the sand. Our camp is over here, approximately 10 kilometers in a straight line from Zhang Jiahui's location. With the dense vegetation obstructing their path, it will take them 2 or 3 days to find us. However, a troubling aspect was that they had discovered the nearby stream. Thus, until those 5 are dealt with, our fresh water supply will rely solely on coconuts. Su Hao glanced at the nearby coconut trees, noting that they had consumed quite a bit over the past few days and could last no more than 3 more days. For both their safety and survival, Zhang Jiahui and his associates must be eliminated. This situation was becoming increasingly urgent, and the 3 women present began to breathe heavily. The remnants of hope extinguished by Su Hao's analysis. Ning Tiantian looked at the drawing Su Hao had made with the stick and asked, So, Su Hao, what is your plan? What should we do in the meantime? Su Hao shook his head with a wry smile. It's difficult to formulate a plan. There are too many variables at play. We may encounter other survivors during this period. The only thing we can do is gather supplies and create weapons. Su Hao possessed exceptional skills, yet the 3 women had never experienced such tasks before. He rummaged through the materials they had saved from constructing their shelter, discovering iron scraps and plastic that could be of great use. With patience, he began to sharpen the iron pieces against a stone, binding them to a branch, ultimately crafting a rudimentary dagger. The 3 women imitated him, each focused on creating their own self-defense weapons. Observing their diligent efforts, Su Hao decided to enhance his own weaponry. The spear he had previously fashioned no longer met his standards, so he scoured the area around their camp, and at last found the object he had been yearning for. Hardwood. He discovered a young teak tree, which, while common on the island, was not abundant in quality. He uprooted a small sapling, testing its flexibility and hardness, finding it suitable for his needs. Dragging the sapling back to the camp, he began to shape the trunk into a wooden strip approximately 1.2 meters long. The freshly uprooted wood was still relatively soft, so he searched through the refuse pile and found a collection of skincare products and oils, which he applied to the wood. Then, he placed the strip near the campfire. Though it did not come into direct contact with the flames, but the gentle heat helped to quickly evaporate the moisture within. Su Hao remained steadfast beside the wood, diligently applying various oils. An hour passed. 3 hours passed. Su Hao felt his legs grow numb as he exhausted the skincare products and oils he had gathered, yet he dared not leave his post. The sky darkened, and the 3 women sat behind him, silently observing Su Hao's earnest demeanor without daring to inquire further. Finally, he lifted the wooden strip, weighing it in his hands, and hurriedly bound the pre-selected and processed rubber bands to both ends of the strip. Su Hao's heart raced, and he scarcely dared to take a deep breath. The tension in the air was palpable, infecting the 3 women as they all focused intently on Su Hao as he drew back the rubber bands. The wooden strip bent under the force transmitted by the bands, and they could distinctly hear the cracking sound it produced. Su Hao drew the bowstring to his cheek. The strip exuded a sense of imminent release, yet remained steadfast. After maintaining this posture for 10 seconds, utterly exhausted, Su Hao exclaimed joyfully, "It's done. I've succeeded." He held aloft the bow he had just crafted, its limbs well maintained and even reflecting the moonlight due to the continuous application of skincare products. The bowstring, made of modern materials, exhibited excellent elasticity and was fully capable of assisting Su Hao in launching arrows. The upgrade in weaponry instilled a profound sense of security among the group, and they gathered around the campfire, joyously celebrating. The weariness and dangers of the day seemed to dissipate, yet with the arrival of night, it signified their impending confrontation drew ever closer. Chapter 19. Exploration to the North. By the time Su Hao awoke, it was already the dawn of the following day. The night had been vigilantly overseen by 3 enchanting women, who would rouse him at the slightest hint of an emergency. As the morning light illuminated the makeshift shelter they had constructed, it heralded the commencement of a new day of survival. Each day, upon opening their eyes, they were confronted with the hellish challenges of wilderness survival. While any ordinary person would have surrendered to despair and begun to seek a more favorable location, the presence of Su Hao, a veritable human asset, ensured their existence was relatively comfortable. Su Hao plunged into the sea, routinely spearing a few fish to bring back for a hearty meal for the 4 of them. After which they commenced their tasks for the day. Since their arrival on the island, they had confined their activities to a small area, with their only foray being a brief venture to a nearby stream, during which they fortuitously rescued someone. Su Hao deemed it essential to familiarize himself with the island's overall layout, for if a day were to come when they faced off against Zhang Jiaowei, having prior knowledge of the surrounding terrain would undoubtedly bolster their chances of victory. Initially, Su Hao contemplated exploring the area alone, believing his small profile would allow him to remain undetected. However, upon sharing his intentions with the 3 women, they made their own decisions. "What? You all wish to accompany me?" Su Hao exclaimed, taken aback by the tearful expressions of the 3 beauties. Cheng Lanqin immediately wrapped her arms around his, declaring, "Of course we will accompany you. If you leave, our team will be devoid of men, and I do not trust any other man besides you. Henceforth, wherever you go, I must follow." Ning Tiantian chimed in, "I completed all the tasks you assigned, Su Ge. Being by your side will allow me to assist you." The reasoning of Cheng Lanqin and Ning Tiantian left Su Hao without a rebuttal, and he turned his gaze toward Annie, asking, "What about you? What is your justification?" Annie fidgeted with her hands and quickly replied, "If you all leave, I will be alone in the camp, terrified. Therefore, I must accompany you," with a resigned expression. Su Hao observed the 3 stunning women beside him. "You may come along, but I must warn you in advance, once we are in the wilderness. You must heed my every command. Should you disobey and find yourselves in peril, I shall not be responsible for your safety. Do you understand?" The 3 women nodded fervently, and Su Hao tightened the bowstring on his arm, slinging it over his back as they set out for their exploration. Previously, they had sought fresh water by heading south, as Zhang Jiaowei's camp lay in that direction. The north, however, remained uncharted territory, and this expedition was specifically aimed at exploring it. Upon entering the dense forest, the 3 women quickly lost their bearings. Everything appeared similar to them, rendering them incapable of discerning directions. In contrast, Su Hao easily recognized whether they had traversed a particular path before. Yet, upon returning to the camp, he often relied on their help to locate small items he had misplaced. This disparity between the sexes stemmed from evolutionary roles. Men traditionally hunted, while women gathered nearby, leading to men possessing a keener sense of direction, whereas women excelled in spatial awareness. The 4 of them pressed onward to the north, and before long, they had been walking for over an hour. The island's humid and sultry forest, coupled with the sea breeze, enveloped them in uncomfortable heat. Su Hao, unperturbed, removed his shirt, finding relief, while the 3 women could only endure, unwilling to bare their skin as he did, despite his indifference. After a lengthy trek, Annie, exhausted, sat down on the ground, rubbing her ankles, and called out to Su Hao, "Su Hao Ge, let us take a break. I can hardly walk any longer. Su Hao, who had been scouting ahead, paused to assess their surroundings before responding. Very well, let us rest for a moment and hydrate. He cracked open a coconut hanging around his neck, and the four of them took generous sips, finishing the coconut entirely. As they rested, they reflected on the island, realizing it was far larger than they had initially imagined. Although they had traversed a thicket for over half an hour, covering a distance of 3 to 4 kilometers, they had yet to catch a glimpse of the coastline since entering the jungle. Su Hao possessed no doubts. The island, resembling a mountain from afar, seemed diminutive until one ventured into its depths, revealing its vastness. While the three rested, Su Hao tested the performance of his bow and arrows. That morning, he had fashioned 10 arrows from the remaining resources at the camp, using scrap metal for the arrowheads and cut plastic for the fletching, which proved quite convenient. In a mere 10 minutes, he had amassed 2 squirrel carcasses. Su Hao retrieved his arrows and addressed the 3 women, who were chatting while seated. Let us proceed. We must continue our journey. They had promised to follow his lead, so they rose without complaint and resumed their advance. The exploration was exceedingly monotonous, and Su Hao prohibited them from conversing, as it hindered his ability to discern the sounds around them. The group continued in silence towards the north, surrounded by the incessant calls of birds and the chirping of insects, which began to grate on their ears. The 3 women trailed behind Su Hao, growing drowsy, when he suddenly halted, as if frozen in place. The hearts of the 3 beauties leaped into their throats. Su Hao had previously warned them that he would inform them of any dangers, yet he had not explained the meaning of his abrupt stillness. Cheng Lanqin and Ning Tian recalled his instructions. Since he had not signaled danger, they deduced all was well. Exchanging glances, they remained motionless under immense pressure, while Annie, frightened, instinctively moved closer to Su Hao. However, her movement triggered a reaction. The sound of her footsteps alerted a goat, approximately 40 meters away, causing it to flee in alarm. Su Hao swiftly shook off Annie, who had clung to his arm, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" He immediately drew his bow and loosed an arrow into the thicket where the goat had vanished. A pained bleat echoed, indicating that his shot had found its mark. "Chase after it," he shouted, sprinting towards the direction the goat had disappeared. Cheng Lanqin and Ning Tian unsheathed the small knives they had crafted the previous day and followed closely behind, while Annie, brushing the dirt from her rear, trailed the group with a whimper. Chapter 20. Su Hao versus the Wolf Pack. Su Hao plunged into the thicket, yet he could no longer discern any trace of the goat. However, he did not exhibit any signs of urgency. Instead, he began to search the vicinity. Indeed, he soon spotted a trail of blood on the ground. Cheng Lanqin and Ning Tian hurried to Su Hao's side, both feeling disheartened at the goat's sudden disappearance. Yet, Su Hao pointed to the bloodstains and declared, "If we follow this trail, we shall surely uncover its whereabouts." Cheng Lanqin, feeling despondent, remarked, "But the goat runs so swiftly. How can we possibly catch up?" With a knowing chuckle, Su Hao replied, "Ah, you misunderstand. While humans may not be the swiftest runners in the natural world, our endurance is unparalleled. I once pursued an injured wild boar for an entire afternoon until it succumbed. Watch closely." Following the trail of blood, Su Hao led the 3 women onward. After traversing approximately 500 meters, they once again laid eyes on the goat. At that moment, it was retreating, an arrow protruding from its side, yet it continued to graze without a care. Seizing the opportunity, Su Hao drew his bow once more, and another arrow struck true, hitting the goat squarely in the back. Sensing the pain, the goat began to flee again, and Su Hao and his companions resumed their pursuit. The blood guided them as they ventured another 300 meters, only to discover the goat once more. This time, however, due to excessive bleeding from its exertion, it could no longer stand, collapsing to the ground in desperate gasps, its life ebbing away. Even as Su Hao approached the goat without concealment, it lacked the strength to flee. Observing the pitiable sight, Cheng Lanqin and Ning Tian turned their faces away, while Su Hao felt no such qualms. After all, he was a child of the mountains, accustomed to the slaughter of livestock. With a swift motion, Su Hao took his small knife and plunged it into the goat's heart, ending its suffering. Ignoring the blood staining his hands, he searched for a sturdy stick, binding the goat's 4 hooves to it with rope. He turned to Cheng Lanqin and Ning Tian, instructing, "You too, don't turn away. Quickly, lift the goat. We must return for a feast." The goat's wounds continued to bleed profusely, a sight that Cheng Lanqin found utterly unacceptable. Timidly, she took a step back, glancing at Su Hao, who responded, "Don't look at me. I certainly won't carry it. If danger arises, this goat would be a liability, preventing me from protecting you. Ning Tian cannot carry it alone, and any small frame is no match either. If we wish to eat, we must work." Reluctantly, Cheng Lanqin grasped one end of the stick and together with Ning Tiantian, they hoisted the goat. Cheng Lanqin was eager to return to the camp, but suddenly, Ning Tiantian recalled something. Wait, where did Annie go? Why hasn't she arrived yet? Su Hao quickly stood and asked Cheng Lanqin, when we were running earlier, I was ahead. Wasn't Annie right behind you? Cheng Lanqin nodded. Yes, I saw her behind me. She must have slowed down, but she should be coming this way. Perhaps we should wait for her? Before she could finish, a chilling wolf howl echoed from the dense forest, followed by a woman's scream. Not good. Su Hao shouted, sprinting toward the source of the sound. Ning Tiantian and Cheng Lanqin, aware of the gravity of the situation, felt their adrenaline surge, though terrified of the wolves. They knew that staying close to Su Hao was their only chance of survival, and they followed him into the fray. At that moment, Annie was backed against a large tree, surrounded by 3 wolves. Trembling, she clutched the small knife she had fashioned the previous day. Tears streaming down her face as she cried out, Brother Su Hao, Xingjie, Tiantianjie, where are you? Come save me. Annie's mind was blank, her limbs weak. Had it not been for the tree behind her, she would have collapsed to the ground. The wolves advanced, testing her resolve. Each time one drew near, she screamed and wildly swung her knife, but the agile beasts evaded her, rendering her efforts futile and exhausting. As the standoff continued, the wolves assessed her threat level. Suddenly, one could no longer contain itself and lunged at Annie, its jaws wide open. In despair, she closed her eyes, summoning all her strength and courage to thrust her knife forward. But once again, her attack missed, and she lost her balance, falling forward. The wolf to her right seized the opportunity, transforming into a blur of gray as it lunged for her leg, biting into her pants. The searing pain ignited a primal survival instinct within Annie, and she drove her knife into the wolf's jaw, the blade piercing its skin and lodging between its teeth, preventing it from tearing further into her leg. The injured wolf howled in agony, retreating, but Annie's pant leg remained caught in its teeth, dragging her along. If the wolf dragged her to its den, even Su Hao would be powerless to intervene, left only to sift through the remains of Annie among the wolf's refuse. As she was pulled along, Annie glanced around in desperation, seemingly resigned to her fate of being devoured by the pack. Suddenly, a swift sound pierced the air, and the wolf dragging her came to an abrupt halt, collapsing lifelessly to the ground, an arrow embedded in its body. The remaining 2 wolves, poised to retreat, were met with another arrow that struck one of them squarely in the back. Damn beasts! Su Hao roared, undeterred by the 2 wolves before him. He fixed his gaze upon them, standing his ground without a hint of fear. No longer being dragged, and he quickly severed her pant leg, ignoring the wound on her calf, and sprinted towards Su Hao, her only hope for survival resting upon him. Despite her terror, she dared not disrupt him. As the standoff continued, Su Hao did not retreat an inch. In the mountains, he had learned a saying, wolves can smell the scent of fear on a person. In that moment, he felt no trepidation. He raised his bow high above his head and advanced slowly toward the wolves, roaring, Get lost, or I will kill you. Chapter 21. The Worsening of Wounds. Wild animals assess their hunting targets based on size and condition to determine their chances of success. Su Hao understood this well. He exhibited remarkable bravery in front of the wolves, even daringly approaching one of them. After a tense minute of confrontation, the wolves realized their inability to hunt the current target. They picked up their fallen companion's body and reluctantly retreated. Su Hao, however, did not let his guard down. It was only when he was certain the wolves would not return that he turned to examine Annie's wound. Freed from danger, Annie could no longer contain her tears, reflecting on how perilously close she had been to death, feeling its breath upon her. Cheng Lanqin and Ning Tiantian, who had been hiding nearby, rushed out. Su Hao had previously instructed them that should anything happen to him, they should throw out the goat carcass to divert the wolves' attention, thus gaining him a chance for survival. Fortunately, Su Hao had successfully driven off the pack, sparing their catch from becoming wolf fodder. Cheng Lanqin and Ning Tiantian felt a flicker of relief but quickly gathered around Annie, concerned for her injuries. Annie, overwhelmed by a mix of pain and indignation, wept bitterly. She looked at the 3 surrounding her with both resentment and gratitude. Had they not arrived in time, she surely would have been taken away. Su Hao tore open the leg of Annie's pants, revealing 2 ghastly blood holes on her fair calf. Ning Tiantian gasped upon seeing the wound, turning her face away, while Cheng Lanqin urgently asked, Su Hao, is Annie's injury serious? It's a bit troublesome, but we must staunch the bleeding immediately. Su Hao replied, tearing his shirt into strips to bind the wound 3 centimeters above the injury, applying pressure that made Annie uncomfortable. She instinctively reached to loosen the bandage, but Su Hao quickly stopped her. Do not move. The tighter it is, the more effective it will be. You are somewhat fortunate, although the wound is deep. The wolf did not shake its head, otherwise your entire leg could have been lost. Now, I must find a way to save your leg. Su Hao lifted Annie onto his back, Lying against his broad shoulders, she felt an inexplicable sense of security, despite the persistent ache in her leg. Brother Su Hao, will my wound heal? She asked. It will, don't worry. I am here. They jogged back to the camp, no one complaining of fatigue or wishing to stop. When they were about 100 meters from the camp, Su Hao instructed Ning Tiantian and Cheng Lanxin to process the goat on the spot before returning to the camp, as the blood would inevitably attract the wolves. Although neither had experience in handling animals, the situation forced them into action. They cut through the goat's various parts. Feeling nauseated, upon returning to the camp, Su Hao immediately began to examine Annie's wound, preparing to treat it. He cleaned the remaining fabric and boiled it in water, as the harsh outdoor conditions only allowed for such rudimentary sterilization. Gently wiping the area around the wound, he turned to Annie, saying, "Prepare yourself. I am going to disinfect your wound directly, as the bandage may come into contact with it." "Will it hurt?" she asked. "Not at all. Rest assured. By the way, may I ask you something? Do you have a boyfriend?" Caught off guard by the sudden question, Annie's face flushed crimson. "Why do you ask that all of a sudden?" "Of course not." Before she could finish, Su Hao swiftly inserted the bandage into her wound, eliciting a scream that startled the birds from the trees, nearly rupturing his eardrums. Withstanding the auditory assault, Su Hao quickly completed the treatment and wrapped the surface of the wound with bandages. Annie, in excruciating pain, contemplated whether it would be better to be taken by the wolves than endure such torment. Wiping her tears, she scolded Su Hao. "You said it wouldn't hurt. Why did you lie to me? If you had said it hurt, I might have stopped. Now that it's bandaged, don't move and rest for a bit," he instructed. Su Hao stood up and stretched slightly. Cheng Lanxin and Ning Tiantian, covered in blood and with splatters on their faces, rushed over, resembling individuals freshly returned from a battle, sending a shiver down Su Hao's spine. "What happened? Is Annie all right?" Cheng Lanxin asked. Su Hao shook his head and replied, "It's not that simple. The wound may be small, but it is quite deep. I've only done a basic disinfection. While it helps somewhat, it is not adequate. To fully disinfect the wound, we need medical alcohol." Cheng Lanxin and Ning Tiantian's expressions turned serious upon hearing this. Fortunately, they were far enough from Annie that she could not overhear their conversation. Cheng Lanxin glanced at Annie and asked Su Hao, "What if we don't have alcohol? The wound could easily become infected. In the best case, she might lose the leg. In the worst, her life is at stake." The specter of death loomed over Cheng Lanxin and Ning Tiantian. Just the day before, they had been chatting together, and now they faced the possibility of separation. Their hearts heavy, both women felt their eyes welling with tears as they quietly asked Su Hao, "What should we do now? We can't just stand by and watch Annie's wound worsen. I am aware of that. So I will search for any drifted luggage that might contain basic medical supplies," Su Hao assured them. Cheng Lanxin's hope flickered back to life as she asked Ning Tiantian, "Is medical alcohol allowed in checked luggage?" "It is, but it cannot exceed 500 milliliters. "Then there is hope." Su Hao nodded. "If that is the case, after dinner, I will check the nearby coast for any drifted luggage. You two stay at the camp, keep a close eye on Annie, and change her bandages every 2 hours. If any danger arises, hide and wait for me. Rest assured, your choice of location is wise. It is a distance from the coast, surrounded by woods, making it difficult for anyone to spot us at night. You need to be more cautious. I have it under control." After their discussion, the trio returned with the processed goat meat. Along the way, Su Hao collected some herbs to apply to Annie's wound, which had mild antiseptic properties, though not as effective as medical alcohol. Chapter 22. The Empty Boxes. The aroma of goat meat roasting over branches permeated the air, though some found the scent of lamb off-putting. The dire circumstances of being stranded on a deserted island rendered even the most discerning noses to regard the meat before them as a delectable feast. The human body requires 3 essential nutrients daily: protein, fat, and carbohydrates. While Su Hao ensured that everyone was fed, their diet of fish alone left them deficient in fat. The 3 beautiful women, who had previously shunned fatty meat, now found themselves irresistibly drawn to the richness of goat meat, compelled by their physiology. The 4 of them gathered around the fire, indulging in their meal, and afterward, they reclined lazily on the ground, savoring the fleeting moment of bliss. Su Hao observed in condition. After eating, her complexion had brightened considerably. A balanced intake of nutrients is crucial for recovery, and those with robust constitutions possess a far superior self-healing ability compared to the average person. Thus, if and continued to nourish herself well over the coming days, there might indeed be a chance for her to heal. However, possibility is but a mere gamble, and Su Hao could not wager on An's ability to recover. Should the situation become dire, he might consider taking a risk, but first, he must attempt to find medical alcohol. After finishing his meal, Su Hao busied himself with preparations around the camp as the sky gradually darkened. The day's arduous journey had left everyone utterly exhausted, and, in particular, was the most fatigued. Her eyes struggled to remain open, and the pain in her legs persisted. Sleep would likely provide her some relief. Noticing An's weariness, Su Hao took the opportunity to fashion a new spear and bound plastic sheets and discarded fabric around his left forearm, readying himself for any potential threats. Go ahead and sleep. You're injured, so you don't need to keep watch tonight. We'll take care of it. And nodded but immediately noticed Su Hao's peculiar attire. Brother Su, what are you doing? Don't mind me. Focus on healing. You didn't get a clear sense of the island during the day, did you? I'll work late tonight and explore further. But it's dark now. Isn't it dangerous to go out at night? Let us wait until my leg is better and go together. Oh, it's fine, and let Su Hao go. If you're worried about him, just rest and recuperate. And if you're concerned for your own safety, remember that both Ning Tian and I will be here to watch over you. And pouted, shaking her head. I'm not worried about myself. I'm worried about Brother Su encountering danger. What danger could I possibly face? Su Hao squatted down to pat An's head reassuringly. Rest easy. Anything that could threaten me, I'm confident I can escape from. Just sleep, and when you wake up, I'll be right here. And blinked. Her small face etched with worry and reluctance, but ultimately, all her emotions coalesced into a sigh. All right, go ahead, but before you leave, come here, I want to tell you a secret. Su Hao leaned in closer to her. What is it? A soft kiss met his cheek. Huh? Su Hao, in disbelief, covered his cheek, the warm and gentle sensation lingering just out of reach, almost stealing away his very soul. He yearned to grasp the fleeting warmth, but the heat radiating from his flushed face overshadowed that moment of innocence. Beside them, Cheng Lanxin and Ning Tian were equally stunned. Their expressions mirrored Su Hao's for a brief moment before swiftly transforming into jealousy. Hey, let me say something too. I have so much to say. The two girls lunged at Su Hao, who, after a few moments of chaotic entanglement, scrambled to his feet and dashed into the depths of the jungle. Not daring to look back. After running several hundred meters, he paused to wipe his face, feeling both exhilarated and somewhat conceited. What on earth are these people? This farewell ritual left Su Hao bewildered, solidifying a newfound resolve to engage in more nighttime explorations. Venturing into the jungle now meant that danger could lurk nearby. Su Hao retrieved a prepared torch and ignited it, illuminating his surroundings and quickly discerning his position. Earlier, Ning Tian had noted that the luggage was located 3 kilometers south of their camp, where all the boxes had already been opened. The only remaining option was to head north and try their luck. Crossing the entire area seemed too perilous. But he could retrace the path he had completed during the day. With his direction set, Su Hao set off immediately. The route from earlier etched vividly in his mind. Despite the night, retracing his steps proved quicker than his initial exploration. What had taken over 3 hours to traverse during the day, Su Hao covered in just over an hour. The traces left by the fleeing goats still remained. Yet he noticed numerous other tracks nearby, indicating that this was a frequented area by wildlife. This was a crucial piece of information. But Su Hao's purpose tonight was not to hunt. He held the torch aloft and continued toward uncharted territory, with swarms of insects flitting around the flame. Aside from the rustling leaves stirred by the wind, only the sound of his own breathing filled the silence. Following the moon to determine his bearings, he continued northward. After another couple of hours, the breeze carried a wet, briny scent. Su Hao inhaled deeply. It seemed he was nearing the coast. The closer he approached the shore, the more potential danger loomed ahead. Wild animals often took advantage of low tides to scavenge along the beach, and survivors typically established camps near the coast for easy access to food. Extinguishing the torch, Su Hao relied solely on moonlight to navigate toward the beach. After an indeterminate amount of time, he parted the underbrush as usual, revealing the moonlit sea before him, and a pile of luggage lay quietly on the shore. Su Hao's heart raced with excitement, but he managed to temper his emotions, carefully surveying the area for any potential threats. After lying low for several minutes, ensuring no creatures approached, he felt secure enough to dash toward the beach. As he drew closer to the luggage, his excitement surged, but upon reaching the boxes, despair washed over him. Empty? How could this be? The night obscured his vision, and by the dim light of the moon, he searched each nearby box, only to find them all pried open. The opportunity to rescue and had vanished, leaving even Su Hao feeling disheartened. He sat on the beach, contemplating whether to continue exploring other directions when he noticed a yellow light approaching from the outskirts of the jungle. Chapter 23. Delivering the people from harm. What was that? The light of a torch. Su Hao's pupils constricted as he plunged headlong into the sea. The sound of his entry was repeatedly drowned by the crashing waves. The distant firelight showed no signs of abating, drawing closer in its golden luminescence. Holding his breath, Su Hao submerged, fixating intently on the approaching figure. The person reached the edge of a suitcase, crouching down to inspect it. Through the flickering glow of the fire, Su Hao discerned that this individual was a foreigner. The foreigner rummaged through the empty suitcase, seemingly searching for any new luggage that might have drifted ashore. After a brief search, he sighed and turned away from the spot. As the firelight receded, Su Hao swiftly resurfaced, having held his breath for nearly 4 minutes. He felt as though he might perish beneath the waves. Watching the distant flames fade, Su Hao found himself torn between two choices. Should he follow that figure or seek out other suitcases? He remained uncertain about the intentions of these individuals and whether he could find more scattered luggage across the island if he left this beach. Annie's legs urgently required alcohol for disinfection to aid her recovery, alongside anti-inflammatory medication. With a firm resolve, Su Hao muttered, "Damn it, I shall follow." He clambered onto the shore, spear in hand, discreetly trailing the foreigner. The torchlight stood out vividly against the enveloping darkness of the night, allowing Su Hao to maintain his bearings even from a distance of 40 to 50 meters. Stealthily, he kept pace, lowering his center of gravity as they traversed for over 10 minutes until they approached another source of illumination, more intense than the torchlight. Su Hao realized he was nearing the foreigner's camp. He observed as the foreigner returned to the camp, remaining hidden in the surrounding shadows. The foreigner placed the torch back into the campfire, where 2 other men awaited him. They seemed engaged in conversation upon his return. Su Hao strained to catch snippets of their dialogue, but his rudimentary grasp of foreign languages left him bewildered by their words. Alas, the lack of cultural knowledge proved a disadvantage. Given that he could not understand, Su Hao took advantage of their discussion to scrutinize the camp. To his astonishment, he discovered that the foreigners had erected 5 tents. It appeared they had considerable provisions from their luggage, as some avid travelers often carry tents for convenience, using them as temporary shelters to save on accommodation costs. With 5 tents and 3 men outside, it was reasonable to estimate that the camp housed more than 5 individuals, possibly with 2 sharing each tent. After estimating the number of occupants, Su Hao contemplated whether to approach these men in hopes of acquiring anti-inflammatory drugs and medical alcohol, items that were undoubtedly essential for travelers. However, acting impulsively could prove perilous. After a period of discussion, the patrolling man returned to a tent, prompting Su Hao to change his vantage point to see if there were others inside. When the tent zipper was pulled open, the sight that met Su Hao's eyes left him in shock. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman was bound, her mouth gagged. She gazed at the man entering the tent with terror, instinctively attempting to flee. However, as she barely emerged, a large hand seized her hair, dragging her back inside. The 2 men by the campfire exchanged glances, even laughing, as they mocked the man's actions in a language Su Hao could not comprehend. Moments later, anguished cries echoed from within the tent, suggesting she was being beaten, not subjected to any other fate. Witnessing this scene, Su Hao's veins surged with fury. These individuals had not been stranded on the island for long, yet their depravity was starkly evident. It became clear that they were not virtuous souls. Rather, they were vile. With that revelation, Su Hao felt a wave of relief wash over him. Initially, he believed this was merely a camp of ordinary survivors and had contemplated waiting until they were asleep to discreetly search for supplies. His conscience had been weighed heavily. But this horrific display obliterated any hesitation he had. What was once intended as theft now seemed too lenient. It was time to seize what was rightfully his. With newfound determination, Su Hao's hands trembled, not from fear, but from the adrenaline surging through him, igniting excitement and tension. He retrieved his bow, drawing an arrow from his quiver. This would be his first time shooting at a person, and while it weighed on his conscience, it was not an insurmountable burden. These wretches deserve their fate. I shall be their reckoning. With that resolve solidified, Su Hao sprang into action. Suddenly, an arrow soared from the darkness, startling the 2 men by the campfire, who had been engaged in idle chatter. One of them, sensing the disturbance, turned to his companion, but before he could alert him to the impending danger, he beheld the sight of his friend, whose neck had been pierced by an arrow, his eyes wide in shock as blood streamed from his lips, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. "What the?" His exclamation was cut short as Su Hao charged forth. Upon seeing the silhouette rushing towards him, the man attempted to call for help, but Su Hao would not allow him that opportunity. He hurled his spear with precision, the tip piercing the foreigner's mouth and emerging from the back of his skull, causing him to slide down the shaft, leaving a pool of crimson in his wake. Hearing the commotion outside, the man Su Hao had been following peeked out from the tent, only to be met with the horrifying sight of 2 corpses by the fire and the blood-soaked ground. Fear seized him, and as he prepared to flee, he felt a sharp pain in his jaw. Su Hao crouched low, thrusting his spear through the foreigner's body, the tip emerging from the crown of his head, blood splattering across Su Hao's face. With a swift motion, he pushed the still-standing corpse to the ground, catching a glimpse of the woman inside the tent. Chapter 24. rescuing the foreign woman. I set the camp ablaze. The foreign woman bore bruises at the corners of her mouth, with streaks of blood trickling from her lips. Upon seeing Su Hao, she instinctively raised her hand to shield her face, a reflex born from the violence she had endured. Su Hao gazed at her with a pang of sympathy, sighed deeply, and shook his head, saying, "Do not fear. I mean you no harm." The foreign woman stared wide-eyed at him, not responding to his words. It then struck Su Hao that she might not comprehend his language, so he added, "My apologies. I forgot you may not understand me, but surely you can grasp my gestures." He placed his finger to his lips, signaling her to remain silent. The woman, initially bewildered, nodded in understanding. Seeing that she seemed to grasp his intent, Su Hao exhaled in relief and continued his gestures. He pointed outside, indicating he would check the other tents. Then mimed the act of slitting a throat, suggesting he would take care of the others, before pressing his wrists together and then opening them, conveying that he would free her afterward. The final gesture of OK was executed with precision, while the rest were rather haphazard. Yet the woman's thoughtful nod indicated that his pantomime had not been in vain. The noise he had caused earlier had not been loud. So if the others were asleep, they might not discover his presence. Su Hao grasped his spear and exited the tent, extinguishing the fire with sand, and crept towards another tent. He pressed his ear against the fabric, listening intently. Although there were no sounds of snoring, that did not necessarily mean the tent was unoccupied. Cautiously, he unzipped a small opening and peered inside, confirming it was empty before moving on to the next one. He repeated this process for the remaining 3 tents. And upon completing his reconnaissance, he received both good and bad news. The good news was that these tents were uninhabited. The camp contained only the 3 individuals he had eliminated. The bad news was that with 5 tents present, it strongly suggested that others lived here as well, just conveniently absent at the moment, and they could return at any time. Realizing he was in potential danger, Su Hao's actions became swift and decisive. He rushed into the tent where the foreign woman was confined, his abrupt entrance startling her into a scream. He quickly reassured her, "Do not be afraid, it's me. There is no one else in the camp. You are free." Producing a small knife from his waistband, he swiftly cut the ropes binding her hands. Ignoring the gratitude reflected in her eyes, he immediately began to scour the camp. With no one around, he could not afford to miss this opportunity. He discovered several backpacks, and without hesitation, he began to fill them. To his astonishment, he found an abundance of canned food. Cursing under his breath, he stuffed the bags ravenously. The foreign woman, initially taken aback, soon joined him in packing the supplies. Su Hao welcomed her assistance, as time was of the essence. They needed to act quickly before anyone returned. In addition to the food, Su Hao sought medical supplies. After a diligent search, he finally located a complete first aid kit beside a sleeping bag in the 4th tent. "At last, I have found you," he exclaimed, clutching the medical kit as he dashed outside. The foreign woman was still busy stuffing her bag with food. He grabbed her arm and urged, "Stop. Don't take too much. You want to be able to carry it all. If danger arises, it will all be in vain." She shook her head in confusion, prompting Su Hao to facepalm in exasperation. He then mimicked the posture of someone hunched under a heavy load. Finally, she understood and began to lighten her load. After placing the medical kit into one of the backpacks, Su Hao assessed the weight. While it was substantial, it was not overly burdensome for him. He had carried much heavier loads while foraging for bamboo shoots in the mountains. Having gathered everything he deemed necessary, Su Hao turned his attention to the tents. Although their makeshift shelter provided protection from the elements, he realized they lacked a contingency plan in case of emergencies. Selecting the largest tent, he squatted beside it, contemplating how to dismantle it. Such contraptions were foreign to him, while many travelers might utilize them. The mountain folk seldom carried tents, preferring to focus their efforts on transporting goods. Frustration mounting, Su Hao scratched his head. The foreign woman, sensing his predicament, squatted beside him, patted his shoulder, pointed to herself, and gave a thumbs up. "You can handle this?" Although she did not understand his words, her expression conveyed her confidence. With a determined nod, she affirmed yes, one of the few English words Su Hao could comprehend. He stepped aside as she adeptly untied the ropes securing the tent. It collapsed under her deft movements, and with a gentle tug on the rainfly, she removed the outer fabric. Su Hao quickly folded the material and stored it in his backpack, which conveniently had space for the folded tent. After securing the outer layer with rope, the inner tent and its framework were swiftly disassembled by the foreign woman. Together, they completed the task in about 5 minutes, with her skills clearly indicating her experience in camping. Once they had collected all they could carry, Su Hao realized they had already lingered in the camp for half an hour. The longer they stayed, the more anxious he became. The foreign woman was preparing to untie the ropes of another tent when he rushed over to pull her up. "We don't need this one." "Why?" she asked. Confusion etched on her face. "Well, this is an adult matter, and children should not pry. We are running out of time, They could return at any moment. One tent is sufficient, he thought to himself, suppressing the urge to express his frustration. He had no idea how long the patrols of these foreigners would last, but it was crucial not to delay any longer. Approaching the campfire, he noticed some wood still smoldering, though there was no open flame. A gentle breath could easily reignite it. Seizing a stick, he lit it anew and regarded the tents and unclaimed supplies with a mischievous grin. If I cannot have it, then I shall destroy it, he thought, tossing the torch into one of the tents. It quickly ignited, and the supplies within went up in flames. As he beheld the roaring fire, there was no time for admiration. He seized the foreign woman and prepared to flee, only to be startled by a distant cry. Shit. Chapter 25. Abomination? Can you escape my five-fingered mountain? Upon hearing the startled exclamation, Su Hao turned to see 4 individuals charging towards the camp, brandishing sticks and shouting with fervor from a distance of several dozen meters. This was dire. These ruffians had returned. Su Hao took flight, not forgetting to drag along the bewildered foreign girl. The foreigners quickly regained their wits, pursuing them with fervor, hurling insults in a language Su Hao could not comprehend, rendering their threats utterly ineffectual in his eyes. As the 2 groups briefly crossed paths, the flickering flames from the burning tents illuminated their faces, revealing the fury etched upon the foreigners' features. Su Hao had incinerated their camp, leaving them to face the elements without shelter. Moreover, the backpacks that he and the foreign girl bore indicated they had pilfered substantial supplies from the camp, whether out of vengeance or the instinct for survival. The foreigners were determined not to let Su Hao live. In that fleeting moment of recognition, each party understood that the other's life hung in the balance. Su Hao, clutching the foreign girl, dashed into the depths of the jungle, the foreigners hot on their heels, striving to keep their figures hidden from view. As they departed the illuminated area and embraced the darkness, they entered the intricate terrain of the jungle, which became Su Hao's domain. Reaching a large tree, Su Hao briefly evaded the foreigner's sight, casting aside his backpack into a nearby thicket while surveying the surroundings. He then wedged a stick into the ground beside the underbrush. The foreign girl, perplexed by his actions, had no time for further explanation as he instructed her to leave the bag behind, assuring her they could retrieve it after dealing with their pursuers, as carrying it would only hinder their escape and expose them. Without waiting for her comprehension, he swiftly removed the backpack from her shoulders and tossed it into the foliage. The sound of approaching footsteps grew increasingly ominous. Su Hao, reversing his path, leaped from behind the massive tree. He aimed at the foremost foreigner, deftly knocking an arrow, drawing back the bowstring, and releasing it in a fluid motion. This sequence of actions was executed with such grace that it left the foreign girl in awe. The arrow whistled through the air, amplified by the night. And with the close proximity of both parties, it was nearly imperceptible to the eye, especially amidst the darkness of the jungle. The arrow struck true, piercing the chest of one foreigner, who seemed to shut down instantly, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The remaining foreigners looked on in horror as their companion clutched his chest, blood oozing from the wound, gasping with a sound that betrayed the destruction of his lungs. With one more comrade lost to Su Hao, the surviving 3 were now driven by a thirst for retribution. There was no room for negotiation. Only death could ensure their safety. Despite being a mere 20 meters apart, Su Hao remained composed, readying another arrow as the foreigners, having discerned his silhouette in the darkness, hastily sought refuge behind nearby trees. Moments passed, and the anticipated arrow did not fly. One foreigner, emboldened, peered out only to discover that Su Hao had vanished, dragging the foreign girl in another direction. XXX. One of the foreigners cursed, resuming the chase, while Su Hao remained oblivious to their words, retorting in his native tongue as he ran. What a bunch of spineless fools. A mere gesture had them trembling, and they still hoped to capture Su Hao? They ought to find a tree to hang themselves from, for the very air on this island had become tainted by their continued existence. The exchange of insults persisted, yet neither side tarried. As Su Hao gauged the distance, he halted and turned to draw his bow once more. The foreigners, startled by his sudden motion, once again sought cover behind trees. After several seconds, the anticipated arrow remained absent. One foreigner, cursing, rushed out to continue the pursuit, only to find Su Hao standing firm, bow drawn, a smile gracing his face. Hello there. With a swift release, the ominous sound of the arrow echoed as it struck true, penetrating the forehead of the unfortunate man. His face froze in an expression of disbelief, a mix of anger and frustration as life slipped away. Among the remaining 2, one roared in fury and charged at Su Hao, while the other stood paralyzed with fear. Su Hao observed the approaching foreigner, steadfast and unyielding. Just as he seemed poised for disaster, the foreign girl, rising from her concealment, brandished a spear, unleashing a piercing scream as she plunged the weapon into the foreigner's side. With his body severely wounded, he crumpled to the ground. And Su Hao shook his head in disapproval. She had just hidden moments before. What is the meaning of deception in battle? Su Hao exemplified this maxim, imparting a small jolt of shock to the foreigners. In truth, Su Hao's tactic was commonly employed in hunting dangerous mountain creatures, where one person drew attention while another ambushed from the shadows, an approach not unfamiliar to those who dwell in the mountains. As the foreign girl gazed at the man she had just felled, tears streamed down her face. Su Hao initially thought she might have some connection to him. But as she mercilessly struck the wounded foreigner, he realized he had misjudged. She was merely venting her pent-up frustrations from the past few days. Su Hao made no attempt to stop her. In the obscurity of the night, he could hardly discern the corpse's features, so let her do as she wished. Rising slowly, he turned his attention to the fleeing foreigner, who was now gripped by terror, realizing that of the four who had come, he alone would return. Escape? Abomination! Can you evade my five-fingered mountain? Su Hao released his final arrow, eliciting a chilling scream as the fleeing figure was swallowed by the dense greenery, presumably struck down. The foreign girl continued to weep while ruthlessly striking the corpse. Su Hao, wishing to turn back, hesitated, fearing the scene might be too grim to behold, and quickly groped for the spear shaft. Enough. The foe was vanquished. They should hasten to retrieve their bags, for he had a wounded companion awaiting medicine. Chapter 26. The foreign girl follows me. Though she could not comprehend the words spoken by Su Hao, the foreign girl sensed the urgency in his tone. She returned the spear to him and trailed behind, still sobbing softly. Su Hao was unaware of the trials she had endured, however. Her demeanor suggested a tale of considerable sorrow. Fortunately, fate had smiled upon her by leading her to him. Had he not come, she would likely have continued to suffer. Su Hao proceeded towards the direction of the individual he had shot, intent on retrieving his arrows. Upon observing the trampled grass and a pool of blood on the ground, he suddenly became alert. Was it truly possible that the person had survived? He scanned the surroundings cautiously, but all was serene. Evidently, after feigning death to deceive Su Hao, the individual had fled, opting not to engage further. The escape of one adversary had effectively added another to Su Hao's list of concerns. He was already burdened with dealing with Zhang Jiehui, and now, in addition to gathering supplies, he found himself unwittingly complicating his own survival. With a resigned sigh, he accepted this new challenge. Life must go on. Drawing upon his memories, Su Hao successfully located the mountaineering backpack he had lost in the underbrush. At last, he could return, yet, he turned to the foreign girl, suppressing his own excitement, and inquired, "Would you like to accompany me back?" Understanding his intent, she nodded fervently, fearful of being left behind. Su Hao's heart swelled with joy, though he maintained an expression of feigned distress. "Very well, then. Come along with me. What can I say? I have a kind heart. It seems our team has gained another member." There was no denying the allure of his own charm, and he generously praised himself in thought. He gestured for the foreign girl to stay close behind as they set out on their return journey, moving with greater speed than before. In contrast to the aimless search that had marked their arrival, the return was considerably less arduous. He led her along the path they had traversed, heading towards their camp. As dawn broke, Ning Tian and Cheng Lanxin remained awake at the camp, each vigilantly observing their surroundings. One sat watchfully outside, while the other tended to Annie, wiping her forehead with a damp cloth. "Sister Cheng, has Annie's fever subsided?" "Much better than before. We lack medicine, so we can only rely on physical means to cool her down. However, we can only manage her temperature. We cannot eliminate it entirely." Sighing, Cheng Lanxin continued, "There's nothing we can do but hope that Su Hao successfully finds some medicine. If he fails, we can only rely on Annie's resilience." Cheng Lanxin's eyes were filled with concern as she pulled Ning Tian aside and whispered, Tian. "While what I am about to say may not be pleasant, we must prepare ourselves. If Su Hao does not return with medicine, we must assure him that Annie will be all right." Ning Tian's heart sank, her voice rising in pitch. "Why?" Cheng Lanxin quickly covered her mouth, anxious that Annie might overhear. "This is a necessity. You must trust me on this. If Su Hao returns and learns that Annie has not improved, what do you think he will do? After spending these few days together, it feels as though we've known each other for years. If he discovers the truth, he will undoubtedly take further risks in search of medicine for Annie. Throughout the night, my heart has been in turmoil. Beyond whether he can find medicine for Annie, I am far more concerned about his safety. Our team can survive without anyone, but we cannot afford to lose Su Hao. Since the moment he had rescued her, Cheng Lanxin had developed a unique sentiment towards the young man emerging from the mountains. Whether it was admiration for his bravery or the psychological effects of their experiences together, she found herself increasingly valuing his presence. Last night, when Annie had kissed Su Hao's cheek, she had even felt a twinge of jealousy towards Annie. This transformation was subtle, and Cheng Lanxin herself was unaware of it, yet her actions and thoughts began to reflect this change unconsciously. After absorbing Cheng Lanxin's words, Ning Tian felt a wave of despondency wash over her. yet she found no grounds to contest her companion's assertions. I understand. The dawn is approaching, and Su Hao should be back soon. I will speak as you suggested. Good. That's all I ask. Cheng Lanxin, possessing a strong-willed nature, had previously managed her father's company in the outside world. Thus, in Su Hao's absence, she had assumed the role of the team's backbone. Together, they stood by the camp, awaiting Su Hao's return. As the sun gradually rose above the horizon, strange noises echoed nearby. They exchanged glances, preparing for the worst. Regardless of whether the approaching figure was Su Hao, when his familiar visage finally emerged, the tension that had gripped them throughout the night dissipated. Cheng Lanxin smiled warmly at Su Hao, while Ning Tiantian rushed to his side. Brother Su, you have returned. We were so worried. Are you hurt? After a fierce encounter with the foreign adversaries, Su Hao felt both physically and mentally drained, yet he knew there was no time for rest. He shook his head. I am fine. How is Annie? Is her condition improving? Ning Tiantian's expression was somewhat odd, yet she recalled Cheng Lanxin's earlier admonitions. Much better. She's currently sleeping. Rest is essential for recovery after an injury. She should be fine in a few days. Su Hao regarded Ning Tiantian with a hint of skepticism. While it was true that some individuals could recover from animal bites without medication, this typically depended on their inherent strength. Clearly, Annie did not possess such fortitude. But that was of little matter now, for he had indeed procured various medicinal supplies. He set his backpack down and retrieved the medical kit, stating, even if she can recover on her own, medicine will certainly expedite the process. Inside, you will find antiseptic and anti-inflammatory medication. Administer it to Annie, and ensure she rests well. Additionally, I have something important to share with both of you. Cheng Lanxin raised an eyebrow. What is it? Well, never mind. The situation is complicated. Just take a look for yourselves. Su Hao approached a large tree and, as if performing a magic trick, revealed the foreign girl who had been hidden behind it. We have gained an additional teammate. Surprised? Chapter 27. Everyone desires to live, yet you have plunged my man into danger. What constitutes a surprise? Please, enlighten me on the essence of surprise. Ning Tiantian and Cheng Lanxin stood frozen, their expressions initially fixed in smiles at Su Hao's return, only to gradually fade away. You ventured outside and returned with a woman. Su Ge, do tell us honestly what you were up to last night. If you cannot clarify, it would be better not to return to the camp, lest we find it difficult to sleep peacefully. Upon seeing the foreign woman, Ning Tiantian and Cheng Lanxin felt as if they might explode with emotion. For reasons unknown, a palpable scent of jealousy filled the air. Although Su Hao was oblivious to it, the foreign woman, despite hailing from a different country, understood the sentiments of Ning Tiantian and Cheng Lanxin. Allow me to explain. It is not as you perceive. I rescued her from another camp, and had it not been for her pitiable state, I would not have brought her back. Su Hao recounted the events of the previous night in detail, leaving Ning Tiantian and Cheng Lanxin aghast. They had never imagined that Su Hao had endured such peril in search of medicine. Their initial grievances evaporated, replaced by a profound relief that he had returned safely. Cheng Lanxin's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, while Ning Tiantian enveloped Su Hao in a tight embrace. Worry and affection etched across her face as she anxiously checked him for injuries. You're not hurt, are you? If you are, please don't hide it from us. Don't try to bear it alone. What could possibly happen to me? Those few foreign men are hardly a match for me. However, I did tire from running all night, and what I desire most now is to fill my stomach and hasten to sleep. Furthermore, did you both think I returned with only one living person? Look at these. Su Hao retrieved the tent from the back of his backpack and began to pull out various canned foods. In his mind, he envisioned the two beautiful women exulting in delight, yet to his surprise, they merely showed a fleeting excitement before quickly returning to their composure. Cheng Lanxin did not even glance at the items on the ground. Instead, she fixed her gaze on Su Hao. These things are inconsequential. Your safe return is what truly matters. Please, go rest now, and allow us to prepare your meal. Cheng Lanxin and Ning Tiantian each took on a task. One to cook and the other to administer medicine, leaving Su Hao alone amidst the chaos. Something feels amiss. Why does the plot unfold so peculiarly? Shouldn't they be leaping with joy? Could it be that the food I brought back was insufficient? Su Hao glanced at the foreign woman, who shrugged in response before approaching Cheng Lanxin, eager to assist in the kitchen. For this team, the foreign woman was an outsider, and judging by the expressions of Cheng Lanxin and Ning Tiantian, she sensed their hesitance towards her presence. To remain part of this group, one must actively engage, for passive acceptance will never be granted. Stepping beside Cheng Lanxin, who was tending to the simmering lamb soup, the foreign woman introduced herself. Hello, I am Jessica. Can you understand what I am saying? Cheng Lanxin, lacking fondness for this new member, largely due to her connection with Su Hao, responded in clear foreign diction. I cannot comprehend. Perhaps you should converse with me in our language. Jessica's face flushed with embarrassment. She had not anticipated Cheng Lanqing's assertiveness, indicating that she might be difficult to get along with. Having traveled to Long Country, Jessica could only muster a few simple phrases in its language. Yet she strained to articulate a response. I apologize. I did not intend to follow this man. I merely wish to survive. I have no choice. Cheng Lanqing shook her head. Everyone wishes to survive. So do I. Yet I also desire Su Hao's safety. He faced danger because of you, which understandably frustrates me. However, since he has returned unharmed, I shall harbor no further grievances. Jessica strained to grasp Cheng Lanqing's words, and then asked, So, you do not like me? Cheng Lanqing let out a wry smile, glancing at Su Hao, who was crafting arrows. What does it matter whether I like you or not? The decision for you to stay was made by Su Hao, and all of us in this team heed his authority. So, since he has permitted your presence, my objections are moot. Yet, should you prove to be a mere burden, I will certainly urge Su Hao to expel you. Jessica quickly waved her hands in protest. That will not happen. I am capable and can contribute. I can set up tents. Without hesitation, Jessica began assembling the tent. Cheng Lanqing, after casting a glance her way, resumed her focus on preparing lunch for Su Hao. Ning Tian emerged from the shelter after administering medicine to Annie, and upon noticing Jessica constructing the tent, she promptly offered her assistance. Jessica, taken aback by Ning Tian's willingness to help, expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Ning Tian reassured her. No need for thanks. We are all part of the same team and should support one another. Jessica was astonished by Ning Tian's words, having assumed that, like Cheng Lanqing, she would hold a grudge against her. Yet, it appeared that Ning Tian bore her no ill will. I appreciate your help, but it seems your other friend is not fond of me. Ning Tian glanced toward Cheng Lanqing, who was still stirring the soup. You mean Cheng Jie? Do not take her words to heart. She merely needs time to grow accustomed to you. Once you become familiar, you will find that she is quite amiable. Is that so? Certainly. When Su Hao is away, both Annie and I listen to her. Many times, she anticipates needs that I overlook. Just engage with her more, and all will be well. Jessica nodded, and the two resumed their tasks. After a brief interval, the tent was finally erected, and Cheng Lanqing called out to everyone. The soup is ready. Come and eat. Arrive late, and you shall miss out on the meat. Hearing her call, Su Hao and Ning Tian approached Cheng Lanqing, while Jessica remained rooted, watching the trio as they ladled soup into their bowls, swallowing hard. Su Hao noticed Jessica's absence and beckoned her over, urging, Don't just stand there. Come and eat. Cheng Lanqing chimed in. No need to gesture. She understands the basics. Ah, really? I thought she might not know what we were doing. If she understands, why doesn't she come over to eat? Ning Tian glanced at Cheng Lanqing and replied, It's because she fears you do not like her, so she hesitates to approach. Upon hearing this, Su Hao frowned. Have you been unkind to her? Please do not spread falsehoods. I have done nothing. Cheng Lanqing, having poured the soup, called out to Jessica, Hurry over for your meal. The soup will grow cold. Chapter 28. Children make choices. I lie between you two. Jessica's expression brightened instantly as she hurried over to take the coconut shell, savoring the lamb soup with delight. Ning Tian blinked at Jessica, who smiled back, and an unspoken understanding passed between them. After satisfying their hunger, the group gathered around the campfire to relax and digest. Cheng Lanqing seized the opportunity to ask Su Hao, now that Annie's matter has been resolved, what shall we do next? As Su Hao's relaxed demeanor turned serious, he replied, We must deal with the external threats posed by Zhang Jiahui and those foreign individuals. With them on the island, our survival is far from secure. Hearing that Su Hao was about to embark on another adventure, Cheng Lanqing sighed. If it comes to that, let's try to avoid them. I cannot bear the thought of any of us falling into danger. Avoidance is futile. They will eventually discover us. We are all on the same island, and there is no escaping. Unless we eliminate them, I want to be able to sleep in peace. Su Hao stood before the three beautiful women, speaking with unwavering conviction. I assure you, as long as I am here, you will never face anything like the last time. They must cross my corpse first. Cheng Lanqing felt her face flush at Su Hao's words, her usual assertiveness faltering as she began to shy away from his gaze. Ning Tian's heart raced, while the foreign girl regarded Su Hao with admiration. Rising, Ning Tian declared, This time, you cannot face danger alone. If we truly must go to war with them, we are all willing to accompany you. Cheng Lanqing nodded in agreement. So am I. I still have an account to settle with Zhang Jiahui. The foreign girl chimed in. With her broken Chinese, you saved me, so I must help you. The four united in the face of danger, forging an unbreakable bond. Su Hao nodded in satisfaction and said, I have a plan. For now, rest. When the night falls, we shall relocate. They nodded in unison, making their way to the tents and shelters. Observing the struggling expressions of the other three, Su Hao feigned a look of helplessness. Alas, I should have been more considerate. Had I known, I would have brought more tents. With Annie resting in our shelter, we will have to squeeze into one tent. The foreign girl suddenly recalled Su Hao's earlier words. That's not true. We could have brought back another one, but Mr. Su wouldn't let me take any other tents. Goodness. Is this how you repay your savior? Su Hao's face turned awkward as Cheng Lanqin and Ning Tian stifled their laughter, refraining from reprimanding him. Cheng Lanqin waved her hand dismissively. Well, one tent will suffice. We can manage to sleep. I will endure and sleep next to Su Hao. You two can huddle together. Ning Tian, alarmed by this suggestion, exclaimed, No, Cheng Jia. You Haven T slept well all night. You need rest. I heard Annie say that Su Gu talks in his sleep. I should sleep beside him. It's fine. I also talk in my sleep. Perhaps we can even converse in our dreams. You took care of Annie all night. You deserve to rest. Ning Tian opened her mouth to argue, but found herself glancing at Su Hao, suddenly inspired. How about this? We let Su Gu choose who he wants to sleep beside. Cheng Lanqin turned her gaze to Su Hao as well. What had begun as a rivalry between two women had now inexplicably drawn him into the fray. Cheng Lanqin glared at Su Hao threateningly, while Ning Tian adopted a gentle demeanor. Su Hao's eyes darted between the two, sweat forming on his brow, and he found himself unable to make a decision. What a predicament! Why am I hesitating? He mentally steeled himself, clenched his teeth, and stomped his foot. Only children make choices. I want them both. Stop arguing. I will lie between you two. Cheng Lanqin and Ning Tian were taken aback, their expressions shifting to fury. Anticipating a reprimand, Su Hao swiftly ducked into the tent, casting the decision back to them. Fine, I can't choose. You decide who sleeps next to me. I'm going to sleep now. Cheng Lanqin huffed in frustration, her bosom rising and falling dramatically, while Ning Tian stomped her foot, feeling powerless against Su Hao's decision. Moments later, Su Hao sensed the distinct fragrances of both women on either side of him. He cautiously opened his eyes to find Cheng Lanqin and Ning Tian lying on either side. He gasped, Is this heaven? The sweet scents flooded his senses, and the warm air felt thick and enveloping. His arms were wrapped by their softness, a sensation both constricting and blissful. Jessica stood guard outside the tent, and the three soon drifted into slumber. The midday sun scorched the earth, while insects in the foliage seemed to protest the oppressive heat with their lamentations. 5 hours later, Jessica entered the tent and gently woke the three. Su Hao blinked awake, his sleep-laden eyes taking in the beauty on either side, instantly revitalized. Time to rise. Let us create some chaos. They scrambled out of the tent, Su Hao vigorously rubbing his numb arms, his expression one of discomfort. After a few minutes of waking up, he began outlining the next steps. Annie had taken her medication, her fever subsiding, and her wounds had begun to scab after disinfection. As Su Hao squatted on the beach, he explained his plans to the other three, and ultimately, his proposal received unanimous approval, with no objections raised. After all, whatever Su Hao suggested, they would not question. Each took on their respective roles. Jessica and Ning Tian repacked the tents, Cheng Lanqin prepared lunch, while Su Hao sat on a large rock crafting weapons, leaving Annie bewildered. What are you all doing? And why is everyone packing up? Is rescue on the way? Ning Tian shook her head with a smile. We are preparing to relocate our camp. Su Gu plans to leave this place for Zhang Jiahui. Leave it to him. Annie gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief. But a wave of dread washed over her. Has he been here? Are we running away? Not exactly running away. We just need to hide for a while. I can't explain everything right now, but I will tell you all the details once we leave. Chapter 29, Cannibalism. And observed as everyone around her busily attended to their own tasks, leaving her to huddle in a corner, clutching her legs. Once Cheng Lanqin had nearly finished preparing their meal, Ning Tian and Jessica had already repacked the tent. The five of them shared their final meal at the campsite, which turned out to be the most lavish feast they had enjoyed since their arrival on the island. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, Cheng Lanqin selected a few canned goods that they were less fond of and left them at the campsite, rising to brush the dust off her backside. Let us depart. Depart? And blinked in confusion. Aren't we supposed to hide? Yet the shelter at the campsite remained intact, the campfire still flickered. And so much food was left behind. Wasn't it a sheer waste? Su Hao gently ruffled Anne's hair. We must leave these items behind to lure them in. Follow Ning Tian for now. I will handle the rest. Once you reach your hiding spot, she will explain everything to you. And pouted, fiddling with her braided hair. But ultimately accepted Su Hao's words and followed Ning Tian into the thicket. Cheng Lanqin and Jessica, left behind at the campsite, exchanged serious glances, their bodies trembling with evident anxiety. Are you two ready? Cheng Lanqin asked, her expression resolute. Her mature and striking features left no room for doubt, having made a decision. She was determined not to falter at a crucial moment. You can count on me, Su Hao. Jessica exhaled deeply. Though I am reluctant to return, I will not refuse your request. With both of them appearing steadfast, Su Hao wasted no time. He slung his bow across his back and grasped the spear from the ground. Since we are prepared, let us proceed. The trio ventured into the dense forest, their path diverging from that of and Ning Tian Tian. After their departure, aside from Su Hao, both Jessica and Cheng Lanqin wore grave expressions, meticulously observing their surroundings for any notable landmarks. Su Hao, leading the way, reminded them like a cautious father, be sure to memorize the route. Do not panic if pursued. Keep your reference points clear, and count how many turns you must take. As he guided them through the woods, they unknowingly approached a familiar location, the vicinity of Zhang Jiahui's camp. They held their breath, concealed within the thicket, peering through the branches to see 3 individuals gathered around a campfire, seemingly enjoying lunch. The campsite had changed significantly since their last visit, most notably marked by 2 mounds of earth, each topped with a wooden sign inscribed with words. It dawned on Su Hao that his earlier assault on Zhang Jiahui's camp had resulted in the deaths of 2 members of their group. However, this revelation did not surprise him. In a desolate island devoid of medical care, any injury could be perilous. They seemed to be in good spirits. Could it be that they have found sustenance? Cheng Lanqin scrutinized Zhang Jiahui and his 2 bodyguards. Their rosy complexions and fluid movements indicated they had not gone long without food. This discovery puzzled Su Hao, for when they last encountered Zhang Jiahui and his foolish bodyguards, they had appeared utterly inept at surviving in the wilderness. Yet, despite their evident inability to hunt, the sight of them gorging themselves was perplexing. Just then, his confusion was abruptly dispelled. The trio witnessed Zhang Jiahui extracting a human hand from the pot over the fire. Ugh! Cheng Lanqin and Jessica immediately retched, while Su Hao felt his stomach churn violently. Unlike the others, he refrained from succumbing to his nausea, primarily to maintain his composure. They're actually consuming human flesh. Have they lost their minds? How could they stoop so low? Cheng Lanqin's voice trembled, her eyes wide with disbelief. Su Hao, however, seemed more accepting of this grim reality, having spent considerable time in the mountains where he had learned just how vile human nature can be beneath the surface. When hunger strikes, one can resort to anything. I have heard tales of those who, when lost, resorted to devouring their dogs raised over many years. But witnessing cannibalism firsthand is a first for me. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Su Hao's eyes. These people could no longer be regarded as human. They had devolved into beasts. Engaging in cannibalism, they had breached the very limits of humanity. When they feasted upon others, they must also be prepared to become prey themselves. No one wishes to coexist with cannibals on a solitary island, and the most effective solution to this dilemma is to eliminate those who present the threat. Su Hao turned to Cheng Lanqin. The next move is yours. Have you memorized the route? Cheng Lanqin nodded. After receiving her confirmation, Su Hao readied his bow. They were approximately 50 meters apart. This distance made it uncertain he could strike a target, as he was no marksman. However, his aim was never to hit but rather to draw their attention. Whoosh! The arrow sliced through the air, emitting a sharp whistle as it flew from the underbrush. The trio, engrossed in their meal, were instantly captivated by the unusual sound. Cautiously, they turned their gazes toward the source of the noise, only to behold a striking figure emerging from the foliage. Cheng Lanqin, wide-eyed with terror, resembled a lost little rabbit. Upon seeing her, Zhang Jiahui's excitement surged. He cast aside his bowl and shouted to his bodyguards, "Damn it! After searching for so long, she has come to us. Capture her and don't let her escape. Once we've had our fun, we'll devour her. I want to see how she plans to flee once she's in our bellies." Hearing this, Cheng Lanqin's legs went weak, but her instinct for survival kicked in. She spun around and darted into the jungle, with Zhang Jiahui and his 2 bodyguards hot on her heels. This was the power of fury. Even though they were aware of the earlier disturbance, the sight of Cheng Lanqin overshadowed any concern about the noise. The bodyguards had lost a comrade due to Cheng Lanqin, while Zhang Jiahui's pride was wounded by her presence. Hatred had long since dulled their rationality. The target was now within reach, and the 3 fools failed to consider whether this was all a trap. Chapter 30. Inviting the wolf into the house. Cheng Lanqin fled with all her might, her heart racing faster than it ever had before. The tension and fear surged her adrenaline, seemingly granting her limitless stamina. Although this frenzied secretion of adrenaline would leave her feeling more fatigued than ever during her moments of rest, the prospect of escaping the clutches of the 3 pursuers made every effort worthwhile. Upon reaching the second crooked tree, she turned left and spotted a cluster of 3 bushes tightly knit together, then veered right. Cheng Lanqin continuously recited the terrain she had memorized, using the landmarks around her to dash towards the direction of her original camp. Zhang Jiahui and his bodyguards closely tailed her, astonished by her speed. Yet none truly feared that she might escape. Look at this little vixen, running so swiftly. She should just stop and come back to her brother. Otherwise, if I catch up to her, I assure you, it won't be as gentle. Zhang Jiahui chuckled lewdly as he spoke. Su Hao, trailing behind the trio, felt an overwhelming urge to shoot an arrow at them, but doing so would disrupt his entire plan. He suppressed his murderous intent with great effort, trailing behind them as Cheng Lanqin executed her escape plan towards the vicinity of the camp. Zhang Jiahui, fixated on the fleeting figure of Cheng Lanqin ahead, was determined to capture her. However, she called out nearby, Su Hao, they are coming. Please save me. Those two words carried significant weight for Zhang Jiahui and his companions, for they remembered that Su Hao had dispatched two of their bodyguards. The three exchanged terrified glances, dread washing over them as they feared Su Hao might leap from the shadows to attack one of them. Seizing the moment of their distraction, Cheng Lanqin quickly concealed herself, her hiding spot meticulously chosen by Su Hao, virtually guaranteeing she would remain undetected. After scanning the area for what felt like an eternity, the anticipated assault from Su Hao never materialized. Instead, they were met with the sounds of chirping insects and the rustling of leaves stirred by the wind. Realizing they had been deceived, Zhang Jiahui seethed with anger as he searched for Cheng Lanqin's whereabouts, but she had long vanished. Damn it! That wretched girl has played us for fools. Su Hao is nowhere to be found. Zhang Jiahui fumed, wildly slashing at nearby branches as he displayed his frustration. It seemed they had not been idle during their days. They had crafted a rudimentary knife from simple tools. Pushing aside the obstructing foliage, they uncovered the camp hidden behind it, now exposed to their sight. Zhang Jiahui first froze, his eyes shining with a mix of joy and fear. Had he inadvertently stumbled upon Cheng Lanqin's camp? The three clearly saw the white smoke rising from the campfire, indicating it was in active use, not abandoned. Zhang Jiahui shoved a bodyguard forward, whispering, "Go check it out." The bodyguard's expression was one of discontent, yet he complied, crouching as he approached the camp. This camp was far more luxurious than their own. The campfire was centrally located, with a makeshift storage rack woven from branches to the left and a temporary shelter constructed to the right. The bodyguard's primary task was to ascertain whether anyone was inside the shelter. He cautiously lifted a plastic barrier, his palm dampened with sweat from gripping the knife. Zhang Jiahui and another bodyguard held their breath, only to see the scout suddenly turn around, causing them to instinctively back away, ready to flee. Fortunately, he quickly reassured them. "Zhang Xiao, don't worry. There's no one in the camp." Wiping the cold sweat that had erupted from his fright, Zhang Jiahui felt a surge of anger at his bodyguard's overly dramatic scare, yet given the noticeable size difference between them, he ultimately swallowed his reproach. Upon entering the camp, Zhang Jiahui regained his composure and began to scrutinize the layout. Among the scattered debris, he accurately spotted open food cans. He dashed over, collecting the cans, which revealed a trove of unopened ones nestled beneath the empty shells. "Zhang Xiao, I found 2 long spears and a pile of women's clothing behind their camp," the bodyguard exclaimed, presenting his findings. Zhang Jiahui's clever mind immediately deduced the implication. This was indeed their camp, and they were merely temporarily absent. Otherwise, why would these items remain? We struck gold. The bodyguards, filled with excitement, began to snatch the cans frantically, while Zhang Jiahui stood by, slapping their heads. "What are you doing?" One of them rubbed the back of his head and replied, "Of course, we're taking these back. Zhang Xiao, are we supposed to leave them here?" Zhang Jiahui, exasperated, facepalmed. "Why would we want to return? This place is perfect. It has the shelter they painstakingly built for us and an abundance of food. Why would we return to our shabby beach?" Sitting by the campfire, Zhang Jiahui's expression turned icy as he gazed at the empty cans that still bore traces of food. This was their camp. They had left almost everything behind. All they needed to do was wait patiently for their adversaries to fall into their trap, thus saving the effort of searching for them. The 2 bodyguards exchanged glances, then began to flatter Zhang Jiahui profusely. The 3 of them unwittingly stepped into the web that Su Hao had woven for them, believing themselves to be exceptionally clever. Hidden nearby, Su Hao chuckled softly, observing the trio indulging in canned food. "Eat up. Enjoy while you can. Come nightfall, you won't have any." He glanced at Jessica, who followed closely behind him. "Now it's your turn. The success of this plan hinges on your final move." Jessica nodded, following Su Hao deeper into the woods. What Cheng Lanqin had just accomplished, Jessica was about to replicate, and in addition to her efforts, Su Hao was meticulously noting the landmarks along their path. As they neared the camp of the foreigners, the sun began to set, and seabirds soared towards the island, yearning for the promise of a new day upon their return home. Su Hao and Jessica lay quietly in the grass, awaiting the onset of night and the execution of their plan against the 5 remaining foreigners. Chapter 31. Swallowing the Wolf with the Tiger. As the sun's radiant light was devoured by darkness, and the heavens became adorned with countless twinkling stars, The distant torches began to flicker to life. Su Hao and Jessica understood that their opportunity had arrived. On this moonless, stormy night, it was time for reckoning. Awakened. It was the hour of the hunt. Among the foreigners in their camp, the survivors wore expressions of despair. The previous day, Su Hao had launched a surprise attack, incinerating a significant portion of their supplies. Although some provisions had been salvaged from the flames, they could barely sustain 5 individuals. Su Hao had always possessed a kind heart, and witnessing the near-tearful faces of these foreigners brought an involuntary smile to his lips. "Are we ready for our performance?" he asked, glancing at Jessica, who nodded in affirmation. "Then let us proceed." With that, Su Hao leapt from the underbrush, and the 5 men turned at the sound, only to be met with his derisive grin and an impudent gesture. "Surprised, are you beasts? Grandpa Su has come for you." Without hesitation, Su Hao loosed an arrow, striking one of the dazed men, who fell lifelessly to the ground. It was only after their comrade was struck that the others reacted, charging towards Su Hao in a fit of rage. The remaining 4, fueled by deep-seated hatred and a desire to reclaim their stolen supplies, pursued Su Hao like rabid dogs. Yet, just as they became fully engrossed in their chase, a scream pierced the air. Jessica, wielding her spear, had dispatched the foreigner Su Hao had previously wounded. When they turned back, they found Su Hao had already gained considerable distance. "Damn it! Which one should we pursue?" one of them shouted. "Send someone after the woman. The rest follow me after the man." A brief exchange saw them divide into 2 groups, 3 men relentlessly pursuing Su Hao, determined to close the gap and prevent him from drawing his bow. After finishing off her target, Jessica hastily retreated into the woods. The disparity in strength between the sexes was vast. She knew she could not hope to defeat an armed man in a one-on-one confrontation. As they fled in opposite directions, they adhered to the plan devised at noon. Su Hao sprinted along the coastline toward his camp, while Jessica utilized her intimate knowledge of the terrain to evade the man pursuing her, Zhou Xian. The foreigners were relentless, trailing closely behind Su Hao. Even as he exhausted himself in flight, the distance between them remained perilously narrow. "You run quite fast. Why not give up? Perhaps we could coexist peacefully?" Su Hao shouted. But the language barrier rendered his words meaningless. They assumed he was cursing them, and their pace quickened in response. Hearing their footsteps grow nearer, Su Hao abandoned all restraint, pouring every ounce of his energy into his flight. It must be said, these foreigners were swift. However, Su Hao was not a child burdened by the weight of academic demands. Having lived in the mountains, he had little access to recreational facilities. His days were spent frolicking and playing with friends, which had granted him a physique that was of little use in modern society. Both Su Hao and the foreigners raced along the coastline, each party exerting their utmost effort, unwilling to conserve their strength at such a critical juncture. As the distance lengthened, Su Hao began to feel weariness creeping upon him. He glanced at a small hill to his right and shouted. Finally, Weevee arrived. Veering towards the hill, he dashed into the trees. The 3 foreigners would not allow him to escape again. They gritted their teeth and strained every muscle to keep up. As they tore through the underbrush, they stumbled upon a campfire, where Zhang Jiehui and his companions sat, utterly bewildered. Both parties froze, staring at one another in confusion. Tension palpable in the air as neither dared to make a move. "What the hell? Where did these people come from?" Zhang Jiehui exclaimed, bewildered. "I don't know. But they don't seem friendly. Each one of them is armed and looks like trouble." The trio seated by the fire set down their cans and stood to confront the oncoming foreigners. Upon seeing the empty cans at their feet, the foreigners erupted in fury. "Those bastards! That man must be in cahoots with them. They're eating our supplies. These were a band of thieves, robbing them of their food. Without those cans, they would surely starve. They had to reclaim what was theirs." As the foreigners recognized the cans lying by Zhang Jiehui's group, any chance for explanation vanished. With a cacophony of foreign curses, the 3 assailants charged at Zhang Jiehui and his companions, who were utterly oblivious to the unfolding chaos, thrust into a life-or-death struggle. Zhang Jiehui, in panic, hid behind his bodyguards, shouting, "Stop them! They've gone mad. What are they doing?" Life can be unpredictable, and one can never anticipate the flavor of existence. Who could have foreseen that while they indulged in cans and sang merrily, awaiting Su Hao's return, they would be confronted by such fearsome adversaries? When faced with the demand for bread, one must bring forth the fist. The 2 bodyguards, armed with spears, exchanged resolute glances as they beheld the approaching foreigners. In that moment, they understood the answer: run. Without a second thought, they turned and fled, disregarding Zhang Jiehui's frantic pleas for them to return. No one was willing to risk their life for him now. The prospect of escaping the island was already uncertain, and the promises made were mere empty words. Relying on such assurances to compel them to shield him from danger was akin to folly. Fuming, Zhang Jiehui yearned to voice his anger, but before he could, the 3 assailants had reached him. He hastily turned to flee, but a blade struck his back. Ah! He screamed in agony. Despite his lavish attire, the knife tore through him. He had no time to tend to his wound, scrambling forward desperately. Just when he managed to catch up to his bodyguards, someone suddenly appeared in their path. What on earth? Chapter 32. The Clash of the Clam and the Snipe. Before them stood a foreigner, merely a few meters away. The foreigner was perplexed, wondering where Jessica had fled. But Zhang Jiahui's 2 bodyguards charged at him, taking advantage of his bewilderment to stab him fatally with a spear. In moments of panic, one's nerves are taut, especially when this foreigner obstructed their only route of escape. In the throes of desperation, the 2 bodyguards acted without hesitation before the foreigner could react. He collapsed lifelessly onto the ground. John, damn it, they've killed another one of us. We must avenge John. The 3 foreigners pursuing Zhang Jiahui displayed expressions of sorrow, their emotions igniting a surge of adrenaline within them. Even though fatigue had begun to set in, they unleashed astonishing strength. At the rear, Zhang Jiahui, lacking stamina, sensed impending doom. One of the pursuers surged forward, delivering a vicious blow to his back. Ah! Zhang Jiahui cried out in pain, tears streaming down his face, spurring him to hasten his pace. While running and weeping, he shouted back at the 3 assailants, "Don't just target me. If you have the ability, go after the 2 in front." The 3 in front fled frantically, while the 3 behind pursued with equal fervor, creating a striking tableau under the moonlight. Yet, the only flaw in this beautiful scene was Zhang Jiahui, who intermittently emitted cries of agony as fresh wounds were inflicted upon him, propelling him to run even faster. For 2 minutes, they continued this frantic chase, during which Zhang Jiahui endured for more stabs. He felt utterly frustrated, yet found himself powerless. Moreover, with each stride and the blood flowing from his wounds, he could distinctly feel his strength waning. If this continued, he feared he might perish on this island. No, I have my youth ahead of me, and my family's legacy awaits my stewardship. I cannot die. The instinct for survival compelled Zhang Jiahui's mind to race, desperately formulating countermeasures. As another blade neared his back, he urgently called out to the bodyguards ahead of him, "Stop running. There are 3 of us, and 3 of them. What are you running for?" When we encountered them, they were already gasping for breath. "Let us turn and face them." Turn back? No way. The 2 bodyguards completely disregarded Zhang Jiahui's pleas. "You handle your own problems. We're not risking our lives for you. We're here to earn some cash, not to gamble with our lives." Zhang Jiahui's words fell on deaf ears. Desperation welled up, and with tears and snot mingling, he shouted at the 2 bodyguards ahead, "Run if you must. They've seen your faces, and there is no way for you to escape this island. If I die, you will be next." Upon hearing Zhang Jiahui's words, the 2 bodyguards abruptly paused, realization dawning upon them. In their frantic escape, they had indeed overlooked the gravity of the situation. It was no longer just about Zhang Jiahui's survival. If they did not eliminate the 3 behind them, their own lives were likely forfeit as well. Seeing them halt, hope flickered within Zhang Jiahui's heart, and he seized the chance to catch up to the bodyguards. Ignoring his anger at their earlier behavior, he pointed to the foreigner who was relentlessly attacking him from behind. "Quick, kill him." "Shut up. We know what to do." The bodyguards found themselves at a disadvantage in numbers, but they wielded long spears, granting them an edge in reach. The longer the weapon, the stronger the strike. Despite their shortcomings, the 2 had previously undergone rigorous bodyguard training, enabling them to execute certain maneuvers through muscle memory. As the distance closed, one bodyguard gripped the spear's shaft, raising the tip high, waiting for the foreigner to charge. When the foreigner approached, the bodyguard thrust the spear forward. This vicious strike left little room for evasion, particularly given their proximity. The foreigner's pupils dilated, and retreating was futile. Instinctively, he grasped the spear's tip, losing part of his hand to the sharp iron, yet managed to deflect the thrust just enough for it to graze his side. "I'll take care of it." The other bodyguard, quick to react, also thrust his spear. This time, the foreigner was not as fortunate. He was pierced clean through. His intestines wrapped around the spearhead were violently expelled, and the shaft embedded deep within him, draining his life force rapidly. Done. The 2 bodyguards beamed with triumph. The battle had shifted in their favor. The victorious bodyguard attempted to withdraw his spear to confront the remaining 2, but found it immovable. The foreigner clung to the spear with his uninjured hand, blood spilling from his mouth, yet his gaze fixed fiercely on the bodyguard. "Fuck you," he exclaimed, as he collapsed, pulling the bodyguard off balance. Without hesitation, the 2 remaining foreigners, witnessing their fallen comrade and the toppled bodyguard, raised their blades high. Thud, thud, ah. The 2 became frenzied butchers, mercilessly hacking at the downed bodyguard. Despite his desperate attempts to rise, he was repeatedly struck down. The 2, consumed by bloodlust, would not allow him to escape. His screams gradually diminished as flesh and bone splattered around, even landing on Zhang Jiehui's face. Another bodyguard, filled with anguish, cried out and charged forward with a spear. But one foreigner reacted quickly, rolling to his fallen comrade's side, yanking the spear from his abdomen to confront the bodyguard. The situation had once again reached a stalemate. The battlefield was ever-changing. Just moments ago, the tide had seemed favorable, yet now Zhang Jiehui's side found itself at a severe disadvantage. The bodyguard picked up a fallen blade. Realizing that the foreigners wielded superior weapons, at least made of iron. "Pick it up," Zhang Jiehui exclaimed in confusion, pointing at himself. "Are you referring to me? Isn't that obvious? If you don't help, we're both doomed here." Chapter 33. The Fisherman Gains. Zhang Jiehui trembled as he picked up the machete from the ground, yet he remained positioned behind his bodyguard. Infuriated, the bodyguard grasped his collar and yanked him forward as if he were a mere chick. "Stand in front of me. Your weapon is short. Create an opportunity for me to strike from behind." "No, I refuse. You are sending me to my death." Zhang Jiehui was no fool. With such a short machete, advancing would surely lead to his demise. He feared he would be slain before even reaching his adversaries, as the bodyguard intended for him to distract the two foreigners while he launched his own attack. Desperately, Zhang Jiehui shrank back, the ghastly wounds on his back still bleeding profusely. Without medical assistance, such injuries were undeniably fatal. A dying man, after all, should at least have his death serve a purpose. Zhang Jiehui struggled, but his excessive blood loss rendered him weak. Pushed toward the foreigners by his bodyguard's hand on his back, the foreigner wielding a spear began to ready his weapon to strike. "Stop! What are you doing? You are my bodyguard. Your duty is to protect me." As Zhang Jiehui felt himself being thrust toward the spear, he suddenly pivoted, swinging the machete directly into his bodyguard's face. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Thud. Both the bodyguard and Zhang Jiehui collapsed to the ground, the machete striking precisely in the center of the bodyguard's face. His mouth moved, eyes rolling back. Facing Zhang Jiehui, he was on the brink of death. Terrified, Zhang Jiehui curled into a ball, witnessing the bodyguard twitch and convulse from his severe injuries. In a panicked tone, he cried out, "Don't blame me. This is all you're doing. I just want to live. I don't want to die." Zhang Jiehui, accustomed to wielding power, had never killed before. Even those he found displeasing had never required his direct intervention. The two foreigners, observing their foe turn upon his ally, shifted their focus from the now defenseless Zhang Jiehui. Their vigilance and tension dissipating, they approached Zhang Jiehui with sinister grins, who, weakened, lacked even the courage to flee. Instead, he knelt before them, knocking his head against the ground. "Please, don't kill me. My family is wealthy. Once we are rescued, I can give you anything you desire. You will lose everything if you kill me." Zhang Jiehui pleaded in his native tongue, then repeated his entreaties in a foreign language. Upon hearing his words, the foreigners exchanged glances. One of them inquired, "Is what you say true? How can I trust you?" "Everything is true. I can prove it." Zhang Jiehui removed his wristwatch and tossed it at the foreigner's feet. The one who spoke picked it up, examining it under the moonlight. And upon realizing it was a genuine Rolex, their expressions transformed in astonishment. "So this fellow is actually wealthy?" The man pocketed the watch, while the other, having found nothing, crouched down, pressing the machete against Zhang Jiehui's chin, a smile breaking across his face as he spotted the necklace around Zhang Jiehui's neck. "Take it off." "All right, please." "Wait a moment." Zhang Jiehui obediently removed the necklace and handed it over. The pendant was a finely crafted jade, its vibrant green hue radiating a subtle glow, clearly of considerable value. The two men were astonished by their unexpected fortune and began to search for further treasures. The watch was gone, the jade was gone. Now, they turned their attention to the rings on Zhang Jiehui's fingers. While they were counting the rings and appraising their worth, a voice suddenly interrupted. "Don't be so greedy. It's my turn now." Startled, they turned to see Bro Hao, smiling as he plunged a knife into one man's chest. Swiftly, he pivoted, reversing his grip on the spear, and thrust it into the heart of the other foreigner. These two avaricious individuals had failed to notice that Bro Hao had been right behind them, their focus entirely on the treasures Zhang Jiehui possessed. Man dies for wealth. Birds perish for food. Bro Hao withdrew the weapons embedded in their bodies and wiped the blood on their corpses. Bro Hao, a flicker of anger crossed Zhang Jiehui's eyes, quickly replaced by fear. "Please, don't kill me. Everything I did was in defiance of you. I am sorry. Please forgive me. I can give you anything you desire." Zhang Jiehui once more displayed his talent for bowing, his forehead bleeding from the effort, yet Bro Hao remained unmoving. When Zhang Jiehui finally looked up in confusion, Bro Hao smiled and addressed him. "Bowing to foreigners may yield results, but it will not work with me. When you committed those acts against Qing Lanqin, your fate was sealed. You desperately wished to survive, even resorting to consuming the flesh of your companions. Yet what reason do I have to allow you to persist?" Zhang Jiehui's eyes flickered, fervently hoping Su Hao would utter another sentence, one that might turn his fate around. But Su Hao merely gazed at him, watching as Zhang Jiehui's expression shifted from anxious anticipation to despair, ultimately igniting into rage. When faced with the unchangeable, one often succumbs to anger, yet such fury merely masks one's impotence. Su Hao, do you believe my death benefits you? Judging by your attire, your background must be quite poor. A pitiful creature, given the chance to rise, you squander it and resign yourself to a lifetime of poverty. I was born in Rome, while you were born to servitude. Individuals like you wouldn't even have the right to speak with me were it not for this island. Su Hao silently regarded Zhang Jiehui, sensing that his final words had been spoken. I must take my leave. Oh, there is one thing I forgot to mention, besides myself. Guess what else I have brought along? A howl erupted. This is a wild wolf. Zhang Jiehui's expression shifted. Su Hao grinned. My animal friends and I offer you one final lesson. Treat others as you wish to be treated. Since you relish feasting on men, now experience the sensation of being devoured. I must depart, lest my animal friends grow displeased. Waving goodbye, Su Hao turned and strolled gracefully into the moonlight. Yet, after taking a few steps, he suddenly slapped his forehead. How could I forget? He turned back, retrieving the Rolex and jade from the pockets of the two foreigners, then casually stripped Zhang Jiehui of all his rings. For those stuck on his fingers, Su Hao employed the most direct method, severing the hand. Chapter 34. For beauties enter my tent simultaneously? How delightful. After thoroughly confiscating all of Zhang Jiehui's valuable possessions, Su Hao departed from the chaotic scene without the slightest hesitation. The anguished cries of Zhang Jiehui echoed behind him, and in remembrance of his tragic demise, a brighter smile adorned Su Hao's face. In places where battles have raged, blood inevitably stains the ground, acting as a trigger for the wolves that feast upon the fallen. The cries gradually diminished until only the sounds of the wolf pack devouring their prey remained. In this dark and dense jungle, by the dawn of the next day, no trace of the victims would be left behind. Meanwhile, the four stunning women concealed in their hideout anxiously awaited Su Hao's return, occasionally patrolling the vicinity in hopes of spotting him. Ning Tiantian and her companions found themselves in a relatively open area near the stream where Su Hao had previously sought refuge. Originally, Su Hao had intended to establish a new shelter here after leaving the camp in a fit of anger, but his encounter with Zhang Jiehui's group had disrupted those plans. However, now the plan could resume, yet the one capable of executing it had yet to return. Cheng Lanxin searched the surroundings with growing anxiety but returned empty-handed once more. Upon seeing Cheng Lanxin re-enter the camp, Ning Tiantian hurriedly inquired, "Did you find him?" Cheng Lanxin shook her head, prompting a collective sigh from the group. Su Hao had become the backbone of their team. Without him, not only would the others struggle to survive, but they might also lose hope entirely. Jessica, seizing a spear, stood up decisively. We cannot remain idle any longer. If Mr. Su encounters danger, he may be left without assistance. I will go find him. Do not venture out. Cheng Lanxin replied firmly. You are unfamiliar with the terrain and unaware of Su Hao's precise location. Even if you were to find him, should you hinder his escape, neither of you may return. Stay here and trust in Su Hao. Indeed, there is no need for concern, for I have returned, Su Hao announced as he approached, causing a wave of relief to wash over the women. Their hearts, once burdened with worry, felt light upon seeing him safe and sound. Annie rushed to assist Su Hao in removing his bow from his back and inquired, Have they all been dealt with? They have been taken care of, Su Hao replied. Hooray! The group erupted in cheers upon hearing his response, as the dangers surrounding them had finally been eradicated. They could now live without the constant fear of being discovered. The four beauties excitedly rushed to Su Hao and embraced him, realizing that without his intervention, they might have met a tragic fate or starved on this island. To them, Su Hao had become an indelible savior, leaving an everlasting mark on their hearts. Surrounded by the affectionate women, Su Hao felt enveloped in warmth, their softness brushing against his face. Face wash, he mused, bewildered. How could such a challenge be endured? Su Hao took a moment to savor this fleeting bliss. But as the women released him, he recognized that it was Cheng Lanxin who had just given him a wash, explaining the familiarity of the scent. Still yearning for more, he shook his hands, and, noticing the tent that had been set up, he entered without a second thought. He had been thoroughly exhausted these past few days and relished the rare opportunity to rest and finally enjoy a good night's sleep. As Su Hao settled into the tent, the four women exchanged glances. Cheng Lanxin lowered her voice and said to the others, He truly is tired. Are you all prepared? The three women displayed expressions of determination. We are ready. Excellent. Let us proceed according to our plan. Su Hao has exerted himself for long enough. It is time for him to rest. While we prepare to find him, inside the tent, Su Hao stretched his weary body, pondering what the other four beauties were up to. Were they not fatigued? Intrigued? He contemplated stepping out to check, but the four stood simultaneously at the entrance, each holding a small bottle. What are you planning to do? Ning Tian chuckled softly. Oh, Sugu, do not be so anxious. Just obey, lie down obediently, and then remove your clothes. Su Hao? For the first time, he felt a chill run down his spine, gazing at the four women before him, whose eyes gleamed with an insatiable hunger. He felt a twinge of fear. What did this mean? After years of chastity, was he to be defiled by these four? If they truly desired such a thing, then they should intensify their efforts. Lacking experience in such matters, Su Hao hesitated, glancing at the four beauties. This seems a bit inappropriate. How about we take turns? Let me first gather some knowledge before we escalate the difficulty? Cheng Lanxin burst into laughter but offered no explanation. Instead, she stepped closer, assertively commanding, if I told you to remove your clothes, why are you hesitating? Act like a man and hurry. Miss this opportunity, and it may never come again. Annie twirled her braid, a playful smirk on her face as she sweetly coaxed, Su Hao ji, hurry and take them off. Don't you like Annie? Jessica, without uttering a word, dramatically began tugging at Su Hao's clothing. All right. Is this how it is? If this is what you all desire, then I shall comply. Su Hao acquiesced, removing his shirt. The flickering firelight accentuated his physique, each muscle honed for athleticism, presenting an aesthetic that was neither dauntingly large nor grotesque, but rather perfectly aligned with the ideals of beauty. A soft, involuntary gasp escaped Cheng Lanxin's lips, a sound so faint that only she could discern it. The faces of the four beauties flushed with color, their gazes fixated on Su Hao as if he were a sumptuous feast. I have removed my clothing, and now what? Su Hao inquired, pulling their thoughts back to the present. Ning Tian quickly pointed to the ground. Lie down and close your eyes. Upon hearing this, Su Hao complied, his heart racing with anticipation. After all, this was his first experience, and typically, he would only study in solitude. Now, however, he found himself unexpectedly thrust into the fray. How could he not feel nervous? As Su Hao lay down, certain desires stirred within him. The four beauties exchanged knowing glances, as if they had reached a silent agreement. Then, together. Wait, you all, this feels amazing. Chapter 35, Fish farming. The hands of four enchanting women glided over Su Hao's body, the essential oils transforming into a bridge that connected their two corporeal forms. Although the activities of the four beauties diverged significantly from his initial imaginings, it must be said that after a long period of arduous labor, the sudden indulgence in a massage was indeed a delightful reprieve. Ah, how blissful. A little to the left, yes, right there on my back. It aches terribly. Do ensure to focus on that. Rest assured, today, the four of us will attend to your needs. We shall cease only when you are thoroughly satisfied. As Su Hao felt the tension in his muscles dissipate, a wave of drowsiness began to envelop him. He had been utterly exhausted from the relentless demands of the past few days. Finally, having resolved all pressing matters, the relaxation of his taut nerves allowed fatigue to wash over him. In this deep slumber, Su Hao no longer had to contemplate the imminent crises or strategize against adversaries for the morrow. Observing Su Hao lost in profound sleep, the women gazed at him with tenderness in their eyes, and they too reclined beside him, joining him in the realm of dreams. Come dawn. It was not the chirping of early birds that stirred Su Hao from his slumber, but rather the numbness of his limbs. Each of the four beauties had chosen a limb of his as a pillow, which afforded them comfort. Yet Su Hao now felt as though his limbs had transformed into lifeless weights. Awake, the sun has risen. In a bid to reclaim his limbs, Su Hao impatiently called out to them. The beauties, their sleepy eyes still half closed, regarded him. The sight of their exquisite faces overwhelmed him, rendering him momentarily speechless. Ning Tian yawned before inquiring, Sugu, why are we up so early today? Since we have no pressing matters, why not indulge in a bit more rest? More rest? If I sleep any longer, I might as well lose a limb. Su Hao retorted, swiftly extricating himself to stretch. With utmost seriousness, he continued. The villains have indeed been dealt with, but let us not forget that we still reside on a deserted island. Our food situation remains unresolved. And once the mutton is consumed, we will be left hungry. Annie, who was braiding her hair, expressed a hint of annoyance as she was roused. Haven't we gathered a fair number of canned goods? That should suffice for a week. Why the rush for food? Cheng Lanxin gently tapped Annie on the forehead. Fool. Those canned goods are meant for storage, and with their long shelf life, we certainly should not consume them all at once. Su Hao is right. Our food supply is of utmost importance. After schooling Annie, Cheng Lanxin turned to Su Hao. The goat we hunted last time will only last us 2 days at best. With 5 mouths to feed, despite my efforts to ration, we are consuming food at an alarming rate. Su Hao nodded, feeling the weight of responsibility settle upon him. If he were alone on the island or accompanied by just 1 or 2 people, he could manage the food situation with ease. However, with 5 individuals to consider, Even for a resourceful survivor like Su Hao, the pressure was considerable. Though the island was abundant in resources, acquiring them was no simple task. Each venture came with inherent dangers, sometimes threatening their very lives. Surviving as an ordinary person on the island posed significant challenges. Yet, due to Su Hao's proficiency in this domain, the lurking dangers were not prominently displayed. While the four beauties perceived Su Hao's hunting expeditions as effortless, he never took any of them lightly. After all, those who often play with eagles might find themselves blinded by their talents. Fully aware of this reality, Su Hao understood that he could not recklessly embark on further hunting trips, as doing so might result in his own demise, a gamble with life itself that could not continue. As the numbness in his limbs began to wane, he addressed the four women with utmost seriousness regarding our food situation. You all know I can hunt and often return with yields, but you have also witnessed the dangers involved, and he was injured, after all. Thus, we must devise an alternative means of acquiring sustenance. Upon hearing Su Hao's tone, the expressions of the four beauties turned earnest, particularly Annie, who nodded affirmatively. Her twin braids swaying adorably with her movements. But without hunting, what shall we eat? The women furrowed their brows, deep in thought. Su Hao grinned. Placing his hands on his hips, not hunting does not equate to starvation. We can utilize our clever minds and diligent hands to procure food. Farming. Cheng Lanqin immediately thought of this method, but shook her head. But we need seeds to farm. How long would it take to cultivate crops on this deserted island? And even then, we would have to wait ages for the harvest. Is this plan truly viable? Su Hao chuckled and shook his head, acknowledging that farming was indeed impractical at this moment. We can certainly pursue that in the future, but not now. The simplest way to acquire a stable and substantial food supply is right before us. Do you see that river? The four women nodded, their confusion evident. But Jessica suddenly exclaimed, we can raise fish. Exactly. Su Hao snapped his fingers and continued. We can dig a pond and connect it to the creek. If we manage to corral the fish into the pond, we will have a continuous supply of fish meat. At this revelation, the eyes of the four women sparkled with excitement. Fish grow much faster than crops, and they predominantly feed on aquatic plants and roots, which are plentiful on the island. Eagerly, they all stood, brimming with enthusiasm. Cheng Lanqin, her spirits high, declared, then let us commence our endeavor. The sooner we establish this, the sooner we can begin our fish farming plan. I can hardly wait to savor some fish soup. Without hesitation, they set their plan into motion. The first order of business was to create tools for digging the soil, an area in which Su Hao excelled. Once the tools were crafted, they divided their tasks and set to work. Annie and Ning Tiantian were responsible for digging the water channel. While the workload was manageable, it required meticulous attention to ensure smooth water flow. Su Hao and Jessica took on the task of excavating the pond, as their physical strength surpassed that of the others, making them the most suitable for the job. Cheng Lanqin, meanwhile, managed the group's daily needs and provisions, ensuring that everyone was well taken care of, with each person assigned to their respective role. Chapter 36. Where are my pants? The five individuals, with their tasks clearly defined, worked diligently for 3 whole days to realize their carefully crafted plan, each contributing their own efforts towards the pond. Although the labor left them physically exhausted, upon completion, pride radiated from their faces. The pond and the waterway were excavated, and now only the most crucial step remained, clearing the blockage. A large boulder obstructed the flow between the creek and the waterway. Annie and Ning Tiantian, tasked with digging the waterway, each held onto a rope, with a firm tug. The boulder would topple, allowing the creek's waters to cascade into the waterway and flow towards the pond. The 5 of them anxiously observed the massive stone that stood between them, symbolizing whether their efforts over the past 3 days had borne fruit. If the water failed to flow into the waterway as planned, it would be a significant blow to their morale. Ning Tiantian and Annie simultaneously looked to Su Hao, who nodded in affirmation. Let's proceed. If there are any issues, we'll discover them sooner rather than later. Their hearts raced, and beads of sweat formed on their palms gripping the rope. With a simultaneous, vigorous pull, the boulder was dislodged, and the creek's water rushed into the waterway. At that moment, silence enveloped them. They all raced after the flowing water towards the pond, their hearts pounding as they witnessed the water surging over obstacles. Heading towards the pond, it was imperative to clear the blockage. It was vital to succeed. Even Su Hao found himself silently praying. They had invested 3 days into this endeavor, and failure would be a substantial setback for the other 4. As the water neared the pond, only a few meters remained, when suddenly, the once forceful current came to an abrupt halt. The 4 ladies felt a weight in their hearts, their expressions darkening. Ning Tiantian felt as though her mind had exploded with disbelief, and Annie, weak-kneed, sank to the ground in tears. Cheng Lanqin cast a despondent glance at Su Hao. Realizing that the waterway had encountered an issue, evidently, their efforts over the past 3 days had been in vain. Not necessarily. Su Hao furrowed his brow and walked along the waterway towards the creek, seemingly responding to Cheng Lanxin's words, or perhaps engaging in self-reflection. Muttering, the water had been flowing so fiercely just moments ago. It shouldn't have stopped so suddenly. The water was murky as it entered the newly excavated waterway, filled with sediment, obscuring visibility. Reaching the confluence of the creek and waterway, Su Hao boldly leaped into the creek, unafraid of being swept away by the current. As he explored the junction, his expression shifted from confusion to shock and then to delight. I've discovered the cause. A fish in the creek is blocking the flow. It's far too large. With both hands, Su Hao grasped the fish by its gills, lifting it triumphantly. The four ladies gasped in unison as they beheld the massive creature, which must have weighed over 40 pounds. Just as Su Hao reveled in his triumph, the current suddenly surged, and he lost his footing, tumbling into the waterway. Clutching the fish tightly, he was swept away by the rushing water towards the pond. Despite numerous attempts to regain his footing, he was helpless against the current, which mercilessly whisked him away, pulling his shorts further from his body. The ladies on the shore were left in shock, watching as Su Hao was engulfed by the pond's waters. With a splash, he finally regained his balance and, holding the fish triumphantly above his head, shouted to the four on the shore, "Look, this massive fish will sustain us for 4 or 5 days without a doubt." Who would have thought that excavating a pond would yield such a bountiful catch? None of the four ladies responded to Su Hao, yet their faces visibly flushed. Confused as to why they weren't joining in his celebration, Su Hao's gaze fell upon the water's surface, where his own pants floated. Su Hao quickly crouched down, while the ladies stifled their laughter, their blushes shifting from their own faces to his. After this amusing interlude, everyone began to celebrate the successful connection of the waterway and the completion of the pond. The fish Su Hao had caught from the creek was soon placed on a grill, with any excess set out to dry or be smoked into fish jerky. The taste of creek fish differed markedly from that of ocean fish. This particular catch boasted a tender texture, devoid of the toughness of its oceanic counterparts, easily yielding to a gentle bite. To prepare such a magnificent fish in only one manner would be a travesty. Cheng Lanxin selected the most delectable portion from the fish's belly and neatly arranged it on a stone slab. She then rummaged through their supplies, returning with a box in her arms. Annie, sitting beside her, eyed Cheng Lanxin curiously. "What do you have there, Sister Lanxin?" "I want to tell you. You'll find out once it's ready." Annie responded with an intrigued "oh," returning to her conversation with Su Hao, while Cheng Lanxin opened the box, revealing its contents. "I've been craving this for so long. I can't remember the last time I had it." Cheng Lanxin tossed the ingredients into the pot, which was originally pilfered from the foreign camp, now serving as her personal cooking vessel. As time passed, the water in the pot began to boil, and the four ladies, initially engaged in conversation, were instantly captivated by the enticing aroma wafting from the pot. Su Hao inhaled deeply, despite having just enjoyed grilled fish. The enticing scent rendered their previous meal a distant memory. The four gathered around the pot, and with a proud flourish, Cheng Lanxin lifted the lid. "You all seem hungry. Come and try my hot pot fish." As she unveiled the pot, the fragrant steam burst forth, while the spiciness tinged the air. It was precisely this piquancy that stimulated their salivary glands. The fish, enveloped in a rich red broth, danced in the bubbling liquid. Its once white flesh now adorned with a tantalizing crimson glaze, making it utterly irresistible. Additionally, wild vegetables, typically swallowed with a grimace, transformed into a mouth-watering delight in this hot pot. Jessica pointed at the pot's contents, inquiring, "What is this hot pot fish? It looks absolutely delicious." "It's not just a pretty sight. It's genuinely delicious. I've prepared plenty of fish, so everyone should hurry and sit down to eat. The hot pot base is limited. Such delicacies are fleeting." Chapter 37. A man and a woman stealthily departed from the camp under the night sky. The dinner they had shared left a profound impression on everyone. Unlike the previous occasion when they had returned with greasy goat meat, this time the hot pot fish evoked a sense of nostalgia for their former lives. Stripped of civilization, they found themselves on this wild and untamed island, gradually forgetting their previous identities. Under ordinary circumstances, had they been in the outside world, such a diverse group would never have gathered to share a meal. Especially someone as lowly regarded as Su Hao, who would likely not have captured their attention at all. Su Hao harbored complex feelings about the plane crash, for he had never lost sight of his original purpose for traveling abroad to earn money for his grandmother's medical treatment. Now, with her illness untreatable, he questioned whether he would ever return home. Yet, it was precisely this calamity that allowed him to meet so many beautiful women, who regarded him as a pillar of strength, a sensation he could never have experienced in the outside world. Sitting outside the tent, gazing at the four women asleep within, Su Hao pondered deeply and let out a heavy sigh, inadvertently waking Cheng Lanxin. She sat up, observing Su Hao lost in thought. The moonlight illuminated his face, and for the first time, Cheng Lanxin truly saw him. In that moment, Su Hao radiated an aura that was starkly different from his usual demeanor. He, too, was merely a young man, capable of feeling melancholy and contemplation. With a delicate grace, Cheng Lanqing crawled out of the tent without disturbing the others. As she approached Su Hao, he cast aside his thoughts and smiled at her. What's wrong? Can't sleep? Humph. I came out to keep you company because you looked restless. What were you thinking about while staring at the sky? Su Hao hesitated, almost revealing his thoughts, but ultimately swallowed his words. He shook his head and replied, nothing much. Just wondering when the fish in our pond will grow up. Cheng Lanqing, often dealing with cunning businessmen, was quick to catch the shift in Su Hao's expression. She chuckled lightly and said, we haven't even caught any fish yet. Why are you waiting for them to grow? Are you foolish? Su Hao scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Is it wrong to dream a little? I can imagine our future life. All right, dream away, Cheng Lanqing said, her hands behind her back, the moonlight casting shadows of the two on the ground. Su Hao gazed into the distance while Cheng Lanqing focused on him. Seeing that Su Hao had nothing more to say, Cheng Lanqing tactfully shifted the conversation. I can't sleep. Would you accompany me for a stroll on the beach? What if there is danger out there? I assent that while you're here, what I have to worry about. But what if they encounter danger while we're gone? Didn't you set up a perimeter with empty cans and tin foil nearby? If any animals or intruders come close, they'll make noise. Well, all right then. Let us go. Grabbing his spear, Su Hao followed Cheng Lanqing as she secured a small dagger at her waist. They began their walk towards the beach, and the three other women, who should have still been asleep, poked their heads out of the tent. Jessica observed their retreating figures and remarked to Ning Tian and Annie, see? I told you Cheng Lanqing left with Mr. Su. Where are you two going? Ning Tian and Annie exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. They followed closely behind Su Hao and Cheng Lanqing, and as Jessica looked puzzled, Annie turned her head and said with a hint of resentment, of course. We're going to see what those two are up to. Ning Tian added, exactly. It's late at night, and they're wandering off. What if they run into trouble? Jessica, puzzled, questioned, with Mr. Su there, what danger could there be? In unison, Annie and Ning Tian replied, we're afraid he might be in danger. Not wanting to press further, Jessica felt it inappropriate to remain alone at the camp and decided to follow Annie and Ning Tian as they trailed after Cheng Lanqing and Su Hao. The two quietly made their way to the beach and sat down. Su Hao remained silent while Cheng Lanqing gazed intently at him. Under the moonlight, they appeared as if captured in a beautiful painting, much to the chagrin of Ning Tian and Annie, who watched with envious eyes, ready to intervene should Cheng Lanqing make any bold moves. Don't you want to say something? Cheng Lanqing blinked, breaking the silence. Su Hao shook his head, perplexed. Were you the one who called me over? I thought you had something to discuss. Cheng Lanqing smiled. I do have something to say. I want to ask how you find life on this island. Su Hao replied expressionlessly, it's fine. Now that we have food sorted, we should be able to survive for quite some time. Seeing his unchanged demeanor, Cheng Lanqing realized her initial assumption had been incorrect, but she did not lose heart. Instead, she pressed on, and what do you think of us? Upon hearing her question, Su Hao's gaze faltered, shifting from the moon above to the ground. I think you're all quite wonderful. You're just trapped on this island for now, but I believe there will come a day when you can leave. In the outside world, you all are the stars, while I feel somewhat out of place. A flicker of sorrow crossed Cheng Lanqing's eyes. After hearing his response, she began to grasp his thoughts. With unwavering determination, she locked eyes with Su Hao and spoke each word distinctly. Su Hao, look at me. What for? Just look at me. Obeying her, Su Hao met her gaze, and in that moment, Cheng Lanqing's eyes were filled with only him. If you fear that one day we leave this island and you will no longer be our hero, you need not worry. Without you, we would have perished long ago. No matter what, you will always be the most important person in our hearts. You saved our lives and gave us the courage to survive. And you are more remarkable than any man I have ever known. Regardless of your thoughts, I assure you I will never forget you. Cheng Lanqing's words sent Su Hao's heart racing, dispelling the turmoil within him. For the first time, he observed her face with meticulous care. Even without cosmetics on this deserted island, her ethereal beauty seemed to glow with warmth. Swallowing hard, Su Hao noticed Cheng Lanqing's breath quickening, her exhalations brushing against his face, carrying a hint of toothpaste. The two inexplicably drew closer, their eyes locked onto one another. The moonlight danced upon the ocean's surface, and the stars shimmered like atmospheric lights. Just as their lips were about to touch, a sudden cry echoed from behind them. Chapter 38. Uninvited Guest Su Hao. You will forever be the great hero in Annie's heart. Stop overthinking. As Su Hao turned around, Annie collided directly with his nose, knocking him to the ground. Ning Tian, with tear-filled eyes, stepped forward and gently said, Brother Su, how could you think I would ever forget you? The things you've done for us are unforgettable. Even in death. Suho pressed his hand against his bleeding nose, feeling a surge of frustration, yet he embraced the three beautiful women clinging to him, offering them comfort. Jessica, feeling somewhat out of place, forced her way into Suho's embrace as well, allowing him to experience a taste of foreign charm. Annie and Ning Tian did not intend to interrupt the budding romance. Rather, upon hearing Suho's words, their emotions surged, prompting them to rush out. They lavished praise upon Suho, recounting their admiration for him, with Jessica chiming in, while Chang Lanqin, hugging her knees, watched with a smile that squinted her eyes into slits. The once melancholic Suho was uplifted by the flattery of the beautiful women, his doubts evaporating, and he transformed back into the radiant young man full of vitality. The group frolicked on the beach, as if the island had transformed from a prison into a realm of freedom. Suddenly, the cheerful sound of a bell rang out, causing the five on the beach to freeze in their tracks. Suho's expression shifted dramatically, and the four women swiftly drew their daggers. Something has invaded the camp. Let us hurry back, Suho shouted as he dashed toward the camp, the four women quickly suppressing their earlier emotions and closely following him. Watching his retreating figure instilled a sense of safety within them, assuring them that Suho could lead them through any peril. Upon nearing the camp, they crouched down, witnessing flickering green lights within, swaying ominously. The confidence that had just surged within them quickly fizzled, leaving their legs trembling. What is that? Annie asked, her voice quivering. Suho, with a complex expression, replied, wolves have entered our camp. It seems they are just as interested in our hot pot as we are. Cheng Lanqin lowered her head in guilt, while Suho reassured her, this is not your fault. None of us anticipated such a situation. Fortunately, there was no one in the camp. Otherwise, they would have had quite a feast. A wave of dread washed over the women, especially Jessica. Had she not felt bored alone in the camp and followed Annie and Ning Tian to find Suho, she might have faced a dire fate. Ning Tian counted the number of green lights and said, Brother Su, there are 3 wolves in our camp. What should we do now? Should we rush out to scare them away? Do not act recklessly. Wolves are pack animals. Unless in exceptional circumstances, like when Annie encountered them last time. They typically act as a group. Even though there appear to be 3 now, we cannot ascertain how many are hiding. Suho turned to the 4 women and declared, we have only one option. One of you must join me to confront these 3 wolves. If there are more lurking nearby, we can draw them out and assess our situation. We cannot abandon the camp. We just created a pond nearby, filled with all our supplies. If we forsake it, our survival will be exceedingly difficult. Now, who among you is willing to accompany me as bait to attract the wolves' attention? As soon as Suho posed the question, Ning Tian and Cheng Lanqin raised their hands without hesitation. However, Jessica, being practical, stepped closer to Suho and said, Mr. Su, I will go with you. I have raised many dogs and have more experience with wolves than the others. Very well. The rest of you stay hidden. If any wolves attempt to attack us, do not hesitate. You must rush out immediately. Even if you cannot kill them, you can distract them, preventing them from attacking me and Jessica first. The 3 women left behind nodded in agreement. Just as Suho prepared to lead Jessica toward the camp, Cheng Lanqin grabbed him, and they all said in unison, stay safe. Don't worry, Suho shouted, gripping his spear tightly as he charged toward the camp, his voice dispelling his own fear and capturing the attention of the 3 wolves inside. Wild animals assess whether they can conquer a creature based on its demeanor. In addition to size, a crucial factor is its posture. If a creature displays fear and appears to flee, predators like wolves will not hesitate to attack. However, Suho exuded no fear. Instead, he raised his spear high and advanced toward the nearest wolf. Unfortunately, his bow and arrows were left in the tent, unstrung and useless. I should have brought my bow, he muttered to himself, approaching the closest wolf. The creature, intimidated by his presence, took 2 steps back before howling at him. The other 2 wolves joined their companion, creating a united front to intimidate Suho. Jessica followed closely behind him, her steps steady but her heart racing. Suho glanced sideways at her, noting her tense expression. Don't be nervous. They might be more frightened than you are. Their howling indicates that there are only these 3 wolves in the vicinity. Chapter 39. Dare to eat my fish? Then I must have a second helping. Suho, displaying remarkable courage, boldly approached the campfire and seized a torch. Illuminated by its flickering light, he beheld the menacing visages of 3 wolves, each baring their teeth and fixated on him, mere 5 meters apart. With just a powerful leap, they could pounce upon him. Yet, Suho was undeterred. He had just witnessed a sight that ignited his fury. Damn it. There were remnants of fish flesh still lingering around their mouths. How dare they consume his provisions? With a swift motion, he thrust his spear forward. Given the proximity of the wolves and their focus on the torch in his other hand, his strike was precise. One wolf let out a mournful howl as the other 2 rushed towards him, eager to maul him. Behind him, Jessica screamed, wielding a knife. and managed to inflict a wound on one of the assailants, while Su Hao struck the flaming end of his torch against another wolf's head. Its fur ignited instantly, the embers from the torch scattering in the air. The flames seared its skin. To these wild creatures, fire was an unknown terror, akin to magical harm. Taking advantage of the chaos, as the ignited wolf thrashed about in panic and pain, Su Hao yanked his spear from the ground and hurled it towards the flickering light in the shadows. A mournful whimper echoed as the flames froze in place. He had impaled one of the wolves directly to the earth. It struggled momentarily before succumbing to stillness. The wolf he had initially wounded lay grievously injured, the spear having pierced its most vulnerable abdomen. Though not yet dead, its time was surely limited. The oppressive force of wild animals dissipates once the balance of power is established, a natural phenomenon. Let us not forget that in ancient times, humanity stood at the pinnacle of the food chain, a terrifying presence that haunted other creatures. Every known animal had its place on the human menu. Witnessing the demise of its companions, the wolf that Jessica injured chose not to attack further. Instead, it fled to preserve its own life. Su Hao, seeing this, urgently shouted, "Don't hide. Come out quickly. We must not let it escape. If it gets away, it could lead the entire pack here." The three women concealed in the shadows emerged and pursued the fleeing wolf. Su Hao took a few steps after them but suddenly realized something. Cursing under his breath about the potential disaster and hurriedly returned to the camp. Among the two fallen wolves, only the one he had pinned remained. The grievously injured wolf had vanished, its blood trailing into the darkness. To pursue it blindly could lead to greater peril. "Come back. Do not chase it," Su Hao called out. The three women, having ventured several dozen meters, promptly halted and returned to the camp. Ning Tian, puzzled, asked Su Hao, "Why have we stopped?" "We were almost there." Su Hao pointed to the blood on the ground, explaining that even if they caught the wounded wolf, it could still return to its den. The significance of capturing it diminished considerably. His words instilled a shared anxiety among the four, as they recalled Su Hao's earlier warning. If they let even one wolf escape, it could summon an entire pack. This was certainly not welcome news. Although they had just constructed a pond, they had not yet begun to utilize it for fish. Time and stability were of the essence, and now this predicament threatened to extinguish the rekindled flame of their hope. While others felt disheartened, Su Hao remained resolute. He approached the corpse of the wolf he had slain and pried open its jaws to inspect its teeth. No wonder these wolves were neither swift nor reactive. They were three old wolves cast out from their pack. "Old wolves?" Cheng Lanxin inquired excitedly. "If they have been ousted, does that mean they cannot return to the pack? Hence they won't attract others?" "Not necessarily," Su Hao replied, shaking his head. "Wolves are inherently social creatures. While some elder wolves may be expelled from their packs, they might have once been alphas or held significant status. Their expulsion stems from their inability to contribute value to the pack, not merely their age. Should they regain their worth, the pack would likely accept them again. Thus, even elder wolves could summon a horde of others." Su Hao extinguished any lingering optimism. It was evident that the wolf pack would soon encroach upon their camp. He returned the torch to the fire and took a seat, assuring them, "Do not worry. The wolves will take time to arrive, and dawn is approaching. They are nocturnal. We will be safe during the day. Let's see if anything is missing from our camp and dispose of this carcass, which will also provide us with some food." In the face of adversity, Su Hao remained the calmest, the steadfast anchor of the team, earning their trust and reliance. After all, with Su Hao around, what threat could the wolf pack pose? Following Su Hao's guidance, the women began to search the vicinity for any lost items. The most notable discovery was that more than half of the fish on the drying rack had vanished, presumably replaced by wolf meat. No other items appeared to be missing. But Anne, who had ventured further away, suddenly shrieked. As the group prepared to rush to her aid, they saw her return to the camp, cradling something in her arms. "Look what I found. It's a little wolf." Chapter 40. The Fate of the Little Wolf, Little Wolf. The beautiful ladies instantly cast aside the prior crisis, eagerly gathering around Annie. "Oh my, it truly is a little wolf. How adorable. Look at those sparkling eyes. Be gentle, can't you see it's trembling? Let me see if it's a male or female. Ah, it's a little male wolf. It looks so pitiful, whimpering all the time, and look, it has wounds on its back." "Right, Brother Su Hao," Annie exclaimed as she presented the wolf to Su Hao. "You know a bit about traditional Chinese medicine, don't you? I think its injuries aren't too severe. What medicine should we use to heal it?" "What medicine? Poison." Su Hao chuckled softly. "I know this well. When we find wolves in the mountains, we typically combine ginger, star anise, bay leaves, and cinnamon with the wolf in a pot. Then use high temperatures to disinfect the wounds. Eventually, it should recover." The four beauties blinked in disbelief. "Is this how you treat it?" Upon hearing this, Annie immediately hid the little wolf behind her, and all the ladies turned their gazes towards Su Hao. "What are you looking at?" You don't really want to keep a wolf around, do you? All four ladies nodded in unison. Are you out of your minds? This is a wild wolf. Completely different from the dogs you keep. It might even carry rabies, and if one of you gets bitten, there's no cure, and you could die on this island. Except for Jessica, the expressions of the other three beauties shifted dramatically. Annie promptly set the little wolf down, but Jessica brought a bowl of water to the wolf's mouth. After a moment's hesitation, the little wolf drank. Jessica gleefully remarked, "Dogs with rabies fear water. This little wolf seems healthy and has a good spirit while drinking. So it definitely doesn't have rabies." After Jessica's declaration, it was Su Hao's turn to react. "All right, so after I save you, this is how you repay your savior, huh?" Seeing the little wolf was rabies-free, Annie scooped it up again, looking at Su Hao with pleading eyes, her lips pouting. "Brother Su Hao, don't you like the little wolf? Look how cute it is. Why can't we keep it? Keep it. With what will you care for it?" Su Hao shook his head helplessly. "We already have 5 mouths to feed. Every morning, I wake up worrying about what we will eat. And now you want to add a wolf? The pressure of food will fall entirely on me. What do you expect me to do?" Before Su Hao voiced his concerns, the other 3 beauties had shown considerable interest in the little wolf, casting him beseeching looks. But once Su Hao spoke, Cheng Lanqing quickly sided with him, addressing Annie. "Annie, Su Hao is right. We can barely sustain ourselves, let alone a wolf. Any interests or hobbies must be built on the foundation of ensuring our own survival. You should listen to Su Hao and let the wolf go." Annie shook her head, turning her gaze to Ning Tian, who turned away to avoid Annie's eyes, saying, "I also think Su Ge has a point. Now is indeed not the right time for pet ownership. Aren't we planning to raise fish? How about you find something else to care for, Annie? I don't want that. I only want this little wolf." Annie clung to the wolf tightly, while Jessica stepped up beside her. "I believe we can keep this wolf. While it may take some of our food now, in a few months, when it grows, it could help us gather more food." Immediately, the 4 ladies divided into 2 camps regarding the wolf. One group believed the current food shortage precluded the option of raising a wolf, while the other was enamored with the little creature and believed it would be beneficial to the team in the future. However, despite the heated debate, the final decision rested with Su Hao, as he was the backbone of the team, and the majority of their food sources depended on him. Sitting atop a large rock, Su Hao observed the ongoing dispute between the factions and addressed Annie. "Everyone, please quiet down. Let me take a look at this wolf first." The atmosphere fell silent, all 4 beauties turning their eyes toward Annie, who stepped back a bit, suspicion evident in her gaze. "Brother Su Hao, you wouldn't want to harm this little wolf, would you?" "Of course not. Just let me have a look. Do you not trust my words?" Annie complied, approaching Su Hao and placing the little wolf in his hands. Its soft, warm fur felt delightful. The wolf gazed up at Su Hao, whimpering softly, and gently licked his hand, remaining remarkably still. "Well behaved. Let me examine the severity of its injuries." Su Hao turned the wolf over, revealing bloodstains in its fur. He parted the fur to see a shallow wound. The injury was too severe. It likely occurred when it was bitten by another wolf. Such a wound could heal without medication, as the wolf's natural recovery abilities would suffice. Su Hao set the little wolf down and murmured, "I must admit, I quite like you. Previously, I had a wolf dog similar to you that accompanied me to the mountains. However, I can't afford to care for you now. If you wish to leave, you are free to go. But if you choose to stay, remain right here." After Su Hao spoke, all 4 beauties watched the little wolf's next move. As animals possess their own inherent instincts, remaining still is a trait typically developed through extensive human training. The little wolf stood, whimpering a couple of times before leisurely moving away. Jessica and Annie immediately felt dejected. Cheng Lanqing consoled them, saying, "It's all right. This is the little wolf's choice. Besides, we genuinely cannot support it. Returning to nature is the best fate for it. And for us, it is akin to releasing our own adversary." Annie and Jessica watched as the little wolf ventured farther away, now standing by a nearby wooden frame. Accepting that they could not keep the wolf, they turned to leave. Yet, suddenly, the little wolf, which had been walking away, stopped. It stood beneath the frame, turned its head, and let out a soft bark towards Su Hao before gently picking up a piece of fish that had fallen to the ground. "Is it leaving but still wants a snack?" Su Hao chuckled ruefully, but did not intervene. The little wolf, however, clutched the fish and struggled to turn back towards Su Hao. Chapter 41. Strike first. Su Hao's eyes widened in astonishment as Jessica and Annie's expressions transformed instantaneously. They gazed with eager anticipation at the little wolf that was slowly approaching him. The little wolf reached Su Hao's feet, placed a chunk of fish beside him, barked twice, and tapped Su Hao's shoe with its paw before nudging the fish on the ground. Surprised, Su Hao pointed at himself, questioning whether this was meant for him. The little wolf did not respond verbally, but affectionately rubbed its neck against Su Hao's leg. Once Su Hao lowered his hand, The little wolf surprisingly picked up the fish piece and placed it in his palm. Initially opposed to adopting a little wolf, Cheng Lanqin and Ning Tian found their hearts softening upon witnessing the little creature's behavior. After all, women have a penchant for adorable animals. And this little wolf was not only charming but also obedient. Ning Tian knelt beside the little wolf and stroked it, while the wolf eagerly licked her hand. Su Ge, why don't we keep this little wolf? It's quite rare to find such a well-behaved one, even smarter than many pet dogs. Cheng Lanqin chimed in, indeed. And you seem to quite like it. If we truly run out of food, we can always release it back into the wild. It is, after all, a wild wolf. So releasing it wouldn't be considered abandonment. The four women took turns persuading Su Hao, who ultimately relented, waving his hand dismissively. All right, since you've all made your case, we shall keep it. But let me make it clear, if adopting this little wolf results in anyone going hungry, don't come complaining to me. In unison, the four women assured him, it won't happen. Su Hao nodded, promptly cradling the little wolf in his arms. The affection he displayed was even more profound than Annie's earlier, causing the women to stifle their laughter. Undeniably, he had desired to keep it all along, but had merely feigned resistance. No one called him out on it, for they adored this side of Su Hao. As he gazed down at the wolf resting on his lap, it felt as though he were conversing with a child. From now on, you shall be one of us. Do not wander off and contribute to our team, understood? The little wolf responded with a soft whimper. Since you have joined us, it is only fitting that we bestow upon you a name. Naming was indeed significant, for they would need to call it by name in the future. Su Hao, confident in this endeavor, declared, from now on, your name shall be Wang Kai. Wang Kai, woof, woof. Delighted, Su Hao set Wang Kai down, watching as it yapped excitedly at him, then turned to the women with a satisfied grin. Look, Wang Kai loves its name. Just see how excited it is. Are you certain it likes the name? It seems more like it wants to bite you. The four women exchanged bemused glances. The name being rather unappealing, yet they refrained from voicing their objections, as it was Su Hao who had chosen it. Initially, they had set out to enjoy the seaside, only to find themselves unexpectedly adopting a wolf. However, with the decision made, there was no turning back. They began to address the carcasses of the wolves that had perished in their camp. After a light supper, they retreated to their tents for rest. Morning arrived, typically heralded by birds seeking food, yet this time it was a moist tongue that roused them. Su Hao opened his eyes to find Wang Kai patiently perched on his head. He affectionately patted Wang Kai's head, mumbling, petting a dog's head, and all troubles fade away. Today, numerous tasks awaited. Following the night's attack, they had only tidied up a bit, and now it was time to properly organize the camp. The women busied themselves restoring order to the disarray left by the skirmish, while Su Hao sat on a stone, playfully engaging with Wang Kai. Once the camp was sufficiently organized, the five gathered for breakfast. Although the three wild wolves had consumed half of their fish, they had also acquired a hefty wolf carcass weighing approximately 80 pounds. Regrettably, it was an older wolf. Had it been younger, it could have weighed over 100 pounds, rivaling the size of large urban dogs, or even larger. After a hearty meal, the women awaited Su Hao's instructions for their next tasks. Sitting on a makeshift wooden chair, he cradled Wang Kai and proclaimed, "Today, we shan't engage in any other activities." The women cheered, but Cheng Lanqin furrowed her brow and inquired, "However, our pond is ready, yet it lacks fish. Shouldn't we catch some to introduce into it?" Su Hao shook his head. Catching them would be too troublesome. Just toss some inedible organs from the wolf into the pond, and the fish will naturally swim in. After a few days, we can set up a barrier to enclose them. Oh, very well. So we need not do anything else? Su Hao waved his finger, not exactly. However, as anticipated, Cheng Lanqin knew this was coming. The expressions of the other three women, who had just been celebrating, froze as they leaned in, keenly attentive to Su Hao's next words. Yesterday, we faced an attack, and we know the wolves that assaulted us have fled, which may attract other packs. Today, we shall not engage in mundane tasks, for a more pressing matter demands our attention. These wild creatures are elusive. We must eliminate them to ensure our safety. Today, we shall focus on crafting weapons. Rather than waiting in fear for the wolves to find us, we shall take the initiative and hunt them down. The women's faces grew serious as they realized they were about to confront an impending danger. Ning Tian furrowed her brows and asked, "Su Ge, you make a valid point. But where shall we search for these wild wolves?" "Do not worry. Do you recall the cave you visited previously?" Ning Tian nodded. Su Hao continued, "Last time, I discovered animal bones inside, marked with bite marks, indicating that the wolf den must be in that cave. And let us not forget, we now have a new member." He patted Wang Kai's head. "If we find no wolves, we still have Wang Kai." Wan. Chapter 42. Into the Wolf's Den. Life on a deserted island. 5 people and a dog, relying solely on scavenged gear. While accepting Wang Kai, Su Hao had indeed made a significant decision, but upon reflection, It seems that the benefits of this choice far outweigh the losses. Su Hao has truly gained a capable ally, gently stroking one side's back. He set the dog down and stood up to address the ladies. In summary, I believe that taking the initiative is the best strategy for us now. Those who agree, please raise your hands. Without hesitation, all 4 women raised their right hands. In truth, they would support any decision made by Su Hao. So the outcome of his inquiry would remain unchanged. However, by asking them each time, he could make them feel more at ease. Having confirmed their course of action, they began preparing their weapons. Wolves are predominantly nocturnal hunters, which afforded Su Hao and his companions the luxury of daytime preparation. The most effective weapon against such creatures is the spear. Fortunately, they had collected a considerable number of food cans, both glass and metal, which could be fashioned into sharp spearheads. The women diligently crafted their weapons, their emotions a mix of tension and excitement. Su Hao, too, was occupied, as he needed to create a special collar for Wang Kai to ensure its safety. Being a small dog, weighing no more than 20 pounds, Wang Kai could not confront the wolves head-on. However, Su Hao did not expect Wang Kai to engage directly. His priority was to ensure its survival. He gathered some shards of glass, creating a hole in the center of each, and cut a strap from a backpack. Using wire, he secured the glass shards to the strap, crafting a retractable and sharp anti-bite collar. He placed it around Wang Kai's neck. Although it was slightly heavy for the little dog, it provided comprehensive protection for its neck. This looks quite good, and the backpack strap can be adjusted. You will still be able to use it as you grow. Living in the mountains, Su Hao frequently dealt with wolves, and families would often keep dogs for protection. To safeguard their pets, they would create similar anti-bite collars to be worn around the dogs' necks. Wolves typically target a dog's throat, and when faced with an anti-bite collar, their mouths would be injured by the blades or edges of the collar. Thanks to this protective gear, household guard dogs could prevail against wolves even in overwhelming numbers. Once Wang Kai's protection was secured, it was time to ensure their own safety. Su Hao collected all the discarded clothing, and after cutting and stacking, fashioned a sleeve. Unfortunately, there was not enough fabric to create more than 2. The extra piece would be given to the 4 women. Whoever desired it would need to stand at the forefront alongside Su Hao, directly confronting the attacking wolves. Time passed swiftly as everyone focused intently on weapon preparation, for the night ahead promised a fierce battle, and more preparations would bolster their chances of survival. As the sun dipped below the horizon, they paused their work, gathering around the campfire for their final meal of the day. This meal was exceptionally lavish. Cheng Lanxin had opened a can of braised pork, simmering fish chunks alongside wolf meat, though such food would hardly be considered gourmet in the outside world. It was a remarkable feast on this resource-scarce island. Before the imminent battle, Su Hao fed Wang Kai several pieces of dried fish, mashing the meat with fresh water and placing it in the dog's bowl. Once everyone, including Wang Kai, had eaten their fill, the sun began to set, casting a dim light over their surroundings. Su Hao packed the remaining food in a mountaineering bag and buried it beside the campfire. He turned to the 4 ladies, who were now fully equipped and ready for action. Are we all prepared? Ready. Then let's set off. Su Hao tightened the bowstring and slung it across his back. One hand clad in the sleeve he had crafted, the other grasping the spear. Jessica donned another sleeve made by Su Hao and walked beside him, while the other 3 women stood behind, holding torches to illuminate the path ahead. Wang Kai took position at the front of the group, sniffing the ground and occasionally marking its territory by tree roots. Su Hao remembered the location of the cave, situated to the southeast of their current camp. He had already explored 3 directions from the camp: south, where Zhang Jihui's former camp was located; north, where the foreigners had once camped; and the southeast coast, which he had only briefly visited. Much of the island remained uncharted, and once he resolved the current situation, Su Hao would need to embark on another exploration to uncover what lay in the other directions. For now, however, all his focus was on the impending confrontation with the wolves. As darkness enveloped the sky, the jungle transformed from vibrant green to a place of dread. Occasional rustling in the grass indicated the presence of small creatures scurrying about, causing the women to grow increasingly anxious. Though Su Hao was close by to protect them, their unease was palpable. Throughout the journey, they refrained from speaking, maintaining a tight formation behind Su Hao, vigilant of their surroundings. Su Hao navigated toward the previous cave while using the small mountain at the center of the island as a reference point. If we haven't taken a wrong turn, we should walk along the coast for about another kilometer and then turn right to reach the cave we discovered last time. Are we that close? Upon hearing Su Hao's words, the 4 women tensed, and even Wang Kai ceased its playful antics, closely following Su Hao on the other side. Noticing their expressions, Su Hao felt a twinge of concern and halted to address the women. Do you all remember what I instructed you during dinner? Cheng Lanxin nodded firmly. Yes, I remember. If we encounter wolves, we must face them directly. If one approaches us, use the spear to stab it. If multiple wolves come, wave the torch to frighten them off. Ning Tian added, if Shug and Jessica are fighting the wolves, we must quickly kill any wolf that tries to bite, or else you two could be knocked over, leading to serious trouble. Annie nervously fiddled with her braid, her voice trembling as she said, we must hold the torches tightly and ensure they do not go out, as most wolves fear fire. If things get dire, you might even have to drop the spear, but never the torch. Chapter 43, The Battle with the Wolf Pack. Su Hao nodded in satisfaction, yet he could not help but chuckle bitterly as he remarked, you all seem to remember quite well. But you have forgotten the most crucial phrase. If the strength of the wolf pack reaches a level we cannot withstand, you four must quickly flee with Wang Kai while I hold them off. Of course, we wouldn't remember that, for I could never abandon you to escape alone. Cheng Lan's gaze was resolute as she looked at Su Hao, and the other ladies echoed her sentiment. Neither would we. Su Hao smiled, I cannot control your choices, but I believe we can successfully complete our mission safely. Let's all persevere as we draw closer. With that, Su Hao led the ladies onward toward their objective. As night descended upon the desolate island, the wolves, residing in their caves, were now ready to emerge. Just before Su Hao and his party reached the cave, Wang Kai, who had been quiet until now, suddenly halted, barking incessantly towards the left side of the group, where the dense jungle lay. They've emerged from the cave. Prepare yourselves, Su Hao commanded. He removed his bow from his back, knocking an arrow onto the string. Jessica shielded her front with her sleeved hand. Cheng Lan readied her spear, and Ning Tian extended her spear from between Su Hao and Jessica. Annie stood on her toes, raising a torch high to illuminate their surroundings. The sea sprayed against their ankles, yet they felt no chill, their eyes fixed intently on the depths of the jungle. A greenish glow appeared within the foliage, gradually approaching Su Hao's group. As it broke through the underbrush, the moonlight illuminated its grayish-white fur, revealing the glint of its fangs, dripping with saliva. The sight of the wolf, poised and predatory, instilled a profound sense of dread in the ladies. Yet, the beast lifted its head and howled at the sky. Oh, in its wake, several more green glows emerged, as a pack of wild wolves stepped onto the beach, their eyes fixated on Su Hao and his companions. Do not fear. Do not let them intimidate you. These wild creatures will attack based on the demeanor of their prey. If you show fear, they will charge. Despite Su Hao's reassurances, the ladies' hands trembled involuntarily. 14 wolves stood before them, each capable of resting its forepaws on their shoulders. Encountering even a single one in the wild would likely spell doom. Yet here they faced an entire pack of 14. The wolf pack and Su Hao's team stood in a tense standoff, separated by several meters, neither side daring to make a move. To the ladies, these wolves were bloodthirsty beasts, while to the wolves, Su Hao and his companions appeared as fearsome upright creatures wielding weapons. Su Hao regulated his breathing, striving to steady his heartbeat. He had already knocked an arrow and was drawing it back with deliberate care. He searched the pack for the largest wolf, knowing that eliminating the strongest one first would significantly reduce the chaos that would ensue. Aiming at a wolf standing in the center, Su Hao released the string. The arrow sliced through the air, striking true into the wolf's skull. The creature collapsed instantly, sending the others nearby scurrying several paces away in shock. Seizing this opportunity, Su Hao swiftly knocked another arrow and dispatched another wolf. For wild animals, arrows were akin to magical attacks. They could not comprehend such a phenomenon. However, there were astute wolves among the pack. The first wolf, having emerged from the jungle, began to bark ferociously at Su Hao and his allies, prompting the others to react and charge forward with a collective howl. Do not be afraid. Grip your spears tightly, Su Hao commanded, slinging his bow back onto his back and thrusting his spear at the foremost wolf. The weapon pierced the creature's body, creating a gaping wound. Yet the remaining wolves seized the moment to leap at him. Su Hao barely had time to withdraw his spear from the wolf's carcass before the others were upon him. He raised his arm, clad in a protective sleeve, just as one wolf lunged at him, biting and thrashing its head. The wolf's strength was overwhelming. Despite Su Hao's considerable physique, he was tossed about. Cheng Lan, standing behind him, cried out, Su Hao, be careful. With her eyes shut tight, she thrust her spear forward, narrowly grazing Su Hao's side and driving it into the wolf. The creature's grip loosened, and Su Hao kicked it away. As he felt the resistance of the spear and heard the wolf's anguished howl, Cheng Lan opened her eyes to find her spear perilously close to Su Hao's body and quickly apologized. Su Hao, I'm so sorry, I just enough. Withdraw the spear and continue to fight the wolves. In that brief encounter, 2 wolves had perished, and although the situation was perilous, Su Hao and his companions remained unscathed. At that moment, Jessica found a wolf gnawing at her sleeve, yet she retaliated with her spear, while Ning Tian assisted her. Together, they felled another wolf, adding its lifeless body to the ground. The previously ferocious assault of the wolf pack began to wane. From the original 14 wolves, 2 had been struck down by Su Hao's arrows and 3 more during the skirmish, leaving only 9 remaining. A palpable sense of fear started to permeate the pack. They dared only to bark at Su Hao's group but no longer charged. The leader of the pack, lurking at the rear, fixed its piercing green eyes on Su Hao, who sensed a simmering fury within its gaze. Awoo. With another haunting howl, several more green eyes appeared in the jungle, and while the ladies initially celebrated their kills, believing the wolf pack to be manageable, their smiles faded as 7 more wolves emerged. Why are there still more? Ning Tianqian's voice quivered. While Annie was too frightened to utter a word, Cheng Lan turned her gaze to Su Hao, contemplating a hasty retreat if they could not contend with this pack. Jessica swallowed hard, attempting to quell her anxiety. Steady yourselves. These are the elder wolves of the pack. Among them is the one that attacked our camp yesterday. The one Jessica wounded before it fled. Chapter 44. The Wounded Multitude. Su Hao's words slightly alleviated the tension among the ladies, yet for him, the anxiety was far more pronounced. Had the old wolves chosen not to join the fray, Su Hao would have boasted over 70% confidence in overcoming the pack. However, with their participation, his assurance dwindled to a mere 50%. As highly socialized predators, wolves are remarkably intelligent, with each member of the pack performing designated roles. A pack predominantly composed of young, robust wolves possesses formidable lethality against wildlife but poses a lesser threat to humans, as these vigorous young wolves instinctively rely on their strength to hunt. In contrast, the older wolves, now frail, must rely on their cunning to survive, rendering them more astute in confrontations with other beings. Su Hao swallowed hard, beads of sweat trickling down his face to the ground. The 7 newly joined old wolves gradually closed in on Su Hao and his companions, yet none lunged directly at them. Rather, they circled, seemingly gauging the limits of their defenses. As one old wolf approached, the ladies, fearing an imminent attack, frantically jabbed at the air with their spears. The standoff continued, during which the old wolves subtly discerned the range of their spear attacks. At that moment, Su Hao hesitated to switch from his spear to a bow, worried that even the slightest movement might disrupt the precarious balance, prompting the old wolves to attack. Yet, allowing the situation to linger would surely lead to their exhaustion and eventual demise. This impasse was untenable. Fixing his gaze on the advancing old wolves, Su Hao lowered his voice to Jessica. We can no longer afford to stall. I will initiate the attack. You must drive back any wolves that attempt to pounce on me. Jessica's eyes flickered with apprehension, but Su Hao had no time to waste. With determination, Su Hao grasped his spear and charged towards the nearest old wolf, catching it off guard. The wolf attempted to retreat, but it was too late. Perish. Su Hao thrust the spear downward with both hands, reminiscent of a fierce warrior. The old wolf was instantly impaled, leaving the others momentarily stunned before they surged towards Su Hao in a furious assault. Retreat, Su Hao. Cheng Lan cried in desperation, stamping her foot. Jessica, adhering to Su Hao's directive, swiftly extended her spear-clad arm to intercept the attacking wolves. With Jessica's intervention, the old wolves were compelled to redirect their assault, and one that had been slow to react was struck in the abdomen by Jessica's spear, its life force rapidly ebbing away. Seizing the moment while the old wolves were still reeling, Su Hao endeavored to eliminate as many as possible. Should any wolf attempt to gnaw at Jessica's sleeve, he would deliver a decisive thrust. As a result of Su Hao's initiative, 4 old wolves were either grievously injured and incapacitated or met their end on the spot. The ladies gazed at Su Hao with stars in their eyes, astonished that he and Jessica could withstand such formidable adversaries, and even seemed to gain the upper hand. However, despite their age and frailty, these old wolves possessed wisdom that surpassed their youthful counterparts. One of the old wolves, previously wounded by Jessica, stealthily maneuvered to the side of the group, and while Su Hao and Jessica were preoccupied, it launched a sudden assault on the center of the party, targeting the slightly shorter Annie. By the time Su Hao realized what was happening and rushed to intervene, it was too late. The old wolf was already within 2 meters of Annie, a distance that even an aging wolf could easily leap. Ah, save me, Annie cried, her legs trembling, nearly collapsing to the ground, paralyzed with fear as the menacing wolf prepared to rend her apart. Yet, in that moment, the ever-watchful Wang Kai sprang into action. With a bark, it charged at the old wolf, its yelp akin to a playful yawn in the presence of such mature beasts. Yet, at that moment, Wang Kai seemed oblivious to the disparity in age and size. As the first human Wang Kai had encountered, Annie had advocated for its adoption, and without her insistence, Wang Kai might have become mere sustenance for the island's flora. Wang Kai sank its teeth into the wolf's hindquarters, eliciting a pained howl as the beast stumbled and fell. The wolf, enraged by the audacity of the smaller creature, turned its ire towards Wang Kai, aiming for its neck. Those in the camp were aware that Wang Kai had been brought by the 3 wolves that had attacked them, but aside from Su Hao, The others were oblivious to the fact that they had not intended to nurture Wonkai, but rather viewed it as a potential food source. Instances of cannibalism among animals are not uncommon. Household pets often exhibit behaviors of consuming their own offspring when faced with hunger or insufficient nutrition. To an animal, a helpless cub is merely a moving piece of flesh, and when survival is at stake, they will not hesitate to devour their young. The wolf's head was nearly the size of Wangcai's entire body as it lunged, but it was the wolf that cried out in agony. Su Hao's meticulously crafted anti-bite collar had served its purpose. The wolf's mouth was lacerated by the collar's glass, causing it to recoil. Although Wangcai was propelled backward, it remained unscathed. Reacting quickly, Ning Tian shoved the still-dazed Annie aside and thrust her spear at the pain-ridden old wolf. With all her might, she pierced through the creature. And Cheng Lon hurriedly assisted her in extracting the spear, scolding the still-dazed Annie. "What were you doing? Do you wish to perish on this island?" Annie, jolted by the reprimand, regained her senses, only to discover the ground littered with the corpses of 7 wild wolves. The old wolves that had approached them had been decisively vanquished. Having decimated the majority of the pack, the remaining wolves now quivered in fear, unwilling to engage further with Su Hao and his companions. Yet, the battle had not come without cost. During the skirmish with the old wolves, Su Hao's attention had momentarily faltered due to Annie's peril, giving one of the wolves the opportunity to bite his calf. Jessica's sleeve had been torn, revealing extensive bruising on her arm. Cheng Lon, who had been covering for Su Hao, had dispatched the wolf that had bitten his leg. But she too bore the mark of the encounter, with a long gash marring her thigh. Ning Tian, having exerted herself to pierce the wolf, now suffered from a severely bruised wrist, visibly swollen. Chapter 45, The Head Wolf. Even though the number of wolves had diminished by more than half, nearly every member of Su Hao's team bore wounds. Both sides had reached a state of mutual destruction, teetering on the precipice of disaster, where a single misstep could lead to a catastrophic fall. "Brother Su, what should we do now?" They seem hesitant to approach. "Stay calm. Do not rush." Su Hao's gaze was fixed on the alpha wolf positioned behind the pack, where the leaders of both factions were engaged in a silent duel of glances. The remaining wolves, witnessing the demise of their comrades, hesitated to advance, while Su Hao recognized that the women, nearly all injured, were likely at their limits. The alpha wolf began to advance slowly towards Su Hao, prompting the women to become alert. Wang Kai barked incessantly at Su Hao's feet, while Cheng Lanqin placed a hand on Su Hao's lower back. "Be careful, it's coming for you." "I know." Su Hao remained vigilant, mirroring the alpha wolf's intensity. The two stood merely 5 meters apart when the alpha halted, refusing to close the distance. Cheng Lanqin and Ning Tian extended their spears in an attempt to strike, but Su Hao restrained them. "Don't waste your effort. It's too far, and you're all injured. I believe I understand its intent. Stay back." Su Hao stepped away from the group, reducing the distance to a mere 3 meters. The nearby wolves seemed restless, yet as they prepared to charge, the alpha's mere gaze sent them retreating. Cheng Lanqin's heart raced. The proximity was perilously close, and a single leap from the alpha could reach Su Hao. "Su Hao, what are you doing? Come back. Are you out of your mind?" "Not for the moment. This beast wants to face me one-on-one." Gripping his spear, he lunged at the alpha. The agile creature evaded to the side, but immediately placed its forepaw on Su Hao's waist. "Get off!" Su Hao roared, delivering a kick to the alpha's abdomen. However, his injury diminished the force, merely staggering the wolf and preventing it from biting him. This creature is quite nimble. Su Hao cast aside his bow and quivered towards the women, lightening his load before charging again with the spear. Drawing on years of experience hunting wild boars in the mountains, he adjusted his grip, left hand in the middle, right hand at the rear, to transform the thrust into a jab, significantly extending the spear's reach. The sudden change caught the alpha off guard. It believed itself safe, only to be pierced in the hind leg by Su Hao's spear. A whimper escaped, and blood dripped onto the ground. As Su Hao prepared to withdraw the spear, the alpha clamped down on it fiercely, shaking its head violently. "Oh no!" The spear was wrenched from Su Hao's grasp, leaving him defenseless. The women screamed as they attempted to assist him, but the remaining wolves surged forward, forcing them back to the beach. The alpha, dragging its injured leg, charged directly at Su Hao, closing the distance in an instant. Su Hao instinctively raised his arm to block, feeling a sharp pain as the wolf's teeth tore through his sleeve, rendering it useless and piercing his skin. "Damn it!" Su Hao yanked his arm free, the wolf's mouth filled with remnants of his sleeve. Without a spear, humanity does not become a mere lamb for slaughter. Let us not forget that true strength lies in the 5 powerful fingers that can be wielded with intent. Su Hao seized the alpha's jaw, lifting its foreleg, a tactic learned from childhood scuffles with dogs. The wolf's hind legs buckled under the weight, and Su Hao seized the moment to slam the alpha to the ground. Sand flew in all directions as Su Hao did not wait for the alpha to recover. He leaped onto its back, swiftly wrapping an arm around its neck to choke it, while his other hand groped for the knife at his waist. Die. Su Hao plunged the knife into the alpha's throat. The creature writhed desperately, but Su Hao held it firmly against the ground. Its struggles weakened within mere seconds. Blood transitioning from a spurt to a steady flow. Su Hao rose, triumphant. The remaining wolves, witnessing the death of their leader, scattered in panic. The women wasted no time, pursuing the fleeing wolves without waiting for Su Hao's command. Ning Tian even tossed the bow and arrows back to him before charging ahead. It's too late to flee now. Su Hao knocked an arrow and aimed at the retreating wolves, not seeking a lethal blow, but merely to impede their escape, allowing the women to catch up. He shot 6 arrows, hitting 5. 3 wolves were swiftly dispatched, while one sustained a wound that would prove difficult to heal on its own. The women returned to the beach, breathless, collapsing onto the sand, panting heavily. Even Wang Kai lay down, tongue lolling as it gasped for air. Su Hao's condition was no better. The tension released from his body brought a wave of exhaustion. The 4 women lay amidst the carcasses of the wolves. The sand stained crimson by blood, but with the tide's embrace, these marks would vanish by morning. With the immediate threat neutralized, a sense of relief washed over them. Ning Tian gazed at the starry sky, exclaiming in excitement, "We did it. We truly vanquished the pack. Before coming here, I couldn't even fathom this outcome." Cheng Lanxin responded with a radiant smile. "Indeed, Su Hao has brought us so many surprises. During the plane crash, I never imagined I would survive. Nor did I believe I could endure on this island. Once again, Su Hao has amazed me. Mr. Su is indeed our savior. I thought I would be tormented to death, yet he has granted me a new lease on life." The 3 women expressed their gratitude, while only Annie bowed her head in remorse, saying, "I'm sorry for being a burden. If it weren't for me, Sister Tian wouldn't have been injured. And Brother Su wouldn't have been bitten." Enough. Cheng Lanxin patted Annie's back. "Su Hao hasn't said anything, so what is there to cry about? Right, Su Hao?" After her query, Su Hao remained silent, lying motionless on the beach. "Su Hao?" Once again, there was no response. The women's hearts raced with dread. Cheng Lanxin scrambled to Su Hao's side, finding him with tightly closed eyes, blood seeping from his arms and legs, his lips pale. Chapter 46. The healing kiss. It is uncertain how many days have passed, but Su Hao's senses gradually returned to life. He felt a warm liquid gently flowing into his mouth. With his tightly shut eyes slowly opening a crack, he perceived a face seemingly very close to him. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that they were not just near, but almost touching. Su Hao's lips encountered a soft yet resilient substance, reminiscent of a sweet candy, imparting a delightful flavor. The taste alone was insufficient for him to ascertain the identity of the individual before him, but it mattered little. After all, he had nothing to lose. Initially feeling somewhat dazed, Su Hao was instantly invigorated, experiencing an almost miraculous recovery. He instinctively reached out and embraced the person who had been feeding him water, marveling at the delicate curve of her slender waist. Unable to resist, he caressed it a couple of times. The beauty feeding him water was startled, letting out a barely audible gasp, yet Su Hao's keen ears caught the sound, which sent a shiver through his entire being. As Su Hao's grip tightened, his passive drinking transformed into an active sucking motion, depleting the water from both their mouths, leaving behind a hint of a mini freshness. The beauty, expecting to be released after he finished drinking, was taken aback when she felt something prying at her lips. In her moment of confusion, an unfamiliar sensation invaded her mouth, sweeping across the expanse, causing her to feel electrified. "Ah, Su Hao, what are you doing?" Cheng Lanxin exclaimed as she abruptly pushed him away. Her cheeks flushed and breathing heavy, her gaze a mixture of confusion and longing. Yet, as she stepped back, she noticed Su Hao still had his eyes tightly shut, his brow furrowed, murmuring, "Don't be afraid. Stay behind me. Don't be afraid. You haven't woken up." Cheng Lanxin felt a wave of disappointment wash over her, as the myriad of emotions she had just experienced faded into mere memories. She began to question whether the events that had transpired were indeed real. Upon realizing Su Hao remained unresponsive, she anxiously exited the tent, and as she did, Su Hao could hear the voices of the other 3 beauties. "How is it? Has Su Hao Gij awakened?" "Chingjia, I just heard you call out to Su Go. Did something happen in there?" "I think I heard it too. How is Mr. Su's condition?" Cheng Lanxin looked at the 3 women and the dog surrounding her and finally shook her head, not yet awake. A collective sigh escaped from everyone. But Cheng Lanxin continued, "However, it seems he is on the verge of awakening, as I just heard him mumbling in his sleep." "What? Oh my goodness. That's wonderful," Annie exclaimed, leaping into the air with her braids flying, reverting to her youthful and charming self. "Su Hao Gij is finally going to wake up." I thought he was going to die. He has been unconscious for a whole 3 days. It's terrifying. What? I've been out for 3 days? Su Hao's voice emerged from the tent, causing the beauties to freeze momentarily before he emerged, blinking in the daylight. Their expressions transitioned from bewilderment to excitement, only to be replaced by shyness, while only Wang Kai rushed to his side, enthusiastically rubbing against his shins. What does this mean? Why is everyone turning away now that I'm awake? Su Hao knelt down, prepared to pet the dog, but as he did, he noticed something dark and peculiar swinging about, even bumping into Wang Kai. Su Hao. He swiftly retreated back into the tent and discovered that his once filthy clothes were piled at the entrance, leaving him clad only in his own skin. What are you all doing, letting me recover while stripping me? Su Hao hastily grabbed some clothes and donned them before stepping out. Upon seeing him dressed, the beauties' faces, though no longer flushed, bore hints of disappointment. Meanwhile, Su Hao's cheeks turned crimson as he caught sight of their teasing smiles, recalling the embarrassing moment he had just experienced. Forget it. Su Hao shook his head. There are plenty of birds on this island. I won't miss one. Besides, walking around during the day is quite normal. At least I won't lose any weight. Now back to normalcy. The beauties sat at the entrance of the tent, beaming at Su Hao, their expressions returning to their usual selves, except for Cheng Lanxin, whose cheeks remained flushed. What are you laughing at? No laughing allowed. All right. Whatever Su Gu says goes. We won't laugh. Ning Tian quickly concealed her smile, but unable to hold it in, she broke into an even brighter grin after just a couple of seconds. Su Hao, somewhat exasperated, chose to ignore Ning Tian and turned to Annie. Annie, did you just say I was unconscious for 3 days? Annie nodded vigorously, her braids bouncing like a tambourine. Yes. But why do I not feel weak at all? Su Hao remarked, and at that moment, the faces of the 3 beauties flushed crimson. Noticing their reaction, he turned his gaze to Jessica. The other 3 beauties rushed to cover Jessica's mouth, but Su Hao quickly intervened, embracing all 3 while reassuring Jessica. It's all right. Just tell me what happened. Ignore their reactions. Jessica's lips twitched as she glanced at the entangled beauties, who were still attempting to silence her. However, Su Hao, holding the 3 back, pressed her. Don't forget I saved your life. Twice. Fine. I'll tell you. Jessica apologized to the 3 beauties before continuing, Mr. Su, during your 3 days of unconsciousness, these 3 took turns feeding you water and soft food. The first day was Ning Tian, the second day was Annie, and the third day was Cheng Lanxin. If you hadn't awakened, it would have been my turn tomorrow. However, upon hearing this, Su Hao instantly regretted allowing her to divulge such information. Why? Why must I know such a cruel truth? Why is my body so uncooperative? Why did I wake up today of all days? I could have at least stayed unconscious for another day. Su Hao released the 3 beauties, feeling a mix of regret and bitterness. Actually, I still feel a bit dizzy. How about I go back into the tent and rest a little longer? Chapter 47. Invited to the grove for serious matters. Alas, some opportunities slip away if not grasped firmly, and for certain individuals, once missed, they are lost forever. Now that Su Hao had awakened, he could no longer feign unconsciousness. After resting for a few days and allowing his injuries to mend gradually, he finally regained his former vigor in their previous battle against the wolf pack. Although everyone bore wounds and Su Hao had succumbed to unconsciousness due to severe injuries, the spoils were undeniably abundant. During his unconscious state, the women had managed to haul back 13 wolf carcasses to the camp. As for the other corpses, they had not been retrieved primarily because the island harbored other predators alongside the wolves, ranging from smaller carnivores like foxes to additional wolf packs. After bringing back these 13 carcasses, the women intended to continue their retrieval efforts, but found that the remaining corpses had vanished. To mitigate potential danger, they returned to the camp to care for Su Hao, planning to devise their next steps once he awoke. Now that Su Hao had awakened and rested for 10 days, Cheng Lanxin observed his recovery and summoned him to a secluded area of the forest, away from the camp. What is with the secrecy? Su Hao asked, seated on a large rock, gazing at Cheng Lanxin. Suddenly, a mischievous thought crossed his mind, and he grinned. Are you in such a hurry? We should at least move further away. It would be quite improper if someone overheard us. What are you thinking? Cheng Lanxin lightly kicked Su Hao, her playful gesture akin to a tease. I called you here to discuss serious matters, so stop daydreaming. With a sigh of disappointment, Su Hao had initially thought Cheng Lanxin had lured him into the grove for something more personal. However, since she insisted on discussing serious matters, he set aside his fanciful thoughts and inquired, what is the serious matter? Once again, it concerns food, she replied. Su Hao was taken aback. Food? Didn't you haul back all those wolf carcasses? Each must weigh around 40 to 50 kilograms, and 13 of them would total around 600 kilograms. Don't be foolish. Cheng Lanxin gently tapped Su Hao on the forehead. While your calculations seem accurate, the portion we can consume from a single wolf averages around 30 kilograms. And after drying and smoking, we might only retain about 20 kilograms at best. Furrowing his brow, Su Hao suddenly realized the validity of Cheng Lanxin's remarks. The island's humid climate posed a significant challenge to preserving any meat for extended periods. The only methods to prolong storage were drying and smoking, both of which would inevitably lead to losses. Thus, even with their bounty of wolf carcasses, the food supply issue would only be a temporary fix. Su Hao's expression grew serious as he asked, "So, how much food do we have now?" "Altogether, we have about 200 kilograms of meat. I've removed all the entrails, but they cannot be preserved for long. I mashed them up with some fibers and dried them into cakes for Wang Kai. Fortunately, he isn't picky and eats whatever is offered. The remaining fish has long been consumed. If I distribute the food evenly, it would only sustain the 5 of us for about a month." Su Hao nodded in understanding. "That seems about right. However, after this month, we will once again face food scarcity. Although I can venture out to hunt, I cannot guarantee success every time. Even the most seasoned hunters can return empty-handed. Therefore, we must focus on sustainable practices." "That aligns perfectly with my thoughts," Cheng Lanxin agreed, then added, "While we can think of solutions for the food issue, there's another urgent matter concerning wildlife." Su Hao interjected, "I'm aware of that. During my recovery, I spoke with others and learned that some carcasses were taken while you were transporting them, correct?" "Yes, that's right." Su Hao shrugged helplessly. "That's to be expected. This island, neither too big nor too small, can sustain us as well as other animals. To counter this threat, we need to start constructing a proper shelter. While tents are convenient, they are not a long-term solution and offer no protection against wild animals. If larger predators come, we would be like a pack of wild chips in our tents, easily devoured. Therefore, our next task is to build a wooden house." "Build a wooden house?" the 3 women exclaimed in unison. Su Hao and Cheng Lanxin had returned to the camp, discussing their earlier conversation with Ning Tian and the others. Annie jumped up excitedly. Her 2 braids swing, nearly hitting Su Hao's face. "That sounds like so much fun. I'm all in." Ning Tian pondered aloud to ensure safety. "We indeed need a sturdier shelter, but this is a large undertaking. I wonder if we have the necessary skills." Jessica stood up proudly, glancing at the others before patting her chest. "I think I can handle this. My uncle once helped me build a treehouse. Although I haven't tried it myself, I observed the entire process and have some experience." Su Hao was pleasantly surprised by Jessica's assertion. It seemed their team was full of hidden talents, each possessing unique skills. Before Jessica could bask in her glory, Su Hao took a step forward and said to everyone, "Let us not get too excited just yet. The idea of building a wooden house is primarily a precautionary measure. If we find a better alternative, we one team need to exert that effort. We've dealt with the wolves, which has mitigated the immediate danger around us. But let us not forget they have a den. Last time, due to my mishap, we didn't have time to explore it. Now, we can rectify that oversight. Let us first check if the cave is suitable for habitation. If it is, we'll forego building a wooden house." Upon hearing Su Hao's words, the expressions of everyone subtly shifted. Although they had mustered the courage to confront the wolf pack and emerged victorious, no one was eager to venture out into danger repeatedly. Yet, if Su Hao genuinely requested them to explore the cave, none would refuse. They would unconditionally support him. Chapter 48. Into the cave, Su Hao observed the resolute expressions on the faces of the ladies and promptly realized that they seemed to have misunderstood the situation. He hurriedly sought to clarify. "Indeed, we are set to explore the cave, but I never intended to drag everyone along. You should remain at the camp and focus on planning the wooden cabin." "No way." Cheng Lanxin immediately retorted with firmness. "What if you encounter danger alone? Caves are naturally habitats for various wild creatures. Traversing through the jungle presents its own hidden threats, but within the cave, one must confront dangers directly, which are significantly more perilous." The other ladies nodded in agreement, and Annie added, "Yes, Su Hao, if you truly wish to venture into the cave, we must accompany you. We cannot allow you to go alone. It makes us uneasy." Su Hao sighed in resignation, pondering why they were so concerned. "And who says I'm going alone? I plan to take Wang Kai with me." He patted Wang Sai's head and lifted him into his arms, as the dog joyfully licked Su Hao's hand. "With Wang Kai by my side, he can alert me to any dangers. Furthermore, my intention to go alone is also based on the cave's inherent risks. Having you all accompany me might hinder my progress. There's a saying in our mountains: if you encounter a bear in the wild, you don't need to outrun the bear. You just need to outpace your companions." Upon hearing this, the 4 ladies stifled their laughter. While the statement seemed innocuous, it bore an unsettlingly dark humor from a realistic perspective. Therefore, Su Hao continued, "If we face challenges I cannot manage, you all would be unable to keep pace with me. In that case, It would be wiser for me to venture alone. If I encounter something insurmountable, I can hide, whereas in a larger group, finding a place to conceal oneself becomes far more complicated. After a moment of contemplation, the ladies ultimately agreed, with Cheng Lanqi nodding in acceptance. You make a valid point. You may proceed alone, but do ensure your safety. If you encounter any danger, do not recklessly charge ahead. We'll await your return for dinner. Su Hao gave a thumbs up. All right. Rest assured. With this matter settled, he reloaded his bow, took Wang Kai, and prepared to explore the uncharted wolf den. The four ladies remained at the camp to gather materials for constructing the wooden cabin. Should Su Hao determine the cave to be viable, these logs could prove useful, at least for crafting a sturdy door to ward off external threats. As Su Hao and Wang Kai approached the cave, the latter displayed an exuberant demeanor, bouncing around and marking his territory every few trees, enthusiastically sniffing at intriguing scents. Although Wang Kai was clever, he retained the playful spirit characteristic of a puppy, filled with curiosity about the world as he navigated his surroundings. The daytime jungle was notably tranquil, and since Su Hao had traversed this path numerous times before, he felt secure, encountering no hazards along the way. After approximately half an hour, he found himself at the very spot where he had battled the wolves with the ladies a week prior. The signs of their conflict had vanished entirely. There were no bloodstains or even bones left behind. The desolate island had silently erased all evidence of the wolves' existence, revealing the harsh realities of nature before Su Hao. Enough fooling around. It's time to get down to business. Wang Kai barked and dashed to Su Hao's side as they ventured deeper into the jungle. Upon clearing the obstructive branches and underbrush, Wang Kai's keen senses detected the distinctive sounds emanating from the cave. Wang Kai barked at Su Hao, leading him to the entrance of the cave. The last time Su Hao had encountered this cave was on the first day of their arrival on the island. While he had a rough recollection of the path, pinpointing the cave's exact location would require some effort. Having Wang Kai accompany him proved advantageous. Su Hao tossed him a piece of Cheng Lanqin's special dog food, then ignited a torch and stepped into the cave. The cave was enveloped in darkness, and the wind at the entrance was strong enough to cause the torch's flame to flicker, casting eerie shadows in the ominous environment. If a director were present, he could have easily captured this moment as a scene from a horror film. Once past the entrance, the wind subsided somewhat, and the distant sound of dripping water echoed clearly within the cavern, accompanied by the crackling of the burning torch against the branches. The entrance was quite spacious. Ning Tian had slept here, and she was fortunate not to have encountered any wolves. Su Hao continued forward, marking the cave's rocky walls along the way. Navigating through the cave posed a challenge, as there were no reliable reference points to guide him. On the island, he often used the small mountain at the center as a landmark. However, inside the cave, everything was shrouded in darkness. Even if he memorized certain rocks or turns, returning without illumination from the torch could create the illusion of encountering a new path. Some overconfident cave explorers enter with the belief that their extensive experience will prevent them from losing their way, only to find themselves hopelessly disoriented upon trying to exit, often stumbling just a step away from the entrance. Su Hao was determined not to fall victim to such naive blunders. He had no desire to meet a grim fate. Thus, he marked the rocky walls with charcoal as he ventured deeper. As he proceeded into the cave, Su Hao realized he had underestimated its depth. After walking approximately 70 to 80 meters, he still had not reached the end, but instead arrived at a fork in the path. Two routes. How to choose? Su Hao hesitated at the junction while Wang Kai excitedly twitched his nose and dashed toward the left passage, turning to bark at Su Hao. Are you suggesting I take this route? Wang Kai barked in affirmation. Trusting Wang Kai's instincts, Su Hao decided to follow the left path. After traversing about 30 meters, a pungent, putrid odor assaulted his senses, causing him to grip his spear tightly in alertness. Chapter 49. The Return from Exploration. A banquet awaits. Something feels amiss in this place. Su Hao swiftly crouched down, cautiously advancing deeper into the cave, with Wang Kai closely following his side in a half-squat. After traversing over 20 meters, the foul stench of decay became increasingly overwhelming. Just as Su Hao reached a point of near unbearable discomfort, the flickering flames illuminated a gruesome scene. Inside the cave lay 7 or 8 decaying wolf cubs, their bodies infested with myriad wriggling larvae. The ground bore large patches of dark, dried blood, indicating that a battle had indeed transpired here, suggesting that these unfortunate cubs had likely perished at the hands of the creatures that instigated the conflict. Continuing further inside, Su Hao stumbled upon remnants of human clothing, alongside skeletal remains that were unmistakably not those of wolves, but rather appeared human. His suspicions were confirmed upon discovering a gnawed skull, half consumed. Even the most psychologically resilient individual would be affected upon encountering the remains of their own kind. Though Su Hao had already taken several lives, the visceral repulsion was insurmountable, exacerbated by the nauseating air that enveloped him, inducing profound physical discomfort. This was undoubtedly a wolf den, as evidenced by the lifeless cubs scattered about. Yet, a perplexing question arose. Why had these cubs met their demise here? Analyzing the corpses, Su Hao pondered the implications. If the wolves had lost a battle against them, it wouldn't explain why they abandoned their young. Their skirmishes were merely territorial disputes, and the wolves could easily relocate to another part of the island. Typically, wolf mothers would care for their offspring, and it was implausible for them to allow the young to perish in the den. Could it be that the slaughter of the majority of the wolves by their hands had led the mothers to turn on their own due to starvation? Yet, that too seemed unlikely. They would have surely consumed the cubs instead. Suppressing his disgust, Su Hao prodded the corpses of the cubs with his spear, uncovering a trove of wolf fur beneath them. Amidst the dark, coarse fur, he discerned strands of golden hair. Golden fur? Curiosity piqued, he inspected the tuft closely. Covering his nose with his clothing as he crouched down, he racked his brain, attempting to identify this unfamiliar animal, but to no avail. What creature could this be? The fur was slightly shorter than wolf fur and had a tawny hue, a species he had yet to encounter. Moreover, the abundance of blood and signs of struggle within the cave suggested it had engaged multiple wolf mothers in combat. Rising to his feet, Su Hao began to hypothesize about the events that had transpired in this cave. Coupled with the reports from the women about disappearing bodies, a preliminary theory began to form. The wolf pack had lost a significant number of its members, unbeknownst to the remaining mothers in the cave. Meanwhile, a mysterious creature outside had sensed the impending demise of the wolves and had stealthily consumed some of the carcasses, subsequently entering the den. Following the scent, it had confronted the wolf mothers, with the fur that had been bitten off serving as evidence. This creature had triumphed in its battle against the wolves, but it had surely sustained injuries itself, leading it to drag the more substantial wolf carcasses from the cave while leaving the cubs to fend for themselves. Considering all the clues at hand, Su Hao surmised that his deductions were likely accurate. This expedition into the cave had indeed yielded significant insights, revealing that following the disappearance of the wolf pack, a new adversary lurked nearby. Feeling that he had gleaned enough information, Su Hao decided to exit the den, as he could no longer endure the putrid stench. Remaining there any longer might result in his own demise from the foul odors. Returning to the fork in the path, Su Hao glanced at the cave to his right, which appeared deep and shrouded in darkness. He illuminated the interior with his torch, yet the light failed to penetrate the shadows. How eerie. After a moment's contemplation, he ventured inside, discovering that this cave was far more spacious than the wolf den. After traversing an indeterminate distance, he encountered yet another fork in the path, this time with 3 diverging routes. This cave is immense. Su Hao sensed that he was exploring a cavern that might stretch across a significant portion of the island, if not the entire island itself. If he continued to explore, he feared he might spend days navigating its depths, as the labyrinthine paths would undoubtedly consume a considerable amount of time. Though this expedition was not entirely spontaneous, he had not adequately prepared provisions for such an endeavor. Thus, Su Hao found himself compelled to pause, unable to proceed further. Perhaps this will suffice for now. He resolved to return another time to explore the remaining passages. Time was of the essence. Having spent 5 hours already, it was time to head back. The distance he had traveled was not great, yet each step was taken with utmost caution, leaving markers along the way, which took considerable time. However, the return journey was far less complicated, and he emerged from the cave in under an hour. Upon stepping outside, he noted that the sun was setting. Quickly, he made his way back to enjoy a meal. Su Hao and Wang Kai hurried towards the campsite, their appetites keenly awakened. Even before reaching the camp, the aroma of delicious food wafted towards him. "I'm back." Cheng Lanxin set down her ladle and smiled at Su Hao, finally returned. "We were about to start eating without you, leaving you to lick the pot clean." Each time Su Hao returned from his excursions, Cheng Lanxin would prepare a grand feast for him. Despite their limited supply of seasonings, she was always generous. "Don't be so cruel. Let me see what you've prepared." Su Hao lifted the lid, and a wave of heat surged forth, accompanied by a potent aroma that filled his nostrils. Inside the pot simmered dried wolf meat, alongside neatly cut fish chunks. The wolf meat, having been dried, appeared shriveled, but once cooked, it absorbed the tangy broth beautifully. Additionally, the fish looked remarkably fresh, not at all like the large fish he had previously caught, which had long since been consumed. It seemed the women had caught the fish themselves. After spending time on this deserted island, their survival skills had evidently improved. Chapter 50, The Mountain Lion. For Su Hao, this could be considered a stroke of good fortune. The enhanced survival capabilities of the beautiful women around him would undoubtedly alleviate his burdens. He no longer needed to fret daily over how to feed 4 hungry mouths. If necessary, they could venture out to fish on their own. allowing Su Hao to recline in the camp and enjoy the fruits of their labor. Within the pot, the sour cabbage fish bubbled vigorously, and Su Hao's mouth watered in anticipation. The fish, having been stewed over high heat, rendered the broth a creamy white, while the glistening fish meat trembled with the rising bubbles, an alluring sight that elicited salivation. Unable to resist, Su Hao deftly picked up a piece with his chopsticks. Cheng Lanxin, observing him, said nothing but promptly retrieved a bowl and filled it generously for him. The fish floated enticingly atop the broth, a delicate layer of fish oil glistening on the surface. Rather than indulging in the fish meat immediately, Su Hao took a sip of the sour cabbage soup first. The tangy and spicy flavors awakened his taste buds, and combined with the rich essence of the fish broth, it ignited his appetite after hours of hunger. The sour cabbage was a perfect complement to the fish, and as Su Hao savored a morsel, he found that the meat, thoroughly infused with the broth, retained the sharpness of the cabbage while showcasing the fish's unique sweetness. Delicious. At that moment, Su Hao's eyes sparkled with delight akin to an animated character. For though he held merely a humble bowl of sour cabbage fish on this desolate island where food was often bland, such a dish was nothing short of a treasure that could captivate one's senses and linger on the palate. Seeing Su Hao perspiring yet thoroughly enjoying his meal, Cheng Lanxin couldn't help but smile. Watching him in such blissful abandon stirred an inexplicable sense of happiness within her, igniting a desire to share this life with Su Hao indefinitely. How fragrant! This is the aroma of sour cabbage fish. And Ning Tiantian and Jessica hurried towards Cheng Lanxin, their mouths watering as they gazed longingly at her, like beggars who had gone 3 days without food. All right. Everyone gets a share. Help yourselves from the pot. Take as much as you like, but please don't deplete all the broth. We'll need it for our next meal. Ning Tiantian eagerly began to ladle the sour cabbage fish into her bowl, but then exclaimed, "Wait a minute. Where did all the fish go? Why is there so much wolf meat left?" The three turned their heads simultaneously towards Su Hao, who was sitting nearby, his mouth smeared with oil from the fish. Their eyes met, and an unspoken understanding passed between them. "Su Good is eating, so it's all good. Enjoy your meal. I want to disturb you." The women had no objections left, each contentedly indulging beside him, unaware that Su Hao's bowl of sour cabbage fish was actually filled by Cheng Lanxin. The meal was one of hearty satisfaction, a rare culinary delight that could only be prepared upon Su Hao's return from his adventures, allowing the women a taste of improved rations. With their hunger sated, they gathered around the campfire. Su Hao preferred to sit upon a large stone beside the flames, enjoying the coolness it provided, while Cheng Lanxin relaxed on a makeshift wooden chair woven from branches, occasionally swaying in comfort. The other beauties lounged languidly on the beach, embodying a sense of leisure and ease. Once the meal concluded, it was time to discuss serious matters. Su Hao recounted his experiences exploring the cave, and upon hearing his tale, the women furrowed their brows in concern. "Oh dear, it seems this island is fraught with danger. I thought the only threats were the wolf packs," and remarked, leaning closer to Su Hao with a playful nudge of her braided hair. Ning Tiantian huffed. "So what if there are? We have Su Ge, he will protect us." As she spoke, she effortlessly draped her arm around Su Hao. Cheng Lanxin stood from her chair to embrace Su Hao from behind, wrapping her arms around his neck. "It appears that relocating to that cave is out of the question. We must build a wooden shelter. We have much work ahead." Jessica frowned and approached Su Hao, inquiring, "Golden fur? Mr. Su, could you bring back a sample of that fur?" "No." Su Hao initially intended to shrug it off, but with 3 women firmly holding him in place, he could only articulate, "That clump of fur was utterly repulsive. However, my description was quite apartment. Do you know what it is?" Jessica's brow furrowed deeper, as if she were piecing together a puzzle, yet she ultimately shook her head. "I don't know." The women collectively exhaled, but Jessica quickly shifted her tone, however. "If it is indeed capable of combating multiple female wolves single-handedly, I have a theory. Although I saw that creature in the wilds of our country as a child. If it appears on this island, we will be in grave danger." Su Hao's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, urgently pressing, "What creature?" "Bobcat." "Bobcat." Su Hao's voice rose an octave, causing the women to cling to him even tighter. "What on earth is a bobcat?" Su Hao interjected, his tone lightening as the women relaxed their grips. "I thought it was some terrifying large predator. Turns out it's just a cat. If it dares to approach, I shall set Wang Kai on it." He glanced at Wang Kai, who feigned ferocity, baring his teeth at Jessica while barking twice. Jessica remained unyielding, her expression grave. "Mr. Su, the term bobcat is merely our colloquial name. It is also known as a mountain lion. Mountain lions are relatively common in the outskirts of our country, and there have been numerous videos online of campers encountering them. They are not the cute cats you envision. They are extremely lethal creatures." Upon hearing Jessica's description, Su Hao quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. After all, its fur had been discovered near the wolf den, Its aggressiveness was surely greater than that of the female wolves, and if it was indeed a feline predator, as you mentioned? Jessica nodded. Yes. That complicates matters. Su Hao murmured, while Anne, perplexed, asked, What's the issue with felines? I have a few adorable kittens at home, and they are quite charming. Chapter 51. The Yellow Phantom Adorable? Is the kind of adorable you speak of the sort that would gnaw on your head in the dead of night? And recoiled slightly at Su Hao's remark, while he continued, Since you have cared for cats before, could you enlighten me on the distinctions between cats and dogs? And glanced at Wang Kai, who was eagerly licking her leg, and reminisced about her own cat, which spent its days languishing in her opulent home. Dogs seem to be more affectionate towards humans. They crave playful interactions and sulk if ignored for too long. Cats, on the other hand, can be quite the opposite. If you attempt to engage them, you might end up with scratches or bites. The best approach is to provide them with food and water and allow them to entertain themselves. Su Hao patted Anne's head and said, Indeed, you possess a fair amount of wisdom, and proudly placed her hands on her hips and huffed. Su Hao continued, I have raised both cats and dogs in the mountains. They are the old companions of us mountain dwellers. The primary distinction lies in the fact that dogs have been fully domesticated by humans, whereas cats retain their wild instincts. In essence, dogs are social creatures, akin to the wolves we encounter, who are assigned various roles based on their size or contributions to the pack. Conversely, most felines prefer solitude and hunting alone. They are more dangerous than wolves, as their hunting style relies on stealth, making them formidable predators. By the time you notice a feline, it is often too late. The ladies instinctively huddled closer to Su Hao, with even Jessica joining the embrace. If a mountain lion were to appear now, they would likely overwhelm it. Ning Tian, somewhat anxious, inquired, What should we do if we encounter a mountain lion outdoors? What to do? Su Hao's lips twitched slightly. We should take significant measures. Since felines enjoy solitary hunting, their appearance suggests they are confident in their ability to catch prey. Our best strategy is to avoid straying alone, as that would provide them an opportunity. Otherwise, if you were to encounter a mountain lion alone, a single swipe could leave you with 2 lumps. One small, one large. Cheng Lanxin quickly pressed for clarification. What 2 lumps? Su Hao pointed to his head, indicating the smaller lump, and then gestured towards a hill in the distance, saying the larger lump would be located halfway up. You could even carve some words into it. Something like her presence lingers, her smile eternal. Although Su Hao's jest had a slightly macabre tone, it elicited an unexpected chuckle from the group. In any case, we must hasten to construct a sturdy shelter to ensure our safety. As for the mountain lion, locating it will not be an easy task. But as long as we remain in pairs, it cannot pose a threat to us. Moving forward, we shall always travel together, armed with spears and knives. Do not consider it a bother. If we do encounter one, the only vulnerable spot we could target is its digestive tract. The women, taking Su Hao's words to heart, began to regard the mountain lion as a serious threat. Clearly, erecting a wooden shelter had become an urgent priority, as they could not guarantee safety from other wild animals on this island apart from the mountain lion and wolves. Constructing the shelter would ensure they would not have to worry about being taken by other creatures during their slumber. While Su Hao established their camp, he set up a perimeter of alarm devices using strings to connect glass jars. Should any animal inadvertently trip the line, it would create a noise. However, this contraption served merely as an alert and would not deter any truly dangerous creatures. Nonetheless, it would guarantee that the 5 of them would not meet an untimely and unexplained demise. As night descended, the island was enveloped in a cool sea breeze, sending a slight chill through the air. The ladies had fallen into slumber, while Su Hao and Wang Kai kept vigil outside the tent. The sensation of a yellow phantom lurking nearby was rather unsettling. Given the mountain lion's habits and hunting techniques, the moniker Yellow Phantom was most appropriate. Initially, Su Hao had intended to explore the cave and venture into the uncharted territories of the island, but that would have to wait until the wooden shelter was completed, allowing him the peace of mind to depart. Drawing in the sand with a stick, he marked the areas he had already explored, murmuring to himself, I have yet to explore the eastern direction, nor the central part of the island. The opposite side remains inaccessible for now, and there are numerous details yet to uncover. The task ahead is quite daunting. As he petted Wang Kai, he mentally mapped the island's terrain. Thus far, he had only explored a third of the entire island, but fortunately, he had become acquainted with the surrounding areas. Still, the allure of the unknown nagged at him. At least the known dangers were preferable to those that remained undiscovered. However, those distant locations were quite far from Su Hao's camp, necessitating preparations for outdoor camping. Thus, once the wooden shelter was complete, the vacated tent would serve a purpose. But he would need to learn the intricacies of construction. Su Gu, it's time. I must take over watch. Ning Tian emerged from the tent, her still swollen eyes suggesting she was not fully awake. However, Sitting in the sea breeze should help dispel her drowsiness. All right, just don't doze off, and if something happens, call for me. If all else fails, let Wang Kai handle it. Rest assured, Su Ge. Ning Tian retrieved a spear from the rack, and Su Hao placed his own alongside it. They had crafted a special holder for the spears to prevent them from being dampened by the rain or blown away, investing considerable effort into it. As they prepared to change shifts, Su Hao was about to retire for the night when a gust of sea wind caused the nearby alarm device to jingle loudly. That noise is so disruptive. Can you still sleep, Su Ge? Su Hao waved his hand dismissively. Of course. I've slept through far worse. If you find it boring, play with Wang Kai. He has plenty of energy. However, when he glanced at Wang Kai at his feet, he found the dog frozen in place, as if paralyzed, staring blankly ahead. Wang Kai, what's wrong? Why did you pee? As Su Hao looked up to call for Ning Tian to clean it up, he noticed a long, yellow creature lying on the ground behind her, its eyes glinting as it stared intently at Su Hao. Oh, damn. Chapter 52, it's decided. You're the one. Go, Wang Kai. The distance between Su Hao and the mountain lion was a mere 20 meters, a distance that the agile creature could cover in an instant. Moreover, let us not forget that Ning Tian stood between them, and she was only a few meters away from the beast. Observing Su Hao's sudden silence and the terror etched on his face as he gazed behind her, a chill ran down Ning Tian's spine, her hair standing on end as sweat poured from her like a leaky faucet. Su Ge, what are you doing? Don't turn around. Su Hao dared not raise his voice, fearing that any sudden movement might provoke the lion. If he could scare it away, it would be a joyous outcome. However, if it did not flee and instead charged at Ning Tian, it would spell disaster for them all. At that moment, Su Hao faced the lion, and although the darkness obscured his vision, he could still discern that the mountain lion was of considerable size, approximately 1.7 meters in length. Such a formidable creature could easily overpower not just Ning Tian, but even Su Hao himself. Ning Tian remained oblivious to the danger lurking behind her, but the look in Su Hao's eyes conveyed the imminent threat. While he confronted this peril, he found himself unarmed, his weapon having been returned to its rack, leaving him defenseless. Su Hao's mind raced, his intellect sharpening in the face of mortality, rivaling that of Einstein. What to do? The weapon rack was a dozen meters behind him. Should he spin around to retrieve it? No, by the time he got the spear, the lion would have already lunged at Ning Tian, and with a mere turn, it could snap her neck. What then? Should he signal for Ning Tian to slowly approach and hand him the spear? Even less feasible. Any large movement could provoke the lion to leap forward. What if the unarmed Ning Tian met her end? Despair gripped him, and he gazed down at the trembling Wang Kai by his feet, when suddenly, a bold idea took root in his mind. There might be a solution. During his night watch, Wang Kai wore a protective collar against bites, a precaution for potential wildlife attacks. With a cautious gaze fixed on the mountain lion, which remained in a standoff, Su Hao slowly extended his arm towards Wang Kai's collar, moving deliberately in fear that any sudden motion would incite the beast. Once his fingers clasped the collar, a slight alleviation of tension washed over him, though he felt a pang of guilt as he muttered softly, "Forgive me, Wang Kai. I promise to treat you to something special later. Right now, I need you." Wang Kai, paralyzed by fear from the lion, remained in a state of shock. Yet, in its moment of confusion, it felt itself being lifted off the ground by Su Hao. "Stop whimpering, Wang Kai. I know you're scared, but don't be afraid. It's decided, you're the one. Go, Wang Kai." With that, Su Hao hurled Wang Kai towards the mountain lion. The suddenness of this action caught the lion off guard. Wang Kai let out a terrified yelp that instantly awoke the slumbering beauties in their tents. The lion, distracted by the noise emanating from the tent, had no time to react before Wang Kai collided with it. If Wang Kai could speak, Su Hao could only imagine the foul language it would unleash. However, in light of the situation, it appeared that Su Hao was more dog-like than Wang Kai, despite his human form. The shards of glass and metal from the protective collar lacerated the lioness body, which emitted a cry akin to a baby's shrill wail, sharp and jarring, reminiscent of a distressed pet cat. Wang Kai tumbled off the lion and, while yelping and urinating, dashed towards the tents, not daring to return to Su Hao's arms. Convinced that if the lion remained, he would undoubtedly toss it back once more. The beauties emerged from their tents, screaming at the sight of the nearby mountain lion. In their heightened state of anxiety, they spotted a dark figure racing toward their feet. The closest, Cheng Lanqing, shrieked and, eyes shut, instinctively tossed Wang Kai back towards the lion. The injured lion, bewildered, beheld Wang Kai hurtling towards it once more and, without uttering a sound, turned tail and fled. Wild animals prioritized the success of their hunts over engaging in a futile battle with their prey, faced with an unexpected multitude of potential threats. Even if it could dispatch one or two, sustaining injuries was not worth the risk. In a flash, the lion vanished into the dense underbrush, leaving Ning Tian trembling on the ground, gasping for breath, while Wang Kai scurried away from the campsite without a backward glance. Damn it! There is not a good soul in this entire camp. But halfway through its escape, Wang Kai found itself scooped up by Annie, who, exhilarated, lifted it above her head, exclaiming, "Wang Kai, you were incredible. You scared off such a large mountain lion. Truly, having you means our safety." Annie had emerged later and was unaware of the preceding events. Upon witnessing Wang Kai dash towards the lion and the subsequent retreat of the beast, she was awestruck. What bravery! Such a good dog. She removed the protective collar and embraced Wang Kai, while Su Hao and Cheng Lanqin approached, wishing to pet it, but Wang Kai barked incessantly at them. Cheng Lanqin sheepishly withdrew her hand, deciding against it. Su Hao chuckled softly, choosing to remain silent as he sat on the ground, allowing himself to recover from the earlier fright. Following the unexpected turmoil, none but Su Hao dared to sleep, despite his reassurances that the injured lion would not return. Yet, one bite from a snake leads to a lifetime of fear of ropes. The beauties opted to keep vigil outside their tents. Seeing their determination, Su Hao refrained from protest, choosing instead to enjoy the solitude of the tent for a peaceful rest through the remaining hours of the night. Outside, Ning Tian gazed at the sleeping Su Hao, her heart swelling with newfound emotions. Had it not been for his quick thinking and sharp reflexes, she might have lost her life that night. Chapter 53, Fingers Interlocked. Mortise and Tenon Structure. Once again, Su Hao saved himself, each instance as heart-stopping as the last. Yet, he never boasted before her, as if these actions were merely his duty. A peculiar sentiment began to blossom in Ning Tian's heart. Once she admired Su Hao, but now she felt an unwavering desire to stand by this man's side, to share the burdens he faced. Ning Tian's gaze towards Su Hao shifted, and Cheng Lanqin, perceptive as ever, sensed this change, instantly overcome with jealousy. She approached Ning Tian and obstructed her view, inquiring, "What are you looking at?" "Huh?" Ning Tian, startled from her reverie, turned to Cheng Lanqin. "Oh, nothing, Sister Cheng. I just feel a bit pain whenever I see Brother Su facing danger. If only I could become as strong as him one day, I could alleviate some of his pressures." Upon hearing this, Cheng Lanqin realized that Su Hao had indeed nestled himself into Ning Tian's heart. When a woman harbors feelings for a man, she yearns to share his burdens, genuinely feeling for him rather than seeking constant validation of his affections to soothe her insecurities. Cheng Lanqin felt a bittersweet pang as an unnamed fire ignited within her towards Ning Tian, but it dissipated as quickly as it arose, her myriad feelings coalescing into a mere sigh as she returned to her previous spot. As the sun gradually ascended, the desolate island revived with vitality. Su Hao slept until 10 o'clock, his awareness of time owing to the Rolex mechanical watch gifted to him by Zhang Jiehui. Upon awakening, the ladies immediately surrounded him. Startled by their fierce demeanor, Su Hao instinctively took a step back and asked, "What is going on?" "What is going on? We just want to know what you dreamt about last night." "What I dreamt." Su Hao recalled the dream vividly, his cheeks flushing as his gaze wandered and beads of sweat formed on his forehead, for it was indeed a rather steamy dream. In it, he found himself enjoying a spicy hot pot with the beauties, gasping and exclaiming as the heat overwhelmed him. He distinctly remembered competing with Cheng Lanqin for a slice of lamb roll, urgently declaring, "Cheng Lanqin, if you keep this up, I'll have to go all out." Later, Ning Tian was struggling to grasp the tripe, prompting him to shout, "Ning Tian, hold it tighter. If it falls in and overcooks, it won't taste good." Among them, Annie was the most mischievous. While indulging in hot pot, she ordered numerous cream buns, which Su Hao rolled at, remarking, "Annie, your buns are so small. I could engulf them in a single bite." As for Jessica, she was somewhat unaccustomed to the hot pot experience, appearing clumsy while cooking, leading Su Hao to guide her on how to submerge the ingredients thoroughly to ensure their flavor. Su Hao furrowed his brow, pondering if dreaming about hot pot could be considered gluttonous. Surely not. It was merely a dream. All right, enough of this. It was just a delightful dream. Let us hasten to construct the wooden cabin. Otherwise, we won't have a place to sleep tonight. He pushed through the crowd to choose a location, and the ladies, noting Su Hao's serious demeanor, refrained from further discussion, quickly setting aside the events of the previous night. Only Annie looked down at herself and mused, "Well, it's not that small." Unbeknownst to the beauties, the specifics of Su Hao's dream remained a mystery, yet the awake Su Hao was undeniably reliable. He surveyed the surrounding terrain and selected a site approximately 50 meters from the stream as the foundation for their wooden cabin. His reasoning for this choice was clear. While it offered a slightly inferior view compared to the tent area, it was conveniently situated between a pond and a stream, granting easy access to both. The fundamental difference between a wooden cabin and a tent lay in the protection afforded by the former. Thus, the requirement for a wide vantage point was not as critical. A tent necessitated foresight for potential dangers, necessitating a broader perspective. With the site chosen, they commenced construction. In Su Hao's vision, the wooden cabin would encompass roughly 20 square meters. While this may seem modest, in reality, it was indeed quite small. It wasn't that Su Hao had an aversion to spacious living. Rather, they needed to expedite the construction to guard against mountain lions or other wildlife, necessitating a sacrifice in living conditions for efficiency and speed. However, considering that they could fit 5 people into a small tent, a 20 square meter wooden cabin would provide ample comfort. Contingent upon its internal arrangement, the workload for erecting the cabin was substantial. They needed to first establish a framework before filling in the walls. Thus, all 5 individuals had to actively engage in resource gathering to complete the project as swiftly as possible. The ladies had already crafted their tools, similar to the saw Su Hao had fashioned previously, proving effective for cutting wood. After numerous trips transporting timber, Su Hao concluded they had sufficient material to begin constructing the framework and set it aside to initiate the first phase of the project. He carefully sawed the wood in half using the saw, laying it on the ground, adjusting the angle of the cuts to ensure a level foundation wherever unevenness arose. Jessica, noticing Su Hao's progress, eagerly approached to inquire about the construction methods, but he shook his head. Your approach won't work. Jessica, somewhat incensed, retorted, why not? My uncle built it that way. Su Hao sighed and pointed to a beam he had erected. You suggest nailing into this? Exactly. Su Hao extended his hand. All right then. Where are the nails? Jessica opened her mouth, but found herself at a loss for words. Su Hao continued, your method may work elsewhere. But considering the conditions on this deserted island, don't worry about it. Leave it to me. I have a way to build the cabin both sturdy and secure. Jessica's curiosity piqued. She regarded Su Hao's confidence and asked, but without those building materials, how will you construct it? Su Hao smiled mysteriously. You wouldn't know this, would you? Extend your hand. Jessica complied, and to her surprise, Su Hao grasped her hand tightly. Their fingers intertwined, their gazes locking. One pair of eyes shimmered with shyness and excitement, while the other radiated pride and confidence. This is how we shall construct it. I will employ the wisdom of our ancestors. We won't need nails, but rather, a mortise and tenon structure. Chapter 54. The cabin is complete. Mortise and tenon structure? Jessica repeated Su Hao's words, her expression one of confusion. This term was entirely new to her. She had never encountered it before, nor did she comprehend what it entailed. Observing Jessica's bewilderment, Su Hao realized he had succeeded in impressing her. He picked up a prepared log and began to explain. In essence, a mortise and tenon structure involves shaping construction materials to fit together seamlessly, akin to gears where each tooth interlocks perfectly. By employing this method for building the cabin, we can ensure its robustness without the need for nails. In our mountainous region, there are those who construct houses in this manner. Though I may not be an expert in this technique, I do possess some experience, so rest assured. Su Hao confidently assured her, and Jessica felt it prudent to remain silent. After all, Su Hao had consistently proven to be reliable in his endeavors, and she chose to place her trust in him. Constructing the cabin was not an instantaneous affair. Despite having 5 individuals working together, several days were required to complete the task. During this period, the group diligently labored from dawn until dusk, devoting all their time to the construction of the cabin. Aside from meals and hydration, they were preoccupied with transporting materials and assisting Su Hao in cutting logs. Through repeated hauling and cutting, the women developed blisters on their hands. And even Su Hao found himself utterly exhausted each night, collapsing into slumber without any inclination for further activities. However, their toil was not in vain. Their efforts would yield results. As the saying goes, hard work pays off. After 6 days of united endeavor, they finally completed the cabin. Gazing at the cabin they had built with their own hands, pride illuminated the faces of the 5. At last, we have completed it. Tonight, we shall no longer live in fear, and exclaimed joyfully, while Ning Tian and Cheng launching embraced in celebration. Jessica continuously praised Su Hao's craftsmanship, confirming that he had indeed not exaggerated. He had constructed the cabin without the use of any nails. 6 days may seem neither long nor short, but during this time, each individual was wholly focused on the construction of the cabin. Now that they could finally behold the fruits of their labor, each heart brimmed with joy. However, it would be prudent not to celebrate too soon. Although the cabin had been erected, its sturdiness remained uncertain, and whether it could withstand the elements was still unknown. 70% of the cabin was constructed by Su Hao, thus it was only fitting that he assess its quality. The walls of the cabin were formed by logs driven directly into the ground, with gaps filled by small wooden blocks to ensure airtightness. The framework employed the mortise and tenon structure, remaining steadfast and reliable without any nails. Su Hao gave the cabin a vigorous shake, and, relieved to find no movement. Felt reassured. As for the roof, Su Hao cleverly utilized resources by dismantling their previously built shelter and covering the cabin with plastic panels from numerous suitcases. Only the areas that could not be covered with plastic were substituted with wooden boards, saving considerable labor and expediting the completion process. Su Hao was satisfied with the framework and its sturdiness. As long as the cabin received regular maintenance, it could easily last a decade. However, the longevity of its habitation remained uncertain. With the structural integrity assessed, attention turned to the need for interior furnishings. Currently, the cabin was devoid of any furniture, which would need to be crafted later. Nevertheless, having such a small shelter provided a sense of security, and they could gradually add more items over time. The women entered the cabin, and Su Hao removed the plastic panels from the ceiling, allowing natural light to flood the space, instantly brightening the interior. Amidst the dense jungle stood this modest cabin, where the women lay on the floor, engaged in animated conversation. Outside, a mischievous puppy chased butterflies and birds, while Su Hao leaned against the door, quietly savoring the tranquility of the moment. If only life on this deserted island could remain this peaceful. Alas, hidden beneath the calm were countless dangers lurking nearby. Not wishing to disturb the lively chatter of the women, Su Hao called for his dog, Wang Kai, and they headed to the pond to feed the fish. The pond had attracted a fair number of fish, thanks to their daily routine of collecting leaves and roots to feed the aquatic inhabitants. Su Hao had installed a wooden filter screen in the waterway connecting the pond to a stream, allowing water to flow freely while keeping the fish confined to the pond. Though the fish population was modest, estimated at around 30 to 40, the process of raising fish would require time. Once they spawned, Su Hao planned to expand the pond, establishing a reliable food source. Sitting beside the stream, with Wang Kai energetically bounding about, Su Hao found himself lost in thought when suddenly a wild rabbit leaped from the underbrush to drink from the stream. Was dinner presenting itself before him? Observing Wang Kai chasing insects, he pointed towards the distant rabbit and commanded, "Catch it and bring it back." Wang Kai barked excitedly and shot off like an arrow, prompting the rabbit to sense danger and flee into the thicket without even finishing its drink. Undeterred, Wang Kai pursued the rabbit closely, while Su Hao grasped his spear and followed the sound of Wang Kai's barks. The duo raced through the tangled undergrowth, with Wang Kai demonstrating agility far superior to Su Hao's, darting effortlessly between branches. Su Hao remained unhurried, content to follow at a steady pace. They ventured several hundred meters away, well beyond the vicinity of the cabin. Wang Kai, living up to Su Hao's expectations, returned panting, triumphantly clutching the struggling rabbit in his mouth. Su Hao crouched down to pat Wang Kai on the head in encouragement, taking the rabbit and swiftly ending its struggles. He found himself in an area he had yet to explore, but he felt no fear of losing his way. He had familiar landmarks to guide him back, and the flattened grass behind him would lead him home. However, Su Hao furrowed his brow as he noticed a path that appeared to have been trampled nearby. Wait a minute. I don't recall venturing that way. Chapter 55, The Corpse in the Grass. In this uncharted territory, Su Hao remained oblivious to the lurking dangers surrounding him. Instantly, he became vigilant, and his companion, Wang Kai, ceased its aimless wandering, swiftly returning to Su Hao's side, perhaps out of fear of being cast away once more. Grasping the spear, Su Hao approached the narrow forest path, needing to ascertain whether the trail had been forged by animals or humans. In his heart, he harbored a flicker of hope. Compared to human footprints, he yearned to discover animal tracks. However, upon sighting the prints, all anticipation dissipated into nothingness. A pair of shoe prints marred the ground, the soil beneath the crushed grass having hardened into clumps, indicating that these marks had been made over 3 days prior. A man's footprints. Following the trampled grass deeper along the path, Wang Kai suddenly barked twice in a particular direction before circling in front of Su Hao. Such behavior typically signaled a discovery, but not necessarily of danger. Had there been peril, Wang Kai would have barked and remained on guard rather than exhibiting this reaction. As Su Hao ventured toward the direction of Wang Kai's barking, he soon reached the end of the forest path, but before arriving, he was met with a pungent stench and the sounds of numerous animals fleeing. Before him lay a corpse, disfigured beyond recognition, already in the throes of decay, teeming with writhing insects that made Su Hao's scalp crawl. Furthermore, there were signs of animal gnawing on the body, indicating it had been feasted upon post-mortem by various creatures on the island, with many parts, including the fingers, nearly devoured beyond recognition. Had Su Hao not observed the footprints in the style of the clothing, it would have been nearly impossible to discern the corpse's gender. Gazing at the lifeless form, Su Hao was struck by an indescribable sensation. Life on this island seemed frail and fragile, entangling both humans and animals in a harrowing quagmire. Suppressing the waves of nausea from the foul odor, Su Hao used his spear to turn the body over, forcing it from its prone position to lie on its side. There were no visible external injuries, This individual did not appear to have succumbed to wounds, yet the deep hollows in the cheeks suggested a struggle against hunger. No injuries, yet dead in this place, either from thirst or starvation. A sense of helplessness washed over Su Hao as he realized that among the survivors on the island, not everyone fared as well as he did. While he and his companions had secured food and water, it did not guarantee the same fate for others. He chose not to bury the body. He lacked both the ability and the time. Departing from the vicinity of the corpse with Wang Kai, he pondered whether he too might meet a similar fate. Upon returning to the wooden cabin, the ladies were busy crafting furniture. Su Hao found no need to concern himself with these simple tasks, as they performed admirably. Noticing the rabbit Su Hao had brought back, Cheng Lanqin promptly took it, preparing a pot of stew to share with everyone. Gathered inside the cabin, they enjoyed the soup in a tranquil atmosphere. Observing Su Hao's silence since his return, Annie blinked and leaned closer, inquiring, "Brother Su Hao, you seem troubled. What's wrong? You can share with us." The other ladies turned their attention to Su Hao, who snapped out of his reverie, shaking his head. "It's nothing. I'm just a bit tired. A little rest will suffice." Su Hao did not intend to divulge the discovery of the corpse to the ladies, as it would serve no purpose and only incite fear. With a mountain lion prowling nearby, revealing the potential presence of other survivors would only amplify their psychological burden. Seeing Su Hao's reluctance to speak, the ladies wisely refrained from pressing further. After finishing the rabbit stew in silence, Su Hao contemplated for a moment before addressing them. "Now that we have constructed the cabin and secured a safe sleeping area, I believe it is time to explore other parts of the island. I hesitated before due to concerns for your safety, but with those issues resolved, we should venture further." His words shattered the peaceful ambience, causing the ladies' hearts to skip a beat. Cheng Lanqin frowned at Su Hao, clearly displeased. "Aren't we doing well here? Why venture out? What if we encounter danger outside?" Ning Tian nodded in agreement. "Yes, Suge, we have a cabin and a pond. If we run out of food, we can fish from the sea or creek, and if we need water, we can fetch it from the creek. Why risk going out?" Su Hao sighed. "While we currently lack for neither water nor food, we mustn't assume that our situation is secure simply because we possess these essentials. The external environment is unpredictable, and we could lose these resources at any moment. I must prepare in advance." Annie flicked her braided hair and pouted at Su Hao. "Lose? If we close the door, those large animals can't get in. What are we afraid of losing? Animals may be kept at bay, but what of humans?" Su Hao's words jolted them into awareness. "We have already encountered other survivors on the island, but consider this, in this desolate place, who poses a greater threat, wild animals or humans? Animals harm us to satiate their hunger. If they find us unworthy prey, they are likely to retreat. Humans, however, are different. Let us not speak of others. Let us consider ourselves. If there exists another survivor camp within 500 meters of our cabin, what would you do?" None of the four ladies could answer Su Hao's question, for the answer was already etched in their hearts. They might tolerate the presence of others on the island, but they would never allow such individuals to encroach upon their vicinity, for it would jeopardize their safety. Never forget that this is a deserted island, and do not test the humanity of others with your own life. Su Hao's rationale for exploring the island was irrefutable, yet everyone understood the inherent dangers that loomed ahead, with no apparent solution at hand. Chapter 56. Drawing lots. The faces of the beautiful women were all etched with worry and sorrow. Yet Su Hao maintained an air of indifference. "Why the long faces? Let us lighten up. I'm merely venturing into uncharted territory, not heading to the gallows. Why the grim expressions?" Despite Su Hao's earnest attempts to console the ladies, their moods remained unchanged by his casual reassurances. Cheng Lanqin sighed, glancing at Su Hao seated opposite her before turning to the others. Su Hao is right. This journey is indeed essential. Just as he once said, this island can sustain us, and it can certainly sustain others too. If we don't thoroughly explore this island, we're no better than ostriches burying our heads in the sand, believing that danger will simply vanish. Isn't that a form of self-deception? Su Hao nodded in satisfaction, even giving Cheng Lanqin a thumbs up to encourage her to continue. Cheng Lanqin acknowledged him before proceeding. Thus, Su Hao must go on this expedition. But, why is there a but? But I believe it's too dangerous for him to venture alone, so I am willing to accompany him. Su Hao was taken aback, and the other beauties were equally stunned. Ning Tian quickly reacted, exclaiming, "Why should you go? If anyone should, it's me. Don't forget how I expertly coordinated with Su Ge when I rescued you last time. We already have experience together." Jessica also stepped forward, and I diverted one of the camp's inhabitants. Mr. Su praised my cleverness at that time. I believe I am the most suitable choice. No. You've all adventured with Su Ge before. I have yet to accompany him even once. And jumped into the midst of the beauties, shoving the three arguing women aside. It's my turn this time. In truth, if Cheng Lanqin hadn't declared her intention to join Su Hao, the other women wouldn't have reacted so strongly. However, once she did, the dynamics shifted dramatically. On what grounds do you think you deserve to be alone with Su Hao? Everyone knows you have feelings for him. Are you truly going to explore the island, or are you merely seeking to explore the mysteries of the human body? Don't you have any self-awareness? If Cheng Lanqin succeeded in winning Su Hao's affection during this expedition, what would become of the others? He belongs to all of us, not just one. The four beauties erupted into a cacophony of arguments, ultimately placing the burden of resolution on Su Hao, who had been quietly observing the spectacle. What is with the sudden focus on me? Su Hao questioned, feeling as though he was under the scrutiny of four sharp blades, unable to even flinch. Speak. Who do you wish to go with? Cheng Lanqin's threatening words echoed in Su Hao's ears as four pairs of eyes bore into him. He felt that should he choose one, the others would undoubtedly seek to eliminate him. Swallowing hard, Su Hao's expression shifted from terror to calmness, ultimately hardening into resolve. Only children make choices. As soon as the first half of his statement left his lips, the four beauties' faces darkened. Fearing for his life, Su Hao hastily added the second half, I don't want any of you. The ladies stood frozen, clearly surprised by Su Hao's unexpected response, which contrasted sharply with his previous demeanor in the tent. Su Hao chuckled lightly, observing the bewildered expressions on their faces. What a joke. Why would I bring all of you along? Unless I have a death wish. Sleeping is one thing, but embarking on an adventure is another. With so many of us, what would happen to the cabin? Should we abandon it? And where would we source our food? Just consume everything in our path. As the saying goes, before the troops march, provisions must be prepared. Su Hao knew that venturing out alone would require at least 3 days' worth of food and adequate water. Otherwise, he could end up like that unfortunate soul who perished in the grass due to hunger and thirst. While he could have taken someone along, given the current situations, it seemed unwise to choose anyone. Thus, he resolved to embark on the journey alone with just his dog. Besides, this expedition was not a one-way trip. Su Hao planned to explore the eastern direction first, which meant he would have already scouted 3 out of the 4 sides of the island. The furthest side could be approached later when he was better prepared. After all, it was the most distant, and any potential threats would not pose an immediate danger to him and his dog. Once Su Hao finished speaking, the previous argument ceased abruptly. Indeed, he had quelled their discord by opting to venture alone. However, Cheng Lanqin murmured, but we still worry if you go alone. The other beauties nodded in agreement. If all else fails, let us draw lots, and proposed, unexpectedly producing 4 small twigs from her sleeve. She concealed them in her arm, then flipped her hand over to reveal the ends of the 4 twigs. Whoever draws the longest twig will accompany Su Hao, while the rest remain here to guard the camp. That seems fair. The other 3 exchanged glances, acknowledging that an S method was indeed relatively equitable, though she was aware of which twig was longer. Thus, she could not go first. I'll go first. Cheng Lanqin approached and, initially selecting the leftmost twig. Noticing a peculiar expression on an S face, which seemed to suppress laughter, she quickly changed her choice to the rightmost twig. An S expression shifted dramatically. That's the one. Cheng Lanqin tugged at it, but found that and was gripping it tightly, making it difficult to pull. The more resistance she faced, the more convinced she became that this twig was the longest. Let go. Stop pulling. Lanqin, why don't you choose another? I want to change. Cheng Lanqin pulled with all her might, only to discover that the twig was merely a tiny segment, measuring less than 2 centimeters in length. She stared in shock at the minuscule twig in her hand, while Ning Tian and Jessica erupted in laughter. Haha, Cheng Jia, it seems your luck isn't great. Allow me to have a go. Ning Tian eagerly approached, showing no hesitation as she chose the twig that Cheng Lanqin had discarded, the leftmost one. Chapter 57. Ready, set, depart. With a vigorous tug, Ning Tian extracted a branch measuring a full 10 centimeters in length, significantly longer than Cheng Lanqin's modest stick. Haha. It seems I shall accompany Brother Su. Alas, luck is indeed on my side. You all should remain at home and mind the house while I venture forth with Su for just a couple of days. Do not miss us too much. Hold on. Annie called out to Ning Tian, who was already halfway through a bottle of champagne, then extended her hand towards Jessica, indicating it was her turn. With only 2 branches remaining, Jessica casually selected one, which, while longer than Cheng Lanqin's, barely reached 5 centimeters. Frustrated, Jessica discarded the branch onto the ground. While Ning Tian felt increasingly assured of her fate, she began planning with Su Hao about what it'd take for their journey, but Annie, with a calm demeanor, remarked to Ning Tian, Sister Tian, have you forgotten that I have yet to draw? Realizing her oversight, Ning Tian maintained her smile. Oh right, go ahead. I can't believe you could draw longer than mine. Without a word, Annie slowly placed her hand on the final stick. drawing the gaze of the onlookers as she began to pull it out. As the stick emerged 2 centimeters, Cheng Lanqin's expression dimmed. At 5 centimeters. Jessica let out a deep sigh. When the stick reached 10 centimeters, Ning Tiantian's eyes widened in disbelief, and Annie, glancing at her, smiled before continuing to pull. At last, Annie unveiled the final stick, measuring an impressive 20 centimeters, longer than the other 3 combined. The expressions of the other 3 beauties immediately fell. For the ultimate victor of this game was Annie. Oh dear, Sister Tian, I told you not to rejoice too soon. Look at this, our decision was made by drawing lots. Entirely fair and square, with no deceit involved. It seems I shall be the one accompanying Brother Su on this adventure. You all can wait patiently for our return. The 3 could only watch helplessly as Annie pulled Su Hao outside to discuss the specifics of their plans for the following day, leaving them despondently sitting on the ground. Outside, Annie swiftly flicked her sleeve, releasing a multitude of sticks, which she then kicked away with lightning speed, ensuring no evidence remained. During the drawing, the outcomes of the others had been entirely within Annie's control. Recognizing the lengths drawn were adequate, she had discreetly snapped the sticks, ensuring hers was the longest. Su Hao, noticing Annie's actions, patted her head and remarked, "You little rascal, you certainly have a clever mind." Hee hee, Annie giggled, then promptly asked Su Hao, "Brother Su Hao, this is my first time adventuring alone with you. I lack experience. What should I do?" With a wry smile, Su Hao replied that there was nothing particularly noteworthy to remember, save for one essential thing. "What is it?" "Listen to me." Su Hao looked earnestly at Annie and continued. "To be honest, I have envisioned taking many people on adventures, but never you, as you possess a noticeable physical disparity compared to Cheng Lanqin and the others. In unfamiliar territory, we may encounter dangers at any moment. I worry that you might get scared or unable to keep up, leading to injury or worse consequences. However," before Su Hao could finish, Annie interjected, "Don't worry, Brother Su Hao. I will not hold you back." Her tone was resolute, and her expression sincere. "I know I've been a burden in the past, and everyone has taken great care of me, but this time, I am determined to venture alongside you. Not merely for fun or out of spite. Each time I saw you stand before me, shielding me from harm, I felt utterly useless. This time, I wish to contribute to the team, to assist Sister Tian and the others. So rest assured, Brother Su Hao, I do not require your constant supervision. And I will certainly heed your guidance." Su Hao gazed at Annie, who was brimming with determination. He opened his mouth to speak, but found himself at a loss for words, deeply moved by her declaration. The child has finally grown up, and has learned to deceive. One cannot trust a woman's words. Whether Annie is truly resolute remains uncertain, as only time will reveal the truth when they embark tomorrow. Yet, judging by her current demeanor, it seems she will be a lively companion on their journey. As dusk descended, Su Hao and Annie prepared for their expedition the following day, and the other 3 beauties, reluctant to part with him, clung to Su Hao throughout the night, resulting in a restless sleep for him. With the wooden hut providing a sense of security, they closed the door and left a small dog door for Wang Kai, allowing him refuge should danger arise, eliminating the need for a night watchman. As dawn broke, Su Hao extricated himself from the embrace of the 3 beauties, gently rousing the still drowsy Annie, before shouldering the hiking pack he had prepared the previous day and opening the door. Standing at the entrance of the wooden hut, Su Hao and Annie, one tall and one short, with Wang Kai shaking his neck, exchanged a final glance at their shelter. Turning towards the rising sun, Su Hao declared, "Annie, it's time for us to set off." "Yes. For some reason, I'm feeling a bit anxious now. But indeed, it is time to go." Chapter 58. Is Annie's feet smelly? As the sun rose, Su Hao and Annie embarked on their journey towards the eastern part of the island. Both were uncertain whether they would encounter fortune or peril. Nonetheless, they were unwilling to dwell in an environment rife with uncertainty. Su Hao led the way, wielding a spear while carrying a backpack. With a bow and arrow secured on either side for swift access in case of danger, Annie followed closely behind, carrying a smaller backpack filled with provisions and water for their 3-day journey, along with a small knife at her waist and a spear slightly shorter than Su Hao's in her hands. Wang Kai, their dog, trotted ahead of the duo, displaying a remarkable intelligence as it discerned when to play and when to be serious. Gone were the days of recklessly running around. Instead, it diligently took on the role of protector, scouting the path for Su Hao and Annie. On this occasion, Su Hao opted to explore eastward, not only because that area was closest to their cabin, but also due to his discovery of the body located further east. Thus, as they set off, Su Hao was mentally prepared for the possibility of encountering other survivors, even contemplating the worst-case scenario of a conflict. As the sun ascended higher into the sky, Su Hao and Annie traversed 2 to 3 kilometers. While such a distance could typically be covered in an hour's stroll within a city, They had taken a full 4 hours to navigate the rugged terrain. Their journey was fraught with challenges that significantly delayed their progress and sapped their stamina. Sweat drenched Su Hao's clothing, awakening memories of his previous hiking experiences. Though the distance was manageable for him, Annie was nearing her limit but remained silent, resolutely keeping pace without complaint. Her silence did not equate to a lack of fatigue. Reaching the eastern coast of the island in one breath was nearly impossible. The last time Su Hao ventured to the northern camp, it had taken an entire day of walking in daylight, followed by a night trek to arrive. Pausing to glance at the sun, Su Hao turned to Annie and proposed, "Let us rest here for an hour to regain some strength before continuing." Upon hearing this, Annie sighed in relief and sank onto the ground. The past 4 hours had been excruciating for her, while the initial 2 hours had been filled with curiosity. The latter portion left her legs feeling numb. The uneven paths of the jungle, with their varying depths, had further drained her energy. By the end, Annie was merely gritting her teeth to follow Su Hao, grateful for his timely suggestion to rest, as she might have otherwise admitted her exhaustion. As they sat on the ground, Wonkai frolicked around them, playing while also keeping a vigilant watch for any dangers lurking nearby. Annie opened her small bag, revealing dried wolf meat, several water bottles, and an assortment of snacks that Chung Lanxin had reluctantly allowed them to take. She handed Su Hao some wolf meat along with a bottle of water and then began to chew on a piece herself. Despite the initially strong odor of the wolf meat, it tasted delightful to Annie, proving that hunger could transform any food into a delicacy. After a few hearty bites of wolf meat and a substantial drink of water, Annie turned to Su Hao and inquired, "Brother Su Hao, how much longer must we walk? It feels like we've traveled quite far already." We're just getting started," Su Hao replied, devouring his meal, his strength gradually returning with each bite. He glanced at the lush jungle ahead and said, "We have likely not even covered a third of the distance. The eastern route is longer than the 2 previous places we visited." Annie sighed, having anticipated that this adventure with Su Hao would resemble a leisurely spring outing, filled with exploration and scenic conversations. Instead, the journey had proven to be a grueling trial, leaving her no time to appreciate the beauty of her surroundings, which were shrouded in dense foliage, concealing potential threats lurking within. In those 4 hours, she had startled no fewer than 5 snakes from the underbrush. A moment's inattention could result in a bite, leaving her nerves taut and on edge. Engaging in a casual conversation with Su Hao, the hours slipped by quickly, catching Annie off guard when Su Hao checked his watch and announced it was time to resume their journey. They donned their backpacks once more and set forth, now in the sweltering midday heat. The combination of high temperatures and the island's humid air rendered their trek exceedingly arduous, with even the winds carrying a stifling warmth, devoid of any comfort, transforming into a torment. After another 3 hours of travel, their pace slowed significantly compared to before, yet they managed to cover 2 more kilometers. Checking the time, Su Hao called for another break as the sun began its descent, bringing with it a slight reprieve in temperature, making it somewhat more bearable. This time, Annie collapsed onto the ground, feeling utterly drained, unable even to muster the energy to roll over. Her legs were sore and swollen, akin to having been filled with cement. Every step taken was a test of both her physical and mental endurance. Su Hao, too, felt the toll of their exertions as he forged ahead, clearing countless vines and branches along the way. To prepare for any imminent dangers, he needed to manage his stamina carefully. Rest was crucial, lest he exhaust himself and jeopardize their ability to flee or fight if necessary. "Oh my goodness, Brother Su Hao, I feel utterly exhausted," Annie exclaimed, removing her shoes and massaging her sore feet to alleviate the discomfort. Su Hao frowned, urging her to put her shoes back on. "If we encounter danger, you cannot possibly expect to run barefoot. After such a long trek, the moment you remove your shoes, it feels as if you are attacking my lungs. At this rate, we might not even reach the eastern coast before being overwhelmed by your scent." Annie's face flushed crimson, and she hastily donned her shoes, all the while grumbling, "Umph. After walking for so long, I can't even relax my feet. What's wrong with a little foot odor? If you took off your shoes, your feet would surely smell worse than mine." Chapter 59. A New Corpse, Late at Night. Su Hao chuckled softly, a mysterious smile gracing his face as he leaned closer to Annie. "Your foot might actually be of some use. If we could find a pond and immerse your foot in it, we might improve our dinner situation, saving us the trouble of fishing. Though, I wonder if consuming such fish could lead to food poisoning." "Get lost," Annie huffed, giving Su Hao a playful shove. He deftly sidestepped, causing her to miss him and lose her balance, tumbling into the nearby underbrush. She rolled twice before managing to steady herself. "Brother Su Hao, you're bullying me again." Annie pouted as she scrambled to her feet, ready to confront Su Hao. Yet, before she could locate him, her gaze fell upon a male corpse lying 3 meters away in the grass, a gaping wound on its head. Annie's mind went blank, and terror surged through her veins, culminating in a piercing scream that shattered the tranquil forest, startling the birds from their perches. Hearing her, Su Hao immediately sprang to his feet and rushed to her side, only to see the lifeless body on the ground. Su Hao's demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness. Annie, panicked, clung to him, her trembling finger pointing at the corpse. "Brother Su Hao, why is there a dead person here?" Gently, Su Hao set Annie down and scrutinized the body. The head bore severe trauma, clearly inflicted by human hands. No wild animal could cause such an injury. At that moment, Wang Kai, who had been searching nearby, approached, barking at Su Hao from a distance of 10 meters. 2 footprints. Su Hao turned to examine the pattern on the deceased's shoes, then glanced at the footprints on the ground. It appeared the victim had been pursued before being slain, and the assailant had fled in an easterly direction. Su Hao's expression darkened further. This was the second corpse he had encountered since venturing eastward. The peril of their exploration had escalated dramatically, and the nature of this death suggested that events were unfolding in a manner he had dreaded. This was a brutal conflict between humans. Annie, observing Su Hao lost in thought, timidly tugged at his shirt and whispered, "Brother Su Hao, have you figured something out? Please tell me. The case is solved." Su Hao's proclamation sent a jolt of anxiety through Annie, who swallowed hard. "What do you mean, solved?" With a serious expression, Su Hao looked at her, as if unveiling a profound truth. "The foul smell earlier was tea from your foot. It emanated from this corpse." Annie's expression morphed from apprehension to confusion and then to indignation as she bumped her head against Su Hao's chest, sulking as she retrieved her small backpack. Despite her irritation, Su Hao's jest had alleviated some of her tension. After shouldering their packs once more, Annie felt a tad better, but the image of the corpse lingered in her mind. "Brother Su Hao, should we keep going? Perhaps we should head back?" Su Hao regarded Annie's fearful face, nearly conceding to her suggestion, but reconsidered and shook his head. "No. The greater the danger ahead, the more we must understand the situation. Otherwise, when danger finds us, we will be utterly unprepared, leading to greater peril." Annie, recalling her promise from the previous night to not hold Su Hao back, steeled herself. If he was determined to continue, she had no reason to retreat. The duo resumed their journey, but this time, they treaded with heightened caution. As dusk deepened, their surroundings blurred into darkness. Per their plan, they needed to reach a location closer to the coast by nightfall to set up camp. With a sense of urgency, they finally arrived at their designated spot just before night enveloped the land. The strength of the sea breeze and the humidity in the air indicated their proximity to the shoreline. Su Hao ceased his advance, conducting a brief reconnaissance of the area. The night obscured visibility, yet he remained vigilant for lurking dangers. "Let us rest here for the night. We should reach the coast by tomorrow." Annie nodded, and together they extracted the tent from their backpacks to set it up. Once completed, she lay inside, utterly exhausted, lacking the energy to move or engage in conversation with Su Hao. Seeing her fatigue, Su Hao retrieved her small bag and fetched food and water. "Eat something before sleeping. Otherwise, you will struggle to regain your strength by morning." "Ugh, do I have to?" Annie groaned, forcing herself to sit up, each bite feeling like a chore as she rushed to finish so she could sleep. As Su Hao silently munched on jerky, his mind raced with thoughts of the potential challenges ahead. Initially, he had assumed the first corpse was that of a survivor who had perished in search of food and water. However, the second corpse shattered that assumption, leading him to believe the situation was far more complex. In a survival scenario on such an island, food and water were paramount. When one possesses what others lack, the instinct to survive can drive them to seize it. Although they appeared to have secured their survival with these essentials, they had unwittingly placed themselves in a precarious position. As the saying goes, wealth should not be flaunted. If other survivors on the island were to learn of Su Hao's provisions, the outcome would be a relentless assault against them. The likelihood of encountering anyone with goodwill and equality was negligible. In this lawless realm of isolation, trusting in the morality of others was as futile as believing pigs could climb trees, for both scenarios were equally implausible. While Su Hao pondered these thoughts, he was soon met with the sound of Annie's soft snores, a clear indication of her exhaustion. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he allowed his worries to fade. Knowing that the answers would emerge with the dawn, he prepared to sleep, stepping out of the tent to relieve himself, a routine he adhered to before resting. Or else he found it difficult to drift off. Selecting a tree, he stood beside it, letting nature take its course. Once finished and turning to head back, he was startled to find a face staring intently at him, adorned with an eerie smile. Chapter 60. The terrified Annie, the madman Annie, deep in slumber, was abruptly jolted awake by a blood-curdling scream that sent shivers down her spine. The sound was all too familiar. It was the voice of Su Hao. "Su Hao, where are you?" She called out, feeling the lingering warmth of his presence beside her, yet finding him nowhere in sight. She stood frozen in place. The surrounding darkness now a palpable threat, rendering her too afraid to venture out of the tent to investigate. It was unfathomable. The once gallant and brave Su Hao, whom they had always admired, could emit such a heart-wrenching cry. Outside, Wang Kai, her loyal companion, was barking furiously, clawing at the tent as if urging Annie to join him in rescuing Su Hao. What to do? What to do? Annie clutched her head in despair, paralyzed by fear. Unable to move towards Su Hao, her courage stemmed from him, and without Su Hao, she reverted to her timid self, trembling uncontrollably, her limbs numb. She was clearly experiencing a stress response due to the overwhelming adrenaline coursing through her veins. Wang Kai continued to scratch at the tent. But as seconds turned into an agonizing eternity, Annie remained immobilized, leaving Wang Kai no choice but to dash towards the source of Su Hao's cries, barking all the while. Annie listened as Wang Cai's barks faded into the distance, only to be replaced by a sudden whimper, followed by an unsettling silence. The realization struck her like a thunderbolt. Dogs emit such sounds when they are gravely injured. This meant Wang Kai might also be in peril. A wave of intense remorse and guilt engulfed Annie's mind. Her cowardice had not only prevented her from aiding Su Hao, but had also endangered Wang Kai. "I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry," she wept. Her cries filled with helplessness and regret as she witnessed her companions vanish before her eyes while she cowered in the tent, trembling and unable to accept her own cowardice. In the darkness, she groped around the tent until her hands found her short spear, which she clutched tightly, feeling a modicum of safety return. The echoes of Su Hao's scream and Wang Cai's whimpering reverberated in her ears. With trembling hands, she fumbled with the tent zipper, her anxiety causing her to struggle for what felt like an eternity. Finally, she emerged into the inky blackness, her face streaked with tears and snot. Her gaze fixed on the direction from which the sounds had originated. It was a mere 20 meters from the tent, yet obscured by branches and underbrush. She could even see the path Wang Kai had forged in his haste. "Enough. If I'm to die, then let it be. I would have starved to death on this island without you, Su Hao." Ultimately, guilt triumphed over fear as she grasped her spear and, resigned to her fate, charged forward. To her, death seemed a release from her torment, and she no longer feared it. "Su Hao, Wang Kai, I'm coming to save you," Annie shouted. Her eyes barely opened as she raced ahead. Suddenly, a figure emerged before her, and in her fright, she thrust her spear toward him. "Die, you villain." Su Hao, appearing from the side, grasped the shaft of Annie's spear, prompting her to scream and reach for her knife. "It's all right. It's me. Don't be afraid." He comforted her. Upon hearing his familiar voice, the tension in Annie's body relaxed instantly. She opened her eyes to see Su Hao and Wang Kai standing before her. Apart from some dirt, neither bore any serious injuries, though Su Hao's face was a different story. Blood streamed from his nostrils, his lip was swollen, and one eye was bruised. Wang Cai's cheeks were also swollen, his face resembling a comical internet meme, both amusing and pitiable. "Su Hao, how did you get so hurt? Who did this to you?" Annie gasped, concern etched on her face. Su Hao helplessly pointed to a mysterious figure crouched a short distance away. It was the very person Annie had intended to attack before Su Hao intervened. "Who is this?" Annie scrutinized the man before her. He was disheveled, his beard untamed. Yet his eyebrows were sharp and well-defined, lending him an air of gallantry. His eyes, though narrowed in mirth, sparkled with vitality. With a prominent nose and a slightly elongated philtrum, he exuded a rugged masculinity. Despite his handsome features and imposing stature, which suggested he was in his 40s, his demeanor was quite the opposite. Since Annie's arrival, he had remained hunched, chuckling in a rather lewd manner, his gaze darting vacantly between Su Hao and herself. "Su Hao, where did you find this fool?" she inquired. Su Hao's mouth twitched as he glanced at the man and then at his own swollen face. "This ISNT my doing. He came at me on his own. I don't even know who he is, but he certainly embodies the saying, 'Fools have great strength.'" When Su Hao first encountered the man, he had indeed been startled, but he quickly regained his composure and engaged him in battle. To Su Hao's surprise, the man was exceptionally skilled. Despite employing all his experience from hunting wild boars in the mountains, he was overpowered and subdued by the man, who then proceeded to pummel him. Wang Kai too had charged in bravely, only to be easily restrained by the man, who seized him by the collar and pinned him down. Despite Wang Kai's struggles, he was no match for the man's strength. Fortunately, after subduing both Su Hao and Wang Kai, the man ceased his assault, and the trio found themselves coexisting peacefully. Su Hao realized that as long as he refrained from attacking the man would not retaliate. Just as he was about to inquire about this fool's origins, Annie had rushed in. Chapter 61. Whose father is this, and whose son? The two individuals and a dog stared in bewilderment at the unfamiliar man who smiled at them, his demeanor and expression suggesting that he was not merely pretending. He was genuinely daft. Su Hao led the man back to their camp, where he continued to chuckle incessantly. Su Hao and Annie exchanged glances, both reflecting their shared disbelief. Nevertheless, Su Hao showed no hesitation as he retrieved a piece of jerky and a bottle of water from Annie's small bag, presenting them to the man. Here, have something to eat. Your cheeks look sunken. You must have been starving for days. The man received the food and water from Su Hao's hands with a gentleness that belied his apparent hunger and confusion, indicating that despite his state, he retained some semblance of civility. When he devoured the jerky ravenously, Annie felt a twinge of concern, fearing he might choke. She glanced at Su Hao, then pulled out some medication from her bag to tend to the wounds on Su Hao's face. Brother Su Hao, this man is quite formidable. He managed to injure you like this. Su Hao's face flushed with embarrassment. What do you mean? He attacked me. Do you understand what a sneak attack is? If he hadn't caught me off guard, I would have been able to handle him. Annie chuckled softly, patting Su Hao's back. Yes. My brother Su Hao is the strongest. It's only because of his lack of martial ethics that he suffered. Humph. As long as you know. Annie's teasing lifted Su Hao's spirits somewhat, though he recognized that in a fair fight, he would indeed struggle against this enigmatic man. He scrutinized the man, who still wore a blissful grin. The man's physique and agility during their encounter clearly indicated that he was no ordinary person. Once Su Hao had dressed his wounds with band-aids and bandages, he approached the man, who was still engrossed in his meal, and asked, Sir, what is your name? He. Su Hao sighed in exasperation. Annie stepped closer to the man, who seemed unperturbed by her presence. In fact, he paused his eating and offered her half of the jerky he had been consuming. You eat. Annie observed the man's outstretched hand, which was marred by cracks, calluses, and stains, perhaps blood from Su Hao or someone else. The bruised marks on his wrist told a story of suffering. Frowning slightly, Annie gently swatted his hand away. You can eat it yourself. The man blinked in surprise, his gaze toward Annie filled with a complex mix of pain and confusion. He spoke slowly. Daddy is not hungry. You eat. His words left both Su Hao and Annie momentarily stunned, touched by the simplicity of his statement. It was evident that he mistook Annie for his daughter. They exchanged glances, instantly intrigued by the man's backstory. Annie did not respond to the man's words, but began to search his tattered clothing. Despite the many scratches on his body, he remained still. Even as her actions risked reopening his wounds. When she reached into his pocket, he suddenly grasped her wrist with surprising strength. Su Hao sprang to his feet, brandishing a spear in the man's direction. Wang Kai, the dog, let out a fierce growl, positioning itself protectively behind the man. Brother Su Hao, it's all right. He didn't grip hard. My wrist doesn't hurt. Annie soothed Su Hao in Wan-Sai's tense demeanor. The man gradually withdrew his hand from Annie's wrist, reaching instead into the inner pocket of his garment to retrieve a wallet. He opened it to reveal several bills, both from Long Country and the United States. He removed every single bill and gently placed them in Annie's palm. Buy something delicious. This is not tasty. You don't like it. But Daddy loves it. For reasons she could not articulate, Annie felt a lump in her throat, tears welling in her eyes as she listened to the man's halting words. Who was this man's son, and who was he as a father? Even in his disoriented state, he retained a profound love for his daughter, a sentiment that seemed imprinted in his mind, forming a reflexive bond. Su Hao felt a heaviness in his heart, unable to fathom the man's past but recognizing through his habitual actions that he was undoubtedly a devoted father. Tears streamed down Annie's face as she accepted the wallet, which contained 2 photographs in its transparent sleeves. One image captured the man wearing boxing gloves, holding a trophy in one hand while cradling a little girl in the other, who appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old, kissing him affectionately on the cheek, a moment frozen in time that spoke volumes of familial warmth. The second photograph featured the man with a young woman, whose features had matured significantly since the first picture. His rugged charm was evident. As he smiled broadly at the camera, a smear of white cream on his hands while the girl looked at him with a pout, her cheeks smeared with frosting, likely a playful result of his antics. Both photographs radiated warmth and tenderness, prompting Annie to sigh as she continued to search through the wallet's compartments. However, aside from a collection of bank cards, she found no identification for the man. Perhaps he has his ID and passport stored separately, she mused. After thoroughly checking all possible compartments without success, she reluctantly returned the wallet to him. He cheerfully accepted it and resumed his feast, under the impression that his daughter would soon purchase something delectable with the money. Annie returned to Su Hao, who inquired, Do you know what his name is? Shaking her head, she replied, I don't know. His wallet has no ID or driver's license, just a bunch of bank cards. All right then, Su Hao settled back down, regarding the man with less hostility, now feeling a pang of pity for him. Annie patted Su Hao's shoulder, holding the remaining bandages and medical alcohol from their supplies. Brother Su Hao, I have a request. I noticed that man's wrist seems injured. Can we at least bandage it up a bit? Fearing Su Hao might refuse, She quickly added, I know our supplies are limited, and each use diminishes our stock, but I just feel so sorry for him. His situation reminds me of my own father, so… All right, I understand. Su Hao contemplated for a moment before nodding. Go ahead, I saw that wound too. If left untreated, it could easily become infected. He means us no harm, so we can spare a bit of what we have. Chapter 62. Arriving at the eastern coast of the island. Wonderful. Thank you, Brother Su Hao, and exclaimed, bouncing over to the man to tend to his wounds. As Su Hao observed An's demeanor, a calculative thought began to form in his mind. Medicine was an exceedingly scarce resource on this island. While food and water could be found in abundance, medicinal supplies were not. Su Hao's willingness to allow and to treat the man's injuries stemmed from his recognition of the unique bond that the man shared with her. If he considered And as his daughter, it was quite likely that he would sacrifice his own life for her well-being. In Su Hao's team, there were 4 women, 1 man, and a dog. Wang Kai was still growing and would require at least 3 more months before reaching his full size. Although Cheng Lanxin and the others had gradually become stronger, the inherent disparity in physical strength between men and women could not be easily bridged. Thus, aside from Su Hao, who possessed combat capabilities, the rest of the team lacked the strength to ensure their own safety. The addition of this man would enhance the team's fighting prowess, alleviating some of Su Hao's burden and allowing him to delegate some protective responsibilities. Slightly expending some medical supplies to treat the man's injuries and subsequently integrating him into the team would undoubtedly be a wise investment. Given the man's combat skills, this transaction would be particularly advantageous for Su Hao and his companions. After cleaning the wound on the man's wrist with fresh water and applying alcohol, and wrapped it with several layers of gauze. Throughout the process, the man remained utterly still, emitting no sound, as if the pain from the disinfection was of no consequence to him. This injury is not severe. After disinfecting, you should recover quickly. However, be sure to keep it dry, understood? And said cheerfully. The man returned to his expressionless state, shaking her head, and walked back into the tent. Is everything ready? Su Hao inquired. Yes, and replied. Let us hurry and get some sleep. We have to continue our journey tomorrow. All right, and tossed a sleeping bag to the man before settling down to rest with Su Hao in the tent. They were both exhausted from the day's travel and the unexpected events of the evening, quickly drifting into a deep slumber. Outside the tent, the uncle and Wang Kai were also asleep, allowing Su Hao to rest a bit more soundly that night. As the sun gradually rose and the birds began to sing, Su Hao and slowly opened their eyes. Upon unzipping the tent, they found the uncle still dozing against a tree while Wang Kai lay on the ground, snoring softly. Their movements stirred the two awake, prompting Su Hao to distribute breakfast. With the unexpected addition of another member to their group, the provisions they had originally prepared for 3 days now seemed insufficient. Initially, Su Hao had planned to reach the eastern coast in 1.5 days, spend half a day surveying the area, and then return in a day, totaling 3 days. However, the uncle had consumed a considerable amount of their jerky the previous night, leaving them with only a day's worth of food and water. This meant that if they did not find additional food today, they would face hunger tomorrow. While it was true that one could survive a day without food or water, they must not forget that they were in a perilous wilderness. If their condition deteriorated, an unexpected encounter could lead to dire consequences, far worse than simply going a day without sustenance. With limited food, they could only proceed step by step. If necessary, Su Hao could afford to take some time to fish on the eastern coast, which would help alleviate their current food crisis. After ensuring that all 3 and the dog were well fed and hydrated, they set off on their journey. The uncle, even without Su Hao's guidance, instinctively followed behind Anne. However, neither Anne nor Su Hao knew the uncle's actual name, so they had whimsically assigned him the temporary moniker of Silly Uncle. With this nickname, they began to refer to him as such, which facilitated communication among the trio as they grew accustomed to it. The journey on the second day was not particularly long. The 3 walked for a stretch, took breaks, and by the afternoon, they finally glimpsed the eastern coast of the island. Su Hao estimated that they had traveled approximately 20 to 30 kilometers from the cabin, a distance that had taken them over a day to cover. The sight of the sandy beach and the ocean signified that Su Hao and had achieved their goal, filling them with a profound sense of accomplishment. And even momentarily forgot her fatigue and jumped with joy. Brother Su Hao, we finally made it. Oh my goodness. I feel like crying. Their journey had been fraught with challenges, yet no matter how arduous or exhausting it had been, the sight of the beach and coast rendered all their struggles worthwhile. And was eager to dash towards the shoreline, but after just a couple of steps, Su Hao pulled her back. Don't rush to celebrate. We came here to explore for any potential threats to our safety, so the plan is only half complete. Chapter 63. The expected tragic conclusion. The body of the foolish uncle's daughter Annie's excitement diminished significantly upon the grim revelation. She could only nod in agreement. feeling a sense of helplessness. Su Hao led the group through the dense forest, exploring along the coastline. To one side lay the vast expanse of the ocean and golden sandy beaches, while the other was shrouded in uneven and unclear jungle terrain. Annie obediently followed Su Hao, with the foolish uncle never straying far from her side, remaining vigilant for any lurking dangers, occasionally breaking into a nervous chuckle. After traversing several hundred meters along the coastline, Su Hao noticed a pile of scattered clothing on the beach. Without a hint of hesitation, he quickened his pace towards the garments. The clothing appeared to belong to a woman, likely a young female based on its style. Su Hao initially intended to casually pick up a piece for Wang Kai to sniff, hoping to uncover new leads. However, the foolish uncle, trailing at the back of the group, suddenly lunged at the clothes as if possessed, clutching them tightly and weeping uncontrollably. A sense of foreboding washed over Su Hao as he furrowed his brows. The foolish uncle gathered all the clothing in his arms and dashed into the depths of the jungle without looking back. Su Hao and Annie exchanged a glance and hurriedly followed. The foolish uncle moved with surprising agility, and while Su Hao managed to keep pace, Annie lagged behind. To ensure her safety, Wang Kai stayed close to Annie, guiding her through the underbrush with its keen sense of smell. After following for nearly 500 meters, Su Hao observed the foolish uncle finally come to a halt, revealing that they had arrived at what seemed to be a former survivor camp. The site was in disarray, with bloodstains permeating the soil and debris scattered everywhere, including empty containers lying haphazardly about. Within the camp, makeshift shelters constructed from clothing stood crookedly, indicating the builder's lack of experience. Yet they provided some protection from the elements. There were 6 such shelters in total. A chill ran down Su Hao's spine as he stealthily approached one of them. However, as he lifted the fabric covering, a swarm of flies erupted from within. Even for someone with a high threshold for psychological distress like Su Hao, the sight of the corpse elicited a wave of nausea. The body had decayed significantly, bearing numerous and dense marks of trauma, both blunt and sharp. Its head was so decomposed that the identity of the deceased was unrecognizable. The presence of insects and the foul odor assaulted Su Hao's senses, leaving him reeling. From the thicket behind him, he heard rustling sounds along with Wang Sai's bark, indicating Annie was approaching. Hastily, Su Hao covered the corpse again and called out to Annie. "Stay back. There is no danger here. Just wait for me." His tone was grave, leaving no room for doubt. Obediently, Annie remained in place. Although she could still glimpse Su Hao searching through the branches. Gritting his teeth against the revulsion, Su Hao steeled himself and opened the remaining temporary shelters. He uncovered 4 more bodies, but one in particular struck him deeply. It was that of a young woman. This corpse was the most intact among them. Yet the expression of terror and agony on her face was unmistakable. Upon recognizing her visage, which he had seen before in the foolish uncle's wallet, Su Hao quickly covered her with fabric, wishing to preserve her dignity even in death. The foolish uncle had remained on his knees, weeping since their arrival at the camp. This peculiar behavior led Su Hao to ponder the implications, but he was unprepared for the reality he had just faced. With a heavy sigh, he called Annie over without uttering a word, simply requesting her assistance in digging a grave. Annie, likely understanding the gravity of the situation, remained silent, tears streaming down her face as she helped Su Hao dig a small pit over a meter long. Su Hao gently placed the covered body into the grave. And the foolish uncle, watching his daughter being buried beneath the soil, let out an even more heart-wrenching cry as she vanished from sight, becoming one with the island. His lament resonated with both Su Hao and Annie, who, with tear-filled eyes, turned an angry gaze towards Su Hao. For the first time, he perceived a glimmer of murderous intent in Annie's eyes. Su Hao, why would they do this? How could they commit such atrocities? With a deep sigh, Su Hao patted Annie's head, his voice trembling as he replied, "This is human nature. This is the reality of the island. Here, people are liberated from the constraints of law and the scrutiny of society, allowing them to reveal their most primal selves. In this place, one can witness both the darkness and the light of humanity. It is essential that we find a balance between the two to survive. Our mission to explore the eastern coastline of the island has been successfully completed, and we have gathered crucial information. Now, we must compose ourselves and prepare to return. We cannot allow the horrors witnessed here to reach our camp." Annie wiped her tears and stood up, while Su Hao approached the foolish uncle. "I extend my condolences for what you have endured. I promise you, I will seek vengeance for your daughter. Those wretches cannot be allowed to exist here without consequence. They pose a threat to us all, and I will not permit them to live in comfort." A flicker of gratitude and fervor passed through the foolish uncle's eyes, only to be quickly overshadowed by his madness. Su Hao noticed 2 ropes tied to a tree nearby, stained with blood, and, recalling the marks on the foolish uncle's wrists, his hatred for those responsible deepened. It was likely that during the invasion of the camp, the foolish uncle had been bound to that tree. Forced to witness the torment and murder of his daughter, powerless to intervene despite his pleas and screams, Only after they departed did he manage to break free of his bonds, eventually encountering Su Hao. Though this was merely Su Hao's conjecture, the sudden descent into madness of such a strong man seemed to leave little room for doubt. Chapter 64. A serene evening, the tale of Annie and Su Hao. To avoid disturbing the deceased, Su Hao and his companions chose to leave the campsite and set up their camp elsewhere. The journey they undertook today was not particularly long, allowing Annie and Su Hao to retain some of their strength. Inside the tent, Annie appeared troubled by the events she witnessed earlier that afternoon. Her spirits noticeably dampened, and the vivacity she once radiated had faded. Su Hao did not urge Annie to forget the troubling occurrences. After all, growth often accompanies pain, and it was essential for Annie to process her feelings in her own time. Glancing at Annie's small backpack, he noted that the remaining food and water would suffice only for tonight's final meal, meaning they would endure hunger and thirst starting tomorrow until they returned to the wooden cabin. Su Hao distributed the last of their provisions, and the group began to eat. Observing Annie nibbling on jerky while discreetly wiping away tears, Su Hao approached her with words of comfort. Please, cry a little less. We have no water left, and we must conserve it, understand? Annie wiped her tears and ceased her sobbing, but to Su Hao's surprise, she suddenly threw herself onto him, sobbing uncontrollably. Su Hao ji, they are truly unfortunate. Will we ever find ourselves in their predicament? Su Hao embraced Annie, gently patting her back, and reassured her with a firm tone. Do not worry. Such misfortune shall never befall us, for I am here. I will face any danger that arises. Annie nodded, her tear-filled eyes slightly swollen and undeniably heart-wrenching to behold. With Su Hao's promise, her mood brightened considerably, yet the thought of him facing peril alone made her heart ache once more. No, Su Hao ji. If we ever encounter such a situation, I will not allow you to face danger alone. Oh, and how do you intend to do that? I will steadfastly stand by your side and share the burden. Su Hao's expression shifted as he regarded Annie's serious demeanor, struggling to suppress a smile. Though it felt inappropriate in the moment, Annie furrowed her brow, her irritation flaring at Su Hao's expression. Su Hao ji, what do you mean by that? Do you not believe in me? Not at all. I trust you completely. You will be just fine. Though Su Hao expressed his willingness to believe in Annie, his tone seemed somewhat mocking, prompting her to shake her fist in front of him. Humph. I knew you didn't believe in me. Don't underestimate my capabilities. Su Hao found her fierce demeanor endearing rather than intimidating. Indeed, the sight of the weak growing angry before the strong often appeared as a form of endearment. Unable to contain his laughter, he said, all right, you are indeed impressive. I believe you. Now, let us sleep quickly. We have a journey ahead of us tomorrow. The more he insisted, the angrier Annie became. Seizing the moment while Su Hao turned away, she suddenly lunged at him. Feeling the movement behind him, Su Hao dodged and, in a swift motion, pinned Annie beneath him. Outside the tent, Wang Kai lifted his head at the commotion, realizing it was Su Hao and Annie making the ruckus. With a grunt, he settled back down. Inside the tent, however, Su Hao grasped both of Annie's wrists, positioning himself upon her lap and immobilizing her limbs. Their eyes locked. The atmosphere became charged, and Annie's face visibly flushed, her gaze evading Su Hao's while occasionally sneaking glances at him. Not so strong now, are you? Su Hao chuckled, sensing that something significant was about to unfold. Annie, in anticipation, let out a soft hum. Under the moonlight, in the still of night, the two of them within the tent. As Annie pondered, her heat intensified, her heart's flutter becoming increasingly unbearable. She gazed at Su Hao's teasing expression, her initial anger transforming into bashful excitement. No longer merely stealing glances at his face, she fixed her wide eyes upon him and declared, Su Hao ji, do not think that by restraining my hands and feet, I am powerless. Oh, what else can you do? I still have my mouth. With a sudden thrust of her hips, Su Hao lost his balance and fell atop her, their lips meeting in an unerring kiss, the sweetness flooding his senses. Su Hao was kissing her, but he struggled to maintain composure. The softness and plumpness overwhelmed him, quickening his breath, and in a moment of distraction, he loosened his grip on Annie's hands. Seizing the opportunity, she broke free and wrapped her arms around his neck, her warmth against him igniting a fervor within. Annie's eyes grew hazy, her breath becoming labored, rising and falling with her chest. Each intake of breath was accompanied by a soft sigh, nearly overwhelming Su Hao. Su Hao ji, shall we not engage in the activities that adults partake in? I am already of age. It is time. Annie, known for her cuteness, now exhibited a striking contrast with her shy expression and fervent actions, igniting a long-held desire within Su Hao. With her eyes gently closed, she began to unbutton her blouse. And despite the darkness surrounding them, Su Hao could clearly discern the softness of her skin. Damn it, I can't hold back any longer. You brought this upon yourself, so do not blame me. Su Hao, disregarding everything else, realized that if he did not act now, he would no longer be a man. Moreover, he prided himself on being a well-rounded individual excelling in all aspects: athleticism, intellect, and character. Outside, Wang Kai, hearing the rustling within the tent, placed his paws over his eyes, unable to bear witness. The silly dog glanced up and chuckled before lying back down. Finally, the tranquil forest erupted with sounds that did not belong to it. The moon, shrouded by clouds, seemed to dim intentionally, allowing Su Hao to relish the enchanting night ahead. Chapter 65. Unexpected gains, unnoticed supplies. As the morning sun poured over the tent, Su Hao emerged, invigorated and stretching his limbs. Meanwhile, Annie remained in slumber, draped in one of Su Hao's garments. Observing her peaceful repose, Su Hao hesitated to disturb her. Given the previous day's exertions, it was only natural that she needed more rest, lest she found herself unable to travel later that day. He zipped the tent closed and leaned against a tree, where the simple-minded uncle chuckled at him, for reasons he could not quite fathom. Su Hao felt as though he were under the scrutiny of a father-in-law, prompting him to avert his gaze and pat Wang Kai. "Wake up, Wang Kai. There's no breakfast this morning. Let us venture out to find some food, while the simple-minded uncle keeps watch over the tent." Wang Kai sprang to his feet, shaking off the remnants of sleep and bounding about in excitement, circling Su Hao. For Wang Kai, hunting was akin to play, although to Su Hao and his companions, he had become indistinguishable from a dog, a loyal guardian and protector. Yet, it must not be forgotten that Wang Kai was, at his core, still a wolf, retaining the ferocity and wildness of his kind, albeit directed only towards foes. Equipped with a bow and spear, Su Hao instructed the simple-minded uncle to guard the tent diligently before he and Wang Kai delved into the thicket. This dense forest was a mere passage for Su Hao. He had yet to explore it thoroughly, leaving him unaware of the surrounding environment. To avert unnecessary troubles, he opted not to stray far from the tent, confining their hunting range within 500 meters to safeguard against any unforeseen circumstances. After wandering the vicinity for a while, Su Hao lamented the scarcity of wildlife. Despite discovering numerous signs of animal passage, he had yet to lay eyes on a single creature. The eastern coast was not an ideal habitat for wildlife, primarily due to the lack of fresh water in the area. For over an hour, Su Hao and Wang Kai scoured the area, yet their efforts yielded no results. Aside from birds perched in the trees, there was naught to be found. This predicament left Su Hao in a quandary. While he could shoot down a bird with an arrow, such a small catch would hardly suffice, and it might scare away other birds. Conversely, if he continued the search with no success, it would merely be a futile expenditure of energy, especially considering the long journey ahead where they would need to conserve their strength. Moreover, the trees on this island were exceedingly tall. Although Su Hao had often used stones or slingshots to hunt birds in the mountains, the trees there had never reached such heights. "What shall we do, Wang Kai? We cannot find food, and soon we shall be hungry." Wang Kai emitted a low whine, clearly displeased and equally disheartened by the situation. After a moment's contemplation, Su Hao decided it was best to return. Lingering here seemed pointless, and he could only hope for a serendipitous encounter with a small animal that might unwittingly present itself for the taking. With bow and arrow slung over his shoulder, he made his way back to the tent, only to discover that the simple-minded uncle was nowhere to be found. Where could he be? Instead of searching immediately, Su Hao knocked on the tent. "Annie, time to rise and continue our journey. We should return to the cabin for a feast. By the way, do you know where the simple-minded uncle has gone?" No response came from Annie, and there was an unsettling silence from within the tent. Su Hao's heart raced as he hurried to the front of the tent. The flap was open, and the garment he had placed over Annie lay quietly inside. But Annie and her belongings had vanished without a trace. Adrenaline surged through Su Hao, a chilling wave washing over him, swiftly transforming into agitation and anxiety. Damn it! Where are they? Could something have happened? He recalled the countless corpses he had seen while heading east, though their condition indicated they had died at least a day prior. It did not mean that danger had vanished from the eastern side of the island. Grasping the clothing he had draped over Annie, he presented it to Wang Kai, hoping the scent would lead them to her. Wang Kai, now serious, ceased his playful antics, sniffing intently before darting around the campsite. Su Hao smacked his forehead in frustration, exclaiming, "Cursed fate! The camp is saturated with Annie's scent. Even the dog cannot discern anything, and since this is my clothing, the scent is all the more muddled." Abandoning the notion of relying on Wang Kai's nose to locate Annie, Su Hao began searching for signs of human or large animal movement nearby. Logically, his departure from the tent into the thicket and his return should have left a path, indicating that aside from the two routes he had traversed, a third must exist. After circling the tent, Su Hao finally discovered a third path leading into the forest. Without a moment's hesitation, he called for Wang Kai and prepared to rush down the route, when suddenly, Annie's voice rang out. "Su Hao, I'm back." Annie and the simple-minded uncle emerged from the pathway, the latter carrying 2 large suitcases. Su Hao's anxiousness evaporated in an instant, however, upon seeing Annie. He could not help but scold her. "Where have you been? You left the tent without a word. Do you have any idea how worried I was?" Annie, startled by Su Hao's raised voice, clung to the simple-minded uncle, while Su Hao instinctively embraced Wang Kai, who nearly lunged at him. Annie's actions were indeed reckless. Vanishing in such a primitive jungle posed risks of danger or becoming lost. Yet, she was perceptive enough to understand that Su Hao's anger stemmed from concern for her well-being. Unlike the fairy tale heroines often portrayed online, she did not retort with defiance. Lowering her gaze, Annie addressed Su Hao. "I'm so sorry, Su Hao. I thought I would be gone for just 10 minutes, so I left without saying anything. Please don't be mad. Next time. I promised to write you a note in the dirt with a stick. It won't happen again." Annie skipped over and planted a kiss on Su Hao's cheek, which softened his ire considerably. Nonetheless, he admonished her, "I'll forgive you this time for your prompt apology, but you must ensure it does not happen again, or I will never take you out again." Annie giggled lightly and placed her hand on Su Hao's chest, soothingly saying, all right, I understand. Just in time for your return, I have a surprise for you." The simple-minded uncle set down the 2 suitcases before Su Hao and opened them, revealing an array of packaged food and snacks. Additionally, Su Hao noticed a pair of boxing gloves nestled within one of the cases. It appeared these suitcases contained the very provisions from the obliterated camp. Chapter 66. The Long Journey Home. A party suffering severe dehydration, the unexpected discovery greatly astonished Su Hao. He had initially believed that once that group of people had finished slaughtering the remaining survivors in the camp, they would take all the supplies with them. To his surprise, 2 luggage cases were left behind. It appeared that these cases had been buried somewhere, thus overlooked by those individuals. It was precisely their negligence that favored Su Hao and his companions. Upon discovering the food inside the cases, Su Hao's anger dissipated completely. If disappearing for 10 minutes could yield 2 luggage cases of provisions, then Su Hao felt compelled to express, "Do continue the effort." Annie casually retrieved some snacks from the cases and handed them to Su Hao. Finally, they could forego the foul-tasting jerky for this meal. However, a regrettable reality remained. Despite having food, they still lacked water. Su Hao consumed half a bag of biscuits. Although it did not satiate him, his mouth was parched, leading him to quietly stow the remaining biscuits in his bag. After they had nibbled on some food to quell their hunger and pack their belongings, they set off on their journey home. Their mission to the eastern coast had been successfully accomplished, and they had even gained 2 luggage cases of supplies, truly a significant profit. Yet, with gains come losses. And this journey had made Su Hao and his companions acutely aware of the presence of a terrifying group of scoundrels living on the same island. These individuals had not only sullied their hands with the blood of others, but had committed even more heinous acts. Su Hao vowed to show no mercy to such people. If he encountered them, only death awaited. As Su Hao and Annie made their way back to the wooden cabin, both were eager to return. After 3 days out in the wilderness, they had endured enough torment and were in dire need of rest. However, despite their eagerness to hasten home, they faced a grave issue. They were out of fresh water. In the humid and oppressive climate of the island, sweat poured from their pores, and dehydration soon became a pressing concern for Su Hao and his group. Even the strongest among them, the silly big man, no longer wore his cheerful demeanor but began to show signs of normalcy. With sweat accumulating, each step became heavier, and Su Hao feared that if this continued, they might face dire consequences. He quickly called for everyone to rest, observing Annie and the big man seated on the ground, panting heavily. Even Wang Kai was panting from the heat. Among the 3, only Su Hao was in relatively good condition, a result of his previous long-distance trekking experiences that had better prepared his body. Standing up, Su Hao patted Wang Kai's head and said, "Come, let us find some water." Wang Kai lay listlessly on the ground, disinclined to move, licking Su Hao's hand to signal that he lacked the energy. Su Hao shook his head. If everyone were in such a state, they might not make it back, succumbing to dehydration along the way. He had to procure fresh water, while the others rested. Su Hao ventured nearby. The beach was a considerable distance away, and finding coconut trees was uncertain. If he returned empty-handed, it would only exacerbate their dehydration. So he placed his hopes on discovering any nearby freshwater sources. After walking less than 100 meters into the forest, Su Hao stumbled upon a dry puddle. This puddle appeared to be naturally formed, as it was connected to a narrow stream. Upon this discovery, Su Hao felt rejuvenated and hurriedly turned back, shouting to Annie and the others, "I found water. Come quickly." Annie inquired excitedly as she ran towards Su Hao with the big man and Wang Kai, exclaiming, "Really, Su Hao? That's wonderful. Finally, we can drink. Let me see, wait." Upon seeing the desiccated puddle, Annie's expression visibly soured, and she cast a reproachful look at Su Hao. Why are you deceiving us, Su Hao? Are you trying to quench our thirst with false hopes? We've come all this way, and we're exhausted. I'm not lying. There truly is water. Feel it. Su Hao took Annie's hand and pressed it against the puddle, confirming that this patch of earth was indeed damper than the surrounding soil. Yet Annie's expression remained unchanged. She shook her head in resignation. Su Hao, it's certainly damp here, but all the water is trapped in the soil. We can't drink it. It's still useless. A faint smile crept onto Su Hao's face as he thrust a spear into the puddle. You see. You don't understand. Although the water is no longer on the surface, the moist riverbed indicates that there is still water beneath. Just watch. He began to dig with his spear, quickly unearthing a small pit, and the deeper he dug, the wetter the soil became. Eventually, when his entire arm was plunged into the pit, he pulled out not just soil but a mixture of mud infused with water. Annie's excitement grew with each scoop of muddy water Su Hao extracted. She was nearly desperate from thirst and immediately crouched down to grab a handful, preparing to squeeze out the water. Wait, don't drink that just yet. Su Hao hurriedly swatted the mud from Annie's hands. You're too hasty. There is so much sand in this water that drinking it will certainly cause diarrhea. You're already dehydrated. Adding diarrhea would be catastrophic. Annie felt miserable seeing the water in her hands, yet unable to drink it. What should we do then? Su Hao casually tossed a small stone at Annie's feet. Look around for stones of this size. There should be plenty nearby. Gather a handful and bring them back. After instructing Annie, Su Hao turned to the big man. You take Annie's small knife and scrape some wood shavings from the trees, but remember, the shavings shouldn't be too fine, or you'll still end up drinking them. They must be in strands. The big man scratched his head, repeatedly mumbling wood shavings as he left to fulfill the task. The last instruction was for Wang Kai. Su Hao patted its head, saying, Go find some thin vines. You can either claw them down with your paws or bring them with your mouth. But remember to gather plenty, and the thinner, the better. Off you go. Wang Kai barked once and began to carry out Su Hao's instructions. Fortunate that Wang Kai was intelligent enough to understand, unlike other dogs that would be lost in confusion. Chapter 67. Homeward Bound. Everyone diligently attended to their respective tasks as per Su Hao's directives, while Su Hao himself remained industrious. He retrieved a water bottle from his backpack and deftly cut off its bottom with a knife. Subsequently, he removed the torch he carried and stripped away the charred wood from the burnt end, placing it inside the bottle. Su Hao instructed them to collect materials that were abundantly available in the jungle. Within moments, the trio, 2 people and a dog, returned to Su Hao's side, bringing with them a variety of gathered items. Su Hao first placed the wood shavings atop the charcoal, gently compressing them with a spear. He then added the vines, followed by the small stones that Annie had brought along. After arranging everything sequentially within the bottle, Su Hao twisted open the mouth of the bottle, selected a piece of pure cotton clothing from the box, and secured it with vines, thus crafting a simple yet remarkably effective filter. He scooped mud from a small pit and placed it at the top of the bottle. The water within the mud began to flow downward under the force of gravity, with most of the mud being obstructed by the small stones, seeping through the crevices between them. However, a portion of the water, still mixed with mud, flowed over the vines. At this moment, the vines further separated much of the mud, allowing the water to continue its descent. As the water passed through the wood shavings, it remained somewhat murky, yet it was significantly clearer than before. Next, the charcoal demonstrated its ability to absorb impurities, purifying the majority of the contaminants. And with the final layer of cotton fabric acting as a filter, a small stream of water flowed from the bottle's mouth, appearing exceptionally clean. Su Hao promptly caught the water in another bottle, while Annie sensibly steadied both bottles, enabling Su Hao to focus on providing more mud for the filter. As the filtered mud accumulated, so too did the clean water within the bottle. Su Hao continuously replaced the top layer of mud and occasionally prodded it with a stick to enhance the filtration process. The trio and their canine companion spent an hour filtering, ultimately yielding 4 bottles of pristine water. This water, having undergone extensive filtration, was now suitable for direct consumption. And at long last, they could savor their first sip of fresh water since their morning departure. Once again, Su Hao's wilderness survival skills had salvaged the entire team. As the water, still bearing a faint earthy and charcoal taste, touched their lips, the trio and their dog drank heartily. Annie guzzled an entire bottle in one go, even letting out a satisfied burp, her eyes gleaming with admiration and pride for Su Hao. Humph, truly our man, she mused. Wait, why did I say our? With the issue of fresh water resolved, they resumed their journey homeward. In a precautionary measure, Su Hao filtered 2 additional bottles to keep his reserves, which delayed them by another half-hour. The time wasted on securing water and allowing Annie a brief respite had accumulated significantly, according to their original plan. They should have returned to the cabin by dusk. However, with the lost time accounted for, they had no choice but to proceed through the encroaching darkness. As the torch in Su Hao's hand illuminated the shadows around them, They continued along the path home. The torch warded off wild beasts but also attracted human attention. Fortunately, Su Hao was well acquainted with the surroundings near the cabin, knowing that no other individuals would be present in the immediate vicinity for the time being. Having drained their reserve water, they trudged onward with heavy feet and weary bodies, inching closer to the cabin. Su Hao spotted a familiar landmark he had noted when they departed, indicating they were merely a few hundred meters from their destination. Just as they steeled themselves for the final push home, an unexpected rustle emerged from the darkness. Two figures wielding spears lunged toward the bumbling uncle. "Who are you? Why are you following Su Hao and Annie?" The figures emerging from the shadows were Jessica and Ning Tian. Jessica positioned herself firmly in front of the man, while Ning Tian swiftly shielded Annie and Su Hao behind her. A hint of color graced Ning Tian's cheeks as she cast a sidelong glance at Su Hao, her heart racing with thoughts of bravery. "I did it. I am truly protecting Brother Su from danger this time." The bumbling uncle chuckled, but his laughter immediately triggered alarm bells for the two women. Such a lewd sound could only signify trouble. "Jessica, let's go." Without hesitation, Ning Tian charged towards the bumbling uncle, while Jessica prepared to thrust her spear from another direction. However, their fierce demeanor was halted by Su Hao's protective embrace around Ning Tian and the dog, Wang Kai, clinging to Jessica's pant leg. Annie stepped forward, patting the bumbling uncle's shoulder. "Jessica, Sister Tian, there's no need to be alarmed. This is a teammate that Su Hao and I brought back. You can call him the bumbling uncle." The bumbling uncle lifted two suitcases before Jessica and Ning Tian, shaking them playfully as he let out a goofy chuckle. "Bumbling uncle?" Ning Tian approached him, scrutinizing the unfamiliar man. Indeed, he was a handsome uncle with a certain foolish charm, but where had he come from? Annie pointed towards Su Hao, who stood a short distance away. "He is someone Su Hao found on the way, and they even had a fight." "Damn, she is going to spill the beans." Su Hao's mind raced as he pondered how to explain the defeat in the scuffle. Yet, Annie mischievously winked at him, adding, "But this bumbling uncle isn't as tough as Brother Su. He held his own for quite a while." Chapter 68, The Welcome Feast and the Grilled Fish that almost made Su Hao cry as Su Hao's nervousness dissipated. He realized he no longer needed to worry about how to explain himself. Indeed, Annie's kindness was not in vain. Upon hearing Annie's words, Ning Tian and Jessica widened their eyes, their initial impressions of the foolish uncle completely transformed. How remarkable he was. Ning Tian, still somewhat incredulous, glanced at the foolish uncle. But given his imposing stature, it was reasonable to assume he possessed considerable fighting prowess. However, it was only natural that he could not surpass Su Hao. For in the eyes of the ladies, Su Hao was unparalleled. There was simply no comparison. All right. Let us discuss everything when we return." Su Hao, feeling somewhat fatigued, urged everyone to head back to the wooden cabin with haste. Before they even reached their destination, Su Hao was greeted by the enticing aroma wafting through the air. Clearly, Cheng Lanqin had been preparing the welcome feast for quite some time, eagerly awaiting Su Hao and Annie's return. Upon seeing everyone return, Cheng Lanqin's expression lightened considerably, though the unexpected presence of a middle-aged man left her somewhat taken aback. She resolved to inquire about his origins during dinner. The welcome feast that Cheng Lanqin meticulously prepared consisted of authentic wild grilled meat. Although they had indulged in grilled meat numerous times on the island, each instance had been disappointingly bland. However, it was evident that Cheng Lanqin had devoted a great deal of time and care into this occasion, employing an array of spices such as cumin and chili powder to ensure that this experience would be markedly different from the previous, unseasoned fare. Utilizing leftover wire, Cheng Lanqin fashioned a simple grill and arranged the freshly caught fish neatly upon it. As the flames from the bonfire kissed the fish, the oils began to seep out, accompanied by a delightful sizzling sound. To prevent the fish from burning, Cheng Lanqin diligently turned it over, ensuring that each side was evenly cooked, avoiding the common pitfall of having one side charred while the other remained undercooked. As the fish sizzled and released its enticing aroma, Cheng Lanqin judiciously sprinkled cumin and chili powder over it. When the two seasonings met the fish, the flames erupted, releasing a fragrant bouquet that, while slightly piquant, tantalized the taste buds and heightened the anticipation for the grilled fish to come. Continuously flipping the fish on the grill, Cheng Lanqin applied more cumin and chili powder, creating a harmonious blend that exceeded expectations. Cumin's unique fragrance effectively masked the fish's inherent fishiness, while the chili powder not only suppressed any lingering odors but also added a delightful spiciness that enhanced the dish without overpowering the fish's original flavor. When the skin of the fish began to curl slightly, it indicated that it was nearing perfection. At this stage, the fish retained just enough moisture without becoming dry or flaky. Annie carried the fish to the dining table outside the wooden cabin, a table that had been crafted by Cheng Lanqin, Ning Tian, and Jessica during Su Hao's absence, intended as a surprise and to create a pleasant dining atmosphere. Numerous standing torches had been set around the cabin, casting a warm glow that illuminated Su Hao's somewhat weary face as he fixated on the 4 grilled fish before him, already salivating profusely. "Look at how hungry you are. Hurry up and eat. Once you're done, tell us all about your adventures," Cheng Lanqin remarked, her heart aching slightly as she noticed Su Hao's sun-kissed skin and slimmer physique from his 3-day absence. She resolved to nourish him well in the days to come. Su Hao, unperturbed by any bashfulness, picked up a piece of fish with his chopsticks and began to chew. The texture of the grilled fish was entirely distinct from that of boiled fish. The latter was tender and springy, while the grilled variety melted in his mouth. The fish disintegrated effortlessly, and the flavors of the chili powder and cumin erupted within his palate, creating an exquisite taste that lingered long after. The fish's distinctive scent was not entirely eradicated. Rather, it possessed a unique, savory aroma that, when combined with the smokiness from the burning wood, transformed it into something oddly delightful. Delicious, utterly delicious. This mouthful nearly brought tears to Su Hao's eyes. Every challenge faced during his journey seemed trivial in comparison to this delectable morsel. He continued to indulge in the fish, eventually discarding the chopsticks, opting instead to eat with his hands. Cheng Lanqin had prepared 4 fish in total, yet after 3 days of eating dried meat, Su Hao, Annie, and the foolish uncle were ravenous, each devouring a fish, Su Hao receiving the largest one as a special treat from Cheng Lanqin, and no one voiced any objections. The remaining fish was shared among the 3 women who had stayed in the cabin, enjoying a far better standard of living than Su Hao and his companions. Thus they did not feel the need to express their delight with every bite. After the meal, Su Hao leaned against a large rock, contentedly patting his belly. If he could dine on such feasts daily on this deserted island, surrounded by so many beautiful women, he would gladly trade his luxury car and villa for this experience. Ning Tiantian took the dishes to wash, while Cheng Lanqin retrieved the 2 suitcases brought by the foolish uncle. Her eyes sparkled upon discovering the assortment of snacks within, hastily gathering them to replenish the supplies depleted during their previous grand meals. Jessica crushed the fish bones and spines left over from their meal, adding a bit of water to mix with Wang Kai's dog food, ensuring the dog could enjoy a hearty meal as well. However, Cheng Lanqin's earlier joy was tempered when she uncovered a pair of boxing gloves hidden in one of the suitcases, instantly raising her alertness. Once she had stored the food away, she returned to the wooden cabin and addressed Su Hao. "Now that we've finished eating, perhaps you could share some details about this person? Where did he come from? It seems you always manage to bring someone back with you." Su Hao chuckled awkwardly. While Ning Tian and Jessica expressed keen curiosity about the foolish uncle, they turned their gazes towards Su Hao and Annie, eager to uncover the intricacies of their recent journey. "All right, I shall provide you with a brief overview. It is indeed necessary to share some information," Su Hao said, gesturing for Wang Kai to entertain the foolish uncle for a while. Chapter 69. The women realized the danger. Wang Kai barked and began to nuzzle against the silly uncle's leg, while he and the dog frolicked a few meters away from the others, ensuring that the silly uncle could not hear their conversation. Su Hao recounted his journey to the beautiful women, maintaining a steady tone, yet the trials and tribulations he and Annie faced evoked waves of emotion among them. Particularly poignant was the account of his harrowing experience after discovering the silly uncle at night, which brought tears to Cheng Lanqin and the others as they empathized with the uncle's plight, astonished that such depraved individuals existed on this deserted island. When Su Hao mentioned the discovery of the silly uncle's daughter's lifeless body, the women's hearts tightened. Even though Annie had heard it once before, she could not help but shed tears anew. Their sympathy for the silly uncle transformed into outrage towards those monstrous beings, igniting a fiery anger within them, especially in Jessica, whose grinding teeth echoed in Su Hao's ears. Although the journey home was more thrilling than before, they all remembered the story that unfolded in the tent between Su Hao and Annie that fateful night. However, when it came to that part, Annie quickly interjected, claiming that both of them were in poor spirits and had gone to bed early. She looked at Su Hao with pleading eyes, subtly shaking her head to signal him not to contradict her. Respecting Annie's wishes, Su Hao deflected with a light-hearted comment, allowing the women to bypass that segment. The subsequent tales were narrated by Annie, who told them with greater vividness, particularly the part about their dehydration. In her narrative, Su Hao emerged as a celestial savior, rescuing their lives, deepening the women's admiration and affection for him. Once the stories concluded, Cheng Lanqin and the others fell into contemplation, the most moving aspect of Su Hao's experiences being the tale of the silly uncle. A flicker of intensity crossed Jessica's eyes. She had been itching to speak during Su Hao's account of the uncle, and now, with the story at an end, she slammed her palm on the table and stood, declaring, "Mr. Su, these people are utterly despicable. We cannot allow such scum to remain on the island. We must take the initiative to drive them away, or they will eventually discover us. Ning Tian scoffed derisively and turned to Jessica, questioning, sounds easy for you to say, but who will drive them away? Just rely on the silly uncle and Sugu? You should have heard that there were 6 or 7 tents at the uncle's previous camp, even conservatively. That means at least 8 people. If they couldn't fend off those attackers, how can we? I absolutely refuse to let Sugu take risks because of your hatred towards those people. We can feel pity for them, but we are not equipped to seek revenge. Especially not Sugu, who has already faced so many dangers. He always stands at the forefront of any crisis in our team. Have you even considered his safety? Since the last encounter with the mountain lion, Ning Tian had centered all her actions and thoughts around Su Hao, unwilling for him to face further peril. Her words left Jessica momentarily speechless. She desperately tried to explain that her concern for Su Hao's safety was genuine. But the existence of such threats on the island would always pose a danger. Without eliminating this threat, Su Hao's safety would remain compromised. As Ning Tian and Jessica continued their heated debate, each firmly believing in the validity of their perspectives, Su Hao and Annie refrained from intervening at that moment, as their involvement would carry significant weight. Thus, the only person capable of breaking this stalemate was Cheng Lanxin. Have you both argued enough? Cheng Lanxin sat with her arms crossed, her simple statement instantly asserting her authoritative presence. Both women, previously engaged in their dispute, fell silent at the sight of her demeanor. Hesitant to speak. Will your bickering defeat those people, or will it merely solidify a rift between you? As they settled back into their seats, their emotions slightly calmed. They recognized the importance of Cheng Lanxin's words. She had always been a guiding force in the group, aside from Su Hao. What Su Hao said was quite clear. He merely discovered the destroyed camp, not the individuals responsible for its destruction. Jessica, do you intend for us to confront or eliminate them? Do you even know their precise location? Jessica's head hung low, unable to respond. She had indeed overlooked this crucial detail, leaving her speechless and without a counterargument. And you? Ning Tian, Cheng Lanxin continued, Jessica has a point. As long as these individuals remain on this island, we will inevitably cross paths with them. You fear for Su Hao's safety and suggest we ignore those people, but do you think they will leave us alone simply because we choose not to provoke them? I understand your concern for Su Hao's safety. I share it too. My heart races with each of his departures, and I struggle to sleep at night. Yet I know he must act, for there are no better alternatives. If you care for him, it does not mean he should do nothing and remain idle in the cabin. Instead, when Su Hao makes decisions or wishes to undertake any actions, you must resolutely stand by his side, supporting him, even if he fails, sharing the consequences and overcoming challenges together. Ning Tian opened her mouth but could not find the words to retort, lowering her head in acknowledgement of Cheng Lanxin's reprimand. With just a few well-chosen words, Cheng Lanxin had regained control of the situation, winning the agreement of both women. Seeing that they no longer engaged in futile arguments over their differing viewpoints, Cheng Lanxin continued. These individuals will undoubtedly threaten our safety on the island. However, a preemptive strike would be rash and perilous. We must devise our own response to their impending incursions, and thus fortify our camp's defenses. This task relies on Su Hao, but we must also offer him whatever assistance we can. This way, we avoid placing him in peril while not simply waiting for disaster to strike. Adopting a strategy of preparedness is our best choice at present. After articulating her thoughts, Annie nodded in agreement. Indeed, Lanxin, I share your perspective. If these people enjoy invading others' camps, then we shall wait for them. Let them taste blood and understand that we are not to be trifled with. Chapter 70. Setting Traps. Waiting for the opponent to tire, Cheng Lanxin regarded Annie with an approving gaze. Their perspectives on the matter at hand proved to be pivotal. However, the ultimate decision rested with Su Hao, for he remained the true center of authority within the group. The women would adhere unconditionally to his decisions, even if they diverged from their personal inclinations. All eyes turned towards Su Hao, eager to glean his thoughts. Without a hint of hesitation, Su Hao expressed himself directly, eschewing the indecisiveness often exhibited by many men. To me, the methods you proposed are all feasible. The only difference lies in the ease or difficulty of their execution, which stems from my unwavering self-confidence. I trust that even if I cannot prevail, I can certainly escape. However, since Cheng Lanxin has suggested a more prudent approach, I see no reason to dismiss or contradict it. Therefore, we shall proceed as she has advised. The women nodded in agreement, prepared to follow his lead. But Su Hao is not yet finished. However, I am a man. I may one day become a father. And I harbor sentiments regarding the foolish uncle that differ from yours. Hence, those beasts must be eradicated entirely. I have also vowed to the foolish uncle that I would avenge him. A gentleman's word is as unyielding as a team of 4 horses. This is a promise that cannot be altered. Thus, when they eventually find us, exposed before us, I shall resolutely attack them. tracing their steps back to their encampment and ensuring not a single one escapes. As Su Hao spoke, a palpable intensity radiated from him. While the women felt a twinge of fear, his stature grew significantly in their hearts. Let us heed Su Hao's counsel. Cheng Lanxin clapped her hands, redirecting everyone's attention back to her. Now that Su Hao has made his decision, we shall support him unconditionally. Should we succeed, we shall share in the glory. Should we fail, we shall bear the consequences together. Is there any dissent? The other 3 women responded in unison. None. Very well. It is settled then. We have finished our meal and our discussions. It is time to rest. Su Hao and Annie have ventured into danger for 3 days and are undoubtedly weary. We all need to retire. Let us disperse and seek our slumber. Everyone agreed and departed from the dining area. Wang Kai, observing the dispersal, returned to his doghouse. As for the foolish uncle, Su Hao instructed Ning Tian and Jessica to reassemble the tent, allowing the foolish uncle to stay there for the night. Tomorrow, he would arrange a small refuge for him and free up the tent. The wooden cabin was modest, just sufficient for Su Hao and the 4 women to rest comfortably. Su Hao had grown accustomed to sleeping alongside them, so there was no need for the foolish uncle to crowd in. It was better for him to remain outside. Should danger arise, Wang Kai would alert them with barks, and they could then let the foolish uncle in. After 3 days of travel, Su Hao was indeed fatigued. Upon returning to the cabin, he lay down and fell asleep immediately, lacking the time or energy for whispered conversations with the women. The following day, he awoke after a full 10 hours of sleep, stretching luxuriously and noticing that it was already 10 in the morning. Stepping outside, he found the women engaged in various activities. Jessica and Ning Tian were feeding fish at the pond, while Cheng Lanxin and Annie were boiling water from the stream. Wang Kai lay basking in the sunlight, and the foolish uncle was amusing himself with a snack from his nose. The scene was vibrant, reminiscent of a flourishing paradise. Su Hao inhaled deeply, invigorated by the fresh air, which dispelled his fatigue, leaving him rejuvenated. The topics of their previous discussions lingered in his mind, prompting the need for preparation. As Su Hao exited the cabin, the women paused their tasks, turning to him in unison. A shared understanding passed among them without words. They knew what was required and refrained from speaking as they accompanied him. Wang Kai, guard the house. We shall return shortly. Wang. With that brief instruction, Su Hao led the women into the dense forest. This marked their first collective endeavor, igniting excitement within them. As they had discussed the importance of waiting for their opponents to tire, the most effective strategy was to set traps. Su Hao, spear in hand, stood before the women as they lined up, listening attentively to his words. During my time in the mountains, I learned to craft various traps, from those meant for rabbits to those capable of ensnaring wild boars or wolves. These animals are not significantly different in size from humans. Thus, these traps can be quite effective. However, crafting them requires skill. Let us begin with the simplest. He dug a small pit, removed the head of his spear, and inserted it into the bottom of the pit, covering it with a layer of leaves. This is our first trap, and the simplest. Do not underestimate it. Should someone step upon it, their calf will be swiftly lacerated by the blades within. In the outside world, such an injury might seem trivial, but on this deserted island, it could very well prove fatal. Su Hao's words elicited a newfound respect for the seemingly simple trap among the women. After observing his demonstration, they set about crafting their own. However, Su Hao did not permit them to place sharp spikes directly into the pits. Instead, he first assessed the holes they had dug. This one is inadequate. It is too shallow. The spikes may not penetrate deeply enough, and the soles of shoes may not even puncture it. This one, too, is flawed. It is excessively deep, allowing a person to immediately react and fall to their thighs, rendering the spikes ineffective. This one is of adequate depth, but the area is too expansive. A person might avoid the spike trap altogether without triggering it, rendering it useless. As Su Hao critiqued the women's initial attempts, he illuminated the intricacies involved in what appeared to be a straightforward task, elucidating the myriad details that required attention. He ensured they understood that this was not merely a matter of casual execution. The group remained in the forest until noon, and the women gradually grasped the principles, successfully creating several traps that met Su Hao's standards. After teaching them, he encouraged the women to construct additional traps in the vicinity. Nevertheless, traps do not distinguish between friend and foe. They must also be mindful of their own people inadvertently stepping into them. Thus, near each trap, they marked the area with a distinctive signal known only to them, a wooden stick standing upright, adorned with a piece of cloth to prevent potential accidents. Chapter 71. Late-night conversations. As the beautiful ladies busied themselves with rudimentary traps, Su Hao was not idle either. The more intricate traps required his personal craftsmanship, and due to their lethal potential, any miscalculation could lead to self-injury. Thus, he refrained from teaching the ladies. He casually selected an exquisite location, Perfectly situated between two towering trees, their distance apart ideal for a grand trap design. However, with such an excellent site at his disposal, Su Hao found himself in a quandary, standing between the trees, deep in thought. What kind of trap should he create? A net trap? A log trap? A rope trap? Or perhaps a large gravity trap? Su Hao possessed an array of trapping techniques, but this very abundance led to a mild case of decision paralysis. Never mind, why overthink? With a resigned shake of his head, he allowed a mischievous smile to escape his lips. Children make choices. I shall have them all. Su Hao promptly commenced the construction of the large trap, a process that was rather lengthy and necessitated the assistance of the ladies in gathering materials. However, with the combined efforts of the 5 of them, each trap was successfully completed in a timely manner, just before darkness fell. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Su Hao surveyed his creations with great satisfaction. The final step in trap making was to test their triggering mechanisms. So Su Hao gathered a number of stones and placed them into one of the 2 suitcases brought back by the clumsy uncle. He invited the ladies to witness the results. The first trap was a net trap, linked to a rope and secured with a log at its fulcrum. Should anyone trigger the rope, the log would fall freely, ensnaring the individual in the net concealed beneath the ground. After explaining the mechanism, Su Hao hurled the suitcase into the center of his trap. The rope was triggered, and with a resounding thud, the rope attached to the log began to rub against it as the log fell, effortlessly hoisting the suitcase, weighted as it was, into the air. The ladies were rendered speechless by the spectacle before them, momentarily forgetting to cheer. The suitcase swung back and forth, and had a person been inside, the panic would have exacerbated the swaying, leaving them utterly at a loss on how to escape. My goodness, Su Hao, you are truly magnificent. His exclamation jolted the other 3 ladies back to their senses, and they began to shower him with praise. Su Hao merely smiled, then instructed them to lower the net before moving on to the next trap. In total, Su Hao crafted 4 large traps, demonstrating each one to the ladies while elucidating their principles. He adhered to the philosophy that if they could comprehend, good. If not, it mattered little. He explained with a fair amount of detail, leaving their understanding to their own inclinations. As the simulated human, the suitcase endured countless trials. The second log trap sent it soaring, the third rope trap left it hanging upside down, and the final gravity trap shattered it into pieces, scattering the stones within. The ladies watched the demonstrations, their astonishment mounting with each new trap, lamenting the unfortunate fate of the hypothetical intruders. Had the suitcase represented a person, those ensnared by the second 2 traps would likely meet a swift demise, while those caught in the first 2 would suffer fates worse than death, becoming mere playthings for Su Hao and his companions. My word, with so many traps awaiting them, it was not just the intruders who would suffer. Even celestial beings would likely emerge with their skins peeled. Qing Lanqin was left utterly astounded, as were the other 3 ladies. The thought that all these traps were the handiwork of Su Hao only intensified their admiration, making them feel incredibly fortunate to have encountered him. The group returned to the wooden cabin, gathering for dinner. After a hearty meal, they retired to their rooms for the night. However, Su Hao, having slept longer than usual, felt physically exhausted yet not particularly sleepy. He decided to find some activities to occupy his time around the campsite. Among the 4 ladies, and was the most fatigued, not due to the quantity of her tasks, but rather her comparatively weaker constitution. Consequently, she succumbed to slumber almost immediately after finishing her meal and washing up. Noticing and fast asleep, the other ladies convened in a corner of the cabin for a discreet discussion. Ning Tiantian first poked, and, confirming her deep slumber, before turning to Jessica and Cheng Lanqin to inquire, given that she and Su Hao went out together, do you think anything transpired between them on the way? Gossip is an eternal favorite among humanity, and Ning Tiantian, who had initially felt drowsy, instantly perked up. She cast a sidelong glance at it, covering her mouth with one hand, mimicking the posture of village gossipers sharing tales in secret. I definitely think something happened, as I noticed, and walking oddly when she returned, as if her legs were not properly together. Such a thing often occurs during one's first experience. Wow, you seem rather knowledgeable. Cheng Lanqin quipped with playful sarcasm. Seizing the moment while Ning Tiantian was caught off guard, she turned to Jessica and asked, what do you think? I believe there is definitely something between them. Jessica replied, resting her left elbow on her right hand, supporting her chin. She recalled how and had quickly taken over the narrative during their return journey, and her gaze had been rather erratic during their last camping trip. Your observations are quite astute. Cheng Lanqin gave Jessica a thumbs up. Chapter 72. Su Hao cannot belong solely to anyone. In the deep of night, this adult topic left the 3 women blushing. Yet they found themselves irresistibly curious about Su Hao, a curiosity that had begun to extend beyond his exterior to delve into his very essence. Jessica shook her head. It was impossible to inquire with Annie. After all, her silence on the matter indicated her desire to keep it hidden. Moreover, she must have understood our mutual affection for Su Hao. This behavior implied that she had not staked a claim over him, which meant the three beauties were immediately invigorated, exclaiming in unison, "We still have a chance." The volume of their voices rose slightly, startling Annie from her slumber, causing a moment of cold sweat to break out among the trio. However, after holding their breath for several tense moments, Annie's gentle snores resumed, prompting the women to exhale in relief and strive to temper their emotions. Given this, it seems Annie has made her move, and we must catch up. Annie glanced at Ning Tian and Jessica, her gaze seemingly challenging them, and she received identical looks in return. Sister Chung, I believe I have a significant say in matters concerning Su Hao. Ning Tian boldly declared without hesitation. Do you remember when we first met? Su Hao offered me a coconut first, before giving one to you, and we've known him for almost the same amount of time. So what? Jessica interrupted Ning Tian, leaving her somewhat astonished. After all, Ning Tian had just laid her thoughts bare to Cheng Lanxin, yet Jessica's reaction was unexpectedly fervent. You may have known Mr. Su for longer, but do not forget that I was rescued by him from that hellish place. Initially, my feelings for him were rooted in gratitude, but as I spent more time with him, my sentiments began to evolve. Whenever he is absent, I feel restless. And upon seeing him, I experience profound happiness. Ning Tian and Jessica both articulated their feelings for Su Hao, yet Cheng Lanxin remained silent. She regarded Ning Tian and Jessica quietly before shaking her head. You are all mistaken about one thing. What thing? Ning Tian and Jessica asked in unison. It is that your attempts to establish Su Hao's significance in your hearts are utterly futile. Just as they prepared to retort, Cheng Lanxin raised a hand, commanding their attention with a firm, "Let me speak first." This silenced Ning Tian and Jessica, compelling them to swallow their words. As you incessantly discuss Su Hao's standing in your hearts, do you think others are oblivious? To be frank, who among the four of us cannot see that the other three are enamored with Su Hao? We have all been aware of this unspoken truth. However, herein lies the dilemma. We all adore him, yet there is but one Su Hao. We cannot divide him amongst ourselves, nor are we willing to relinquish our feelings. Therefore, Su Hao cannot belong to any single one of us. Our bond has coalesced around him, and if one of us claims him, what becomes of the others? Will you not harbor resentment towards the one who monopolizes him? Will you not feel as though she has stolen him away? If events unfold in this manner, we will find it impossible to coexist on this island, and our once united group will dissolve into disarray. Thus, I advise you to temper your possessiveness and recognize this fact. Su Hao belongs to all of us, not merely to me. Cheng Lanxin's voice, though not loud, resonated profoundly, her words echoing in the minds of Ning Tian and Jessica. But do you not wish to claim Su Ge for yourself? Ning Tian inquired, tinged with resignation. Having pondered Cheng Lanxin's insights, she found them compelling but still pressed on. I certainly desire to possess him, Cheng Lanxin admitted candidly, yet she swiftly redirected her thoughts. But I understand that doing so would harm you, harm myself, and even harm Su Hao. Thus, whenever this notion arises, I promptly suppress it. Ning Tian sighed. You are right, we cannot monopolize Su Ge. The consequences of such actions are too grave for us to bear, nor do we wish to. Yet now that Annie had made her advance, shouldn't we take some action? Cheng Lanxin nodded. Indeed, we must take some steps. For it has been established that Su Hao belongs to us. But who will act? The three simultaneously raised their hands, exchanging wide-eyed glances. Suddenly, Cheng Lanxin conceived a clever idea. She removed a coin from her pendant and smiled mischievously at Ning Tian and Jessica. How about we flip a coin? Chapter 73, The Tale of Cheng Lanxin and Su Hao in the Grass. Jessica, without a moment's hesitation, readily agreed. All right, my luck has always been splendid. I have no qualms. But how shall the three of us guess? Ning Tian quickly intervened, saying, Don't engage with her. Sister Cheng's coin is a misprint. It has only one side, and you can never win against her. Thankfully, Ning Tian had a sharp memory. She recalled how Cheng Lanxin had once used this very trick to deceive Annie, causing her to lean against Su Hao for an entire night. Yet now, everyone wished to lean against Su Hao, leading to nightly disputes over who would occupy the coveted positions beside him, sometimes resulting in minor squabbles among the four of them. Cheng Lanxin nodded. Indeed, mine is a misprinted coin, but that does not mean we cannot play. Have you not heard the saying? When a coin is tossed and lands in the palm of your hand, the distinction between heads and tails becomes irrelevant. For the answer to your question is already in your heart while it is airborne. Cheng Lanxin's words were enigmatic, carrying a hint of philosophical depth. Before the other two beauties could express their thoughts, she tossed the coin into the air. Ning Tian and Jessica instinctively gazed upwards. However, as they contemplated Cheng Lanxin's words, she seized the opportunity, abruptly rising to push the door open and dashed out of the wooden cabin. Ning Tian exclaimed. What? Jessica gasped. What just happened? The two instantly realized they had been tricked. As they rushed to follow her, they discovered that Cheng Lanxin had barricaded the door with a stick, trapping them inside the cabin. Stop kicking the door. You want to get out. It's a futile effort. If you wake Annie, she will know what we're up to. Just go to sleep. Tonight, Su Hao belongs to me. You'll have your chance later. I'm in a bit of a hurry, so I'm off. Ning Tian was incensed, cursing Cheng Lanxin's unscrupulousness for using deceit and ambush to secure her chance alone with Su Hao. Meanwhile, Jessica was awestruck by Cheng Lanxin's seamless maneuver, as she had vividly demonstrated the art of cunning, leaving a small yet profound impact on her. Cheng Lanxin burst out of the cabin like a bird released from its cage, instantly spotting Su Hao sitting at a distance, and she sprinted towards him. Hearing the commotion behind him, Su Hao immediately became alert, grasping his spear and swiftly turning around. Upon realizing it was Cheng Lanxin approaching, he dropped the spear, perplexed, and asked, Hey, how did you get out? Weren't you all asleep? Where are the others? Why do you have so many questions? You sound like a walking encyclopedia. There is no time for explanations, just get in the car. Follow me. Cheng Lanxin grasped Su Hao's hand and led him into the nearby thicket. Still within the camp's confines, thus a relatively safe area, Su Hao stood there, bewildered, about to inquire about the situation when Cheng Lanxin pressed her lips against his. Wait, this is unexpected. In his dazed state, Su Hao was pushed to the ground by Cheng Lanxin, who was flushed with excitement. He gulped, somewhat speechless, and asked, What are you trying to do? What am I doing? I'm coming for you. Cheng Lanxin straddled Su Hao and began tugging at his shirt. Su Hao, who had never faced such indignities, swiftly countered, flipping her off him with a clean motion, and in a remarkable turn of events, he found himself atop Cheng Lanxin. The only flaw in this fluid sequence of movements was that as he flipped over, his hand inadvertently pressed against Cheng Lanxin's chest, which, already ample, felt a slight ache from the pressure. Yet, following that sensation was an inexplicable thrill and excitement. Su Hao, I truly like you, I know. Don't say any more. The chirping of insects in the grass serenaded their encounter, while the gentle rustle of leaves carried melodies into the distance. The night on the deserted island was tranquil, so much so that even within the wooden cabin, the sound of crashing waves could be heard. Yet the night was also vibrant, filled with the symphony of insects and plants, each contributing to a harmonious orchestration. Within this musical score, the most exquisite chapter was undoubtedly co-authored by Su Hao and Cheng Lanxin, as they became one with the island, yet remained strikingly out of place. A night swiftly passed, and dawn quietly arrived. Su Hao and Cheng Lanxin awoke within the cabin, their eyes meeting in a shared smile. No words were exchanged, yet everything was conveyed in silence. The other three beauties gazed at the pair with a mix of unspoken envy, yet life must continue, and deep down, they understood that their own day would eventually come. Chapter 74. Public beating. Gazing upon Su Hao's face, Cheng Lanxin recalled the events that had transpired after their encounter. She had personally validated his assertions. There was certainly no issue with the dimensions, and perhaps a touch of modesty was involved. Cheng Lanxin pressed her hand against her subtly aching abdomen. While the joys of the previous night had led to today's discomfort, the exquisite memories still lingered in her mind. Su Hao rose and proceeded with his usual morning routine, as today held no particularly significant events, marking it as an ordinary day. As he brushed his teeth and washed his face, his thoughts wandered to what he might do. However, the foolish uncle, who typically sat in the camp with a silly grin, unusually approached Su Hao, hands clasped behind his back. Looking for me, silly uncle? With a chuckle, the uncle nodded, revealing his hands which held two pairs of boxing gloves that had originally been in his suitcase. He tossed one pair at Su Hao, pointed at him, then at the gloves on the ground, and patted his own chest. You wish to teach me boxing? With a grin, the uncle nodded and began donning the gloves. Su Hao's lips twitched slightly. He had not forgotten the brutal beating he had received that night. Do you want me to fight you here in front of all these lovely ladies? How embarrassing. Not a chance. Su Hao turned to leave, but the uncle swiftly blocked his path, retrieving the gloves from the ground and extending them to Su Hao. I refuse to learn. This time, the uncle did not chuckle but instead furrowed his brow, fixing an intense gaze upon Su Hao, as if he were an opponent standing before him in a ring. This look seemed to strip Su Hao of his composure. Feeling unnerved by the stare, Su Hao contemplated bypassing the uncle to make his exit. At that moment, Ning Tian returned to the camp carrying a bucket of water, and upon witnessing the standoff between Su Hao and the uncle, her eyes widened in disbelief. Everyone, come quick. Sugo is about to compete with the silly uncle, and they're both geared up. Damn it. Who is spreading rumors? When did I ever say I would fight him? Su Hao exclaimed, but before he could clarify, the other three ladies rushed in from various directions. their enthusiasm eclipsing even that of the Flash himself. Jessica's eyes sparkled with admiration as she clasped her hands, looking at Su Hao with anticipation. Go, Mr. Su. I believe in you. Cheng Lanqin poked her head out from the wooden cabin, casting a flirtatious glance at Su Hao while playfully twirling her hair. I heard from and that you and the silly uncle had a match. I've been eager to witness it ever since. Now, you finally have the chance to showcase your prowess, Su Hao. Unleash the vigor from last night. Su Hao found himself overwhelmed by the sudden outburst of enthusiasm from the ladies. Who said I was going to fight? What's with those expectant gazes? Are you hoping to see me humiliated? Fighting was out of the question for Su Hao. He neither had the desire nor the capability. He feigned a pained expression, clutching his stomach. You all arrived at the wrong time. I'm feeling unwell and need to use the restroom. Please, carry on with your business. Fighting is certainly not in the cards now. Among the ladies, and understood the uncle's prowess and would not let Su Hao embarrass himself. She quickly stepped in to alleviate the situation. Oh, what a shame. However, once Su Gu is done in the restroom, could you assist me with digging a trap? I feel my traps could use some improvement, but I cannot figure it out myself. Su Hao looked at him gratefully, quickly responding, Of course, that's no problem. Just give me 10 minutes, and I'll find you after I'm done. As Su Hao began to walk within, Ning Tiantian shot him a provocative glance. Su Gu, you're not backing down, are you? Su Hao halted immediately and tugged at his arm, urging him to continue, yet he remained rooted in place. Slowly, he turned to face Ning Tiantian, her challenging expression piercing his heart. Woman, you're playing with fire. Su Hao withdrew his arm from Anne's grasp and looked sternly at Ning Tiantian. Do you comprehend what you just said? You may call a man poor or foolish, but you can never imply that a man is incapable. With unwavering determination, Su Hao turned and strode towards the silly uncle, embodying the fearless spirit of a warrior facing peril. Ignoring Anne's attempts to deter him, he cast aside any thoughts of retreat and swiftly donned the boxing gloves. Is it just a beating? Just a few punches? I can endure that, but I shall not cower. Seeing Su Hao ready, the uncle chuckled and raised his arms, inviting him to engage. You asked for this. Do not blame me for lacking respect for the elderly. Let us see what you've got. Su Hao swung his arm vigorously towards the uncle. Though he exerted considerable force, his speed was lacking. In the uncle's eyes, Su Hao's strike appeared almost sluggish, easily evaded by a nimble sidestep. Realizing his first attempt had failed, Su Hao launched another punch, yet the uncle instinctively dodged. However, Su Hao did not expend all his strength. Taking advantage of the uncle's slight imbalance, he lunged forward and wrapped his arms around the uncle's waist. Who established the rules? There are no rules on the streets. Su Hao tightened his grip, attempting to throw the uncle to the ground. Just as he believed victory was within his grasp, the uncle delivered a swift and powerful blow to Su Hao's diaphragm. In an instant, Su Hao felt all his strength drain away, collapsing in pain, his body curling up like a cooked shrimp, nausea overwhelming him. The cheers of the ladies vanished as they rushed to assess Su Hao's condition. Ning Tiantian, realizing her coaxing had led to Su Hao's injury, felt an overwhelming sense of guilt and nearly charged at the uncle with a spear, only to be restrained by the other ladies, averting further conflict. I'm fine. Though a blow to the diaphragm could render one incapable of fighting, a few deep breaths would alleviate the symptoms. Regaining some composure, Su Hao stood. Indeed, there was a stark difference between those who trained and those who did not. Even though Su Hao had become somewhat adept at fighting in the mountains, he could not withstand 3 moves against the silly uncle. Spitting out a mouthful, Su Hao's resolve remained unshaken. This beating could not be in vain. He approached the silly uncle once more, a fervent spirit igniting within him. Silly uncle, you are truly formidable. I apologize for my earlier ignorance. Please teach me. I wish to learn boxing to protect everyone in our team. Chapter 75. Learning Martial Arts, 3 months of progress. Su Hao candidly acknowledged his shortcomings. No longer concerned about the embarrassment of being beaten or evading the issue. Instead, he chose to confront it directly. At this moment, Su Hao had mastered numerous skills, and the remote island environment allowed him to flourish, enabling him to fully apply the knowledge in his mind, positioning him as the centerpiece and focal point of his team. However, the daily praise from the beautiful women began to make Su Hao hesitant, reluctant to enhance his abilities in other areas, leading him gradually toward a path of arrogance and complacency. Although the foolish uncle's punch had knocked Su Hao down, it also shattered his pride. At this point, Su Hao finally realized that he was not invincible. There remained many areas for improvement that required his time, effort, and dedication. Admitting inferiority in certain aspects is a challenging endeavor, one that most people lack the courage to undertake. Otherwise, the internet would not be rife with contrarians and trolls, who use nonsensical arguments and vulgar language to mask their ignorance. Through this battle, Su Hao overcame the mental barrier within himself, recognizing the foolish uncle's strength while acknowledging his own deficiencies. The beautiful women were moved by Su Hao's spirit, although he had just lost to the foolish uncle. His tenacity and willingness to learn instilled admiration in their hearts. A loser need not be forgotten. Their spirited attributes can still shine brightly. Cheng Lanxin was particularly touched. She turned to the other three beauties and said, "Since Su Hao is continuing to progress for us, we cannot remain stagnant. We must not always rely on him to grow strong while hiding in his shadow. We too must elevate ourselves." Cheng Lanxin's words resonated with the other women, and they nodded resolutely, committing to improve alongside Su Hao. As for Su Hao's recent defeat, it did not diminish their regard for him. After all, he had merely lost a physical confrontation with the foolish uncle, while possessing many abilities that the uncle lacked. A person is multifaceted. Excelling in one area does not negate their prowess in others. Moreover, Su Hao's bold acceptance of his defeat only heightened the admiration the women felt for him. Su Hao resumed practice with the uncle, while the women busied themselves with their respective tasks. This was the only way they could support him at present. From that day forward, Su Hao would engage in boxing practice every morning with the foolish uncle, followed by muscle relaxation sessions with the beautiful women in the evenings, ensuring optimal recovery for the next day. To support Su Hao, the women crafted a punching bag from beach sand and an old sleeping bag, hanging it on a wooden frame so Su Hao could practice independently during the uncle's absence. Furthermore, they created basic workout equipment, such as a pull-up bar and barbells fashioned from stones and sticks, to aid Su Hao's training. Additionally, the women took the time to learn from Su Hao about spear techniques, training with wooden sticks, or joining the uncle in practice while Su Hao worked on his boxing. With 4 stunning women providing logistical support, Su Hao could immerse himself entirely in his boxing studies, enjoying a life where everything was readily available. Even receiving massages to relax his muscles each night, with Cheng Lanxin occasionally treating him to extra meals. As time passed, in just 3 short months, Su Hao's boxing skills advanced remarkably. Having a formidable coach like the foolish uncle, who had won championships in major events, was an extraordinary fortune. Typically, individuals of such stature are sought after as coaches. Yet Su Hao effortlessly gained access to such a rare opportunity, with the uncle willingly imparting all his techniques. This instantaneously provided Su Hao with conditions that many could only dream of. Coupled with the women's attentive care and nightly relaxation, Su Hao consistently approached his training in peak condition, fully dedicated to his practice, which accelerated his progress exponentially. Importantly, Su Hao possessed a commendable physical foundation, having developed resilience from running freely in the mountains during his childhood. With minimal training, he quickly adapted and grew at an astonishing rate. Su Hao underwent 8 hours of training daily, 4 hours in the morning and 4 in the afternoon, sometimes even adding extra sessions in the evening. His training duration equated to that of other students over 2 weeks, making rapid improvement inevitable. 3 months later, during another routine sparring session, Su Hao donned his boxing gloves with a determined gaze, while the beautiful women cheered him on as usual. Su Hao and the foolish uncle exchanged powerful blows, employing the techniques he had learned over the past days. Each movement flowed effortlessly, adhering to proper form, devoid of the reckless abandon from their earlier encounters. The foolish uncle skillfully managed the distance, countering Su Hao's advances and seizing an opportunity to deliver a powerful backhand punch. A spark of excitement ignited in Su Hao's eyes as he evaded the punch with a well-timed duck, then swiftly loaded his right hand to unleash an uppercut. Su Hao's uppercut struck the foolish uncle's chin with precision, sending beads of sweat flying. The impact caused the foolish uncle to tumble to the ground, and instead of attempting to rise, he looked up at Su Hao with a grin, as if conveying approval of Su Hao's impressive strike. The beautiful women were left in astonishment, dropping their belongings as they rushed to assist the foolish uncle, checking his pulse and offering him water to help him up. Typically, these moments were reserved for Su Hao. Today, however, the roles had reversed. "My goodness! Brother Su Hao, you are incredible! You truly defeated the foolish uncle. Isn't that obvious? Su Hao excels in every aspect. I always knew this day would come, but I never imagined it would arrive so swiftly. Unbelievable, Mr. Su. I had always thought that learning boxing from someone with a mental condition would hinder your progress, yet in just 3 months, you've undergone a transformation beyond imagination." Jessica, allow me to clarify. Although we call him the foolish uncle, he is not truly foolish. He is simply eccentric. I have observed his teaching sessions with Su Hao, and while communication may be challenging, he can still correct Su Hao's mistakes when necessary. Chapter 76. A dangerous decision. After the beautiful women helped the foolish uncle to his feet, they gathered around Su Hao, showering him with compliments. Su Hao removed his gloves and scratched his head, saying, "Oh, come on, I'm not as impressive as you all claim." The foolish uncle simply let his guard down for a moment, allowing me to take advantage. If he were in his usual form, I would still be unable to defeat him. Su Hao spoke the truth, for through continuous practice with the foolish uncle, he had gradually deciphered the uncle's tactics and had tailored his training accordingly, resulting in today's achievement. Moreover, a crucial factor was that the foolish uncle was already in his 40s, an age when athletes typically consider retirement, as their physical abilities and reaction times begin to decline. Lacking the extraordinary stamina and recovery capacity of a young man like Su Hao, you must respect the vigor of youth. The foolish uncle required a full day to recuperate after being knocked down by Su Hao, which conveniently allowed Su Hao to rest for a day. Finally able to set aside his boxing gloves and savor a day of tranquility. It had been over 3 months since Su Hao and Annie last explored the eastern part of the island, during which time no strangers or intruders had appeared in their camp. Nonetheless, Su Hao was acutely aware that, as these individuals continued to explore the island, they would inevitably discover their presence, and that day was swiftly approaching. The weather and temperature had not fluctuated significantly over these 3 months. After all, the tropical island was characterized by year-round warmth. However, compared to when Su Hao first arrived on the island, the nights had become noticeably cooler, creating a perfect atmosphere for the women to gather each evening to chat and enjoy the refreshing night air. Seated on a chair, Su Hao was still reminiscing about the recent battle when he noticed Cheng Lanxin approaching him with a glass of water. Su Hao accepted the cup and drank it in one go, then inquired, "By the way, do we have enough land to last us a few more days?" Probably about a week." Cheng Lanxin blinked and looked at Su Hao with a questioning gaze. "You're not planning to go hunting, are you? We have enough food. So why take the risk?" Su Hao smiled but said nothing. His silence indicated that he indeed harbored plans in that direction. Over the past 3 months, the traps they had set near the camp and creek had proven useful. Originally intended to deter intruders, they fortuitously ensnared 2 goats that had come to drink. This fortunate turn of events had provided sustenance for Su Hao and the others during the past 3 months, complemented by the women's efforts to catch small animals and fish, allowing them to survive for so long. However, it had been a precarious existence, for a stroke of bad luck might leave them empty-handed and facing hunger. While Su Hao and his companions possessed the skills necessary to procure food, they could not guarantee daily success. Thus, it was imperative for Su Hao to ensure a sufficient stockpile of provisions to bolster the camp's resilience against potential risks. Seeing that Su Hao seemed resolute in his intentions, Cheng Lanxin sighed and remarked, "It has been quite some time since your last exploration. Those who obliterated the foolish uncle's camp are likely nearing our territory. Isn't venturing out at this time even more perilous?" Su Hao nodded, "Indeed. But that is precisely why I have chosen to go out. Remaining here at the camp leaves us oblivious to everything happening around us. Even if they have approached our camp before, we wouldn't be aware of their presence unless we venture out. Furthermore, we need to expand our camp. As our belongings increase, we may need to consider extending our wooden shelter. Additionally, I plan to take Wang Kai along to leave his scent, deterring wildlife from encroaching upon our vicinity. Hence, this hunting trip is quite necessary." Su Hao's reasoning was sound and compelling. Realizing she could not alter his mind, Cheng Lanxin nodded in agreement. "Very well. Just be cautious while you're out there. If you do encounter intruders, avoid confrontation and do not act recklessly. Rest assured." Su Hao patted his chest, putting his fingers to his mouth to whistle. Wang Kai, who had been playing with a stick nearby, rushed over excitedly. The dog placed its front paws on Su Hao's shoulder, enthusiastically licking his face. Over the past 3 months, Wang Kai had grown into a large dog, visibly changing week by week. The growth rate of dogs is remarkable. In merely a few months, they can transform from a small size to a much larger one. Su Hao recalled when Wang Kai was first rescued. He was roughly the size of a corgi, but now he stood as tall as Annie. Furthermore, Annie had ensured that Wang Kai received ample nutrition, feeding him the crushed bones of 2 sheep, along with various animal organs, making his treatment far superior to that of the starving wild wolves on the island. Since his rescue, Wang Kai had never gone hungry, resulting in him being noticeably larger than the other wild wolves Su Hao had encountered. Su Hao gently lowered Wang Kai's paws to the ground. "All right, enough of that. I thought you were still a puppy. Stop playing with that stick and get ready to hunt. We'll be back by evening." Upon hearing this, Wang Kai leapt around in excitement, while Cheng Lanxin brought over the anti-bite collar. This collar had been designed to be adjustable, taking into account Wang Kai's growth, and had indeed served him well since he was a pup. Once fully equipped, and with Wang Kai eager to go, the duo bid farewell to the returning women and set off from the camp. Finally out. I haven't left the vicinity of the wooden house in ages. Su Hao inhaled deeply, the earthy scent of soil and grass filling his nostrils, evoking a sense of nostalgia. Wang Kai, equally thrilled, darted around, marking trees with excitement. It had been a tedious few days for him, and now he finally had the chance to venture outside. Chapter 77. Exploration. After 3 months, Su Hao led Wang Kai southward towards the campsite, where the beach served as his chosen starting point for exploration. He intended to traverse a large circle around the camp, aiming to map out at least a 400-meter radius, no longer confined to the previous 200-meter limit. As they approached the shoreline, the morning sun was not yet harsh. Their footprints marked the sandy beach, though the tide would soon wash them away. The sea stretched endlessly in a vivid blue, devoid of ships or planes. This island remained a solitary haven. Su Hao guided Wang Kai along the beach, edging closer to the jungle without yet entering it, when they stumbled upon the lifeless body of a sea turtle. This sight immediately captured their attention, for the turtle had not succumbed to natural causes. Its shell was shattered, and its flesh had been stripped away, leaving only a fragmented carcass carelessly discarded on the ground. While it was not uncommon for the island's wildlife to prey upon turtles that ventured ashore, after all, meat presented itself as an irresistible temptation. Humans were equally capable of such cruelty. This simple corpse ignited a sense of vigilance within Su Hao. Uncertain of the circumstances, he decided to press on. As they ventured into the woods, he heightened his alertness. And Wang Kai, no longer wandering aimlessly, stayed close at Su Hao's side, unwilling to stray even a step. The daylight forest was alive with the calls of birds, contrasting sharply with the bustling insects. Su Hao took his time to explore the vicinity cautiously. Although they were near the campsite, it did not imply the absence of wildlife. Just as Su Hao prepared to continue his exploration around the camp, Wang Kai darted to a tree, sniffed, and then turned to bark at Su Hao. Had he made a discovery? Approaching the tree, Su Hao found nothing unusual about the trunk, yet Wang Kai was unusually animated, repeatedly crouching and standing at the base. Have you caught a scent? Su Hao inquired. Wang Kai nodded knowingly, understanding that this gesture conveyed affirmation to his human companion. Can you track it to a specific location? Su Hao asked. Wang Kai barked in response and began to follow a scent trail leading northeast toward the campsite. Su Hao trailed behind, having removed his bow and nocked an arrow, ready to respond should the need arise. For over half an hour, they moved silently, both man and dog wary of making any noise that might alert potential prey, as Wang Kai, ahead and sniffing the ground, suddenly lowered his tail and crouched. Su Hao seized the moment to kneel beside him. In the distance, over 80 meters away, Su Hao could faintly discern two wild wolves seemingly feasting on something. Their presence instantly heightened his alertness. The emergence of a wolf pack near the campsite was indeed disconcerting. These wolves did not naturally inhabit the southern region of the island where the camp was situated, so what had drawn them here? With questions swirling in his mind, Su Hao cautiously inched closer to the wolves, deliberately curling his body to conceal himself among the thick underbrush. Wang Kai remained poised at a slight angle ahead, ever ready to protect his master. The wolves, sensing a disturbance nearby, paused mid-meal and turned to face Su Hao's direction. Both he and Wang Kai froze. Even their breathing stilled. After several tense seconds, the wolves, seemingly unconcerned, resumed their meal. While animals possess acute senses, the distraction of feeding often dulls their awareness of encroaching danger. The scent of the carcass overwhelmed any other nearby odors, leaving the wolves oblivious to the approaching threat. Su Hao and Wang Kai halted their advance when they were approximately 40 meters from the wolves, moving slowly and cautiously to avoid revealing their position. Upon reaching this distance, Su Hao discerned that the wolves were gnawing on a nearly decayed goat carcass, already attracting flies, yet this did not deter the wolves from their feast. As scavengers by nature, canines like wolves could digest slightly spoiled meat without issue, and they savored their banquet. Su Hao quietly drew his bow, targeting one of the wolves. But Wang Kai placed his paw on Su Hao's hand. Startled, Su Hao looked at him, and Wang Kai wagged his tail, then continued to advance stealthily. Su Hao realized he could not follow any closer. Doing so would diminish the effectiveness of his bow. He was left with no choice but to engage the wolves in close combat with a spear, a risky endeavor that could expose him to bites. Yet Wang Kai was undeterred. His thick fur provided some protection against the wolves' attacks, and the bite-resistant collar around his neck further enhanced his survival odds. Wang Kai managed to close the distance to 20 meters from the two feasting wolves, who remained engrossed in the goat carcass. With his paws already coiling for a spring, it seemed he was poised to pounce. Chapter 78. The significance of unscathed soloing two wild wolves. Wang Kai, fully prepared, turned its head and winked at Su Hao before charging at the two wild wolves with an exhilarating snarl. The massive silver-gray figure suddenly appeared before the wolves, startling them. One of the wolves was caught off guard and was immediately knocked down by Wang Kai's powerful charge, its throat seized and violently shaken. The unfortunate wolf let out a pitiful howl, but the sound faded within 5 seconds, leaving only the spasms of its unresponsive nerves. In truth, the wolf had already succumbed to Wang Kai's lethal bite. The other wolf bared its teeth and barked frantically at Wang Kai, attempting to intimidate it into retreat. Yet, Wang Kai was unfazed, lunging forward to rip into the wolf's abdomen. The agile wolf evaded and found a cunning angle to dart beside Wang Cai's neck, opening its gaping maw. A mournful cry echoed. But the source was not Wang Cai. It was the wolf that had injured its mouth on Wang Cai's protective collar. Seizing the moment, Wang Cai pounced, swiftly executing a clean throat lock. And moments later, another wolf's lifeless body lay on the ground. Emerging from the underbrush, Su Hao gazed in astonishment at the scene before him, while Wang Cai excitedly bounded over, licking Su Hao's hand fervently. What a display of skill! To solo 2 wild wolves without a scratch, do you comprehend the value of such an achievement? Su Hao looked at Wang Cai with the pride of a father witnessing his child's growth, filled with satisfaction and affection. Though Wang Cai was still approximately 3 months shy of adulthood, it had already reached such a remarkable level. One could only imagine the prowess it would possess upon reaching maturity. Approaching the corpses of the 2 wild wolves, Su Hao skillfully extracted a knife from his waist and began to skin them. Before long, 2 pristine wolf pelts were safely stowed in his backpack. He tied a rope around the remaining meat and placed his bag underneath, allowing for easy transport back to camp. The durable material of his backpack made the task effortless. Wang Cai understood its role well, knowing the fresh wolf meat would likely not be for its feast. It began gnawing on a slightly spoiled goat carcass nearby. With their quarry obtained, Su Hao planned to call for Wang Cai to accompany him back while dragging the goat carcass. Su Hao was not overly concerned about the goat, but as he turned to summon Wang Cai, his peripheral vision caught sight of the goat's corpse. This fleeting glance revealed an alarming issue, prompting him to rush over, startling Wang Cai, who retreated in surprise, staring at Su Hao with incredulity. What's wrong, brother? Do you want a taste? Su Hao examined the goat's body closely. Discovering that its demise was not due to the wolves but from a penetrating wound in its abdomen, he withdrew his spear from his bag to compare the size of the wound with his weapon. Noting that the spear's shaft was thicker while the goat's wound was significantly narrower, something was amiss. A troubling realization dawned upon Su Hao. This goat had fallen prey to a long-range weapon, and among the creatures of Blue Star, only humans wielded such tools. This was bad. They had encroached upon our vicinity. And alarmingly close. The distance to the camp was a mere 800 meters. Su Hao instantly formulated a hypothesis in his mind, suspecting that the goat had been targeted by another survivor group. While they had successfully injured it, the goat had managed to escape. The trail Wang Cai had followed indicated the goat had fled from the south towards the east, covering nearly 2 kilometers from the coast to the right side of the camp. The blood trail had led Wang Cai to the goat's remains, but the goat's habitat was certainly not on the coast. It was more likely that it had been driven away. Animals instinctively seek refuge in places they perceive as safe when danger looms. Thus, this was dire. These individuals could arrive within the next couple of days. Our time is running short. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Su Hao dared not linger. He swiftly donned his backpack and sprinted away, while Wang Cai clutched the rope tied to the goat's carcass, closely following behind him. Fortunately, the camp was not too far, and with both Su Hao and Wang Cai sprinting at full capacity, they returned within half an hour. Upon their return to the camp, it was still afternoon. The women were delighted to see the duo return early, yet they sensed that something was amiss. Su Hao typically returned just before dusk after exploring, so an early return suggested a significant discovery. Ning Tiantian hurriedly scattered fish food into the pond and rushed to Su Hao, who was panting heavily, and asked, "Brother Su, what happened on the way back?" "I'll tell you shortly." Su Hao took a moment to catch his breath. "Quickly gather everyone back to the wooden house. I have crucial news to share." Noting the seriousness in Su Hao's demeanor, Ning Tiantian wasted no time and hurried to find the other women. Once back at the camp, Su Hao and Wang Cai finally caught their breath but continued on to the wooden house without delay. Upon arriving, the women had already gathered from various corners. Su Hao didn't take the opportunity to boast about his hunting success. Instead, he addressed everyone urgently. No one is to leave the camp in the coming days. It's best to stay put and avoid venturing beyond our trap area. Su Hao's words instantly heightened the women's alertness. Cheng Lanqin reacted quickly, asking, "Has something happened nearby?" Su Hao's expression turned grave as he recounted his discoveries and deductions from earlier. Once he finished, a profound silence enveloped the wooden house. Since Su Hao and Annie had investigated the happenings at the survivor camp on the eastern part of the island, they had been preparing for potential incursions. However, learning that these individuals might discover them within a couple of days sent waves of anxiety through the women. Their emotions were a complex blend of tension, fear, dread, and excitement, coupled with a sense of relief that the intruders had finally come. Annie sighed, stepping to the door of the wooden house to gaze outside at the simpletons sitting in a chair, laughing heartily. She murmured, "Have they finally arrived? The simpleton's vendetta may soon be avenged." "Not necessarily," Cheng Lanqin pondered, resting her chin on her hand. "We can only ascertain that there are signs of survivors nearby, but we cannot confirm if they're the same group." We must remain cautious of all unfamiliar faces in our vicinity. Ning Tian sprang to her feet, brandishing her spear as she approached Su Hao. We have made ample preparations. And with you here, there is no need to fear them. Indeed. Jessica raised her hand in agreement. Our preparations over the past few days were meant for this moment. I have grown weary of living in fear. It's time we confront these individuals. Chapter 79. Torrential rain and uninvited guests as danger loomed. All the inhabitants of the camp united with unwavering resolve, acutely aware of the dire consequences of failure. They recognized that retreat was not an option. Their only choice was to rise and resist. The provisions brought back by Su Hao could sustain everyone for 2 weeks. While the slightly spoiled goat carcass was transformed into dog food for Wang Kai by Cheng Lanxin, who cooked and smoked it. For the past couple of days, the enchanting women had scarcely left the wooden cabin, neglecting their water collection and fish feedings. As they had ample reserves of water and the fish would endure a brief fasting without consequence. On the third day of Su Hao's significant discovery, the sky darkened ominously, with white-blue flashes intermittently illuminating the thick clouds, followed by deafening rumbles of thunder. The clouds converged above, draping the once vast dome of the sky in an inky shroud. The sea, once placid, roared with surging waves, its depths transformed into a dark, tumultuous abyss due to the impending storm. Stepping outside the cabin, Su Hao extended his hand, feeling the icy droplets of rain pelt against his palm. His heart growing heavy like the overcast sky. Rain had arrived. The torches positioned before the cabin were extinguished by the relentless downpour, and though it was daylight, Su Hao and his companions felt as though they had one foot firmly planted in the darkness of night. The women donned handcrafted raincoats fashioned from the discarded tents of foreign settlers. Although they remained dry, the unexpected deluge weighed heavily on their hearts. Annie gazed skyward as raindrops kissed her cherubic face, yet the turmoil within her furrowed her brow. Why had it suddenly begun to rain? Ning Tian gently patted Annie's shoulder and reassured her, "It's quite normal. Haven't you heard the saying? Weather is like a woman's mood. It changes at a whim. Since it's raining, let us take refuge in the cabin and avoid getting wet. Quickly, let us gather the dried meat and clothes from outside, or they will spoil and be rendered useless." The women, clad in their raincoats, diligently collected resources that had been laid out to dry around the camp. Meanwhile, Su Hao, armed with a long spear, ventured outside to inspect the traps and ascertain whether the torrential rain had inflicted any damage. Wang Kai trailed closely beside him, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. As their figures receded from the sight of the women, a sense of necessity surrounded Su Hao's mission. Though they were concerned, none dared to intervene. This small island, adrift in the vast ocean, was neither particularly large nor small. Thus, as the rain fell, its impact was felt universally across the land. The rain soaked Su Hao and his companions just as it drenched the other inhabitants of the island. A stranger with a rugged face, caught off guard by the chill of the rain, let out an involuntary sneeze, inciting the fury of his companions. "Damn it! What are you doing?" Their leader, John, stormed over and kicked the man to the ground, mud splattering across his body as he struggled to rise. Fear etched on his face. "Your noise could easily alarm nearby animals. Do you wish to let another escape?" "Forgive me, boss, I'm sorry," the man pleaded, bowing repeatedly in a desperate attempt for forgiveness. John merely scoffed, turning his gaze to the sky as the rain intensified. "Looks like our luck has run dry today. We'll have to hunt in this rain." The man, surprised, protested, "But boss, it's raining. Shouldn't we return to the camp and wait for it to stop? If we get soaked, we might catch a cold and weaken the team." John shot him a disdainful glance, delivering a harsh blow that sent the man sprawling back to the ground. The man knelt again, muttering apologies, devoid of any masculine pride. "Do I need you to teach me what to do? Our food supplies are depleted. If we return empty-handed, we starve. There are 14 of us, and our consumption is significant. Who knows how long this rain will last? If it pours for 2 days, we'll starve." With a sinister smile, John leaned closer to the man, whispering, "If you wish to return, so be it. But I cannot let my team go hungry. I will simply have to feast on your daughter instead. I've had my fill of her, so why not put her to good use? What do you think?" The man fell silent, too fearful to retort even at the mention of his daughter. "Pathetic," John scoffed, kicking the man down again and spitting on him. "You dare speak of chivalry? You'd be better off as a dog. Now get up. If you continue to hinder us, I want to spare you or your daughter." The man nodded submissively, rising and bowing repeatedly, his demeanor utterly subservient, the humility ingrained deep within him. John ignored him further, leading his team to search the vicinity. The cacophony of the downpour drowned out all other sounds, leaving only the relentless patter of rain against the leaves in their ears. While the rain could wash away any trace on the ground, it could not cleanse the blood that stained the hands of this group. As the rain fell, animals sought refuge in their nests, diminishing the chances of John and his crew capturing prey. Still, they had no other choice. Returning meant facing starvation, so they pressed on, hoping for a stroke of luck to encounter a straying animal. The 14-member team, including John, braved the cold rain, scouring the area for signs of wildlife. The drizzle morphed into a torrential downpour, quenching the flickering embers of hope in their hearts. John contemplated whether they should return, but suddenly, one of his subordinates rushed towards him, brimming with excitement. "Boss, we've made a discovery." John, alerted by the news, hurried after his subordinate to the designated spot, where they found a deep trench leading in one direction, highlighted by the rainwater pooling within it. "This is a trail of dragging marks, and it's fresh, just from the past couple of days." Had it not rained, John might have overlooked this trail. While the storm had sent the animals into hiding, it had also unveiled subtle clues. This must be a sign from the heavens. Whether this trail was made by animals or humans, it matters not to us. Everyone stay alert. Let us see what lies ahead. The spoils await us. Chapter 80, Confrontation on a Narrow Path. This news invigorated John's team. They had to follow the trail before the rain washed it away and darkness fell. Meanwhile, Su Hao, accompanied by Wang Kai, inspected the traps surrounding their camp. Fortunately, they had come to check, as some traps had indeed been exposed due to the rain. Su Hao promptly undertook urgent repairs, restoring all the traps to their full functionality. As the rain poured increasingly upon his raincoat, he realized the downpour was intensifying. Logically, one would think that even the most reckless intruders would refrain from venturing out in such torrential rain. Yet, if all matters were approached with pure logic, conflicts and struggles between people would cease to exist. After finishing the last trap, Su Hao prepared to return home. In the cacophony of the environment and the damp air, Wang Kai had lost his usual sharpness, patrolling around Su Hao, relying solely on his keen eyesight to detect any potential enemies. "Wang Kai, I'm done. Let us go," Su Hao called out, ready to leave. Wang Kai suddenly emerged from nearby, exhibiting an unusual demeanor as he dashed to Su Hao's side, tugging at his raincoat with fervor and pulling him towards the wooden cabin. Su Hao was initially taken aback, but swiftly sensed something was amiss. Instinctively, he stood up to survey the surroundings, only to spot a figure in the distance, mirroring his expression and movements. "Boss, someone's here. There are other survivors." The person who saw Su Hao shouted hoarsely, and moments later, a dozen individuals burst forth from the underbrush. John, upon seeing Su Hao, was momentarily stunned, then erupted with excitement. "Quick, capture him and interrogate him about the camp's location. We need to seize all their resources." Su Hao struggled to fully comprehend their words. Although Jessica often taught him foreign languages, he still had room for improvement in fluency. However, the malice in their tone was palpable, and he could even see someone hurling spears and stones in his direction. Instinctively, he turned to flee with Wang Kai. They absolutely could not allow these individuals to discover the precise location of the wooden cabin, or it would spell disaster. "Wang Kai, sound the alarm." Wang Kai halted suddenly, raising his throat to the sky and emitting a sharp, elongated howl. A woo. The women who had just transported all resources to the cabin heard the sound, their nerves instantly tightening, and they dropped what they were holding in their panic. "Is that Wang Kai's alarm?" Jessica turned to the other women, questioning her own perception, but their expressions mirrored hers. "I heard it too," Sheng Lanqin replied. In a flurry, the women discarded their belongings and rushed into the cabin to fetch spears, racing towards Wang Kai's call. Even the simple-minded uncle, sensing imminent danger, drew a spare spear, positioning himself at the front of the group while chuckling nervously. Meanwhile, Su Hao concealed himself not far away, momentarily escaping the gaze of those hostile individuals, who had begun to line up, inching towards his position out of desperation to stave off hunger. They babbled incoherently, but Su Hao paid little attention to their words. Nor did he need to. He glanced at Wang Kai, who remained alert beside him, and quietly retrieved his bow, knocking an arrow. There were far too many of them for just the two of us to handle at once. Once the traps eliminate a portion of them, we can then target those who evade the traps, understood? Wang Kai nodded. Su Hao patted Wang Kai's head, then focused intently on the approaching figures. One individual stealthily approached a stick lying on the ground, oblivious to its significance, as such small sticks were abundant on the island. "Come out, don't hide. If you don't want to die, surrender your belongings. Resistance leads to certain death." The man continued to taunt Su Hao as he drew nearer, taking another step forward, only to suddenly find himself stepping into thin air. His leg plunged into one of Su Hao's traps, where wooden spikes and shards of glass impaled his calf and foot. "Aya!" His scream startled the others, and John, enraged, prepared to confront the loudmouth, unable to tolerate disobedience after just issuing commands. However, before he could take 2 steps, 2 more screams echoed, as others fell to the ground, desperately attempting to extract their legs from the traps, only to find that any effort only exacerbated their injuries. There are traps. They've set up numerous traps around here. John froze in fear, paralyzed by the realization. He lacked the courage to retreat. What if he had merely been fortunate to navigate this far without incident, and stumbled into a trap while trying to escape? He hastily looked down at the footprints he had left behind in the rain, relieved to see the shallow trenches marking his path. On a sunny day, those traces would not exist, and retreat would rely solely on luck. Everyone, stop moving forward. Look where you've stepped and retreat. John issued a new command, and the rest of the team, already shaken by the traps, immediately began to backtrack. One individual, nearly petrified with fear, had been less than half a meter away from one of the victims. While the others fell into traps, he miraculously avoided them. But to say he was lucky would be misleading, as the screams of his comrades echoed in his ears, instilling profound psychological terror. "Help me. Please, someone save me." The trapped individual wailed in agony, catching the attention of a teammate passing by, overwhelmed by the instinct to survive. He clutched his companion's leg as desperately as a drowning person clings to anything within reach. "Please, I'm not ready to die." The teammate, already under immense psychological pressure, was startled by the sudden grasp on his leg. He attempted to shake off the frantic grip, but when life was at stake, the teammate was unwilling to relinquish his lifeline. "Let go of my leg. If you don't, I'll smash you." He brandished a makeshift club. A stone bound to a stick, its potential for harm was no trivial matter. "No, please don't leave me. I want to live." The teammate had reached his limit. Tortured by the screams, yet the other continued to cling to his leg. "Be quiet." He raised the club and brought it down with force, smashing the trapped man's face, causing a gruesome indentation, and his eyes bulged in horror. He lifted the bloodied club, now stained with flesh, casting a terrified glance at the very teammate who had just begged for help. "This is your doing. You cannot blame me." Chapter 81. The Function of Traps. He extracted his leg, preparing to retrace his steps along the footprints. But the moment he raised his gaze, he was struck dumb. The clear footprints on the ground had been rendered chaotic and indistinct due to the struggles of his teammates, vanishing from sight. The nearest discernible prints lay nearly 2 meters away. Damn it! Damn it! He stood frozen in place, roaring in frustration. Yet no action could conceal the terror swelling within him. What should I do? What can I do? That wretched beast, having perished, it still drags me down with it. He trembled at the sight of the distant footprints, while his teammates, now safely ensconced, shouted to him. "Benjamin, jump over here. It's fine. Yes, yes, I can jump across." Overwhelmed by fear, Benjamin nearly lost his sanity, but the reminder from his comrades sparked a glimmer of hope. He hurled the stone club he held forward, attempting to test the trap, but alas, the ground where the club landed did not give way, pushing the corpse beneath his feet aside. He fixed his gaze on the footprints just beyond his reach and leaped with all his might. As he landed on the prints below, a wave of relief washed over him. Yet, the torrential rain had revealed a path to survival, but it also threatened to usher him towards death. Although Benjamin initially found his footing on his own prints, the damp earth betrayed him, causing him to slip and fall backward. His upper body lost balance, and the soil behind him collapsed simultaneously. A wooden spike pierced through his skull. He scarcely had time to scream before life was extinguished. His body contorted grotesquely, half buried in the earth, still twitching in the throes of death. "Damn it, Benjamin, you son of a..." Someone, perhaps in despair or fury, shouted. But Su Hao suddenly emerged from the bushes, and an arrow sliced through the downpour, striking true into his throat. He felt a sharp pain in his neck and instinctively touched it, only to find an arrow embedded there, blood oozing steadily down the shaft. Gurgling sounds escaped his lips as he collapsed to the ground. John, witnessing yet another death, his eyes blazing with rage, directed at Su Hao, as if he wished to tear him limb from limb. "Damn it! In less than 10 minutes, he has caused 5 of us to perish. That beast! I shall make him wish he were dead." John seized the corpse of the man struck down by Su Hao, pushing 2 of his subordinates towards it. "You two, support him and move towards that man. Let him help you uncover the traps. The rest of you, pelt that beast with stones. Do not let him show his face again, or we will suffer more casualties." John's swift response and adept planning galvanized the remaining 9 survivors to follow his orders. Launching an assault against Su Hao, stones rained down upon Su Hao, who dared not reveal himself. Being struck by one of those would be no jest. Good fortune might only result in bruises, while misfortune could lead to fractures or even death. The 2 men pushing the corpse advanced rapidly towards Su Hao, the body indeed aiding them in probing the traps, exposing the hidden wooden spikes, and they approached Su Hao with hardly a hitch, now within 10 meters of him. Su Hao looked up, startled to find 2 men had crept up beside him without his notice. He had been unable to emerge from his cover due to the barrage of stones, and by the time he sensed their presence, they were alarmingly close. "What the hell? When did they get here? Su Hao gasped, momentarily stunned, but he had no time for astonishment as he slung his bow onto his back and hastily grasped his spear. Yet, did he truly need to engage these two himself? The formidable wolf, Wang Kai, that had been lying beside him sprang forth. And only now did they realize the enormous beast accompanying Su Hao. However, it was too late. Wang Kai pounced on one of the men, who screamed instinctively, reaching for his weapon to strike the wolf, but before he could lift a finger, Wang Kai clamped down on his neck. In a classic display of canine ferocity, Wang Kai violently shook his head, tearing away half of the man's throat, blood gushing forth like a fountain, staining Wang Kai's face crimson. Damn it! He actually has a wolf! John roared in fury, pointing at Su Hao and instructing the others. Charge forward. The traps have already been tested for you. That man must die, otherwise our lives on this island will be anything but peaceful. From the outset, John had harbored intentions of plunder and slaughter. But now he was gripped by fear of Su Hao. His role had shifted from hunter to prey, acutely aware that as long as Su Hao lived, they would be at risk of meeting their demise at his hands. The danger posed by Su Hao had escalated in their minds, yet the more they feared him, the more determined they became to ensure his demise. Another man, having reached Su Hao's side, was also taken down by Wang Kai, forcibly dragged alongside Su Hao. Sensing the barrage of stones had ceased, Su Hao peered out and was met with the sight of 7 burly men leaping over the traps they had previously established, charging towards him at breakneck speed. Chapter 82. From excitement to fear, Su Hao swiftly patted Wang Kai's back, urging him, "Let's retreat. They've come charging at us." Wang Kai, undeterred, immediately released his grip from the man's arm and turned to follow Su Hao in their escape. The man, clutching the severed remains of his arm, screamed in agony. His forearm had been bitten off by Wang Kai, still tethered by a few strands of flesh, preventing it from completely falling away. John and the others paid no heed to the injured man. Wounds like his were akin to those incurred by someone caught in a trap. There were no conditions on this island that would allow survival. Thus, they regarded their wounded comrade as a mere corpse. Leading Wang Kai, Su Hao retreated through the familiar terrain, weaving deftly through the dense forest. However, for their pursuers, the only way to catch up was by taking the shortest route. Instinctively, their minds urged them forward, and one individual dashed between 2 trees, closing the distance to Su Hao to a mere 10 meters, only to suddenly feel a weightlessness beneath him. Swish! A rope ensnared his ankle, and he was yanked into the air, propelled by the momentum of his sprint. As he soared, a tree trunk loomed larger in his vision. With a horrifying scream, he collided with the trunk, losing consciousness, blood staining the bark where his head had struck. Damn it! More traps! Are you alright, David? Oh no, David isn't responding. I won't pursue any longer. This is hell. I want to go back. No one stop me. Another member, having triggered a trap, was driven to madness, screaming as he turned to flee, but before he could take more than a few steps, a massive tree stump struck him from the side. He did not even have time to scream as his body was sent flying into the underbrush, the impact causing him to sink into the earth, the size of the stump visible through his form. Su Hao stood still, observing the remaining 5 individuals over 20 meters away. He exchanged glances with John, whose face now bore no trace of the earlier arrogance or surprise, replaced instead by profound fear. The man who had just fled was less than a meter from John, and he could hear the sickening sound of bones breaking, blood and flesh splattering onto John's face, intensifying his terror. John's murderous intent towards Su Hao grew stronger. He wished to command his subordinates to press onward, but none were willing to heed his orders any longer. At that moment, 5 figures suddenly appeared behind Su Hao, each wielding a spear, their cold gazes fixed on John. Among them was a face John recognized all too well, the man he had recently tied to a stump during a raid. The foolish uncle, upon seeing John's face, was instantly consumed by rage. With a roar, he charged at John. The women gasped at his sudden movement, attempting to restrain him. But the enraged uncle was lost to madness. Even 4 women could not hold him back. Wang Kai clamped onto the uncle's pant leg and yanked, sending him tumbling to the ground, yet his eyes remained locked on John, shouting incoherently, "Quickly, subdue him. There's a major trap ahead. If he charges forward, it will be his death." The women wrestled the uncle to the ground, his struggles futile, as he howled in anger, tears of anguish streaming down his face. When the women finally received support, John's desire to attack dissipated. He shouted to those around him, "Fall back." But when he turned, he found no one beside him. They had already fled 10 meters away. Cursing under his breath, John turned to run, but in his hesitation, he narrowly escaped death once more. The 2 leading figures felt their calves brush against something, and suddenly, a large net sprang from the ground, ensnaring them. Others stood frozen, watching as the 2 were abruptly lifted into the air, but John rushed past them, exclaiming, "No time to worry about them." Move. The three of them fled in disarray deeper into the forest, while Su Hao and his group stood triumphantly, observing the remaining three's frantic escape. We did it, and exclaimed joyfully, her face radiant with the thrill of victory. Ning Tian shot her a look, who said we. Suga handled them all. Whether we were here or not, he would have subdued them all. Amidst their banter, Cheng Lanqin had no time to engage. She approached Su Hao and began to inspect him, asking with concern, "Are you hurt? Is there any pain?" "It's nothing serious," Su Hao replied, shaking his head. He turned to lift his shirt, revealing some bruises on his chest and back from the stones thrown at him earlier, but they were minor injuries, of little consequence. The women gathered around Su Hao, gently touching the bruises with concern. Jessica, however, suddenly brandished her spear and headed into the depths of the forest. Noticing her actions, Su Hao grasped Jessica's arm, inquiring, "Where are you going?" "I'm going to track them and see where their camp is." Chapter 83. The most malicious insult I have ever endured. Su Hao's lips twitched as he observed Jessica, the boldest among the ladies, daring to propose tracking their adversaries alone. Was she truly so audacious? What if they discovered her? Furthermore, they were merely 14 in number. It was plausible that more members lurked within their camp. Jessica's expression reflected her distress. If they allowed them to escape, they would remain ignorant of the camp's location. Su Hao nodded thoughtfully. "Indeed, you raise a valid point." He then gestured towards the two individuals ensnared in the net suspended above them. But they possessed that knowledge, realizing the presence of two captured individuals in the trap. The ladies noticed their desperate writhing and the contents of their stomachs spilling forth. Without prompt intervention, they risked losing consciousness from dizziness. As Su Hao and the others approached to release the trap, the two fell heavily to the ground. One of them, upon seeing Su Hao and his companions, immediately turned to flee. Yet, as he took a step, Wang Kai blocked his path. Su Hao placed a hand on his shoulder, causing him to tremble. "Be wise, and you may avoid unnecessary pain. However, should you act foolishly, I shall awaken your senses with my fists." Jessica translated Su Hao's words, prompting the man to kneel in fear. Gazing upon Su Hao's face, he recalled the mute man from his group who, upon error, would plead for mercy. "Please, spare me. I understand that you Easterners value the spirit of the samurai and would never oppose your will. Whatever you say, I shall comply." The ladies stifled laughter at his words, their faces flushing with embarrassment in Su Hao's presence. He, however, was oblivious to the man's frantic babbling and turned to Jessica for clarification. After Jessica relayed the translation, Su Hao initially perceived the man as clever for seeking mercy, yet his subsequent words seemed to seal his fate for a harsher punishment. "How dare you insult me?" The man's words were among the most egregious Su Hao had ever encountered, leaving him utterly humiliated. "You dare call me an Easterner?" Su Hao seized his collar and unleashed a flurry of punches. The man's teeth scattered, and he cried out in agony, reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. Upon releasing him, he crumpled to the ground, motionless, while his companion, just regaining consciousness, was horrified to see his ally's battered face and instinctively sprang to flee. However, Wang Kai's presence sent him retreating. Turning around, he was met with the faces of Su Hao and the others. His mind raced for information, and with a thud, he fell to his knees, uttering, "Please spare me," in a halting yet sincere tone, followed by a torrent of words. Su Hao's patience waned, and he kicked the second man down before turning to Cheng Lanqin. "Where's my knife?" The ladies were both amused by the folly of these men and exasperated by Su Hao's reaction. Cheng Lanqin gently patted Su Hao's back, urging him to calm down, before stepping up to the man and delivering a resounding slap. "Open your eyes and see clearly. We are citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, not Easterners. Should you misidentify us again, we will hang your corpses from the trees as decorations for our camp." Cheng Lanqin spoke fluently, and the man, comprehending her words, hastily bowed in apology, pleading for her forgiveness. Her earlier slap had alleviated some of her anger, but it did not quell the fury of Annie and Ning Tian. The two rushed forward, delivering their own blows until they were satisfied. Even the bumbling uncle, who had been incessantly shouting about John, paused to kick the man twice. Jessica observed the group's actions with confusion, but, desiring to fit in, joined in the fray while inquiring why such misidentification incited such rage. The conclusion was that it stemmed from a deeply ingrained sense of racial pride within the Dragon Kingdom's heritage. Before Su Hao could utter a word, the men were nearly beaten to death. As they lay unconscious, resembling infants in slumber, Su Hao ordered the ladies to bring them back to the camp. The man who had been suspended overhead, initially thought to be alive, was found to have sustained severe injuries to his face, rendering any hope of rescue futile. It was best to leave him to bleed out. After securing the two captives and binding them, the ladies attended to the traps they had triggered. Aware that others lay wounded nearby, Su Hao had no intention of sparing these men, even if they expressed remorse. Their contrition was not directed towards him, but rather towards a higher power. His role was merely to escort them to their final destination. After approximately half an hour, the ladies returned, their faces pale, engaged in hushed conversation, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Annie trembled uncontrollably, her efforts to maintain composure proving in vain. Noticing her distress, Jessica grasped Annie's wrist, providing a measure of relief. Do not dwell on this. They deserve their fate. They were meant to die. If you had spared them, they might have turned on us or other survivors on the island. What you did was right. Jessica's words alleviated some of Annie's burden. Su Hao had intentionally sent them to confront the surviving assailants to expose the ladies to the harsh realities of violence. Only Jessica had truly killed before, and though she had been shaken, she maintained her composure. Upon returning to the warmth of their wooden cabin, the earlier tension dissipated, replaced by a sense of comfort. Though modest, the cabin felt inviting, filled with traces of their shared lives, especially with Su Hao seated among them, the sole focus of their concerns. These men must meet their end. To cherish the beauty before them, they must perish. The ladies felt their psychological burdens lift considerably, and Su Hao applauded them, celebrating their crucial victory. Today, we have driven away the enemy, safeguarding our home through our own strength. Once the rain subsides, I shall prepare a feast to honor our triumph. Chapter 84. Su Hao cooks personally, local delicacies. Su Hao in the kitchen. Since arriving on the island, aside from the simple grilled skewers and smoked meats, he had not prepared a single meal. It was always Qing Lanqin who took on the role of the team's chef. Before coming to this isolated island, she often cooked at home to alleviate work-related stress during her less hectic days. Now, on the island, her culinary skills were put to good use, and she willingly rose early each day, about 20 minutes before the others, to prepare meals. For Qing Lanqin, contributing to the team brought her joy, even if it meant extra toil. However, now that Su Hao had a sudden whim to cook, her interest was piqued, and she readily agreed. All right, then you shall be the chef for this meal. Qing Lanqin responded enthusiastically, but Annie expressed some skepticism, saying, Su Hao, are you sure you can cook? I've never seen you in the kitchen. What if what you make is inedible and we waste food? Annie, how can you say that? Ning Tian huffed, crossing her arms. Brother Su grew up in the mountains. How could he not know how to cook? He probably didn't tea before because he had other pressing matters. Now that we can finally catch our breath, we can finally savor Brother Su's culinary skills. Jessica, equally eager to taste Su Hao's cooking, licked her lips and inquired, Mr. Su, what do you plan to make? May I know? Of course. I am going to prepare a renowned dish from my hometown. Su Hao replied, glancing at Qing Lanqin. You still have the local specialties I brought up from the sea, right? Ah, yes. The snakeskin bag, right? Don't worry. I've kept it safe. I know it's yours, so I paid extra attention to it. Great. A smile graced Su Hao's lips. Now, everyone, please wait a moment. Once the rain stops, you shall enjoy a feast. The weather, much like a woman's mood, shifted unexpectedly. The torrential downpour that Su Hao thought would last a while began to ease by evening, as if the setting sun was driving away the dark clouds. The jungle, washed clean by the rain, appeared rejuvenated, with vibrant green leaves and moist earth erasing all traces left by the island's inhabitants. The air was rich with the earthy scent of soil and the fragrance of fresh grass, masking the remnants of Su Hao's previous battles. In the face of nature's grandeur, humanity seemed diminutive. Even those skilled in survival, like Su Hao, could only lament their own insignificance. As the skies cleared and the rain ceased, the torches surrounding the camp were rekindled, illuminating everything nearby and restoring a sense of security among the camp's inhabitants. The two captives, having been captured, had regained consciousness and were bound beside Wang Kai's doghouse, under the watchful eye of Wang Kai, who ensured there was no chance of escape. Emerging from the wooden cabin, Su Hao crouched before the captives. They regarded him with fear, hesitant to speak, merely staring at him, ignoring their presence. Su Hao patted Wang Kai's head and tossed it a dried leg of lamb, saying, You did well this time. Keep up the good work. This is your reward. Enjoy. With a bark, Wang Kai began devouring the leg, leaving the two captives enviously watching, their stomachs already growling with hunger from their earlier outing, hoping for good fortune to procure food. Yet, they had gone out with 14 and returned with only 3. Their fate remained uncertain, oscillating between despair and dread of a wretched existence. Feeling the urge to cry, the two captives were disregarded by Su Hao, who hurried to the bonfire to prepare the meal. With the camp celebrating a small victory, it meant Qing Lanqin would loosen her restrictions on food, allowing Su Hao to gather some ingredients for his culinary endeavor. However, he had no intention of using seasonings, as they would overshadow the authentic flavors of the ingredients. With a sense of mystery, Su Hao opened the snakeskin bag, filled primarily with the treasures he had brought from his homeland. which Xing Lanqin had never opened and thus had no idea of its contents. Delving into the bag, he retrieved a tied plastic pouch containing a piece of cured meat, a sausage, and a generous amount of dehydrated mushrooms. As a child from the deep mountains, Su Hao possessed little of value, with the only treasures being the foods from his hometown. The mere sight of these ingredients made his mouth water. He had refrained from consuming them earlier to conserve them, but the joy of victory spurred him to share them generously with everyone. Su Hao sharpened a knife on a stone, aware that these iron knives, while functional, required frequent honing to maintain their edge. Meanwhile, the women gathered in the wooden cabin, engaging in animated conversation, while Su Hao quietly prepared the evening meal outside. He scooped some clean water to rehydrate the mushrooms and then sliced the cured meat and sausage into even pieces. With each cut, the cured meat glistened, the knife glistening with the succulent fat, and the aroma of the marinated meat wafted enticingly into the air. Once the sausage and cured meat were ready, he added the rehydrated mushrooms to the pan, accompanied by some of the luscious fat from the cured meat, releasing an intoxicating aroma. Mushrooms, often hailed as nature's flavor enhancer, truly earned their reputation. The delightful aroma wafted through the wooden cabin, halting the chatter of the women, who emerged one by one to gather around Su Hao. As he skillfully stirred the contents of the pan, each toss released a burst of fragrance that captivated the women nearby, awakening their appetites. As mushrooms can be toxic if not cooked properly, Su Hao stirred the mixture for a full 5 minutes. The 4 women standing beside him could genuinely feel the anticipation of the delectable feast just out of reach. Annie, watching Su Hao at work, swallowed hard and asked, "Brother Su, how much longer do you need to cook? It looks almost ready. Can we eat yet?" Su Hao shook his head, still uncertain. Sometimes mushrooms may appear cooked, but after a while, you discover they are still raw. We do have 2 captives, don't we? He fished out a few mushrooms and handed them to Jessica, saying, "Have them eat this. If they don't start grabbing at each other a few minutes later, it means the mushrooms are done." Chapter 85. Sausages, Cured Meats, and Mushrooms. Following Su Hao's instructions, Jessica brought over the bowl. The 2 captives, having starved for an entire day, devoured the food without a second thought, as if they wished to crush the bowl and swallow it whole. Su Hao, having finished frying the mushrooms, continued to add cured meats and sausages to the pan, stirring them until they were well cooked. Turning his gaze towards the 2 captives beside the doghouse, he noticed their vacant expressions, as if they were attempting to communicate something. If their hands weren't bound, they might have been reaching out in desperation. It seemed he would need to return to the stove. After 2 more minutes of stirring the mushrooms, the exquisite feast was finally complete. The beautiful women gazed at the 3 plates on the dining table, salivating with anticipation. Su Hao, having completed the final touches, took his place at the head of the table. The women eagerly awaited him to begin, their eyes captivated by the dishes before them. "All right, everyone must be hungry. Dig in," Su Hao exclaimed, picking up a piece of cured meat and placing it in his mouth. The women followed suit, and the previously abundant cured meat vanished in moments. Each person closed their eyes, savoring the delightful aroma that filled their mouths. The cured meat, prepared with a blend of various spices and marinated rather than air-dried or smoked, was inherently flavorful. Even without any seasoning, it was utterly delectable. With each bite, the succulent, juicy fat released its rich aroma, while the savory lean meat provided a perfect balance, creating a harmonious explosion of flavors in their mouths. Eating the fatty meat alone could be somewhat overwhelming, while the lean meat could be overly salty. Yet together, they produced a unique chemical reaction, where the saltiness of the lean meat was enriched by the richness of the fatty meat, awakening the flavors with every chew. The island's food was generally lacking in oil, and while Su Hao and his companions were still meeting their protein needs, their daily intake of carbohydrates and fats was severely lacking. What the beautiful women typically shunned as fatty meat had become an irresistible delight, allowing them to finally understand why the older generations favored it. Each bite felt like a joyous celebration within their cells, akin to the long-awaited spring rain nourishing parched earth. The cured meat was swiftly devoured by the women, leaving them with expressions of unfulfilled desire. The affable man shared his portion with Annie, cheerfully proclaiming, "Daddy doesn't like to eat." This moment reminded the women of the weighty mission he bore. Following the cured meat, they eagerly turned their attention to the sausages. Su Hao produced 2 varieties of sausages, sweet and salty, and spicy. The island's cuisine had been bland, primarily consisting of salt and rice, leaving their palates nearly desensitized. However, these 2 flavors undoubtedly awakened their dulled taste buds. The spiciness ignited their tongues, yet it was a satisfying and exhilarating sensation. The sweet sausages brought a long-lost sweetness that stimulated their dopamine levels, significantly lifting their spirits. The mushrooms were equally sought after, while the previous flavors were robust. The unique umami of the mushrooms delicately balanced the palate, their tender yet crisp texture enhancing the overall experience. Although the women had eaten their fill, they felt a lingering desire for more. Having been deprived of delicious meals for so long, each feast was cherished and eagerly anticipated. After the meal, the women dispersed to attend to their tasks. Some washed dishes, while others scrubbed pots. Meanwhile, Su Hao began contemplating the fate of the two captives. Keeping them alive still served a purpose. At the very least, they could lead him to their camp before their demise. However, their current state would only worsen with time. He couldn't afford to wait until they were too weak to walk, rendering their capture futile. Having just suffered a significant defeat, tomorrow was a chance to press the advantage. He resolved to scout their camp. Even if he wouldn't eliminate them entirely, he needed to ascertain their exact location. With his mind made up, the women finished their chores and returned to the wooden cabin. Su Hao kept his plans to himself, knowing that revealing them might provoke concern among the women. Having just faced danger, they would likely worry about his safety and implore him not to go, perhaps even asking to accompany him, which would compromise their safety. Thus, he planned to slip away quietly at night or seize an opportunity during the day, leaving behind a note to spare them the trouble of searching for him. As the women gathered in the wooden cabin, engaging in light-hearted conversation, Su Hao pondered the reason behind their endless topics. In light of his secret mission, he chose to withdraw early and rest. His unusual behavior piqued the women's curiosity. Annie lowered her voice and remarked to the others, "Why is Su Hao sleeping so early today? He usually takes a stroll before bed." Cheng Lanqian expressed her concern, noting that he seemed unusually tired, considering he had just been maneuvering among numerous adversaries. Jessica shook her head, pointing out that Su Hao typically practiced with the affable man at this hour. Based on his energy expenditure, he should be just as lively as ever. Perhaps he is simply fatigued, Ning Tian suggested, redirecting the conversation. Since Su Gu is already asleep, let us not disturb his rest. We should all retire early tonight. Let us not forget the intruders have not been fully eradicated, and they could strike again at any moment. We need to be well rested to face them. Agreeing, the women concluded their chatter and laid down beside Su Hao, drifting into slumber. Outside, the sky grew increasingly overcast, enveloping the camp in silence. Even the two captives, though frightened, succumbed to the demands of their exhausted bodies. At midnight, Su Hao suddenly awakened. He withdrew his hand from the women, glancing at his watch. It was 2 a.m., just the right time, as dawn would soon break. Carefully rising from his mattress, he moved stealthily, careful not to awaken any of the women. After standing still for several seconds, he dared to take a step. As he retrieved his weapon and slowly opened the door, he was startled to find someone outside, cloaked in a raincoat and holding a spear. Chapter 86. Sister Ning, what are you doing here? Su Hao exclaimed, startled but managing to control his voice as he questioned the presence of Ning Tian. Ning Tian, taken aback by Su Hao's sudden appearance, nearly dropped her spear, hurriedly attempting to conceal something behind her. "Su, brother Su, why are you awake?" she stammered, her expression tinged with awkwardness. Su Hao, however, chose not to respond immediately. Instead, he quietly closed the door of the wooden cabin and extended a hand towards her. "What were you hiding behind your back? Show it to me. And what's with your raincoat and weapon? What are you planning to do?" Ning Tian waved her hands frantically. "It's nothing, brother Su. I just got up to use the restroom and brought a weapon for safety. Since it's a bit cold at night, I just threw on a raincoat." "Oh, I see." Su Hao feigned contemplation, but suddenly stepped close to Ning Tian, deftly snatching the item she had concealed. In his hand was a note, which he read under the flickering torchlight. "Sisters and brother Su, I'm taking the captive to scout their camp's location. Don't worry, there won't be any conflict." Su Hao's eyes widened in disbelief as he shook the note. "You intend to go find their camp all by yourself?" Ning Tian, now sweating under his gaze, faltered. "I thought you looked exhausted today, so I wanted to help relieve some of your burden. I figured I could take Wang Kai to scout their camp under the cover of darkness, so you wouldn't have to exert yourself." Su Hao felt exasperated and crumpled the note, tossing it to the ground. He couldn't believe that Ning Tian had the same thoughts as him. Yet he was confident in his own abilities. Even if he couldn't win, he could escape. But why did she think she could do the same? Irritated, Su Hao pointed back toward the cabin. "Enough. Go back. You needn't concern yourself with this. I can handle it." "Okay," Ning Tian mumbled, lowering her head and pouting as she walked toward the cabin. However, just as she brushed past Su Hao, she suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, brother Su, what's with your outfit? Are you planning to do the same thing as me?" Su Hao's expression fell instantly. He had hoped to slip by unnoticed, but it seemed Ning Tian had caught on to his attire. Just as he began to explain, he realized she had already used up all possible excuses. His mind raced, and after a few moments of contemplation, he declared, "I'm going to take a bath. Carrying a weapon is for self-defense. What is wrong with that?" "A bath? Ning Tiantian's lips curled into a slight smile. Well, if Brother Su wants to bathe, I'll go with you. If you encounter any danger while bathing, you'll have no weapon at hand to fight back. I can protect you. Su Hao shook his head. I don't need your protection. Just let Wang Kai accompany me. Besides, what does it mean for you to follow me while I bathe? Humph. Why can't I come along? Ning Tiantian blinked innocently. Brother Su, you seem rather anxious. Are you trying to sneak away from the camp? I can't be certain whether you're going to bathe or do something else. I can only relax knowing you won't wander off. Otherwise, I might just wake Cheng Jie and the others. Don't call them. Su Hao sighed. He truly wished he could knock Ning Tiantian out, but after a moment's thought, he decided against it. After all, she was part of his team. And there was no need for violence. Fine, if you want to come along, then come. But once I finish bathing, you must return to the cabin and not leave the camp without my orders. Ning Tiantian snapped her fingers in agreement. All right. Originally, he had planned to sneak away that night, but it seemed that plan had been thwarted by Ning Tiantian's appearance. Nevertheless, Su Hao remained undaunted, as he still had the opportunity to escape during the day, so there was no need to rush. As they approached the creek, Su Hao wasted no time and jumped in. The cool water flowed over his skin, invigorating him and washing away his fatigue. A cold shower has its benefits, as the external low temperature raises the body's core temperature and increases blood circulation. Su Hao sang cheerfully while bathing in the creek, even taking a few laps for good measure. The night obscured visibility, but under the moonlight, Su Hao appeared almost ethereal, though Ning Tiantian on the shore could still make out his figure. She had seen Su Hao's bare torso many times before, but in this hazy light, the familiar sight took on an air of mystery. Ning Tiantian stared, momentarily lost in thought, until she snapped back to reality as Su Hao emerged from the creek. I'm done. Let us head back. His hair dripped with water, droplets tracing down his chin, chest, and abdomen before disappearing into his trousers. Ning Tiantian stood mesmerized, her face visibly flushed. Just as Su Hao prepared to leave, she grasped his arm and said, Brother Su, I'm feeling a bit hot. I'd like to wash too. Can you keep an eye out for me? Such good fortune? Su Hao agreed without a second thought. Ning Tiantian smiled, shedding her raincoat, her figure illuminated by the moonlight like a celestial being frolicking in a hidden paradise. As she swam and sang in the creek, Su Hao watched, captivated, especially as her wet clothes clung to her body, drawing his gaze to her proud silhouette. Ning Tiantian playfully splashed water at him, then nervously began to remove her drenched clothing while standing in the creek. Brother Su, come down and wash with me. Chapter 87. A profound experience the sights and sounds before Su Hao fervently tugged at his heartstrings. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he was abruptly pulled into the stream by Ning Tiantian. The water was shallow, reaching only to their waists when standing. However, as Su Hao regained his senses and glanced around, he discovered that Ning Tiantian, who should have been beside him in the stream, had vanished without a trace. Ning Tiantian, don't scare me. Where are you? Su Hao called out, but he was momentarily stunned, feeling something within the stream loosening his belt. As he looked down, Ning Tiantian took the opportunity to raise her head, and in an unexpected twist of fate, their lips met in a kiss. Both were momentarily taken aback. Yet they respected the moment and continued. Even the mildly chilly stream could not deter the turbulent hearts and bodies of the young couple. Su Hao felt Ning Tiantian growing increasingly warm in his embrace, and he could even sense her heart racing more rapidly. How does the experience of a lovebird's bath feel? She teased. Quite delightful, but perhaps a deeper exploration would yield further insights, he replied. Ning Tiantian smiled, her hand gliding down the contours of Su Hao's chest, her touch feather-light. Upon reaching its destination, she expressed surprise and excitement, exclaiming, Oh my! What Annie said was indeed true. Perplexed, Su Hao inquired, What did Annie say? Nothing. Ning Tiantian replied, pulling him closer. Once again, Su Hao felt the softness of her embrace, which this time brought him comfort rather than discomfort. He longed for the moment to linger. The gentle sounds of the stream accompanied the vibrant essence of life on the rain-cleansed island. The moonlight illuminated the water, reflecting the starlit sky, while ripples danced across the surface. The waves lapping at the shore paled in comparison to the ebb and flow orchestrated by Su Hao and Ning Tiantian. As they transitioned from the stream to the land, it did not signify a cessation of their fervor, but rather a change of battlefield. The moon quietly faded as the sun began to rise over the distant horizon. Seated on the beach, Su Hao and Ning Tiantian watched the sun ascend, her head resting on his shoulder, a satisfied smile adorning her face while a subtle smile played on Su Hao's lips, as if he were still savoring the previous night's joys. Come morning, Cheng Lanqin awoke as usual. Upon noticing Su Hao and Ning Tiantian absent from their sleeping mats, she felt a moment of anxiety, only to have her concerns swiftly dissipated. She proceeded to prepare breakfast for the others in the camp. Gradually, Su Hao and Ning Tian returned from the coastline, their expressions betraying the events of the previous night without the need for words. As other young women began to awaken, the camp returned to its routine, each person engaged in their respective tasks, boiling water, feeding fish, and so forth. Su Hao, often the least occupied in the camp, found his true calling not within the confines of the camp but in the depths of the jungle. With the women occupied, an opportunity presented itself. He hurried to the captives, splashing water on them to rouse them from their stupor. The captives stared at Su Hao in confusion, uncertain of his intentions. Do you two know how to return to your camp? They exchanged glances, mouths agape, but regrettably, they could not comprehend Su Hao's words in the Dragon Kingdom's language. Oh no, how could I forget this? Su Hao lamented, smacking his forehead in frustration. Just as he pondered how to convey his message, Ning Tiantian's voice chimed in from behind. See? At this moment, you realize we are indeed useful. Turning around, Su Hao saw Ning Tian and a group of women standing in a neat row behind him, all armed and ready, gazing at him as he crouched before the captives. You. Su Hao directed a reproachful look at Ning Tian. Why did you go and tell everyone about my plans? Ning Tian quickly waved her hands in protest. It was Timi, Su Gu. It was Qingjia. She saw us with our weapons this morning and guessed what we intended to do last night. So she was waiting for you to find the captives. Cheng Lanxin chuckled as she approached Su Hao, teasingly saying, What is this? Afraid we wouldn't permit your adventure. So you plan to sneak off and find their camp alone? Feeling a bit sheepish, Su Hao scratched his head. Annie, arms crossed and feigning indignation, chimed in, Su Gu. You're too mischievous. You say we can't leave the camp without your orders, yet you sneak off on your own. Jessica added with a playful jab, Mr. Su seems to think we might hold him back, hence the reason for not including us in his expedition. Su Hao felt like a child caught red-handed by his parents. Unable to conjure a suitable excuse, he finally confessed, Well, since you've discovered my intentions, I was indeed planning to leave the camp without informing you. Humph. The women collectively huffed. Cheng Lanxin, as their leader, addressed Su Hao on behalf of the group. From now on, you must inform us of such matters. Regardless of your intentions, at the very least, you should share them with us. If you were to leave the camp alone, we would worry and come looking for you. We won't obstruct your decisions, but we must be informed. Should such a situation arise again, we shall ignore you and see how long you can manage on your own. Since you've made up your mind to leave today, then go ahead. But rest assured, we want to accompany you. Only Jessica will follow as your translator. You can take Wang Kai and the Big Fool with you. And we three will stay behind to guard the home. Chapter 88. The Public Toilet? The Tragic Woman of the Invaders Camp. Cheng Lanxin's words evidently took Su Hao by surprise, as he had never anticipated her agreement to venture out on an adventure. Rising from his seat and brushing off the dirt from his knees, he noticed Jessica smiling at him before she approached the two captives to communicate with them. After a brief exchange of words, Jessica relayed to Su Hao, they consent to lead us there, but with one condition. We must spare one of their lives. Otherwise, they refuse to move. Refuse to move? He wondered, when had they acquired the audacity to dictate terms to him? Turning to face one of the captives, Su Hao observed the mixture of fear and defiance in his eyes, unwavering in his resolve. He turned to Jessica and asked, inquire if both of them share this sentiment. Upon hearing Su Hao's request, Jessica translated it for the captives, who simultaneously nodded in affirmation. Receiving this signal, Su Hao wasted no time. He seized the collar of one captive and dragged him before the other, whistling for Wang Kai, who promptly began to rend into the captive's flesh. Blood and gore flew about, even splattering onto the other captive, who screamed in terror, though none paid him any heed. As Wang Kai continued his assault, the captive gradually ceased his struggles, and Wang Kai, exercising restraint, refrained from delivering a fatal bite, prolonging the captive's agony. Jessica conveyed to the captive that he had no room for negotiation. He had only two choices, either lead them to the location or be subjected to torturous death. Regardless of his choice, they were all on the same island, and Su Hao would find him sooner or later. Jessica, devoid of any emotional turmoil at the grim spectacle, reiterated Su Hao's words to the other captive. The captive, once contemplating negotiations, quickly abandoned that thought, fully aware that any further defiance would invoke Su Hao's wrath. Like a beast, discomfort is only alleviated through punishment, Su Hao muttered, then hoisted the captive from the ground. The fate of the one slain by Wang Kai was left to the women to manage, requiring no further concern from Su Hao. Once all preparations were complete, Su Hao and his companions set forth on their journey. The usually boisterous silly uncle was unusually quiet, refraining from his typical chuckles. Su Hao turned to the three women, bidding him farewell. They offered no parting advice or blessings, not wishing to dramatize his departure into a poignant farewell. A shared, silent smile sufficed, and Su Hao departed with his group. As they journeyed toward the invaders' camp, Su Hao braced himself for the worst, anticipating a confrontation. Observing the unsteady captive leading the way, he meticulously noted the terrain. The direction taken by the captive pointed northeast on the island, leading Su Hao to reflect that had he explored further along the eastern coast during his previous expedition, he might have encountered them sooner. The trek, though slow, was not fraught with the challenges of navigating uncharted territories, as the invaders had already traversed these paths, conserving their strength. Silence enveloped the group. Even Su Hao kept his knife poised at the captive's back, unwavering. They walked from dawn until afternoon, stopping intermittently until the captive finally declared, just 800 meters ahead. "My task is complete. Please, do not kill me." Su Hao remained silent, turning to Jessica and Wang Kai, who darted into the nearby thicket. After a tense 15 minutes, Jessica, breathless, reported, "We haven't approached closely, but there is indeed a camp ahead. We saw smoke rising into the sky." Upon hearing this, Su Hao plunged his knife into the captive's heart, stifling any sound with his hand. The captive gasped in vain, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Su Hao cleaned his blade on the captive's clothing before securing it back at his waist. Jessica promptly inquired, "Mr. Su, what shall we do now? Should we advance directly or wait for an opportunity?" "Let us wait," Su Hao replied, refraining from hastily deciding to attack the camp. He could not ascertain whether traps surrounded the invaders' stronghold. While they might lack trap setters, exercising caution was prudent. This was no mere game. A single misstep could cost them their lives. "I will scout the terrain near their camp with Wang Kai and assess the situation inside. You and the silly uncle should find a hiding place nearby and avoid detection. I will return once I have a clearer understanding. If an opportunity to strike arises at night, we shall seize it. If not, we will retreat." "Understood." With no further ado, Su Hao summoned Wang Kai and departed, committing the surrounding landscape to memory. Meanwhile, those within the camp were engulfed in despair, each face etched with profound sorrow. "Those damn mute people. I will annihilate you all." John seethed, witnessing a woman's distressing actions. In a fit of rage, he slapped her, sending her crashing to the ground. She cried out, clutching her face, prompting John's irritation to escalate as he seized her throat. "I have nothing to eat. What could I possibly offer you? Not killing you is already a mercy. Should you dare to react like that again, I will slay you and your father." Terrified into silence, the woman dared not respond. John exited the tent, observing the listless state of the camp's inhabitants, roughly counting nearly 20 souls. "Boss, how's it going? Any chance of food?" A middle-aged man from the east approached John with a sycophantic grin, one of the fortunate few who had escaped from Su Hao's faction. "Get lost. I have no time for you," John snapped. "I told you long ago, I've grown tired of your daughter. If I hadn't found no other woman, I wouldn't even bother with her." The eastern man, now agitated, retorted, "But wasn't it agreed that after every encounter with my daughter, you would provide us with food? Why are you going back on your word? Want me to honor my word?" John shot him a sidelong glance, causing the man to wilt under the scrutiny, retreating in silence, too fearful to speak further. Chapter 89. The most unwanted situation has occurred. John sat beside the campfire as the remaining men of the camp filed into the tent one by one. Soon, sounds emanated from within, indicating that the woman from the east had become a mere instrument for the men's carnal desires. This time, their encounters were brief, as fatigue weighed heavily upon them. Once the men dispersed, the woman, as was customary, departed to cleanse herself. It had now been 2 full days since they had eaten anything since their disastrous encounter with Su Hao, returning empty-handed. Not only were they unable to engage in any physical activity, but even standing caused them dizziness. Earlier that morning, they had contemplated hunting, but the nearby animals had long since been frightened away, leaving them with no game to pursue. It was no surprise that even a goat had managed to evade them, fleeing towards Su Hao's camp. The atmosphere in the camp was rife with despondency, and John's stature dwindled alongside the others' morale. "You can only be my leader if you can fill my belly. Following you for 3 days and starving 9 times, what value do you hold?" One man approached John, unable to bear his hunger any longer, and expressed his discontent with a tone laced with hostility. "John, can you even get us something to eat?" John raised an eyebrow, turning to the man who spoke. "Justin, I didn't quite catch that. What did you just call me?" Justin shrugged. "John, is that not your name?" In a swift motion, John drew a small knife from his waist and plunged it into Justin's chin, the blade protruding from the top of his head. The other men gasped in horror, helplessly witnessing Justin's demise as John continued to stab him. "You son of a dog! How dare you forget your surname after 2 meals without food and call my name directly? You were practically groveling at my feet when you were well fed. And now you show me such disrespect." Justin lay there, a bloody mess, and even in death, he failed to quell John's fury, who felt compelled to vent his emotions by further mutilating the corpse. After delivering more than 20 stabs, panting heavily, John finally withdrew the knife and sat beside Justin's lifeless body, which had been reduced to a grotesque mass, his features unrecognizable. John surveyed the remaining men in the camp and asked, "Are you all not hungry?" The men neither nodded nor shook their heads, fearful of expressing their thoughts, lest they share Justin's fate. Being hungry is trivial. We now have food, and if we consume him, we can survive. Otherwise, he will starve, John declared. You decide what to do. The pallor on their faces deepened. The idea of cannibalism was one they were altogether reluctant to entertain, though they had not been strangers to such acts during their 5 months stranded on the island. The distinction between the desire to eat and the necessity to do so was stark, similar to how some might disdain lamb for its strong flavor, yet would not hesitate to consume it when faced with starvation. Thus, despite their reservations, they had no other choice but to acquiesce to John's grim proposition. For survival necessitated that they eat. A living person had perished, yet he was denied the dignity bestowed upon the dead. His flesh was to be consumed. The men divided Justin's remains among themselves, and a once vibrant life was extinguished, his body laid out on the table as their evening meal. Though they filled their bellies with the flesh of their fallen companion, their spirits remained low, haunted by the uncertainty of whether they too would one day become sustenance for another. Cannibalism was akin to Pandora's box, while it provided what one sought. It also demanded a grave price in return. John perceived the thoughts swirling in the minds of most men in the camp. He recognized that his objectives had been achieved. Seizing the moment while they were still consumed by their meal and melancholy, he rose to address them. Enough. Can you not lift your brows and cease this perpetual frown? Justin's death has no bearing on us. The true culprits are the inhabitants of that camp we visited. Had they not slaughtered so many of our comrades, we would not find ourselves in such dire straits. Yet what has transpired is now a reality we must accept. Just as you have consumed Justin, none of you would wish to regurgitate him, would you? We have regained some strength and must now settle the score with those who have wronged us. So many cannot die in vain, and we cannot allow them to continue living on this island. Upon hearing John's words, most men's expressions shifted. He had provided a bold justification for their gruesome act, and they began to embrace John's leadership. All of you alive now have blood on your hands. The law of the jungle is something I need not reiterate. They inhabit the same island as us, and even if we wish to distance ourselves from them, there is no other refuge. Thus, we are faced with two choices. Either we kill them, or we perish at their hands. John spread his arms wide. The sky grew dark, and he appeared as a newly risen Dark Lord, overshadowing even the sun. I understand some of you fear death and are reluctant to confront them. But know this, even if you do not fight, they will eventually come for you, and at that moment, you will regret your cowardice. We have no alternatives. We must either continue to endure hunger by consuming our own or take up arms to seize their provisions. What will you choose? John's declaration ignited fervor within the camp, and they all rallied with exclamations of resolve. Let us kill them. I can no longer endure this hunger. We must avenge our fallen comrades. They must pay the price. The leader is right. We have nowhere to escape, no retreat. Our only path is to wage war. John gazed upon his fervent followers, a triumphant smile spreading across his face as the fear within him resurfaced. The last time he had chosen to flee, this time, he would ensure Su Hao met his demise at his own hands. Su Hao, hidden among the bushes, observed as these men began arming themselves. They were clearly preparing for an all-out assault. Of the 17 remaining in the camp, only 3 stayed behind while the rest ventured into the jungle. This is bad. Their intent is clearly to attack our camp again, and only Cheng Lanqin and her companions remain there. What should I do? Su Hao quickly left the underbrush in search of Jessica and the simpleton, having made a decision that must be executed immediately. Chapter 90. The Women of the Eastern Isles. Sisters? Su Hao returned to the spot where he had parted ways with Jessica. Although they had concealed themselves, they could not escape the keen nose of Wang Kai, who led Su Hao to the hiding place of Jessica and the foolish uncle. The two were seated, leisurely sipping water and gnawing on jerky. Mr. Su, how is it? Have you made any discoveries? I think I just heard a lot of footsteps nearby. Are they planning something? Su Hao's expression grew grave as he replied. They have gone to our camp. They just left. What? Jessica exclaimed in alarm. Fortunately, John and his crew had already distanced themselves. Otherwise, Jessica's shout might have drawn them back. What shall we do? She continued. We must hurry back, Mr. Su. Only Cheng Jie and Ning Tian are left at the camp. They surely cannot fend off these intruders. Do not panic. Su Hao quickly interjected. They have already departed. Even if we rush back, we cannot follow the same path as them. We must forge a new route. Not only would this waste time, but it would also deplete our energy. Moreover, if we encounter them on the way, without any traps, the 3 of us would be powerless against them. Thus, the most prudent course of action is to directly assault their camp. If they choose to return to defend their territory, our plan will be accomplished. Even if they do not, we can follow the trail they left behind, as there is still some distance between us, minimizing the risk of detection. Jessica nodded in agreement. Immediately falling in line behind Su Hao, the three, anxious in spirit, moved with newfound urgency, having familiarized himself with the local terrain. Su Hao led Jessica and the foolish uncle swiftly towards the invaders' encampment. Those left behind at the camp merely sensed the approaching footsteps, mistakenly believing it to be a returning teammate fetching forgotten supplies, and thus paid no heed. However, the situation changed abruptly when an arrow flew from the underbrush, striking one of them squarely in the chest. It was only then that the remaining two realized they had been invaded. In a panic, they grasped their weapons, preparing to resist, but Wang Kai and the foolish uncle had already reached them. The two let out horrified cries before collapsing to the ground. Confirmation of their deaths was a luxury they could not afford at that moment. Su Hao charged into the camp, seizing a flaming torch and promptly tossing it into one of the tents. The tent ignited, and as he prepared to set a second ablaze, a woman emerged from his intended target, clad only in her skin. Wang Kai barked, positioning himself protectively in front of Su Hao, while the tardy Jessica approached the woman with her spear at the ready. The woman gazed blankly at Su Hao before spreading her legs and pointing to her mouth, extending a hand towards him. What does this mean? Su Hao frowned, pulling out half a piece of jerky from his pocket and offering it to the woman. Surprised that he had not harmed her but instead provided food, she accepted it without hesitation, stuffing it into her mouth. The Eastern man, who lay feigning death from a punch delivered by the foolish uncle, squinted and observed Su Hao's actions. Hope surged within him. He suddenly sat up and crawled to Su Hao's side, clutching his leg. Sir, I beg you, do not kill me. This woman is my daughter. I am willing to offer her to you. Just spare my life, and you may command her to do anything. I once had another daughter, but after the crash, I lost her. If I find her, I will also offer her to you. Su Hao glanced at Jessica, who translated the man's desperate plea. Upon understanding, Su Hao felt an overwhelming sense of revulsion, even perceiving his leg, gripped by the man, as tainted. Get away from me. Su Hao kicked the man aside. The woman, coldly observing her father, approached him, drew a dagger from her waist, and swiftly struck him down with 2 blows. Only after her father's demise did the woman seem to regain her senses, emitting a heart-wrenching scream as she frantically picked up a stone and rushed towards her father's lifeless body. Wang Kai lunged at her, but she evaded him, violently striking her father's corpse with the stone. When the man's body was reduced to a bloody mess, she finally ceased her assault. Turning back to Su Hao, her face was streaked with tears, but her eyes were filled with a pleading intensity. She tugged at Su Hao's arm, yet he remained unmoved, steadfast in his position. Release your grip. I have no time for this. I have other matters to attend to. Though Su Hao remained inactive, the foolish uncle's gaze sharpened, as a father himself. He was reminded of his own daughter's plight upon witnessing the woman. He placed a hand on Su Hao's shoulder, his expression beseeching, gesturing towards the girl beside Su Hao, uttering incoherent sounds of desperation. Do you want me to follow her? Su Hao inquired. The foolish uncle nodded earnestly, sighing. Su Hao ignited the remaining tents and glanced at his watch. 3 minutes had passed since their assault on the camp. Time was of the essence, and he could not afford to waste any further moments. Jessica, tell her that I grant her 2 minutes, and she must ensure that what I require does not impede my urgent business. Otherwise, there may be peril for Cheng Lianqing. Jessica conveyed Su Hao's message to the girl, who, without uttering a word, seized Su Hao's hand and dashed into the woods. She appeared intimately familiar with the terrain, deftly maneuvering through the untrimmed underbrush. No wonder the daughter bore numerous deep scars. Su Hao had initially assumed they were the result of the intruder's brutality. The girl fulfilled her promise to Su Hao, leading him to a cave within 2 minutes. She called out a few words into the cavern, her voice echoing within. Su Hao looked to Jessica, who shook her head. She spoke in a language that seemed to be Eastern dialect. Moments later, another girl emerged from the cave, fear evident in her demeanor as she eyed Su Hao's group warily. The girl beside Su Hao exchanged words with her. Su Hao's patience was waning as the girl spoke. Her emotions escalated, alternating between anger and tears. The girl within the cave inexplicably joined in the weeping, and the two embraced, their cries echoing loudly. Though Su Hao wished to allow them to reminisce, time was not on their side. The time is nearly up. What did you bring me here for? The woman wiped her tears and suddenly knelt before Su Hao, bowing her head deeply as she implored. Sir, this is my sister. I beg you, when you leave, please take my sister with you. I have hidden her here to keep her alive. Without my food, she will perish. Chapter 91. The great and pure soul. The words of the woman were intentionally spoken in a soft tone, prompting Jessica to promptly translate for Su Hao. Upon hearing this, Su Hao scrutinized the weeping girl from the east, and indeed, Her appearance was flawless except for a slight inward turn of her toes. However, after a brief glance, Su Hao shook his head in refusal. No, we have our own matters to attend to. Had I known that your purpose in delaying me was merely to entrust your sister to my care, I would not have come. Su Hao feigned an intention to leave with Jessica, but the woman quickly clung to his calf, pleading, Sir, I noticed that your relations with others in this camp are somewhat strained. My sister can assist you. At this proclamation, Jessica hastily pulled the girl to her feet without waiting for Su Hao's translation and inquired, Are you certain? What assistance can your sister provide? She has always lived in the cave and sometimes ventured deeper. She informed me that this cave connects to different locations on the island, and perhaps one of the entrances is near your camp. Jessica relayed this information to Su Hao, who quickly asked, There is indeed a cave near our camp, but previously a wolf pack resided there. Does your sister recall anything about it? I know that place. The girl replied to Su Hao. Although I did not approach directly, I did hear the wolves' howls near one of the entrances. However, it seems that their howls ceased 3 months ago. I worried they might still be nearby, which is why I dared not venture close. Are you planning to go to that cave entrance? Wolf howls, ceasing 3 months ago. These two crucial pieces of information were immediately seized by Su Hao. Yet, to ensure the accuracy of the location, he inquired further. Have there been similar occurrences at other entrances? No. The girl thought for a moment before continuing. There was another entrance where wolves howled. But when I passed by last month, the howls had not ceased. Only that specific location has gone silent. That must be it. Su Hao had now confirmed that the entrance the girl spoke of was indeed the wolf den, located to the southeast of the camp. Both the timing and the distinction from other wolf dens aligned perfectly, indicating that the place she described was the very one Su Hao had in mind. To the East girl's sister, Su Hao stated, If your sister can indeed guide us there, I shall honor your request and ensure her safety, provided that the location she mentioned is accurate. Wonderful. The girl finally smiled, her previously etched despair softening, revealing that she possessed a cheerful side. And she looked quite lovely when she smiled. Sister, remember to heed the words of our benefactor. Do not be mischievous, and if there is a way to assist, do so willingly. But if this man turns out to be like the others in the camp, you must retreat to the cave. I can no longer protect you. The path ahead is yours to navigate. The girl communicated in her native tongue, rendering Jessica unable to comprehend. After uttering these words, she appeared significantly relieved, the numbness of her face finally giving way to other expressions. Benefactor, I entrust my sister to you. If there is any way she can assist, please do not hesitate. Although she has spent most of her time in the cave, she is far stronger and more capable than I. I would not dare to stay alone in such a dark jungle for so long. Su Hao furrowed his brow, sensing an unsettling atmosphere from the girl's tone. Aren't you coming with us? I shall not. She shook her head. I have endured too much and wish to rest. Now that my sister has someone to care for her, my task is complete. Thank you, benefactor. You are the first good person I have encountered on this island. I can see from your demeanor with that girl that you are not a frivolous man. I wish you both a day when you can leave this island and this cursed place. With that, the girl abruptly collided with a tree, her forehead leaving a trace of blood on the bark. Su Hao rushed forward to check her pulse, his expression shifting dramatically as he sighed. She is gone. Jessica wept silently, the man beside her shedding tears as well, while the East girl sobbed uncontrollably, collapsing beside her sister and uttering soft words. Su Hao stood in silence, not interrupting the sister's mourning. Her sister was a resilient individual, having endured what no woman would wish to experience. Yet she selflessly shared every morsel of food she procured with her sibling. She was a good sister, embodying responsibility and care. She was also a pure soul, her spirit untainted despite the violations her body had suffered. Jessica, please inquire how long it would take to reach the cave near us. If time permits, I am willing to take a few minutes to bury her sister. Jessica crouched nearby to ask, then turned to Su Hao, saying, We can reach it in 2 hours. That is manageable. We spent half a day getting here. While we moved slowly, even at full speed, it would take around 4 hours. Let us bury her sister, so she may have a place to be honored in the future. The three of them quietly dug a grave, and within a few minutes, a small hole sufficient for a body was prepared. Su Hao lifted the corpse. Even now, he could feel the warmth emanating from it. In that moment, she appeared as if newly born, devoid of any clothing, yet her soul remained untainted. The only difference was that she was born crying, while she departed with a smile. After burying the girl, the East girl kept her promise and led Su Hao and the others into the cave. She lit a fire and moved ahead. And from her movements, Su Hao could clearly discern her familiarity with the area, dissipating the last remnants of doubt in his heart. Chapter 92. The vast underground world of the island. As Su Hao walked, his murderous intent towards those individuals intensified. They had caused too many tragedies on this island. The foolish uncle and the girl from earlier were both victims of their actions. Su Hao could not permit them to continue living. Driven by both his concern for his own safety and his outrage at their deeds. Ahead lay a fork in the path leading into a cave. The girl from the east was guiding them, and Su Hao silently followed behind her. As the walls on either side grew narrower, she turned to him and said, "We need to squeeze through here. You and the big uncle are quite large, so you may need to endure a bit." "No problem," Su Hao replied, his heart set on returning to the camp before the invaders arrived. Otherwise, Cheng Lanxin and the others would be in danger. The rock walls were not smooth. Rather, they were uneven, and Su Hao braved the scratches on his skin as he forced himself through. The big uncle did the same, and after they emerged, both bore various degrees of abrasions. However, this was not the time to tend to wounds, and these minor injuries were trivial to Su Hao. The girl continued to lead the way, while Su Hao meticulously recorded their path. "I can't believe you know this cave so well. You've essentially explored all the caverns on this island, haven't you?" he remarked. The girl shook her head. "Not yet. There are many dangerous places I couldn't venture into. And some areas require climbing or swimming, which I cannot do. I've only explored about half of it. There are still many places left untouched." Su Hao was taken aback. He had not anticipated the extensive network of caves on the island. The fact that she had only managed to explore half after such a long time ignited his adventurous spirit. Once this crisis was over, he would need to dedicate some time to explore the underground world of this island thoroughly. After 2 hours of arduous crawling and climbing, they finally reached the designated cave entrance. Su Hao stood at the familiar fork, spotting the marks he had left during his previous visit. "We are finally back." The journey had been even more exhausting than traversing the surface due to the unpredictable terrain of the cave, requiring them to crawl through narrow gaps or submerge themselves in water, gasping for air against the rock walls. Fortunately, they encountered no dangers along the way, and the girl's guidance proved correct, leading them to the cave located in the southeast direction of the camp. Su Hao was eager to rush out, but Wang Kai seemed to sense something, charging towards Su Hao's back with a low growl. Jessica jumped in fright, thinking Wang Kai had lost its mind, and was about to warn Su Hao when a massive golden shadow suddenly lunged out from a cave to his right. "Wow! Woof!" Wang Kai collided with the shadow, and they began to grapple fiercely. Su Hao quickly took 2 steps back. Wang Kai's front leg had lost a tuft of fur and was stained with blood, while the shadow bore a gash from Wang Kai's collar, shedding tufts of wolf fur. It was a mountain lion. Su Hao recognized the faintly glowing shadow immediately. It was the long-lost mountain lion. After the construction of the wooden cabin, the mountain lion had not appeared near the camp again, likely aware that it had lost its hunting grounds. Su Hao had thought it had left, but it had instead taken residence in the former wolf den. If the mountain lion did not retreat, there was no chance for Su Hao and the others to escape. Yet, defeating the mountain lion would undoubtedly require a significant investment of time. What to do? Su Hao clenched his teeth and turned to Jessica and the big uncle, saying, "You two take this girl back to help Cheng Lanxin. Wang Kai and I will deal with the mountain lion and then return." "No way," Jessica quickly countered. "What will you do if we leave? This mountain lion is highly aggressive. You may not be able to handle it. Go quickly and stop arguing. They need help over there. If we delay because of the mountain lion, the camp will be in danger." Su Hao was prepared to engage in a bloody battle with the mountain lion, but Wang Kai slowly retreated to Su Hao's side, gently tugging at his pant leg towards the cave entrance. "You want me to leave with you?" Su Hao asked, his voice trembling. Wang Kai affirmed with a soft bark, and tears unexpectedly fell from Su Hao's eyes, landing on Wang Kai's damp nose. "What will you do if I go? You can't fight it. You were terrified of it before." Wang Kai remained resolute, tugging at Su Hao's pants again. The mountain lion, blocking the cave entrance, was unaware of their intentions but knew its territory was being encroached upon. It had to expel any intruders. The mountain lion lunged at Su Hao once more, and without hesitation, Wang Kai transformed into a silver streak, pouncing towards the mountain lion. They clashed again, but Wang Kai, being smaller and lacking the mountain lion's sharp claws, found itself at a disadvantage once more. Nevertheless, even while injured, Wang Kai did not retreat and continued to stall the mountain lion with all its might. Wang Kai's actions had proven its determination, and Su Hao did not waste the precious time Wang Kai had bought him. Though his heart ached, he urged the others. "We must go." Taking advantage of the fierce struggle between the two beasts, the others quickly fled the cave. Su Hao remained at the rear, and just as he was about to exit, he glanced back to see Wang Kai, battered yet still baring its teeth, its cold and fierce wolf eyes fixed on the mountain lion. Seizing the moment when the mountain lion was momentarily distracted, Su Hao drew his bow and shot it in the hind leg. Wang Kai charged forward to engage in battle once more. "Wang Kai, hurry home. I'll be waiting for you." Chapter 93. Sakura. Su Hao did not waste any more time. As Wang Kai and the mountain lion engaged in a fierce struggle, Su Hao found himself in an unsuitable position to continue shooting. However, it was precisely due to Su Hao's critical arrow that Wang Kai was granted a chance to survive. At this moment, Su Hao was unaware of this fact. He had to hasten towards the camp, for, according to the timeline, the invaders were nearing the vicinity of the camp. He dared not slow his pace, knowing that any hesitation might lead him to soften his heart and turn back to rescue Wang Kai, thus delaying the support for the camp. He fought to suppress thoughts of Wang Kai and quickened his steps towards the camp. After nearly 20 minutes of frantic running, Su Hao stood breathless near the camp. He tugged at the warning line tied nearby, causing an empty canister filled with stones to produce a clatter. The 3 individuals stationed at the camp immediately appeared before him. The trio rushed towards him, brandishing their spears with fierce intent. However, upon recognizing Su Hao, Cheng Lanxin was taken aback. Su Hao, how did you come from that direction? Shouldn't you be on the other side of the camp? And why have you brought back someone? Su Hao swallowed hard, taking a moment to steady his breath. I will explain the details later. Our camp is about to be attacked, possibly within the next moment. We must hurry to the northeast. The invaders will approach from that direction. Cheng Lanxin, upon hearing this, wasted no time and led the bewildered uncle towards the indicated path. Ning Tian glanced at Su Hao's tattered clothes, which were scarred by the rocky terrain, and expressed concern. Su Ge, are you injured? Do you need to tend to that? It's nothing, just minor wounds. Let's first overcome the immediate crisis, Su Hao said, preparing to follow Cheng Lanxin and Uncle Da. Yet, Annie noticed that there seemed to be one person missing from their group. Just as she was about to inquire, Jessica leaned in and whispered, "Please don't ask Mr. Su about Wang Kai. He is not in a good mood right now. It's best to wait until later." Annie swallowed her words, feeling them lodged in her throat. Jessica had deliberately spoken to her in a foreign language, which Su Hao could not understand, so he paid no mind to their hushed conversation. Observing Jessica also heading towards the northeast direction, Annie sensed something in her words. It seemed that Wang Kai had encountered some misfortune during this venture, which had affected Su Hao's demeanor. Within the camp, Su Hao shared the closest bond with Wang Kai, followed by Annie. The thought of Wang Kai possibly facing peril in the wild brought tears streaming down her cheeks. But this was not the time for tears. She could only transform her sorrow into silence, etching the matter deeply in her heart. When the opportunity arose, she would seek Su Hao to learn the truth of the situation. The girl from Japan departed alongside Su Hao, and Ning Tian, noticing the new woman beside him, felt a twinge of jealousy. She inquired, "Su Ge, who is this person? Will she be staying with us at the camp?" "Yes. She is someone I rescued from the invaders' camp. The situation is a bit complex, and I will explain it to you later," Su Hao replied. Ning Tian acknowledged with a simple "oh" and refrained from further questioning. However, she would not actively engage with the Japanese girl. For an additional woman in the camp meant another rival for Su Hao's attention and time, potentially diminishing her own share. Thus, she bore no fondness for the newcomer. Nonetheless, her reluctance to approach the Japanese girl did not prevent the latter from reaching out to her. Once Su Hao's group was in position, the girl stepped forward and, performing a customary bow, introduced herself. "Hello, I am Saito Hakamaru, but you can call me Sakura. That is my nickname." Ning Tian blinked, comprehending the rest of the introduction while finding the name somewhat unfamiliar, as it diverged from her usual vocabulary. However, when Sakura inscribed her name and nickname in the soil with a twig, Ning Tian recognized it instantly. For the writing system of Japan closely mirrored that of the Dragon Kingdom, still widely in use today. Out of politeness, Ning Tian introduced Sakura to the others, but then chose not to engage further. She was not particularly extroverted or generous, needing time to warm up to strangers. Su Hao and his companions lay in ambush within the nearby foliage, awaiting the arrival of the invaders. Each heartbeat resonated with the gravity of the imminent battle, one that would determine their survival. Everyone understood the significance of this confrontation and prepared themselves accordingly. No sooner had Su Hao's team taken their positions than the foremost invader came into view, cautiously advancing and keeping a considerable distance from one another. Clearly, they were also well prepared this time. The lead individual halted at the trap-laden area, picking up a stick to probe the ground ahead, inadvertently revealing some traps without sustaining any injuries, allowing them to approach the cabin unscathed. The first layer of traps did not hinder them, Su Hao murmured. While the expressions of the women grew increasingly grave, they could only hope that Su Hao's larger traps would prove effective. Otherwise, they would have to confront the 16 invaders head-on. As the intruders safely navigated the first wooden spike trap, their movements became more cautious. A few of them carried a large rock, tossing it ahead with each step to trigger any traps. "This won't do." Su Hao turned to the women and said, "If we let them continue like this, all our earlier traps will be in vain. These folks are indeed clever, learning from their mistakes, but I have a backup plan. You all stay here. I have a way to deal with them." With that, Su Hao departed. using the cover of night to climb a tree where traps had been set. While these traps were designed to be pressure triggered, he could manually activate them by controlling the triggering ropes. He clung to the tree trunk, patiently waiting for two invaders to step into the trap zone. As they tossed their stones into the area without incident, he even caught the sound of their relieved sighs. However, when they lifted the stones again to throw forward, he abruptly released the rope, and a massive tree stump came crashing down towards them. A scream shattered the tranquility of the night, prompting the remaining invaders to realize their cover was blown. They rushed towards the cabin without hesitation. Fear not, everyone. There are a few traps left behind. Once we reach their camp, the food and women within will be ours. Chapter 94. The Furious Father. John's words caused the intruders to abandon their caution and charge directly towards Su Hao's camp. Since they had already been discovered, they decided to cast aside all pretense, racing towards Su Hao's camp as if propelled by a surge of adrenaline. The allure of women and food was simply too great for them, allowing them to momentarily forget their own mortality, their minds filled with fantasies of what lay ahead after breaching Su Hao's defenses. Damn, they're moving so fast. Su Hao quickly leapt to another tree, promptly setting a trap. An intruder's ankle was suddenly ensnared, causing them to lose their balance and be yanked into the air. However, a companion nearby swiftly caught hold of them, while another jumped up to sever the rope. Thanks. No problem. The boss informed us about the traps we might encounter. I anticipated this situation. To be honest, Su Hao had underestimated these intruders. During their last assault on the camp, they had learned a bloody lesson. This time, they seemed thoroughly prepared, having taken heed of their previous experience. These intruders were not foolish. If they were, they would not have been able to annihilate other survivor camps. Seeing that the traps were ineffective, Su Hao quickly adjusted his strategy and did not hesitate. He slid down from the tree and rushed towards the women, informing them that the traps would no longer be of use and they should engage directly. Upon finishing his instructions, he leaned out and shot an arrow that struck down the foremost intruder. The man's scream echoed, but it also revealed Su Hao's position. That man appeared to the right. Kill him. The same man who had just disclosed Su Hao's location was silenced by an arrow through his throat. He looked down in terror, attempting to call for help. But no words escaped him. He could only collapse to the ground, awaiting his fate in despair. Charge, charge. Don't stop. The intruders surged towards Su Hao. Yet he remained unfazed, lowering his bow. One of the intruders was filled with excitement, his knife raised, gleaming in the moonlight. Die. Suddenly, a standing tree trunk crashed down, cleaving the man in two. His midsection was reduced to a mess, organs spilling forth, and after a couple of desperate cries, he succumbed to death. This trap had gone undetected during the previous invasion and was the last line of defense for the camp. With the giant log's descent, it signified that close-quarters combat was imminent. Su Hao brandished his spear and charged forward, with the women lying in ambush springing up to thrust their spears at the nearest foes. In a daunting 11-against-7 situation, Su Hao's side was at a significant disadvantage in numbers, and considering their combat prowess, the women could not match the ruthless intruders. Therefore, under Su Hao's orders, the women would strike and then withdraw from the fray, as the wooden hut needed guarding to prevent it from being looted. Remaining here could jeopardize Su Hao and the foolish uncle, as capturing either could be a means of coercing Su Hao. I've taken one down. So have I. Mission accomplished. Let us retreat. The women hurriedly retreated, glancing back at Su Hao and the foolish uncle with deep concern. Enraged by the ambush, the intruders were incensed. They had not expected to suffer losses at the hands of women. Some disregarded the foolish uncle and Su Hao entirely, pursuing the women instead. Yet, they barely took a few steps before John halted them. Hold on, don't rush after the women. Remember your mission. Others are handling that. We just need to deal with these two. John's subordinates promptly redirected their charge towards Su Hao and the foolish uncle. At that moment, Su Hao was struck by several flying stones, eliciting muffled groans. Yet, due to his position with the bow, he became the primary target for the intruders' attacks. This inadvertently alleviated some pressure from the foolish uncle, who, upon spotting John again, fell into a frenzy reminiscent of their last encounter. He bellowed and charged at John, his bloodshot eyes seemingly intent on tearing him apart. Stop him. Quickly. One man attempted to block John, but the foolish uncle hurled his spear and pierced the intruder. John turned to flee, but the foolish uncle was upon him in mere moments. Grabbing John by the collar, he slammed him to the ground. Please. I didn't mean to. I didn't expect. You will pay for my daughter's life. Su Hao, engaged with the others, was astounded to hear the foolish uncle speak. He froze in disbelief, questioning if he had misheard. The foolish uncle's fists rained down upon John, a furious father unwilling to spare the architect of his daughter's demise. Each punch seemed a catharsis of his rage, yet the encroaching intruders began to surround him. Foolish uncle, run. Suddenly, a knife struck the foolish uncle's back, cutting through his clothing and embedding into his flesh. Yet, like a creature devoid of pain, he wrenched the blade from his own back, toppling the attacker while placing the weapon against John's throat. He. The foolish uncle, drenched in blood, his face twisted with a grotesque smile, instilled dread in the surrounding intruders. To them, he appeared less human, and more like a vengeful spirit risen from the depths of hell. Stop. Don't make a move. Everyone, lower your weapons. John, with a swollen face from the beating, managed to utter these words as his life hung in the balance. His men halted their actions, forming a tense standoff around the foolish uncle and John. For intruders surrounded them, yet both Su Hao and the foolish uncle bore various injuries, teetering on the brink of collapse. John raised his hands in surrender as Su Hao took the opportunity to move beside the foolish uncle. He gazed at the horrifying wound on the foolish uncle's back, feeling a heavy weight in his heart. Given the medical conditions on the island, healing such an injury would be nearly impossible, and if they delayed further, the foolish uncle could very well bleed to death. This can't continue. Su Hao whispered urgently to the foolish uncle, "We need to escape quickly. If we linger, you will die here." He tugged at the foolish uncle, attempting to pull him away, but the foolish uncle stood resolute, turning to Su Hao with a smile. While it appeared warm and gentle, it sent a shiver down Su Hao's spine, sensing something amiss. With his last ounce of strength, the foolish uncle shoved Su Hao away and without hesitation plunged the knife into John's neck. John let out a scream, and the intruders, who could no longer contain their impatience, swiftly knocked both men to the ground. They did not spare John, who after a few agonized cries, fell silent. Foolish Uncle. Chapter 95. The Death of the Foolish Uncle. Unable to contain his emotions any longer, Su Hao burst into tears. He had witnessed too many tragedies brought about by invaders, two of which struck painfully close to home: Wang Kai and the foolish uncle. Wang Kai, a pet he had nurtured since childhood, had been given the utmost care. As long as Su Hao had a morsel to eat, so too did Wang Kai. He had watched as Wang Kai grew from a small creature no taller than his calf to a formidable companion, standing tall like Annie. Serving as a vigilant guardian against dangers within the camp, and accompanying Su Hao in daring escapades, this loyal friend had sacrificed himself so that Su Hao could rush to the camp's aid, leaving Su Hao still in the dark about Wang Kai's fate. The impact of the foolish uncle's demise was far greater for Su Hao. He had witnessed the man fall under the glint of a blade, taking John with him into the abyss. This was the very man who had taught him the art of boxing, who had once bested him in a bout upon their first meeting. He had always been the pinnacle of strength within the camp. Although Su Hao had managed to defeat the foolish uncle once, prior sparring sessions had invariably ended in Su Hao's defeat. The 3 rigorous training sessions in boxing had left him exhausted yet filled with admiration for this indomitable man. Despite his madness, he had never forgotten his love for his daughter. Each meal, he would share his food with Annie, uttering every father's familiar phrase, "Daddy isn't hungry. And he doesn't like to eat. You eat." A father's love is as steadfast as a mountain. Though he struggled to express it, his actions spoke volumes. He would always charge to the front lines in moments of danger, steadfastly shielding Annie. Whenever Annie found him bothersome, he would quietly sit in the camp, watching her with unwavering affection. This man had lived for his daughter, yet now he was dying for her as well. He had slain the villain who had sullied his daughter's purity and, in his final moments, regained his sanity. "You all deserve to die? All of you." Su Hao trembled with rage, the pain from his wounds forgotten as adrenaline surged through his veins, transforming him into a bloodthirsty beast. He thrust his spear into one assailant's abdomen, but the others swiftly severed the spear shaft. Without hesitation, Su Hao abandoned the spear, instinctively triggering his muscle memory as a blade aimed for his neck. He ducked, bending his legs and lowering his torso. The assailant, off balance, stumbled forward just within range of Su Hao's fist. In an instant, he delivered an uppercut that struck the invader's jaw, sending him sprawling to the ground. The remaining 3 rushed towards Su Hao, but he advanced boldly, sliding before one of them. With a powerful backhand punch, he knocked the attacker off balance, following up with a swing that sent the man crashing to the ground. A sharp blade slashed his side, and as he felt the warmth of his blood, he experienced no pain. He swiftly turned, delivering a whip-like punch that knocked out the assailant, then snatched his knife, using it to strike down the unconscious foe as he approached the last remaining invader. That man, paralyzed with fear, retreated helplessly, never imagining that Su Hao could overcome all 4 of them. Terror clouded his mind, leading him unknowingly into the only trap that had yet to be triggered. The net ensnared him, lifting him into the air. Su Hao smiled, discarding the knife and drawing his bow, aiming at the helpless man before him. "Die." With a flurry of arrows, he pierced the man until he resembled a hedgehog. Blood dripped to the ground, but it could not cleanse his sins. Surrounded by the lifeless bodies, Su Hao noticed the flickering flames and thick smoke rising from the direction of the cabin, accompanied by the cries of women. As he stood beside the cabin, he discovered 4 invaders lying dead, their lifeblood pooling around them, likely the handiwork of the brave women. Su Hao had earlier wondered why there were only 4 besieging him and the foolish uncle. Now he understood that the others had been dealt with by the women. They had fought valiantly, claiming 6 lives while sustaining no injuries themselves. Yet the strength of these invaders had taken Su Hao and his companions by surprise, their numerical advantage proving overwhelming. Sitting on the ground, he gazed at the slowly burning cabin, engulfed in an indescribable loneliness and sorrow. The foolish uncle was gone, Wang Kai's fate uncertain, and even the cabin they had come to regard as home was now ablaze due to the invaders' destruction. The women darted back and forth between the creek and the cabin, desperately trying to extinguish the flames, but their efforts seemed insignificant against the raging inferno. Su Hao pressed his hand against his abdomen, slowly lifting his body. He could not afford to collapse just yet. He still needed to save Wang Kai. Using his spear for support, he began to move towards the cave in the southeast. The women noticed his struggle and rushed to his side. Sheng Lanxin was in tears, her sobs wetting her hair as she cried, "I'm so sorry. I failed to protect the cabin. I'm so sorry." Ning Tiantian, witnessing Su Hao's injuries, also succumbed to tears, exclaiming, "Su Ge, don't move. You're injured. You need to rest." Annie tore at Su Hao's clothing, gasping at the 10-centimeter gash in his side. Looking around, her heart sank. "Brother Su, why did you come back alone? Where's the foolish uncle? Wang Kai? We must save Wang Kai." Su Hao, in a haze, could not respond. His mind was driven by an unwavering resolve to press on, even as the loss of blood clouded his thoughts. Jessica, seeing the once indomitable Su Hao in such a state, wiped away her tears and said, "Mr. Su, leave Wang Kai to me. I will go save him." Jessica turned to Xiaoying. "You know the situation inside the cave better than I do. Come with me." "All right." Xiaoying nodded and followed Jessica as they departed. Su Hao watched their retreating figures before finally closing his eyes, collapsing to the ground. Su Hao. Su Hao. Chapter 96, Dream? Reality. My name is Zhao Lingfeng. Su Hao fell into a deep slumber, feeling as though his consciousness was being gradually extricated from his corporeal form. He could even perceive the beautiful women, including Cheng Lanxin, weeping over him from above, evoking an indescribable sensation. His awareness felt increasingly ethereal, as if he could soar into the heavens and flee this desolate island, yet simultaneously weighed down, as if destined to plunge into an endless abyss. Su Hao dreamt a lengthy dream. He envisioned a day when a cruise ship unexpectedly appeared at the shore, and the individuals disembarking discovered them, rescuing the lovely women while leaving him alone on the deserted island. In another dream, he imagined that the airplane had not crashed after all, they landed safely, and he and the enchanting women on the island became strangers, each embarking on their own journeys in life. Su Hao experienced numerous dreams, some filled with joy, others steeped in sorrow. He could no longer discern the boundary between reality and dreams, nor could he ascertain whether he was alive or deceased. Just as he was on the verge of succumbing to his dream, he encountered a familiar figure. He found himself in a vast expanse of white. Both the sky and the ground were blanketed in white, as far as the eye could see. Yet, in this surreal realm, only 2 figures stood in the distance. Su Hao excitedly ran towards them, the outlines gradually becoming clearer. It was a middle-aged man with a girl beside him, both smiling warmly at Su Hao. The man's face was unmistakable, while the girl appeared somewhat unfamiliar, yet exuded a hint of familiarity. With surprise, Su Hao called out to the man, "Silly uncle, what are you doing here? Where am I? Ha, little Su. We meet again." The silly uncle's smile was exceedingly gentle, and the girl approached Su Hao, blinking her large eyes and pinching his cheek. "Wow, Daddy, is this the Su Hao you mentioned? He seems a bit daft." The silly uncle furrowed his brow and said in a slightly stern tone, Yuan, remember to be polite." The girl nodded, stepping back to stand beside the silly uncle, then stuck out her tongue at Su Hao. Yuan radiated youthful vitality, unmistakably a cheerful girl. Su Hao was amused by her antics, though a tinge of bitterness lingered in his smile. "Silly uncle, that girl must be your daughter. Now that I've seen you both, does that mean I've died?" The silly uncle burst into hearty laughter at Su Hao's despondent expression. He approached Su Hao, patting him on the shoulder. "Silly boy, what nonsense are you talking? If you were dead, how could you see us? Then, where am I?" Su Hao asked, confusion clouding his mind. The silly uncle shrugged. "I don't know either, but what I do know is that you are not dead. Yuan, and I came specifically to see you. After this, we must continue our journey." A wave of sadness washed over Su Hao. He understood the implications of the silly uncle's words about continuing on. Yet the silly uncle wore a countenance of ease and nonchalance. The silly uncle sat down on the ground and pulled Su Hao down beside him. However, As soon as they touched the ground, the white space transformed into a beach, with the two seated on the sand beneath a full moon, surrounded by an array of beers, while Yuan frolicked in the water. Here, the silly uncle opened a can and handed it to Su Hao. Care for a sip? Su Hao took the beer and gulped it down. The slightly bitter taste and the effervescence in his mouth felt so tangible, further blurring the lines between reality and dream. The two finished their cans simultaneously, and the silly uncle patted Su Hao on the shoulder, praising, "You've got quite the tolerance, kid." His gaze towards Su Hao mirrored that of a father looking upon his son, or perhaps a father-in-law. Su Hao smiled faintly but remained silent, staring blankly at the endless ocean. The silly uncle discerned the turmoil within Su Hao and embraced him, saying, "Little Su, thank you for everything during this time." Those words struck a chord deep within Su Hao, as the sea seemed to swell tumultuously. Yuan rushed ashore, busily constructing a sandcastle. "It's what I should do. Silly uncle. No need to thank me." The silly uncle shook his head. "No. You have no idea what your actions mean to me and my daughter. We are not ungrateful people. We have benefited from your kindness." He gestured towards his daughter, who was busy building her castle, and said with a note of pride, "What do you think? Isn't my daughter adorable?" Su Hao nodded. "Indeed, she is." "Haha. Of course, she is my daughter." The silly uncle chuckled proudly, then suddenly grew serious. "She is indeed lovely, but I have failed to protect her. You have many charming girls around you, and yet you have safeguarded them well. I do not wish to witness the same misfortunes befalling my daughter as they did to me. So I brought her here not only to see you, but also to urge you to fulfill your responsibilities." The silly uncle stood, determination etched upon his face, and pulled Su Hao up alongside him. "Annie and the others need you. Do not keep them waiting too long. It is time to awaken. I know you have endured great hardships, but as a man, you must not be defeated by any obstacle." Su Hao's throat tightened, yet he remained speechless. The silly uncle patted Su Hao's arm and turned to his daughter. Yuan, it's time for us to go." Yuan nodded obediently, taking her father's hand, and together they walked towards the ocean. Su Hao hurried to follow, but the silly uncle admonished, "Little Su, don't come any closer." Su Hao stood frozen, watching as the waves lapped at the silly uncle and Yuan's waists. They slowly turned back, waving at Su Hao. "Su Hao, we're leaving now. You mustn't come looking for us. Do you hear?" The silly uncle affectionately ruffled Yuan's hair, and then turned to Su Hao. "Little Su, continue living well. I must take my leave now. But before I go, let me give you a word of caution. Do not venture to the northern part of the island. Also, I forgot to retrieve something from the camp. Buried beneath my daughter's tent. You can retrieve it later." Finally, the silly uncle cleared his throat, and from now on, do not call me silly uncle anymore. I have a name. I am Zhao Lingfeng, and my daughter is Zhao Yuanyuan. Please do not forget us. A wave crashed, and their figures vanished in an instant. Su Hao stood on the beach, torn between rescuing them or heeding the silly uncle's advice, remaining rooted in place. He stood for a full 10 minutes, yet did not see them return. At some point, tears streamed down Su Hao's cheeks. He had so much more to say to the silly uncle, yet why? After finally meeting, could he not find the words? The chaos in his heart was gradually soothed by the sea breeze, leaving only his final blessings. "Silly uncle, safe travels." Su Hao's once cloudy gaze began to clear, as the beautiful women beside him silently wept. Cheng Lanqin draped her clothing over Su Hao's shoulders, speaking in a soothing tone. "Su Hao, let us be good and return, shall we? It's cold here, and silly uncle is surely not around." "Yes, so obedient. Wait. Su Hao." Su Hao responded to me. Chapter 97. 2 months of days. The enchanting ladies surrounding Su Hao were eager to embrace him, yet they hesitated, fearful of provoking his fragile nerves once more. Wang Kai called out affectionately, nuzzling against Su Hao's leg. As he gazed at the familiar faces of both people and dogs surrounding him, a profound sense of guilt washed over him. "I'm sorry for making you wait so long. I have returned." Su Hao's words resonated like a beacon of light within the hearts of the women, who, overwhelmed with joy, found themselves tearing up, only to quickly break into laughter. Cheng Lanqin gently wiped away her tears, her smile radiating sincerity as she joined the others in enveloping Su Hao in a warm embrace. "It's all right, you're back. Even if you never returned for a lifetime, I would wait for you forever. Su Hao, you finally regained your senses. I thought you would remain like a foolish uncle forever. That one tea happened. Brother Su will triumph over his inner struggles and emerge from the shadows. Mr. Su, I have fulfilled the task you entrusted to me. Although Wang Kai has lost an eye, he was rescued thanks to your crucial arrow before you departed. The mountain lion's agility was compromised, and it fled after only injuring Wang Kai upon seeing us approach. You saved him, not I?" As Su Hao was tightly embraced by the 4 ladies, only Xiaoling stood quietly to the side, her eyes crinkling with a gentle smile. Is there something to eat? I feel a bit hungry. Shall we return for a meal? Chung Lanqin released Su Hao and turned to dash towards the camp, exclaiming, "All right. I'll get the pot. I'll boil water. I'll chop firewood. Watching the ladies swarm around him only to disperse in an instant. Su Hao felt as if he were in a dream. Xiaoying took his hand, offering him a soft smile. "Lord Su, allow me to assist you back to the camp." "Oh, yes." With Xiaoying's support, Su Hao returned to the camp he had long missed yet never truly left. The remnants of the burned cabin had been cleared away, creating ample space for Su Hao to expand his dwelling. There were several temporary shelters constructed from branches, the largest of which bore his clothing, indicating it belonged to him. Seated by the campfire, Su Hao attempted to recall the events of the past days. Yet his mind remained blank. The ladies busied themselves with their tasks, while Xiaoying quietly sat beside him. Ning Tian and Jessica emerged from the pond, each cradling a fish. The pond had matured, providing 2 plump fish weekly, ensuring sustainability for the camp. Chung Lanqin's knife skills had significantly improved, far surpassing Su Hao's recollections. Annie briskly carried a large bucket of water, a feat she could not have managed before, now surprisingly capable. Feeling somewhat dazed, Su Hao turned stiffly to Xiaoying, who was adding fuel to the fire, and asked with a hint of uncertainty, Xiaoying, how long was I out?" Xiaoying held up 2 fingers. Su Hao sighed with relief. 2 days? Xiaoying shook her head. Furrowing his brow, he speculated, could it be 2 weeks? Xiaoying replied directly, 2 months. "And I have learned the Dragon Kingdom's language. Did you not notice?" 2 months. Su Hao exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. He had no recollection of the past 2 months, only remembering a continuous dream until awakening by the seaside. The ladies prepared a meal, and for the moment, Su Hao set aside his concerns to indulge in the feast. Chung Lanqin had made sour fish, a dish he had previously tasted and could not resist. Within 10 minutes, the 2 fish had been devoured cleanly. With a satisfied burp, Su Hao felt his strength gradually returning. The ladies, witnessing this transformation, silently shed tears, though they refrained from overt displays in his presence. Picking at a fishbone, he leaned back in his chair and addressed the 5 ladies. "I just realized I have been in a daze for nearly 2 months. What has transpired during this time? Could anyone enlighten me?" The ladies fell silent for a moment before eagerly sharing the events of the past 2 months in a flurry of voices. Amidst their animated chatter, Su Hao learned of the happenings during his absence. After vanquishing the invaders, he had succumbed to slumber, awakening a week later. Albeit in a state reminiscent of a foolish uncle, his mind in disarray. Without Su Hao, the ladies fell adrift, yet Chung Lanqin stepped up, organizing the camp and its inhabitants efficiently. Indeed, the foolish uncle had perished, but Chung Lanqin and Annie had laid his body to rest beside her daughter, allowing them to remain united in death. Though the cabin had been consumed by flames, the ladies utilized their experience in constructing temporary shelters, ensuring they remained dry during the rain. Wang Kai, injured and having lost an eye in his battle with the mountain lion, lay incapacitated for a month before finally regaining his strength, but fortunately, he survived and had even managed to sever the mountain lion's leg. Chapter 98. Rebuilding the wooden cabin? The space is smaller. Look, this is brick. During the past 2 months of Su Hao's stupor, events within the camp have been a mixed bag. However, one remarkable point stands out. The pond has finally begun to fulfill its intended purpose, now continuously supplying the camp with fish. Although they can only consume 2 fish per week, the supply is consistent. Moreover, the previous destruction of the wooden cabin did not significantly impact the camp's stored resources, as Chung Lanqin wisely chose not to store their supplies within the cabin, allowing most of the provisions to be preserved. After listening to the ladies recount the recent changes, Su Hao began to formulate new plans. Once the ladies had finished sharing their updates, he glanced at the vacant area where the cabin once stood and remarked, "These past 2 months have been tough for everyone. Living in such a cramped temporary shelter must be quite uncomfortable. Tomorrow, we shall construct a new wooden cabin. And since we now have 1 more person, it will be even larger than before." The ladies' eyes sparkled with excitement. They had long grown weary of sleeping in the small makeshift shelter, which lacked the security of a wooden door, leaving them feeling vulnerable each night. Transitioning from frugality to extravagance is easy, but the reverse is much more challenging. The ladies, accustomed to the comfort of wooden cabins, no longer found the temporary shelter acceptable, although Xiaoying was indifferent. Recognizing that the temporary shelter was far superior to a cave, who would refuse a better option? After Su Hao's announcement, the ladies retreated to rest, as tomorrow would pose a significant test of their stamina, making proper rest their utmost priority. As dawn broke, everyone in the camp rose on schedule. Su Hao stood in the open area, measuring distances with the intent to double the size of the new cabin to 60 square meters. Such an area is not insignificant even by modern urban standards. Although 6 occupants might feel a tad cramped, it would certainly be an improvement over the previous arrangement. However, increasing the planned area also meant a greater workload. Constructing a wooden cabin is a monumental task that requires the collective effort of everyone in the camp. After a simple breakfast, they immediately plunged into the construction of the cabin. Each lady understood that the cabin's safety was intimately connected to their future. So no one slacked off. In fact, they competed to see who could contribute the most. Building a 60-square-meter wooden cabin was no easy feat. It took the 6 of them an entire day merely to lay the foundation. By the second day, the framework of the cabin began to take shape. It was not until the 3rd and 4th days that Su Hao finally completed the framework. Over the course of the next 10 days, the cabin was gradually perfected and ultimately completed. The ladies joyfully embraced one another in celebration of the cabin's completion. For the past half-month, each had devoted themselves wholeheartedly to its construction, dedicating their days to building, aside from eating and sleeping. As they sat in the newly built cabin, marveling at the significantly larger space, they reflected on the collective effort that had gone into its creation. However, Su Hao refrained from joining in the jubilation, for he understood that the completion of the cabin did not equate to a state of complacency. Seated outside the cabin, Su Hao, with his head down, was drawing patterns in the dirt with a twig when Ning Tian approached curiously, asking, "Sugo, the cabin has been successfully completed, yet you seem less than jubilant." The other ladies gathered around, intrigued by the symbols drawn in the dirt, though none could decipher their meaning. Observing the ladies' joyous expressions, Su Hao erased the drawings and shook his head, stating, "The cabin is indeed completed, but let us not forget how the last one met its demise." The smiles on the ladies' faces gradually faded, as the memory of the devastating fire 2 months prior remained vivid. That night, they could only watch helplessly as the cabin was consumed by flames, powerless to intervene. Su Hao's words extinguished the ladies' elation, replacing it with concern. They began to worry about how they would cope should a similar catastrophe occur again. According to the law of conservation of smiles, joy does not vanish, it merely shifts. Just as the ladies wore worried expressions, Su Hao, who had dampened their spirits, revealed a faint smile. The cabin had indeed been a significant achievement, providing shelter from the elements. But to prevent their hard work from being reduced to ashes again, a change in strategy was imperative. Rising to his feet, the ladies noticed something beneath him. Jessica picked it up and excitedly exclaimed, "This is a brick. Mr. Su, where did you find this?" The ladies gathered around the brick, which now seemed imbued with a kind of magic, capturing their attention. Su Hao, with a proud stance, pointed to the clay bricks he had crafted during his spare moments, declaring, "This is what I mean by changing our approach. While wooden houses can address our immediate needs, they are far from a permanent solution. To achieve fire resistance and sturdiness, we must construct brick houses. However, this undertaking would require significantly more effort than building a wooden cabin. Hence his initial plan to have a wooden shelter while gradually constructing the brick house." Cheng Lanqin eagerly took the brick from Su Hao and, shaking it in her hands, exclaimed, "Su Hao, this is incredibly important for us. Please tell us what we need to do so we can start preparing every day." The ladies nodded in agreement, and seeing the anticipation in their eyes, Su Hao declared the commencement of his grand undertaking. Building a brick house may seem straightforward, as it does not demand a large amount of labor in a short time. Yet, it is also a formidable task, as each brick requires at least 3 days to produce. Recently, while conducting extensive logging of the nearby trees, I discovered an abundance of red soil beneath the roots of some trees by the creek. This soil is precisely what we need to create our bricks. Our first task is to select the finest clay, ensuring that we do not mix in regular soil, as this would compromise the brick's strength and lead to subpar construction. Su Hao picked up a brick and pointed to its sharp corners. Secondly, we must place the collected clay into molds and allow it to air dry naturally. During this process, we must not remove the molds, as doing so may result in deformation, which would hinder construction. Chapter 99. Constructing the brick kiln and firing bricks. Upon hearing this, the beautiful women exhibited thoughtful expressions. Annie, quick to grasp the underlying meaning of Su Hao's words, promptly inquired, "Does that mean we need to create a multitude of molds before air drying the clay?" Su Hao, satisfied, gave her a thumbs up, affirming her insight. Annie proudly puffed out her chest, and the other women immediately committed this crucial element to memory. The molds must ensure uniform dimensions, as even the slightest deviation could lead to failure. This is a detail that demands our utmost attention. The women nodded in agreement, and Su Hao continued, "Thirdly, the bricks, once demolded, are not immediately ready for construction. Although the clay has dried, it does not possess the required strength and resilience, and importantly, it is not waterproof." Su Hao tossed a brick into a bucket of water, where the clear liquid visibly began to turn red. When he retrieved the brick, its surface showed signs of melting. He then picked up a stone from the ground and struck the brick forcefully, causing it to shatter into 2 pieces. The women gasped in unison. And Su Hao had achieved his goal. He discarded the broken fragments and elaborated, if we build our houses with such bricks, we wouldn't even need an enemy to attack our camp. A few days of rain would suffice to make our structures collapse. Jessica furrowed her brow and urgently asked Su Hao, how can we ensure the bricks are waterproof? Well, Su Hao replied, glancing at the partially erased blueprints on the ground. You need not worry about that. Leave it to me. In simple terms, the demolded bricks require firing before they can be used properly. However, I alone will construct the kiln. Your responsibility is to handle the preliminary tasks. No need to concern yourselves with the kiln. The admiration in the women's eyes for Su Hao re-emerged as he once again affirmed his irreplaceable role within the team. Cheng Lanqing summarized Su Hao's key points, stating so. Our immediate task is to create as many molds as possible, gather clay, and place it in suitable locations for drying, correct? Indeed, Su Hao confirmed. Once I finish the kiln, you will be able to operate it. However, since we are dealing with fire, I will only allow you to engage once you have learned the process, lest you ruin the bricks and injure yourselves in the process. Additionally, there are some finer details to consider. When collecting clay, it is advisable to sift it, and as it combines with water, it should be kneaded to facilitate demolding. Adding a bit of wood ash to the edges of the molds will ensure a smoother release. Though these details may seem minor, they are not insignificant. Everyone must treat them with care. Having conveyed all necessary information, the women took out charcoal-made pins to record the instructions on a wooden board, ensuring they would remember them. With everything said, it was now up to the women to execute their tasks. Cheng Lanqing, as the second-in-command, promptly organized the subsequent work. Now that we have mastered all the techniques, it is time to commence the actual production. The first step in creating mud bricks is to produce a large number of molds. Mold making is not physically demanding, but it is indeed a meticulous task. Annie and Sakura, your stamina is slightly less than the others. Can I entrust this task to you? The two immediately nodded in agreement. Annie grasped Sakura's hand and confidently assured, Sister Lanqing, you can count on us. We will ensure that every mold is perfectly sized and identical. If we fail, we will bring back 2 goats for everyone. Sakura, the quietest among the beauties, simply nodded in agreement, echoing Annie's sentiments. Very well. Cheng Lanqing, seeing their determination, chose to trust them. She then turned to Ning Tian and Jessica, stating, the collection of clay will be your responsibility. Please be meticulous in your selection. And remember to weave a sieve from vines or branches to ensure the clay is of the highest quality. Ning Tian and Jessica exchanged confident glances, each seeing assurance in the other's eyes. In unison, they declared, leave it to us. Cheng Lanqing felt reassured by their capabilities. Together, they were indeed the backbone of the camp. Jessica's indifference to trivialities balanced well with Ning Tian's meticulous nature, ensuring they would successfully accomplish the task at hand. As for the molding and demolding, Cheng Lanqing resolved to handle it herself. Given the complexity and significance of the task, it was prudent for her to oversee it directly. Under Cheng Lanqing's organized direction, the women began their work. Jessica and Ning Tian followed Su Hao to locate clay, beginning the collection and sifting process, while Annie and Sakura, guided by Su Hao, determined the dimensions of the bricks and learned how to craft the molds. Once the first batch of bricks had been set out to dry on the wooden platform that Su Hao had constructed, the women had mastered the essential skills. And with their reasonable division of labor, their efficiency soared. A day passed, and the initial batch of bricks was fully dried, allowing Su Hao to commence the construction of the kiln. He placed the sun-dried bricks beside the campfire to ensure any remaining moisture evaporated. After an hour of drying, he assessed the bricks in his hands. Yes, they meet the requirements. We can begin construction. Selecting a flat area, he measured the appropriate lengths and immediately set to work. Su Hao intended to construct an updraft brick kiln, which would significantly enhance the combustion efficiency of the flames and allow for more complete burning of charcoal, generating greater heat than a conventional fire pit. He stacked 2 bricks vertically and then laid others horizontally to form a platform, with each platform standing 2 bricks high, creating 3 suitable spaces of varying heights. The entire kiln was divided into 3 tiers, the bottom tier designated for placing branches, while the upper 2 tiers were reserved for firing bricks. Su Hao filled the gaps in the kiln with remaining clay, and for the top openings, he placed bricks without sealing them with clay, allowing for a slight escape of smoke to prevent damaging the bricks during firing. With the kiln completed, Su Hao eagerly commenced the first firing, igniting the flames at the base. A considerable volume of white smoke began to escape from the top of the kiln. Sitting by the kiln, Su Hao controlled the flames, adding wood and fanning the fire as necessary. He maintained this process for a full 2 hours. And due to proximity to the furnace, he was drenched in sweat. Despite the fatigue etched on his face, his spirit was elated. The kiln was operational. Chapter 100. The red brick that passed the test. The graceful figure in the bath Su Hao's call immediately captured the attention of the beautiful women, causing them to momentarily abandon their tasks and swarm towards him. Under the eager gazes of the crowd, Su Hao carefully picked up a fire tong and extracted a well-fired red brick from the kiln. The brick was still emitting wisps of white smoke as he brought it closer to examine the intricate patterns on its surface. The naturally formed holes and designs on the brick were a result of high-temperature firing, indicating no detriment to its quality. Waving the red brick with the tongs to expedite its cooling, he gradually approached a stone, suspending the brick above it. The women collectively held their breath. If the brick shattered upon impact, it would signify the utter failure of this batch, rendering their days of hard work futile. The hardness test commenced. Su Hao released the tongs, allowing the brick to fall freely onto the stone. Some women could not bear to witness the outcome, covering their eyes or turning away. Clang. The brick produced a crisp sound upon collision, and Su Hao slowly opened his eyes. He noted a slight dusting of red brick powder on the stone. With a small indentation formed, yet apart from minor fragments, the brick remained intact. The hardness test was successful. Only when Su Hao's voice rang out did the women dare to open their eyes, and upon seeing the slightly scuffed but whole brick, they erupted into cheers. However, their celebration was short-lived as Su Hao fetched a bucket of water, bringing silence once more as they awaited the next test. The waterproof test began. Su Hao tossed the red brick into the bucket, instantly altering the water's hue. The women's expressions fell, and even Su Hao swallowed nervously as he reached into the bucket to retrieve the brick. The water had washed away all the dust and powder, and when he rubbed the brick against the stone, some gray residue came off. Yet, this alone could not confirm the success of the batch. He lifted the brick and slammed it down onto the stone, causing shards to scatter. Surprisingly, most of the brick remained intact. Su Hao continued to drop the brick multiple times until it finally shattered. He picked up a larger piece, and the women eagerly gathered around him. Examining the cracked surface and observing the dry brick dust in his hand, he exclaimed, "The water did not penetrate the brick." The waterproof test was also successful. "Our bricks are sound. We can commence construction." Upon hearing this, the women nearly burst into tears, overwhelmed by the joy of seeing their efforts yield results and successfully passing the tests. This sense of fulfillment and achievement surged within them, affirming that their hard work had not been in vain. Moreover, the significance of a mere brick held profound meaning for these women. Though it represented a small step for Su Hao, it was indeed a giant leap for the entire team. As Su Hao tossed the brick to the ground, the women exchanged glances before approaching him. "What are you doing?" Su Hao felt a bit uneasy under their stares, instinctively taking a step back, only to be embraced by Chang Lanqin from behind. "Su Hao, without you, this brick would not have come to fruition. You've worked hard these past few days." Chang Lanqin, seizing the moment while Su Hao was taken aback, planted a kiss on his cheek, while the other women joined in, wrapping their arms around his neck and bestowing upon him a victory kiss. With 6 women showering him with affection, Su Hao's face was nearly obscured. When they finally released him, he seemed lost in a daze, the experience too surreal for him to fully comprehend. The women, giggling, began to retrieve the cooled bricks from the kiln, while Su Hao touched his face, murmuring to himself, "Very well, wait for it. I will settle the score with you later." The successful firing of the red bricks significantly boosted the morale of the team. The women were determined to move into brick houses as soon as possible. Su Hao also shared his method of brickmaking with Chang Lanqin, ensuring that even in his absence, she could produce batches of bricks continuously. This brickmaking endeavor left Su Hao drenched in sweat. Typically, one would not need to vigilantly oversee the process as he had. But given that this was the first kiln for the entire camp, imbued with historical significance, he had devoted extra care to it. However, with a successful outcome, Su Hao felt content. Unable to endure the discomfort of his sweat, he made his way to the creek, looking forward to a refreshing bath. On his way, Su Hao contemplated his next actions, planning to visit the grave of the silly uncle, Zhao Lingfeng, although he was unsure if that was indeed the man's name. Nor could he ascertain the reality of the visions he had experienced in his dreams. He felt compelled to confirm the existence of something buried beneath the tin of Zhao Lingfeng's daughter, Zhao Yuan. As he walked, pondering the potential treasures that might await him, he unknowingly arrived at the bathing pool they had constructed. Besides the pond created by them, the women had also fashioned a bathing area specifically for washing and bathing. Su Hao whistled as he approached the pool, lowering his head to undress, only to be met with a sharp scream from within. "Mr. Su, what are you doing here?" "I'm bathing." That exclamation shattered Su Hao's thoughts, and he quickly turned to see Jessica, her cheeks flushed, covering herself with her arms as she crouched in the water, peeking out at him. The rippling water and her golden hair, combined with the mist drifting in the jungle, created an ethereal illusion that made Su Hao feel as if he had encountered an angel. Stunned for a few seconds, he wiped away a trickle of blood from his nose and turned away, stammering, I'm sorry. I was lost in thought and didn't realize someone was in the pool. Please, finish your wash. I can come back later. With that, he attempted to turn and leave, but after taking a couple of steps, he heard the sound of someone emerging from the water behind him. Instinctively, he turned back, only to find Jessica wrapping her arms around his neck and pressing her lips against his.